This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Jiang Ning opened his eyes and sat up suddenly from the bed. Sweat flowed down his forehead, and his eyes were confused and desperate. The chaotic consciousness was shocked by the scenery in front of him. Is this the apartment where he lived before the end of the world? Ding dong. Ding dong. She received the sound of text message reminders one after another. She took the mobile phone on the bedside. September 14th, 2029. 9:32. There were more than a dozen unread text messages. All about the news that the super typhoon Kai Dao was expected to land on the coast in the early morning of the 17th. With wind force expected to be 16 to 19. And heavy rains that would continue for several days. Jiang Ning was confused. Wasn't she dead? Died in the dark end of the world where people were eaten. Could it be that she was unwilling to give up? So she fell into a nightmare when she was on the verge of death? Ding dong. There was another new warning text message. The latest time was 9:37. Jiang Ning twisted her arm hard. And the severe pain reminded her that this was not a dream. She was really reborn. Reborn 3 days before the super typhoon that opened the chapter of the end of the world. No. To be precise, there were only 2.5 days left. Jiang Ning was not happy. And endless fatigue surged in her heart. Typhoon. Rainstorm. Flood. Extreme cold and heat. Earthquake. Every level is purgatory. What is worth coming back for? But she came back. Is she going to wait for death? No. Never. She washed her face with cold water. She was young and beautiful in the mirror. With a face full of collagen. She had not experienced the lingering breath of the end of the world. And everything seemed so beautiful. Her tired eyes fell on the jade pendant on her neck. This was the one she had when she was born and abandoned in the hospital. Later, Yang Wei-tsung asked her to give it to the school beauty Su Mengyao. 3 years after the end of the world. Su Mengyao was exquisite. Her dress was spotless. Her skin was white and rosy. And she seemed to still live in the prosperous times. Once she fainted from hunger. And she saw Su Mengyao licking an ice cream from the pendant. Jiang Ning seemed to think of something. Took a blade and cut her finger. Dripping blood on the pendant. The pendant emitted a strong light. And when she opened her eyes again, she was in an apartment without a door. There was no furniture except for water and electricity. The 2-bedroom and 1 living room were about 80 square meters in size. About 3 meters high. And there was a 10 square meter black soil garden next to the balcony. There was a light and shadow timer suspended in the living room. 1 hour 56 minutes and 13 seconds. Is this the space that allowed Su Mengyao to live a refined life? Or was it cheated from her? After leaving the space, there was a house in her mind. And she could feel everything inside as long as she focused her consciousness. In order to understand the function of the space, she used boiling water to test it. Except for the balcony and the garden. Other places have the function of keeping fresh. When using consciousness to take and store things, the timer is in a stop state. And it will automatically decrement as long as someone enters. Time is tight. And she has no time to figure out the mystery. Since I have a new life and a space in my hand, I must seize the opportunity to reverse my miserable end. In my previous life, I only lived to check the type of natural disasters. After reading the dense answers, I almost died on the spot. Living is too difficult. Putting aside unnecessary emotions, she took out a pen and paper to make a list of supplies. Jiang Ning grew up in an orphanage. Although the orphanage seems peaceful on the surface, there are actually fierce conflicts in private, which gradually developed her selfish and unwilling to suffer losses. Born with an insecure sense, she picked up cardboard garbage in elementary school, worked part-time in junior high school, helped people with homework and cleaned toilets, and did it as long as she was paid. He was among the top students in the college entrance examination, even though he was admitted to the medical department as a sophomore. He still had 5 senior high school students to teach, and each tutoring fee was 200 yuan. Jiang Ning was a money grubber. He was selling insurance and doing anything that was not illegal. He saved 200,000 yuan in his bank account over the past decade, thinking that he would get a down payment for his family after graduation. Now, it's all in vain. In the afternoon, the school had professional classes, and he had to tutor students in the evening. But now it's unnecessary. Jiang Ning sent a WeChat message to his parents to tell them that he was sick and hospitalized, and he couldn't tutor for a long time. He hoped that they could find a substitute in time and settle the fees at the same time. Tutoring fees are paid half a month. And parents are not short of money. 2 of them sent 500 yuan red envelopes. And the total amount of money received was 6,000 yuan. Jiang Ning did not forget to remind parents that the strongest typhoon in a century is coming soon. And remember to stock up on food and emergency medicines. Natural disasters are endless. And the list of medicines alone is full of 3 pages. Many medicines are not only expensive, but also cannot be bought in pharmacies. Jiang Ning took a photo and sent it to the salesman and childhood friend of the pharmaceutical company. The rich new customer needs it urgently. And the delivery must be made tonight. Please give a good price. Zhang Chao replied immediately. Received. In less than 5 minutes, his phone came. Aining, this batch of drug list is too strange. Are you sure you are not joking? The money has been transferred. And the other party has only one request. That they want to see the goods tonight. There is no time to talk nonsense. And after hanging up the phone, 50,000 yuan will be transferred. And more will be paid. There are too many materials to prepare. Jiang Ning picked up the key and walked out. She accidentally saw the limited edition new AJ on the table, and wanted to hit herself to death with a piece of tofu. She has always lived realistically. But who knew that meeting Yang Wei-sung was like being cursed? In order to pursue him, she then moved out of the dormitory and rented an expensive school district house. She queued up at the specialty store in the early morning to buy him AJ. Her own shoes never cost more than 300 yuan. But she didn't feel bad at all when she bought him limited edition new models worth more than 8,000 yuan. What happened? He took the gift and wanted to take the pendant. He neither accepted nor rejected her confession. And even took the school beauty to eat up her food on a typhoon day. 3 years of natural disasters. Not only did he not help, but he actually watched coldly when she was beaten and slaughtered by the devil. If she had known this, she would have fed AJ to the dog instead of giving it to him. This time, we have to see if he and Su Mingao can live a bright and beautiful life without her food and space. The super typhoon blew for half a month, followed by 3 consecutive months of heavy rain, and the whole city was soaked in water. Jiang Ning rented a house on the 18th floor. Although it was not soaked by water, he was still living in a very miserable situation. After leaving the community, he ate a full breakfast at a street-side breakfast shop. She rented a van from a car dealership and went to the AJ store as soon as possible. The clerk was very surprised by her return request. This was a limited edition new model, and many customers were waiting to grab it. There was no worry about selling it at all. I returned more than 8,600 yuan, and I can store enough rice, flour, oil and grain for 2 or 3 years. What kind of man do I need? I drove to the street of doors and windows and ordered 2 of the thickest stainless steel doors with 3-bar locks, which guaranteed that they could not be broken even with a sledgehammer. The installation fee was more than 6,000 yuan. In order to save time, Jiang Ning measured the size before going out. The store owner was worried that the measurement was not accurate, but when he learned that it was a residential area and a unit building, he agreed. He had received a lot of business from there, and he knew it was a good idea as soon as he heard it. If it's urgent, it can be done the day after tomorrow. There is a glass shop across the street. Jiang Ning chose the thickest explosion-proof glass, 600 yuan per square meter, and also agreed to install it the day after tomorrow morning. Let them knock. Let them smash. No one in this life can break in with a knife to bully her. Chapter 2. After paying the deposit, Jiang Ning rushed to the largest outdoor goods store in the city. 2 speedboats. 4 rubber boats. Earthquake and fire first aid kits. Tents. Fire axes. Climbing ropes. Binoculars. Radios. Waterproof flashlights. Large capacity solar chargers. Etc. Life-saving supplies cannot be sloppy. All must be of good quality. Seeing that a big customer has come, the store owner recommends jackets, sleeping bags, etc. Today we have a promotion, and the whole store is discounted. The quality is guaranteed to satisfy you. Jiang Ning looked disgusted. Do you have anything that can withstand temperatures of minus 60 or 70 degrees? The store owner was shocked. We are in the south. We can wear short sleeves in winter. I am going to the Arctic to do scientific research soon. Seeing that it was not a joke, the store owner immediately contacted his colleagues and said to Jiang Ning, we have polar cold-proof clothing and mummy sleeping bags. You can definitely withstand it if you use them together. It's just that the price is relatively expensive and the goods are in other provinces. The colleague opened an online store. Judging from the reviews, it seems good. The store can send it by express immediately and guarantee that it will arrive tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Ning asked for 2 sets of each and spent more than 6,000 yuan. The outdoor goods store spent another 12,000 yuan to load a full truck of goods and put them into the space when no one was paying attention. The speedboat needs diesel, but diesel is not sold to private individuals. Jiang Ning went to the auto repair shop to buy a fuel suction device and a barrel, went to several nearby gas stations to fill up the car, and then drove to a place where there were no people and no cameras to use the fuel suction device to suck the oil barrel. After several trips, she got 500 L of gasoline. The end of the world is too chaotic, with all kinds of bloody violence. She went to the security goods store again. "Boss, I want to go to America." The boss heard it and took out the best goods in the bottom of the box. "The scenery over there is unique. You can't save money." Jiang Ning took 3 sets of anti-slash and anti-stab clothing and 2 sets of bulletproof vests, and drove to the largest clothing wholesale market in the suburbs without taking a breath. Down jackets, military coats, cashmere sweaters, warm clothes, scarves, gloves, socks, snowproof snow boots, lightweight sports shoes, warm shoes, slippers. He bought everything he could think of and might use, not asking for brands but quality. He spent 12,000 yuan in the clothing wholesale market, and then rushed to the daily necessities wholesale mall next door. Air conditioning quilts, down quilts, especially large quilts, 8 caddies and 10 caddies, 3 each, all required to be packed in compression bags. Shampoo, shower gel, washing powder, sanitary napkins, paper towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, thermos, lighter, rubber hot water bottle, etc. There are 20,000 hot packs alone, which are life-saving things in extreme cold. Some e-commerce companies sell rare things, such as glass kerosene lamps and waterproof and windproof lanterns, which are antiques from the 1960s and 1970s. She wanted to buy 5 of each. "Do you have kerosene?" "Yes, but this thing is not easy to sell, and the store only has 100 L in stock." Jiang Ning bought all of them and asked the store to send a wick. "This thing is so much more durable than a candle." Alcohol stove, alcohol block, portable gas stove, and since there is electricity in the space, I also took a few induction cookers, insecticide, disinfectant, drinking water purification tablets, toilet water, etc. I bought everything I could think of, and spent a total of 20,000 yuan. Next door is the fruit wholesale market, with a total of 20 kinds of fruits, including apples, pears, watermelons, kiwis, bananas, cantaloupes, carambolas, summer blacks, grapes, etc. And 6,000 yuan was gone. When I came out of the wholesale market, it was already dark. Several missed calls were all from Zhang Chao, who left a message on WeChat saying that the goods were ready. Jiang Ning drove to the downstairs of his company, and there were more than 20 large cartons of goods, including antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, iodine, alcohol gauze, etc., and even tetanus vaccines. They were all life-saving drugs in natural disasters. Although it cost more than 40,000 yuan, it made the anxious Jiang Ning feel much more at ease. Zhang Chao transferred 2,000 yuan in commission to her. "You want too many kinds of medicines, and many medicines are not available. I will ask my peers to adjust the goods. I will deliver the goods first, and treat you to a big meal in a few days." Jiang Ning, who was sitting in the driver's seat, reminded him, "A strong typhoon is coming soon. You should prepare more oil and food at home." Zhang Chao didn't care at all. There have been more than a dozen typhoons this year. Which one was not thunderous but rainy? After putting the medicine into the space, Jiang Ning went to the food street near the university town and ordered barbecue, beer and fried rice noodles. The food street was crowded with young students and couples everywhere, with lively and youthful faces, completely unaware that the natural disaster was about to come. The barbecue needed to wait, and Jiang Ning was attracted by the red charcoal fire. As expected, she was so busy that she almost forgot the most important thing. She immediately asked the boss for the contact information of the sellers of charcoal, coal briquettes and liquefied tanks. She called them one by one and wanted to deliver them to their door tomorrow. But she was unlucky. These stores were in low-lying areas. The relevant departments ordered them to move the goods, so they had no time at all in the past 2 days. The 3 stores happened to be in the same area. Jiangning didn't even have time to eat barbecue and drove over immediately. Charcoal is cheap but takes up a lot of space. Jiangning looked at the space and only needed 500 kilograms of smokeless and high-temperature charcoal. With a charcoal stove and igniter, a bottle of liquefied gas can burn for 2 months. So I asked for 10 bottles in case the space loses power. Honeycomb coal is durable. But there is a power shortage in the country this year. And the trade sanctions with the kangaroo country have caused coal prices to soar. A briquette costs 2 yuan. So I gritted my teeth and asked for 2,000. It was almost 9 o'clock when I returned to the apartment. Jiangning took a break and went into the space to sort out the messy supplies. In order to save space as much as possible, liquefied gas bottles, briquettes, and charcoal were all stacked in the kitchen. All unnecessary outer packaging of all supplies was removed. And all fluffy items were packed in compression bags, stacked layer by layer to the roof. Money can't be stopped. During the day, she spent more than 120,000 yuan in total. Just enough to fill up the small room and kitchen, which is expected to occupy about 50 cubic meters. Just after she finished cleaning up, she was suddenly kicked and fell out of the space. Jiangning was stunned by the kick. She tried to go in again, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Damn! The space swallowed her supplies. Chapter 3. Jiangning was startled and quickly checked with her consciousness. The space was there. And the supplies were there too. She tried to use her mind to take the items. And a cold ball appeared in her hand. She scanned the circle with her mind and found that the light and shadow timer was at 0. Jiangning suddenly realized that she could only stay in the space for 2 hours. 2 hours. Well, it's better than nothing. After taking a shower, it was already past midnight. Jiangning looked at the space and found that the new 2 hours had been credited. So she was slightly relieved. She lay in bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. So she had to look for melatonin to prolong her life. She slept uneasily and dreamed that she was being chased and hacked by the gang. And the blood-stained knives slashed her heart. Jiangning was awakened and broke out in a cold sweat. It was 5 in the morning. And it was still dark outside. She went into the space to look at the stored supplies to calm her down. And then she calmed down. She didn't continue to sleep, but took the car keys and went to the largest agricultural wholesale market. It was just dawn, and there was a lot of traffic outside the wholesale market. Jiangning went to the vegetable area to buy fresh goods with dew on them. Winter melon, pumpkin, lotus root, red and white radish, eggplant, beans, bitter melon, celery, tomatoes, etc. All 100 jin each. And 200 jin of potatoes and sweet potatoes. 100 jin of ginger and garlic each, which can be planted and used as seasoning. You know, in extremely cold weather, a bowl of ginger soup may be able to make people alive. She looked and bought, except for green leafy vegetables. She did not miss anything else, and spent about 4,000 yuan in total. It was almost 9 o'clock when we had breakfast, and there were fewer people in the wholesale market. Jiangning compared prices and stocked up on staple food. 100 bags of 50 jin/bag rice. 50 bags of 50 jin/bag flour. 500 jin of white flour. Egg noodles. Rice noodles. Sweet potato noodles. 200 jin of soybeans. Red beans. Mung beans. Black beans. Peanuts. Etc. And 50 barrels of soybean oil. Peanut oil. And sunflower oil. I spent less than 30,000 yuan. And bargained with the boss lady to get 3 bags of rice. These alone are enough for her to eat for 30 years. While the boss was preparing the goods, I walked to the condiment area next door. I asked for 10 barrels of 20L/barrel of soy sauce, vinegar, and white wine, 30 kilograms of star anise, fennel, cinnamon, pepper, and pepper, 300 kilograms of brown sugar, white sugar, and rock sugar, and 3,000 kilograms of 1 kilogram salt. Food is very important in the end times. But more important is salt. The body cannot survive without salt. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, she saw with her own eyes that someone exchanged a bag of salt for 30 kilograms of food. 3,000 kilograms does not take up space at all, and can be exchanged when resources are scarce. If there is no space, she really wants to store dozens of tons. After loading the goods, she drove to a secluded corner without surveillance, put the supplies into the space, and went to the freezing area. She wanted 10 large boxes of steamed buns, flour rolls, bean paste buns, quicksand buns, brown sugar buns, and siu mai. She was worried that the meat ones would be of poor quality. So she asked for 200 kilograms of quick frozen dumpling skins, and waited until the flood to slowly kill time. Then we went to the dry goods area, where we bought mushrooms, velvet antler mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, black fungus, kelp, seaweed, red dates, dried vegetables, melon seeds of various flavors, etc. More than 10,000 yuan was gone again. When we arrived at the meat area, Jiangning found a stall that delivered goods to the school canteen. The boss was particularly enthusiastic when he saw her. "What do you want, Jiang?" It was extremely hot before the typhoon came, and there was not much meat left in the stall. It was not fresh at this time, but the price was very fair. We needed 200 kilograms each of streaky pork, lean meat, spare ribs, beef, mutton, and rabbit meat, 100 chickens and ducks, 50 geese, and pig and beef offals such as large intestines and rice intestines. The boss was shocked. "Xiao Jiang, are you kidding?" His wife worked in a slaughterhouse, and Jiangning often introduced clients to get commissions. "It's a relative's wedding, so the price is cheap. Need I say that we are friends? This business won't make you money. I give you a 30% discount. Buying meat is very expensive. Pork has only dropped in the past 2 years, but beef and mutton have not. So it's most cost-effective to find someone you know to buy from." It was about 30,000 yuan. Jiangning didn't bargain, but he made another request: 2 bone-cutting knives and a butcher knife. Self-defense weapons are essential, but she has neither time nor connections, so she could only cram at the last minute. The boss was frightened. "Why do you want these?" "Don't worry. I won't kill or burn anyone anyway." Thinking about the profit and friendship, the boss readily agreed. Then I went to the fish stall and asked for 100 fish. Only gutted them, but not cut them into pieces, and came back to get them after they were killed. 3,000 chicken eggs and 1,000 duck eggs, thinking that the natural disaster might end one day, and also asked for 2 boxes of chicken, duck, goose and quail eggs, all of which were fertilized eggs, and also bought a small household incubator. Thinking of the space garden, Jiangning went to the seed store to ask for vegetable seeds, all of which had a short growth cycle, including lettuce, rapeseed, water spinach, and chicken feather vegetables. The seeds were very cheap, and 500 yuan was enough for decades of food. There were only 10 square meters of black soil, but 2 balconies could be used. Jiangning vegetable growing DNA was awakened, and she bought planting pots, hoes, shovels, and cultivation soil. With expectations for the future, she ran to the fruit tree seedling area: apple trees, grapes, raisins, oranges, tangerines, and dozens of other types, and asked for 3 plants of each type, all of which were old seedlings for many years. Meat is consumable, as the natural disaster continues, not to mention ordinary people wanting to eat fresh meat. Even the big guys don't have the resources. Jiangning bought a pair of breeding rabbits. Rabbits can be fed with green vegetables, and they reproduce very quickly, which can definitely meet her meat needs. Jiangning likes to eat stewed food and cold dishes. She needs 200 kilograms of frozen chicken and duck feet, and 100 kilograms of duck intestines, duck kidneys, and chicken hearts. Spending money like water is very painful, but thinking of the materials that are constantly accumulating in the space, she feels an indescribable satisfaction and confidence. The whole day was spent in the farmer's wholesale market. When I came out, the streets were brightly lit and bustling. The most exciting life of the day had just begun. Jiangning walked to the restaurant and had a good meal of braised pork ribs, steamed meatballs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He didn't forget to pack up the leftovers. It was still early when I got home. I worked hard to organize the space and filled up the large room. I put the vegetables and fruit tree seedlings in the living room and raised rabbits on the balcony. Jiangning was a little scheming and exited the space when there were 10 minutes left on the timer. As soon as she left the space, 2 breeding rabbits were kicked out and fell to the ground, almost falling to death. Jiangning, first depressed, then ecstatic. It seems that the space is not only limited by time, but other living things cannot stay as long as she is not in it. This means that others cannot take it away. In a good mood, She sat down to check for missing items and bought everything she could think of. The balance in the account is about 20,000 yuan. There are only a living room and a toilet left in the space. If she wants to survive an extreme natural disaster, she needs to prepare a lot of things. She does not plan to continue to stock up on supplies that take up a lot of space. Open the food delivery app. Those restaurants with excellent reputation, which I wanted to eat but couldn't afford before. More than 20 dishes such as braised prawns, Hakka salted chicken, stuffed tofu, donpa pork, etc., each of which needs 10 portions. Yotiu, xiaolongbao, fried dumplings, hand-grabbed pancakes, beef patties, pan-fried buns, grilled skewers, braised food, roasted meat, milk tea, etc. There are dozens of items. I spent more than 10,000 yuan. And in order to ensure the fresh taste, I chose to pick up all the food at the store at the agreed time. Although I am very tired, I still want to see the last prosperity of the city. I received a notice in the afternoon that in order to cope with the upcoming strong typhoon, the school will temporarily have a 3-day holiday, and the specific resumption time will be notified separately. The students cheered and invited their friends to have a night out, celebrating before the typhoon arrived. The southern coastal areas experience more than a dozen typhoons every year, and they always look forward to the suspension of classes and holidays. This time, their dream finally came true. Jiangning was the same, but they didn't know that this time it was real, and they would never have to go to class again. Eating barbecue and drinking beer, she continued to pick up goods everywhere with mixed feelings. After returning, Jiangning always felt that she had missed something very important, but she couldn't remember it for a while. What was it? Chapter 4. As soon as 12 o'clock in the morning, the timer was updated to show 130 minutes remaining. This means that time can be accumulated. Jiangning was ecstatic. Don't underestimate every minute and second. It may save lives at a critical moment. She decided not to enter the space unless there was a special situation in the future, and save time for extreme cold or earthquakes. With food in hand and space to save her life, she couldn't help but have more confidence in the upcoming natural disaster. I had no dreams that night, and was woken up by a phone call the next day. The stainless steel door installer came. Beautiful lady, your house has stainless steel doors. There have been thefts in the neighborhood recently, so you need to install good quality ones. The master was at a loss. The floor and ceiling locks are safe, but you have to drill holes in the roof and floor. Aren't you afraid of damaging the house? It doesn't matter. Safety is the most important thing. The landlord went to work in another place, and there was no news from the landlord until the house collapsed in the earthquake. So renovation was not a problem. The explosion-proof glass was installed one after another, and both parties were busy, and the electric drills sounded from time to time. On the weekend, Jiangning was afraid of disturbing the neighbors, so he squeaked in the group and sent a red envelope. Open the app and continue ordering food online until you spend all the money. It took less than 2 hours to install the door and glass. Jiangning paid off the remaining balance and looked at the impregnable apartment with a sense of relief. The phone rang, and I thought it was the delivery man, but it turned out to be Yang Waitsong. Ning, I have a birthday party today. When will you arrive? On the other end of the phone, Yang Waitsong's voice was gentle and sunny, accompanied by the lively laughter of many people. Jiangning sneered. Okay, you wait. He obviously likes Su Mengyao, but deliberately keeps her hanging. He just wants her surprise gift and golden fingers. Su Mengyao's sweet and tender voice can be heard through the phone. In the previous life, he came to her, but Yang Waitsong ignored him all the time. But this time, he came to her. Jiangning was alarmed. How did Su Mengyao know that her pendant had space? Judging from Yang Waitsong's attitude, he should not know this secret. Su Mengyao instigated him to call. Jiangning took the key and went downstairs. Yang Waitsong lives on the 8th floor, and there are noisy sounds coming from his room. Jiangning went downstairs without hesitation. The weather was still hot and humid, but the strong typhoon had arrived, and there were whistling sounds from time to time on the street. The latest text message reminded that the typhoon is expected to arrive at 9 o'clock tonight. Jiangning was shocked. How could it be early? She went to the school library and found some medical books so that she could continue to study during natural disasters, as well as martial arts and spiritual books. The huge library was submerged during the flood, and countless precious books disappeared. Jiangning felt distressed just thinking about it. But she was helpless. She avoided the camera, piled the books she wanted with other books, and put them into the space. Yang Wei-sung called again, and Jiangning blocked him without saying anything. She left the school and went to a large supermarket, took the elevator to the top floor parking lot, and walked around carefully before coming down. Faced with a dazzling array of goods, she did not buy anything, but went to the second floor to walk back and forth several times, and then drove to other places. The car rental company called and said that the company would be closed in advance due to the typhoon, and the car must be returned before 3 p.m. Jiangning agreed verbally, but it was already 4 o'clock when he returned the car. The typhoon was howling and blowing everywhere. The boss was a good person. After checking that there was no problem, he returned the 2,000 yuan deposit. Natural disasters do not happen overnight, but give a buffer time. But unfortunately humans did not catch it. Jiangning kept the cash for self-defense and did not continue to squander. Back to the apartment. Take the computer, tablet, mobile phone, and keep downloading data. Various movies and music, life skills, food recipes, offline maps, disaster first aid, etc. The shopping app suddenly popped up a logistics message, and Jiangning woke up from her dream. She had forgotten the polar cold-proof clothing she bought online. It should have arrived yesterday evening, but the boss did not ship it in time, and the courier was delayed. So the goods just arrived at the courier collection point. She called immediately, and the courier station replied that the typhoon had come and it was impossible to deliver the goods now. It would have to wait until after the typhoon passed. If it was really urgent, you could come and pick it up before 6 o'clock. At this time, there was a loud whistling sound outside the window, and the trees in the community were swaying wildly. When the typhoon and rainstorm came, the courier point would be flooded, and without polar cold-proof clothing, there was no way to survive in minus 60 or 70 degrees. No one accepted the order on the taxi app. So Jiangning gritted his teeth and rushed downstairs, scanned a shared bicycle, and pedaled hard to the delivery point. It was a distance of 2 kilometers, and he couldn't even open his eyes in the wind. A lot of garbage and cardboard were blown up to the sky. Jiangning was sweating all over and rushed to the delivery point with disheveled hair. Delivery was delayed during the typhoon, and there were piles of express delivery everywhere. Jiangning didn't have time to catch his breath, and rolled up his sleeves and searched hard. Fortunately, the express delivery was big enough, and he finally found it after searching for more than 10 minutes. The typhoon outside was stronger, and the sky was so gloomy that people who didn't know would think it was night. Jiangning gritted her teeth and left with the big package in her arms. Just as she walked out of the door, a typhoon suddenly hit her, and she was swept away. In a flash, the man standing next to the car loading goods quickly reached out and grabbed her. The man was very stable and pulled the embarrassed Jiangning back. Jiangning hurriedly thanked him, but her voice was swept away by the typhoon. The man glanced at her and said, "The typhoon is coming. It's not safe for you to hold the package." Unexpectedly, the strong typhoon came so quickly, Jiangning had to return to the store and refresh the taxi app constantly, and also added red envelopes and rewards. However, there were 300 people in line ahead, and no driver was taking orders. The man picked up a lot of express deliveries, filling up the entire Hummer. Seeing her anxious look and wanting to leave, he hesitated for a moment. "Where do you live?" "Under the light." Jiangning could see his appearance clearly. He was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, and looked to be in his early 20s. He had neat short hair, a sharp jawline, and a hard and cold face. He was very tall, at least 185 centimeters tall, with a pair of long legs. Jiangning thanked him again, but the man looked indifferent. "It's just a piece of cake. I live in Jinrong community. Can you give me a ride? I can pay for the fare." The man nodded and opened the door. The back seat was full, and Jiangning opened the front door and found a little girl sitting on the passenger seat. She looked about 4 or 5 years old, with a timid white face, wearing a pink dress, and looking at her with eyes like black grapes. The man said, "Daodu, let your sister hold you. The end of the world has come. Who cares about being photographed for breaking the law?" Jiangning held Daodu on his lap and stuffed the package at his feet. The wind was howling, and the Hummer was driving steadily. The heavy sky was rolling with broken branches, and the iron shed cover was rustling. In the street in the distance, a girl in a dress was hugging the electric pole tightly, and her mouth shape was shouting for help. The natural disaster officially kicked off. Chapter 5. 2 kilometers is very close, and it will take a few minutes to reach the gate of the community. Jiang Ning handed over 2,000 yuan to thank him for saving people and breaking the traffic rules. The man said in a cold voice, "No, it's on the way." Seeing that he didn't want to accept it, Jiang Ning didn't make a fuss. When getting off the car, he reminded him, the typhoon may cut off water and electricity. You can stock up more rice, flour, oil and grain while there is still time. Pushing open the car door, he ran into the community with the express delivery in his arms. The big raindrops fell, and Jiang Ning wiped his face in embarrassment and walked out of the elevator. Who knew that when he looked up, he saw Yang Wei-sung and Su Mengyao standing in front of the apartment door. The two must have waited for a long time. Yang Wei-sung showed impatience on his face, but the school beauty Su Mengyao smiled sweetly and looked pure and refined in a white dress. "Why did you come back just now?" Yang Wei-sung said impatiently. "We have been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing the two, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of the bullying in the end times, and how they watched her being slaughtered by the devil with cold eyes. And her mood instantly became bad and irritable. In the last life, I was stupid and I can't blame others. In this life, I still want to suck blood and grab the golden finger. So I wait. They will experience twice as much despair as she did. Jiang Ning looked indifferent. What's up? She had always been very enthusiastic towards him, but now she was turned cold. Yang Wei-sung was choked and asked subconsciously, "Why didn't you come to my birthday? I don't know you well. Why should I go?" You? She was obviously pursuing him, and had said long ago that she would give him a gift he liked. Of course, he didn't come for the gift, but Mengyao was interested in her, and wanted to get to know her. Su Mengyao looked at Jiang Ning and said with a smile, "Junior sister." Jiang Ning said coldly, "If you don't know him, don't call him that." Su Mengyao was a little embarrassed, even though she raised her sweet voice. "Today is the senior's birthday. We are all alumni. Let's get together." The birthday was over at noon, and she was dragged to the 8th floor just to win the golden finger. "Are you deaf?" Jiang Ning showed sarcasm. "Didn't you hear me say I'm not familiar with him just now? What does his birthday have to do with me? I didn't expect her to be so mean." Yang Wei-sung couldn't save face. "Jiang Ning, what do you mean? You and her are wearing couple rings, but you repeatedly invite me to your house. Are you trying to have 2 girlfriends at the same time? Don't be delusional. I don't have that intention towards you." Yang Wei-sung was so angry that he said, "Mengyao, let's go." Su Mengyao didn't want to leave. "Aining, the truth is, we came here to celebrate the birthday of our senior, but we couldn't go back because of the typhoon. Can I stay at your place tonight? Are you sick? You said we're not familiar with each other." Yang Wei-sung warned with a dark face. "Aining, watch your words. That's how I talk. Don't mess with me if you dare." Yang Wei-sung took Su Mengyao and wanted to leave, but she didn't want to leave. She gritted her teeth and forced a smile. "Aining, the pendant you're wearing is so beautiful. Where did you buy it?" Jiang Ning took the pendant off. "Do you want it?" Su Mengyao eyes lit up. "Can I transfer it? I really like it." Jiang Ning let go, and the pendant fell to the ground. She raised her foot and stomped hard a few times, and the pendant quickly broke into pieces. After being bound to the space, the pendant lost its original luster and became dim, and it was no longer useful. People's hearts are sinister. If you don't destroy it in front of her, who knows what Su Mengyao will do? Your love makes me feel sick. Su Mengyao was shocked and stunned by the destruction of the pendant, and screamed in fear. Yang Wei-sung was very angry because his girlfriend was bullied, and he spoke harshly to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's face was fierce. "Get lost. Don't bother me if you dare." Yang Wei-sung's face was ashen, and he pulled Su Mengyao away in a rage. Jiang Ning then opened the stainless steel door, entered the house, and couldn't wait to unpack the express delivery. The polar cold-proof clothing is very thick, soft and warm to wear, and the mummy's sleeping bag is made of several layers of down, and the quality is absolutely excellent. They are used to survive the extreme cold. The wind is howling outside, and the sky is dark. After closing the doors and windows, Jiang Ning took out a large white plastic bucket to collect water, and after filling it up, he did not forget to put a few buckets in the toilet of the space. With the typhoon and heavy rain coming, The community will soon be without water and electricity. No matter how loud the mountains and seas are outside. Jiangning is busy in the kitchen. Washing rice and cooking. Washing vegetables and cooking. Braised pork. Mushroom stewed chicken. Boiled fish. Radish and beef brisket. Each pot is very large. Put into the stainless steel vegetable bowl prepared in advance. And put it into the space while it is steaming. Taking advantage of the typhoon and heavy rain. Every household has stockpiled food. And the strong flavored dishes must be made as soon as possible. So that people will not dare to open the fire casually in the future. So as not to attract attention. Steamed buns. Steamed rolls. Steamed buns. Gas stoves and induction cookers were fully powered. And they were busy until the early morning. Changed out of greasy clothes. Took a hot shower and fell asleep. I was half asleep and woke up by the sound of an electric drill. Jiangning opened the curtains. The sky outside was gloomy. And the typhoon and rainstorms roared. I thought it was still dark. But when I turned on my phone, it was more than 9 o'clock in the morning. WeChat bombardment continued. And there were more than 99 unread messages in the community group and class group. Many people celebrated the arrival of Typhoon Kaidao. Social animals finally don't have to work 996. And students can go home for the holidays. Many people in the group posted pictures or videos of the typhoon disaster. Green trees uprooted. Luxury cars smashed. Tornadoes hit the iron sheet factory building and cut it in half. Many people began to realize that something was wrong. And they complained that they had not stocked up on food. Saying that when they rushed to the supermarket after get off work, all the vegetables were gone. And only the old pickled cabbage was left on the shelf. The sound of the electric drill continued. And it seemed to come from next door. Jiangning was a little confused. There were 3 households on one floor in the unit building. And the other 2 households were not occupied at all. In the previous life, the flood flooded the second floor. And the residents who were forced to leave did not wait for rescue. So they thought of the empty room and pried open the door to live in. At first, they lived in peace. But as food became scarcer, her eyes became more gloomy and calculating. And she secretly pried open Jiangning's door many times in the middle of the night. This time, she bought a fire axe. And if they dared to pry, she would chop it down. Not only the sound of the electric drill, but also the sound of a child. Jiangning opened the door and walked out, only to see the door of 1801 open. A brand new stainless steel door next to it. And a young man in light-colored casual clothes drilling a hole in the wall. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned around and looked over. Jiangning looked surprised. Is it you? Chapter 6. Jiangning never expected that not only did 1801 have a new tenant, but also a young man who helped out at the courier point. The other party was slightly surprised, nodded to her and continued to work. The man was handsome and cold, tall and thin, with muscle lines faintly visible under his clothes. And he felt very explosive. Jiangning felt his scalp tingling, and hurried back to the room after saying hello. This life is different. Not only did the typhoon come early, but there were also new neighbors. Which normal person would install 3 stainless steel doors in a row? It would be best if we could live in peace. But we must be vigilant. It is true that the other party was brave and righteous. But after all, before the natural disaster, with the moral decline of the end of the world, who can guarantee that he will keep his original intention? After locking the door, brushing teeth, washing and eating breakfast, the sky was a little brighter, but still very gloomy. Jiangning stood on the balcony. The fierce typhoon kept hitting the wall. And the heavy rain made the explosion-proof glass crackle. In just one night, the streets were flooded by rain. Many vehicles were soaked. And the low-lying and turbulent areas were directly washed away by the flood. The rain blocked the view. And the distance was gray and gloomy and unclear. The sky was getting lower and lower, like a pair of invisible dark hands, compressing the entire city in the palm of its hand and crushing it hard. Jiangning held a telescope and stood on the balcony to look down at the city. The city roads were vast. The dark clouds were getting lower and lower. And the vortex of the water dragon connected the sky and the earth, spinning rapidly to suck in the rain, trees, cars, etc., as if to swallow everything in the world. Tornado. Jiangning was extremely shocked. He watched the tornado cut off the viaduct in an instant, and the lightning struck the trees and caused a fire. But it was soon extinguished by heavy rain. Was there a tornado in the previous life? Jiangning had no impression. She always felt that many things were different, and seemed to be developing in a worse direction. The phone kept ringing. She turned off the network because of the noise, and went into the kitchen to wash and cut things, blanching the frozen chicken and duck feet to remove the blood, taking out various seasonings to make stewed food, and processing pork and beef offal also took a lot of time. There was too much smoke and Jiang Ning had no appetite. She simply made tomato and egg noodles for lunch. When she turned off the range hood, she vaguely heard a child crying. She didn't care, packed up the garbage, and threw it out the door. Just as she was about to go back to her room, she heard crying coming from next door. She had only studied medicine for a year, not even a novice, but she knew more than others. The child's crying was not right. After hesitating for a moment, she knocked on the door of 1801. Daodu. The 3 stainless steel doors were too thick. Jiang Ning knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she heard the door click. After fiddling with it for a long time, she finally opened the door, revealing a timid look with tears on her face, vomit at the corner of her mouth, and an abnormal flush on her face. Why is Daodu crying? Jiang Ning touched her head, which was extremely hot and had clear snot dripping out. She had a cold and a high fever. Where's your dad? My brother is gone. The voice was hoarse with tears, and her little hands kept wiping tears. My brother doesn't want Daodu anymore. Also, it seems that she was abandoned. Looking at the 3 stainless steel doors that were as solid as a rock, Jiang Ning touched her head to comfort her. No, he might have gone out for something and will be back soon. How about going to my sister's house first? A 5-year-old sick child was particularly afraid of unfamiliar environments, but she remembered her sister in front of her and nodded hesitantly. After taking Daodu home and measuring her temperature, which was over 39 degrees, Jiang Ning found a cold medicine suitable for children, which contained antipyretic ingredients. After feeding her the medicine, Jiang Ning wrote a sticky note and posted it on the door of 1801 for fear that her parents would worry. Listening to the roaring typhoon outside, Jiang Ning couldn't help but become curious about the neighbors. Wouldn't going out in this weather be a death wish? The typhoon was accompanied by thunder and lightning from time to time, and the TV had no signal. Seeing Daodu curled up on the sofa, he was extremely frightened. Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of her childhood. She saw other children being loved by their parents, but she could only curl up in bed and cry with her pillow when she was sick. She felt abandoned by the whole world. She didn't know how to take care of children, so she could only take out her tablet and play the downloaded cartoons for Daodu to watch. The cartoons were really attractive, and Daodu, who was depressed, became more energetic. Jiang Ning sat next to her and browsed his phone. Several avatars flashed, including Yang Wait's song. Aining, I was not in a good attitude yesterday. Please don't be angry. I was looking forward to you coming to celebrate my birthday, but you didn't come, so I was so disappointed. He looks like a decent person, but I didn't expect him to be so weak that he couldn't hold on for just one night. That's right. There are so many people celebrating his birthday. There should be 7 or 8 people still at home. The party is all snacks, beer and cakes. They don't know how to cook, so where can they store food? Even if there are instant noodles and biscuits, they can't feed so many mouths. Jiang Ning checked the time. It was set an hour ago. It's really hungry and begging for food. She ignored the few people who applied to add her as a friend after Yang Wait Sung sent a message. 2 tutoring parents sent messages, saying thank you for reminding them to go to the supermarket in time to buy food. Otherwise the family would be hungry. One of them even sent a red envelope to express gratitude. Jiang Ning didn't click to receive it. And even if he did, he wouldn't have the chance to spend it. He continued to browse the group messages, some showing off their seafood feasts, some eating hot pot and drinking Lafite while listening to the typhoon, and some opening their big refrigerators to show off their stockpiled goods. Many of them were competing with each other, and even played a chain game, without realizing how much they would pay for their actions. Half a month of typhoons and rainstorms. Even if the country wants to rescue, the harsh reality does not allow it. Once the food shortage endangers life, these people will be the first to be plundered. There are people who are sunbathing, and there are people who ask for help. There are quite a few people. Almost all of them are young people who live on takeout. They usually spend lavishly and never cook. There are a lot of clothes and masks at home, but no food. I went to the supermarket yesterday, and all the instant noodles were sold out. Is there any kind-hearted person who can pity me? I didn't get it either. I bought 2 packs of white flour. But I don't have a pot at home. Someone started it. And many people followed suit. Someone actually invited a beautiful woman to his home for hot pot. But unfortunately, they were not in the same building. There were many people who just watched the fun. But few really helped others. Until someone proposed to exchange items. Using a 5-piece facial mask for a pack of instant noodles. Someone responded quickly. There were too many messages. Jiang Ning quickly scrolled down and saw a forwarded video. A car was washed into the flood. Firefighters risked their lives to rescue it despite the typhoon. And were instantly swallowed by the flood peak that broke the dam upstream. There are many such videos. Some of which were successful rescues. And some of which were completely wiped out. Jiang Ning looked depressed and was about to quit the phone. But Yang Wei-sung jumped out again. Chapter 7. Without blinking. Blocked. Less than a minute later. The phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Even with a little thought. It was from Yang Wei-sung's classmate or friend. Once again. Jiang Ning refused to be a scapegoat. And she would lose if she was given a grain of food. After turning off the phone. She found Dao sleeping on the sofa. Curled up in a ball. And even in her dreams she was uneasy. After taking the temperature. The fever had subsided to 38 degrees. Don't show off your wealth. With Dao around. You can't continue to cook. Jiang Ning ate the tomato and egg noodles that were falling apart. But she felt it was extremely delicious. There is an escape window on the balcony. And the rest are all covered with frosted window stickers. Light can shine in. But the outside can't see the situation inside clearly. Jiang Ning took out the planting pots and culture soil. And took out a few pounds of potatoes. Cut the ones with buds into pieces. First mixed with plant ash and adhered to the cuts. And then planted them in the pots. He planted about 20 pots and put them all in the space balcony. Then he planted a few more pots of garlic, onions, lettuce, chicken feather vegetables, Chinese cabbage, water spinach, etc. He took out the hollow hanging hook and hung the used planting pots on the iron railings. As long as you take good care of it, you can achieve vegetable freedom. Before I had time to wash my hands, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning. The voice was unfamiliar. If I guessed correctly, it should be Yang Wei-sung's classmate. Haha. It seems that I am really hungry. Jiang Ning. You usually love to cook. Can you give us some food? It's okay to buy from you. We will pay double. No. 5 times is okay? The friend request is approved. And I will transfer the money to you now. I said. We are all friends. And we will meet again in the future. Do you have to be so extreme? The noise was not particularly loud through 2 stainless steel doors. But the words outside were getting more and more unpleasant. And they even kicked in anger. Jiang Ning took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen door. Opened the door suddenly and chopped it over. Who kicked it? There were 3 boys standing outside. And they were happy when they heard the door open. They all knew that Jiang Ning was licking Yang Wei-sung. And they couldn't let the male god go hungry. Right? The snacks were eaten up last night. They were hungry for 2 meals in the morning and at noon. They really couldn't hold on. Now they only had a few bottles of beer left. And they were getting hungrier and hungrier. Yang Wei-sung said Jiang Ning was very strange. She had a hoarding habit. And she couldn't finish eating many things that were expired. And she lived like an old lady. They laughed at her behind her back a lot. But they didn't expect to run into her now. Before they could say anything, they saw a kitchen knife coming at them. And they were so scared that they all hid to the side. And they immediately got angry and said, Jiang Ning. You are crazy. Jiang Ning blocked the door with a cold expression. Get out. I don't have a son as shameless as you. Everyone was stunned. And when they reacted, they cursed. Jiang Ning. What the hell do you mean? Since I'm not your mother, why should I care about your food and drink? Jiang Ning showed her murderous intent and pointed a knife at them. Kick the door again. Believe it or not, I will chop you up and make snacks. She survived for 3 years in the apocalypse. She had fought and killed people, and had seen the worst human nature. Seeing her murderous aura, they were shocked to the point of scalp numbness. We are all friends. And we are not unwilling to pay. Don't say there is no food in my house. Even if there is, I will feed it to the dogs instead of giving it to you. What are you talking about behind my back? Do you really think I don't know? Jiang Ning looked around at them. If you look down on me so much, Don't come to me if you have the guts. How come you become so weak after 2 meals? Everyone blushed and trembled with anger. Tell Yang Wei-sung not to hug the school beauty and ask me for food. He's eating gigolo food and pretending to be noble. Aren't you a slut? If he dares to hit on me again, I report it to the school forum and the community group. Let's see if he still has the shame. You have guts. It's just 2 meals of hunger. A grown man still has to have some dignity. Besides, Jiang Ning was mad and holding a knife. His eyes looked like he was going to kill someone. He must have been stimulated by Yang Wei-sung and Su Mingyao relationship. We see. After saying this, he left in disgrace. Jiang Ning didn't say anything, but chopped the wall with a knife, scaring them to run away. With this rage, I guess they won't dare to come for a while. Jiang Ning closed the door and found that Dowdu was woken up, with tears in his eyes, wanting to cry but not daring to. Huddled on the sofa and shivering. This child is not in a good state. Probably suffered a deep injury. Throwing the kitchen knife back into the kitchen, Jiang Ning slowed down his voice. Don't be afraid, Dowdu. Those were bad guys just now, and my sister chased them away. After touching her forehead, the fever had subsided. Hearing her stomach growling, Jiang Ning asked, Do you want to eat? Dowdu nodded, then shook her head. Where's my brother? 1801 hadn't come back yet. So Jiang Ning made an excuse to go to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge from the space. Dowdu was very hungry, and he glanced at her while eating, as if he was afraid that she would suddenly get angry. She was so sensitive. There must be family disharmony. He gently rubbed her head and handed her a lollipop. Thank you, sister. Dowdu was very well behaved, quietly curled up on the sofa. Jiang Ning opened his phone and scrolled through the latest news, and saw Yang Wei-sung asking for help in the group. Yang Wei-sung was sunny and handsome, ranked high in school, good at pretending to be popular, and many students rented in the community. And the handsome guy's bubble was quickly responded by a beautiful woman. I have bread and a self-heating pan here, senior brother. You can come and get them if you need them. Clicking on the beautiful woman avatar. It was a tenant living on the 12th floor. Jiang Ning had a vague memory that she seemed to be from the accounting department. She was petite, beautiful and cute, and was also Yang Wei-sung's dog. One is willing to fight. The other is willing to be beaten. There is nothing to say. But she may not have expected that it was not just Yang Wei-sung who went there, but a large group of people. This is a group of locusts, leaving no grass behind. Jiang Ning saw her carrying vegetables back, so she should have cooked and stored food at home. If she was smart enough, she would have realized it after being eaten twice and could have stopped the loss in time. She thought about it and also sent a message in the group saying she was hungry. No one paid attention to her because she was not big enough. Then, she asked for 20 yuan in exchange for instant noodles or bread. But no one paid attention to her. The typhoon was raging outside the window. The old glass of the apartment building next door was shattered. The strong wind rushed into the house, and the water on the street was getting higher and higher. It turned out that it was a strong typhoon that only happens once in 100 years. Many people were a little panicked. The morning liveliness of the group was gone. Dowdu fell asleep again. Jiang Ning covered her with a blanket for fear that she would catch a cold. There were continuous knocks on the door. Dowdu. Jiang Ning opened the door only after confirming that it was 1801. 1801 was wearing a raincoat and was soaking wet. He held the sticky note she had put on the door in his hand. Dowdu is at your house? Jiang Ning nodded. Dowdu has a cold and a fever. He cried so hard that he vomited and almost choked his esophagus. I gave him some medicine and his fever has gone down. Just take him home and continue taking the cold medicine. 1801 was anxious and surprised. Are you a doctor? I know a little bit. 1801 came in and touched Dowdu's forehead. I thought he was going to take him away. But 1801 suddenly said, Excuse me. My name is Huishan. I just moved here last night. I don't have anything at home. The typhoon may not stop for a while, so I have to go out to prepare some things. Can Dowdu stay with you for a while? I come to pick him up in the evening. Jiang Ning was surprised. Can you go out in such a strong typhoon? Chapter 8. There's nothing at home. Just be careful. Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment and agreed. He had the food in his hands, so he was safe. Going out to get it was better than trying to get her. 1801 glanced at the living room. Thank you for helping me take care of Dowdu. It should be. You helped me yesterday too. Jiangning was cautious and put away the stock early. There were only low-key winter melon, pumpkin and cabbage in the kitchen. Huishan nodded and left immediately. The food plan was delayed. Jiangning turned on the light in the bathroom and took out the unwashed pig intestines from the space to continue working hard. Who knew that the power went out halfway? After closing the door, she slipped into the space. The electricity in the space was still on, and she was ecstatic and had more confidence in the dark end of the world. People's hearts are unpredictable, and even when facing children, Jiangning was particularly vigilant. She cooked cabbage noodles at night. She couldn't eat eggs with a cold, so she added a ham sausage, and Dowdu ate it with relish. After getting familiar with it, Dowdu was not so timid. Sister's cooking is delicious. Brother cooking is bad. 1801 is only in her early 20s. It is normal that she can't cook. Seeing that she has a good appetite, Jiangning added another half bowl. It was completely dark before 6 o'clock. The Jinrong community is located on a relatively high ground, but the accumulated water still flooded the gate of the community. The group was still lively, but there were obviously fewer people showing off their food. The raging typhoon and power outage finally made them feel scared, and the tension was spreading. Jiangning raised the price to 30 yuan, but still no one said anything. First, it was the neighbors. If they were greedy for money, it would be awkward to meet in the future. Second, they were also afraid and had taken precautions against this kind of weather. The power outage plunged the whole city into darkness. The bright lights of the past could no longer be seen. An invisible uneasiness followed. Jiangning closed the curtains and turned on the solar light. Dowdu was scared and subconsciously grabbed the corner of her clothes. I don't know how to take care of children, so I can only continue to use the tablet to play cartoons. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, 1801 came back. She wore a dry casual clothes and carried a bag of things in her hand. Jiangning, thank you for taking care of Dowdu. The things were quite heavy. A bag of potatoes, 2 cabbages, 2 kilograms of noodles, a box of cold medicine, an alcohol stove and solid alcohol tablets. Huishan reminded, there is a power outage, and there may be a water outage. You'd better stock up. Jiangning thanked him, declined a few words, and accepted the things. When he left with Dowdu, she immediately closed the doors and windows and turned on the gas stove, and cooked braised pork intestines. Braised pork intestines. Spicy and sour fried pork intestines. Sweet and sour pork ribs. Pork ribs and corn soup. Goose drunk with flames. And beef stir-fried with green peppers. After working until late at night, she came out to throw away the kitchen waste and found water stains on the floor of the corridor. The shoe prints with water stains disappeared at the door of 1801. Going out during the day and going out at night? 3 stainless steel doors. Regardless of danger. Stockpiling things day and night. Not only reminding her to stock up, but also the things she said have a name. Back in the room, Jiangning fell into deep thought. This 1801 is not simple. It was a little cool with the rain, and I slept very comfortably. It was always dark outside, and Jiangning continued to sleep. When she got tired of sleeping, she turned on her phone, and it was already past 10 in the morning. She walked to the balcony. It was gray everywhere outside. The sky and water were connected, and it was hard to tell where the boundary was. There was a faint noise at the bottom of the building. Jiangning looked down and found that the water had flooded into the community. The residents on the first floor had just been flooded. There was a power outage yesterday, and the group was much quieter. But some people still posted pictures. The water had flooded to the ankles of a group of residents. The police phone number could not be reached, and it was useless to call because the duty point had been flooded. The residents cursed and hurriedly moved upstairs. This place is close to the university town, and there are very few vacant houses. Those that are not occupied will be rented out. Some smart people have asked in the group who can take them in temporarily. It is easy to say at ordinary times. Neighbors can help each other. But now not only is the power outage, but even the gas is cut off in the morning. If rescue cannot come in, who dares to take in others at will? It is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. What if they come in and don't leave? Housing is a problem. How to solve the problem of food? The most fearful thing is to help others and cause enmity. The group is silent. The residents on the first floor are depressed. They can't block the corridor. Right? The rainstorm and typhoon continue. How can they live in the wet corridor? Adults can make do. But how can children? Many people are unwilling to give up. So they go up one floor at a time, knocking on the door one by one to ask. If it doesn't work, you can pay to live in a hotel. The residents either don't speak, or their homes are full. There is really no way. The door was knocked again. Jiangning was surprised at the speed of the first floor. Who knew it was 1801? He had just woken up, and his expression was a little tired. My house has changed its door. Is it okay to install the old door on the stairs? Jiangning was more than happy to help, and he quickly helped. The two worked together to install the old door on the staircase leading to the 18th floor. Although he said he was helping, the work was done by 1801. Jiangning just helped a little and got a key. When the residents on the first floor came up, they turned green when they saw the door at the staircase, and turned around and walked downstairs with a curse. Jiangning listened to the noise upstairs. This was good, saving a lot of trouble and danger. This door temporarily blocked a lot of trouble, but it might not be the case in the future. I will install her door later. Others are not stupid. If two doors are installed at once, they can tell with their toes that there is food stored on the 18th floor. Once they rush in, no matter how many doors are installed, they will not be able to stop them. It will not be too late to take it out when it is extremely cold. The natural gas was cut off. Jiangning dragged the gas cylinder out of the space, fiddled with it for a while, installed the stove, closed the doors and windows, and continued to fry. Stir fry and deep fry. Even if there was a smell, it would be washed away by the rain. But it was very uncomfortable. The kitchen was damp and greasy like a sauna, and Jiangning was soaked in the smell. But if he didn't do it now, he would not dare to open the fire in the future. After eating a spicy hot pot, he was sweating all over, and the spiciness made him feel comfortable all over. The water level continued to rise, and it was already half a calf deep. To avoid anxiety, Jiangning turned off his mobile phone, took a comfortable nap, and then went into the space to open up Wasteland. Seeing the timer with a pitiful number, he rolled up his sleeves and started working. Time is life, and the hoe made him powerful, and blisters soon appeared on his two white and tender hands. 10 square meters doesn't look big, but it's very tiring to turn the ground. After turning the ground and smoothing it, Jiangning divided it into 4 grids and sowed different vegetable seeds in each grid. She also sowed a few eggplant seeds, green peppers, cucumbers, etc., which could be planted in the corners later. The land is so small, so it should be used reasonably and not wasted. The time and the space is synchronized with the outside, but it seems to be regardless of the season. After thinking about it, she planted a tangerine and an old grape seedling in the corner. It took 2 hours to do it, and she felt so sad that she felt like cutting flesh. After leaving the space, she found that the water had stopped and the network was intermittent. It felt like the whole world was about to stop. Chapter 9. The water in the space did not stop flowing. Jiangning filled it up and continued to supply it. The 3 households on the first floor occupied the corridors on the second, third, and fourth floors respectively, which made the original residents feel upset. But thinking that everyone was not easy, they did not say anything. But soon someone could not help it, and threw garbage everywhere, knocking on the door from time to ask to go to the toilet. The water was cut off, and there was no way to flush the toilet. So the residents could only find a way to get water from the balcony, and they were not willing to let outsiders in. The angry first-floor residents took care of it in the corridor, and continued to move up when it became smelly. It seems that they will not let others have a good life if they are not well off. Many conflicts arose at once, and the noise came from the stairs from time to time. The group was also fighting fiercely, full of resentment and violence, and there was no trace of the harmonious atmosphere before the typhoon. Jiangning's phone kept ringing, and Yang Weitsong, who was unwilling to give up, kept applying for friends, sending text messages when the phone was blocked, and even Su Mingyao came to join in the fun. The latest news, Aining. Listen to my explanation. Mingyao and I are just ordinary friends. It is estimated that there is not much food on the 12th floor, which makes Yang Weitsong so persistent. It seems that he must have had his own food. If there hadn't been a door installed on the stairs, he would have rushed up long ago. Jiangning flipped through the group messages and saw the girl on the 12th floor asking for help, asking for goods in exchange or money. The water, electricity, and gas were all cut off. and there was no news of rescue. I finally got through on the phone, but was told to wait in the building and not go out. I never got through again. The meteorological department predicted that the typhoon would pass in 4 to 5 days. Now it is the 5th day, and it has not stopped, but is getting stronger. Several more households in the community have broken glass, and the house is in a mess. The old man fell to the ground and had a heart attack. Trapped by the flood, the rescue phone could not be reached, and the panicked family members cried for medicine in the group. Is there any medicine for heart disease? My family has run out of it. Quick-acting heart-saving pills are also okay. Help! Save my dad. The voice was desperate, hysterical and helpless. Jiangning had quick-acting heart-saving pills, but the patient was in building 15, hundreds of meters away from her apartment building, and the message was sent an hour ago. Standing on the balcony, I vaguely saw something floating in the water. Looking through the telescope, it turned out to be a corpse. The group said he was from building 3. He had been hungry for 2 days, and wanted to take the risk and run out to find food. However, he was unlucky, and was struck by lightning before he could swim out of the community. He was electrocuted to death in the water. Did he have it in his previous life? Jiangning didn't know. Her phone had run out of battery at that time. She was so hungry that she kept using rainwater to fill her stomach. Looking at the strange world outside, she felt very depressed. Unexpectedly, she turned around and saw green sprouts emerging from the planting pot. The sown seeds broke through the soil, with yellowish and greenish tips. The new life unexpectedly healed Jiangning mood. He squatted down and stroked the breeding rabbits in the cage eating feed, and found that the female rabbit seemed to be fatter. I touched it, and found that its belly was hard and swollen. Pregnant. It should have been pregnant when I bought it, but I didn't see it at the time. The gestation period of a meat rabbit is 30 days. Judging from its belly, it might be born soon after the typhoon. Jiangning was happy, and couldn't help but reward them with 2 carrots. At noon, we had spicy hot pot, drank pineapple beer, and watched TV series. I didn't care about anything outside the window. I felt indescribably relaxed physically and mentally. After washing the dishes and about to take a nap, Dowda came to knock on the door. The cold was healed, and the little guy was in a lot of spirits. The little tuft on his head was crooked, and it was obviously the work of 1801. She handed over the red apple with an innocent smile. Sister, this is for you. Thank you. Jiangning didn't want it, and taught him, Dowdu. Keep the good things for yourself. Don't let others find you when you eat them, or they will be snatched away. Such an ignorant child will make the beasts glare at him in the last few years of the world. Not for others, only for sister. Dowdu was no longer shy, and held up the apple stubbornly. There are a lot of them at home. Jiangning, it's so broken. I don't know how 1801 can keep it. Don't tell anyone else. Dowda covered her mouth and promised. Only tell my sister. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Jiangning had to accept it, and gave her 2 candies in return. WeChat rang. It was Zheng Weili who sent. Aining. The water has flooded more than half of the first floor. If it floods to the second floor, is it convenient for me and Liu to stay there for a while? Zheng Weili is from the sports university, the champion of the National College Sonda Championship, and Liu Yu's live-in girlfriend. Liu Yu, Zhang Chao, and Jiangning are all orphans, and they grew up together. Liu Yu was sickly and Zhang Chao was weak, yet they still teamed up to bully her. They only became obedient after being severely beaten. Zhang Chao lacks love and only looks for his sister to talk about love. Liu Yu feels insecure. He looks like a porcelain doll with a boyish appearance. He has been chased by girls since he was a child, but he fell in love with Zheng Weili, who looks like a boyish girl. He fell in love with her at first sight and flirted with her. She said that she felt especially safe when she held him while sleeping. Zheng Weili cherishes him very much, holding him like a treasure, and holding him in her mouth for fear that he will melt. The 4 of them occasionally get together, and their relationship is still okay. In the previous life, my phone ran out of battery, so I insisted on using the internet in this life. Just waiting for Zheng Weili. Sister Weili, the landlord's stuff occupies a room. I really can't move here, but 1803 is empty. You and Liu can move in, but hurry up. If the second floor is really flooded, I'm afraid someone else will take it away. After waiting for a long time, the other side replied, Okay, help me keep an eye on it. Typhoon plus heavy rain. thunder and lightning from time to time. Only when there is no other way will I take risks. Zheng Weili just asked in advance. She is naturally positive and optimistic. Now only half of the floor is flooded. It may not flood to the second floor. In fact, the flooding not only reached the second floor, but Jiang Ning couldn't reveal this. Anyway, the house was empty. At dinner time, 1801 came to find Daodu. But Daodu didn't want to leave. No. I have diarrhea if I eat the food my brother cooked. Huishan looked embarrassed. I made it according to the recipe today. My brother said the same thing yesterday. Daodu was scared of being abused. Sister's cooking is delicious. Now even Jiang Ning was embarrassed. My family only boils noodles in plain water. What's delicious? Huishan didn't spoil her. Daodu? He had cold and handsome features, and exuded a cold and distant aura that was difficult to approach. When his face was gloomy, he looked even more solemn. Daodu instantly wilted, lowered his head, and followed him out obediently. When they reached the door, Huishan turned around and said, Jiang Ning, the garbage in the corridor has not been cleaned up by the property management. How about discussing it? The garbage had not been collected for a few days, and it still smelled even with the lid closed. Jiang Ning was still thinking about finding an opportunity to deal with it. But 1801 mentioned it first. There was no room for negotiation on the public environment. And the two quickly reached an agreement to deal with the garbage first. And then each household would deal with their own garbage in the future. And not put it in the corridor again. The property management was stopped. And the residents on other floors threw garbage down. Jiang Ning had no objection. And threw bags of garbage down with a pinched nose. Zheng Weili might move in. And Jiang Ning mentioned it to 1801. 1801 had no objection. But there were only 2 keys. None of these were problems. The key was that Zheng Weili was good at fighting. And she helped her out many times in the end times. And once even gave her 2 kilograms of noodles. In such a harsh environment, she was able to give away life-saving food. So her character could still stand the test. It was a pity that she never saw him again. And no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Even if there is no shortage of food, it is wishful thinking to survive in the evil-ridden end of the world by fighting alone. Especially those girls, who live alone and look weak will be the first to be targeted by those who have run out of ammunition and food. No matter how strong you are, you can never defend yourself. If there is a chance, she doesn't mind finding a partner. Zheng Weili is the person she wants to find and repay. But she will also remain vigilant. Go home to take a shower and change clothes. I have made a lot of strong-smelling food in the past few days. All of them together are enough to eat for 4 or 5 months. In the next few days, I can make light-smelling food, such as dumplings, noodles, treasure porridge, mung bean paste, etc. And then I will stop cooking completely. The typhoon continues, and the difference between the heavy rain is smaller. But the water level is still rising. Chapter 10. 2 days later, the entire first floor was flooded. Standing on the balcony, Jiang Ning saw several people risking their lives to swim out of the community. The terrain here is higher, and the current is not very fast. But it is different outside. For those who swam out, whether they can swim back depends on luck. Zheng Weili sent a message saying that she decided to move here immediately. She and Liu lived in Unit 3, only about 50 meters away from Jiang Ning building. Somewhat worried, she stared with a telescope. About half an hour later, an inflatable rubber boat appeared in the water. There were things on the boat. Liu was wearing a disposable raincoat and sitting on it paddling. Zheng Weili was soaking in the water, dragging the rubber boat and swimming forward. Jiang Ning carried the garbage downstairs and planned to pick up the 2 people on the second floor. When he went down to the 12th floor, he happened to meet Su Mengyao coming out of 1202. She was wearing a polka dot skirt that didn't fit her. When she saw Jiang Ning, her eyes lit up. Ning, it's only been 5 days, and she has lost the goddess aura she had before. Not only has she lost weight, but her face is also pale. Jiang Ning ignored her and continued to go downstairs carrying the garbage. Ning, are you mad at me? Su Mengyao followed, her voice sweet and delicate. If I did anything wrong, you can point it out. Jiang Ning warned with a dark face. Stay away from me. She acted as if she didn't hear him, and followed him diligently. Ning, actually, Senior Yang and I are not the kind of relationship you think. We just get along better, and I think we have a good relationship. Jiang Ning stopped and threw the garbage in his hand over. Do you not understand what people say? Or is there something wrong with your brain? Su Mengyao was hit without any time to dodge. The goddess lost her beauty and said angrily, "What are you doing? Su Mengyao, I don't care if you guys take advantage of others. But don't set your sights on me." These words made the girl in 1202 standing at the door look ugly. And her mood was like a roller coaster. What did I set my sights on you? No matter how well-mannered the goddess was, she couldn't help but say, "We are alumni. We just greeted each other when we met. You didn't set your sights on me. And you can't drive me away like a pug? You add me on WeChat every day. What do you want if you don't want to eat? You?" Su Mengyao blushed and started yelling. "Your family has so many things that they are growing hair. And others are starving. Why don't you give out the food to help those in need?" What a trick to divert the trouble. Jiangning took out the kitchen knife hidden in his clothes and chopped it at her face. "Which eye of yours saw that my family has so many things that they are growing hair? Like a leech. It sucks from one family and then looks for the next one. Who wouldn't be starving? Why should I give you the food that can keep you alive? You are so shameless and spread your legs?" In the extreme cold, she had followed several men, using the stolen space to secretly steal their supplies, so that she could live a glamorous life in the dirty and filthy end of the world. As for whether she was willing or Yang Wei-tsung asked her to do it, it was unknown. In the end of the world where order collapsed, it was not uncommon to exchange one's body for food. Su Mengyao screamed and stepped back, and she was so scared that she hit the wall, her face pale and trembling all over. She never thought that Jiangning would chop at her with a knife, and she was so shocked that she couldn't even speak for a while. The noise was so loud that the neighbors who heard it opened their doors. Jiangning ignored their looks and continued to walk downstairs. He heard Su Mengyao, "Wow!" cry out. During the delay, Zheng Weili swam over in the typhoon and rainstorm. People are vulnerable to disasters. It was only a distance of 50 meters, but it almost cost half of her life. Jiangning pulled Liu up from the window, followed by several backpacks and luggage bags. Then the rubber boat, and finally Zheng Weili, who was soaked in the water. The residents on the second floor were also busy moving. It was hard to live without water and electricity, even if they had rice, flour, oil and grain. They couldn't make a fire to cook. Some used liquor as fuel. Some chopped up furniture for firewood. And some were so hungry that they ate raw rice and had diarrhea. Seeing several sturdy bags thrown in from the window, many people's eyes lit up, especially when they saw the rubber boat. An old lady came over and asked with a smile, "Why are you moving so many things? What are they?" With a smile on her face. Her eyes were full of calculations. Seeing that she was about to take action, the breathless Liu Yu quickly put the things at his feet to prevent her from touching them. The luggage was not allowed to be touched, and the auntie went to grab the rubber boat again. "Young man, we have been trapped here for a few days without food or water. Please lend us the rubber boat to find something outside. No one can be hungry, and the children cannot be hungry." The rubber boat was a life-saving tool. So Liu Yu could not agree, but the auntie stretched out her hand to grab it. The sick Liu Yu almost fell down after being pulled by the auntie. In a hurry, he pulled out the air valve, and the rubber boat deflated. "What's wrong with you, young man? Everyone is suffering. Why don't you help?" Zheng Weili was pulled up by Jiangning. Seeing her boyfriend being bullied, she was immediately angry and pushed the aunt forward. "What are you doing?" She had a strong hand, and the aunt took 5 or 6 steps back and hit the wall, almost rolling down the stairs. The aunt's 2 sons rushed up immediately. "If you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. Why do you hit people?" They raised their fists to hit Zheng Weili, wanting to teach her a lesson first. Seeing that it was a man, Zheng Weili was not polite. She punched him left and kicked him right, and the 2 fell down the stairs and fell into the water on the first floor. The old lady was about to cry when she saw her 2 sons fall into the water. She didn't care about throwing a tantrum, so she rolled and crawled down. Other onlookers accused her. "I was just asking. Do you have to hit me?" They were all jealous. The rubber boat had been lent out, so how could it be returned? Jiangning had expected this situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought a knife down. Zheng Weili grabbed the kitchen knife and pointed it at them, shouting, "Who touches my things?" He had short hair and a hoarse voice. At first glance, he looked like a man. Seeing that he knocked down 2 people with one move, they were unwilling to give up. They had the desire, but not the courage. They shouted, but no one dared to come up. There was no need to argue. Jiang Ning took the bag and led the two upstairs. Lu Yu was unhappy, and Jun Weili was also in a bad mood. A typhoon and rainstorm not only turned the whole world upside down, but also shattered people's three views. And everyone had a green face and fangs. Seeing the stainless steel door on the 18th floor, Zheng Weili was stunned. Aining, you are still the best. My neighbor pretended to be, and I got some benefits from it. Lu Yu had dark circles under his eyes. If I had known, we would have moved. I haven't even slept well these days. Some people stayed there. Some used the toilet. And some pried the door open in the middle of the night. Jiang Ning asked with concern. You haven't run out of food, have you? We were lucky. Before the typhoon, someone placed an order with the wrong address, and the supermarket sent several large bags of things. 2 bags of Tianjin rice, several bundles of noodles and rice vermicelli, pickled vegetables and fermented bean curd, a portable gas stove, solid alcohol blocks, a rubber boat, and a solar charger. The order was placed anonymously, but the typhoon came before the two of them figured it out. Usually, they either ate in the school cafeteria or ordered takeout, and occasionally cooked instant noodles. If the wrong goods had not been delivered, she and Lu Yu might have starved to death. Chapter 11. 1803 didn't have the key. Jiang Ning thought of finding a tool to pry the door open, but Lu Yu took out a strange-shaped hook from his pocket and fiddled with the keyhole for a few minutes before it opened. Jiang Ning, who was frightened out of his cold sweat, instantly felt that the 2 doors at home were not safe. Zheng Weili smiled and said, It's not a problem that there is no door to get in. He fiddled with it at home for 2 days. 1803 has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and the location is quite spacious. The furniture is covered with cloth. When it is opened, it is all high-quality furniture. It should be that he is not short of money and does not rent it out. It was illegal to trespass into a private residence. Zheng Weili felt uneasy and discussed with Lu Yu. We are just staying temporarily. Try not to touch their things and restore them when you leave. They chose a room with less furniture and started cleaning. Jiang Ning helped. The house was nice, but the balcony had no glass. It was just surrounded by invisible stainless steel wire, so there was water everywhere. A small amount of rice is a big amount of rice. Jiang Ning saw that there was still a bag and a half of rice, but the noodles and rice vermicelli were almost eaten. They could barely hold on until the typhoon was over, so he gave up the idea of helping them. She prepared a copy for Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, but she was afraid that it would attract suspicion, so she only gave them the basics. How far they could go from now on would depend on themselves. After packing up inside and outside, Jiang Ning saw that the two were exhausted, so she said hello and went back to the house. As neighbors, they had to visit each other, so she hid the things that shouldn't be there, and had a sumptuous lunch at noon. Cordyceps flour chicken soup, braised spare ribs, stir-fried water spinach, and a piece of Chilean watermelon. When I woke up from my nap, the network was disconnected. Once the network was disconnected, I completely lost contact with the whole world, and loneliness surged in my heart. Feeling depressed, Jiang Ning started to exercise. She had good physical fitness and joined several clubs in college, including Taekwondo, Tai Chi, military boxing, and self-defense. She learned Sanda from Zheng Weili. She was not good at all, but she had a good understanding. She trained repeatedly for 2 hours, sweating profusely and feeling exhausted, but she felt an indescribable comfort all over her body. If you want to survive and live better than others, you must constantly improve yourself. Jiang Ning made a plan to spend 2 hours a day exercising, 3 hours studying Chinese medicine, and another 2 hours self-studying basic surgical knowledge. There were hundreds of books in this space, all of which were obtained from the school library by cheating. She could study them slowly in the next few years. She also took a psychology book and studied it as soon as possible. Apart from those who died in various natural disasters, there were not many normal people who could survive the end of the world. Some committed suicide, some mutilated themselves, and some took revenge on society, including Jiang Ning, who also had mental problems, irritable, anxious, and depressed. So, I prepared a lot of antidepressants this time, hoping that I would not need them. The glass was sealed tightly, but the room was still damp. Jiang Ning bought a lot of large compression bags, put away the unused clothes and bedding, and hung the wet clothes on the balcony of the space to dry. The black soil is very mysterious. although the time is synchronized with the outside. The growth of green vegetables is much better than outside. The potato pieces in the planting pots have sprouted, and the grapevines are also showing a tendency to sprout. Coming out of the space, Jiangning found a few thick plastic boards, covered the sewers, and then pressed them with stones. There are many cockroaches on rainy days, especially in the later stage when the insects are inexhaustible, and they are easy to climb up from the sewers. The floodwaters came up, and flushing the toilet was particularly difficult. The residents on the upper floors were fine. The residents on the second and third floors had already started cursing in the group before the internet was disconnected, saying that the toilets at home were spraying shit, and asked the residents above to have some sense of public morality and not to flush things down. In fact, the residents on the upper floors were not feeling well either, although they could barely flush. The stench kept rising up, and they were also very uncomfortable. Just in case, Jiangning prepared a lot of black plastic bags to solve physiological problems. However, when she thought of throwing it downstairs, she still held back and planned to go into the space to solve it. Just as I was about to cook, Zheng Weili knocked on the door. The two of them had slept for a day and felt much more energetic. Zheng Weili came with alcohol. She didn't expect Jiangning to have all his stuff. He grew vegetables and raised rabbits on the balcony. She was almost shocked. Aining? No wonder Liu said that you can survive if you are thrown into the desert alone. She originally loved to stock up and grow things. There was nothing to hide about this. But many things needed to have a source. I was also lucky. A few days before the typhoon, I got an order from Zhang Chao. He was a rich second generation who was addicted to Doomsday games. He asked me to prepare a lot of medicine for him. When I delivered the goods, he also gave me a survival gift package. She ordered several items, including rubber boats, earthquake first aid kits, etc. Zheng Weili and Liu were extremely shocked. You said that? It feels like the end of the world is coming. Not only the two of them thought so. In fact, the internet posts exploded in the first few days after the typhoon came. I have lived for almost 20 years and have never experienced such a big disaster. And the disaster affected not only the southern coastal areas, but also there is no rescue news until now. Who wouldn't be scared? Liu suspected that the rich second generation had received the news in advance. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? In the building where he lived, there was a young man who was depressed. After a few days of being deprived of food, he had mental problems and jumped from the building and drowned. What is the difference between the current situation and the end of the world? He suddenly asked. Have you contacted Zhang Chao? Jiangning shook her head. She converted the commission from buying medicine into supplies, placed anonymous orders online, and delivered them to the door. As for the follow-up, he had to rely on himself. Zhang Chao was very loyal and spent money generously when he went out to party. As a friend, he was impeccable, but he lacked love too much. When he fell in love, he only looked for older people. He was anxious about who persuaded him. Later, Jiangning gave up. He has a new girlfriend. Liu's smile was a bit forced. She is a dozen years older than him, divorced and has 2 children, a daughter of 10 and a son of 8. The woman is obviously a gangster, just looking for a meal ticket. Jiangning was speechless. Is he looking for a girlfriend or a mother? Who knows? Liu looked tired and sighed quietly. Who doesn't have some problems when he comes out of an orphanage? He was the same, and was mocked as a gigolo. It was not the first time that Zhang Chao fell, but he never regretted it. Jiangning couldn't judge anything. Didn't he also lick Yang Wei's son before? Everyone has a choice, and we can only say that we should be happy. I never saw Zhang Chao in my last life, and I wonder if he survived the cruel apocalypse. The two were chatting in the living room, and Zheng Weili suddenly shouted from the balcony. Quick! Quick! Tornado! Jiangning came out, and she looked shocked and panicked. Her eyes were as big as copper, and she even forgot to breathe. Following the direction she pointed, a huge tornado appeared in the gloomy sky. No, it was a double tornado. Chapter 12. Jiangning breathing became tight, and he quickly picked up the telescope to watch. At the same time and in the same place, a tornado with a similar appearance, but with a completely opposite rotation direction, spun like a huge crusher, uprooting trees, collapsing rooms, and throwing cars into the air like toys. Even the floodwaters were sucked in continuously. The two tornadoes approached quickly, and the high-speed rotating airflow was like countless sharp saw teeth, crushing all obstacles wherever they went. Ah! Zheng Weili screamed and covered her mouth subconsciously. The two tornadoes collided violently, fighting and merging at the same time, cutting and smashing a skyscraper, and then swallowing it and disappearing without a trace. The skyscraper with more than 30 floors disappeared completely in less than a minute. The fused tornado ran wild again, like a naughty child throwing tantrums everywhere, without considering the consequences. This was the first time Jiangning had witnessed a double tornado in his life. Its destructive power was more than twice that of an ordinary tornado. But fortunately it only lasted half as long. But in just a dozen minutes, it can make the city devastated. Jiangning stared at the disappearing skyscraper without blinking. She didn't know whether there were double tornadoes in her previous life, but she knew that the skyscraper was not destroyed. She went inside to look for supplies during the extreme cold, but it was a pity that it had been looted by the survivors, leaving only mess and devastation. But now, it was destroyed. Jiangning's confidence came from the supplies stored in the space and the accurate prediction of natural disasters. But now it has changed. The tornado disappeared from sight. Even Zheng Weili, who was usually optimistic and cheerful, couldn't breathe at this moment. Her cold hands tightly grasped Jiangning. Aining? Is this still a typhoon? This world is so strange, as if there is no chance to return to the prosperity before the typhoon. The twin tornadoes not only devoured and destroyed skyscrapers, but also the area around that area was a mixture of commercial and residential areas, which was the most densely populated area in the city. Do those people still have a chance to survive? Lu Yu looked solemn, and said with emotion, "This typhoon is really named after a kitchen knife. It feels like it is going to chop the city to pieces." As he said this, he hugged his girlfriend tightly and leaned his head on her shoulder. "Don't worry. We are lucky to have escaped. If we really can't escape one day, it's actually not that scary, and we might be taken away without knowing it." Due to his upbringing, Lu Yu has a negative personality, which is why he fell in love with Zheng Weili at first sight. He was beaten black and blue on the stage, but he was still happy when he got off the stage. She is a sunflower, always warm and sunny. But now she can't laugh anymore, and Lu Yu feels a little distressed. Tornadoes have occurred frequently in recent days, and this is not the first time they have witnessed them. Zheng Weili hugged her boyfriend back. "If we are unlucky enough to hit you, are you really willing to die? It's useless to be reluctant. At least we will die together." Jiangning, who was stuffed with dog food, what did she do wrong? Natural disasters are terrible enough, and they are also poisoned by the show of affection. Zheng Weili is a boxer, with strong muscles all over her body. Not to mention that her waist is thicker than Lu Yu. Even her thighs are stronger than his. The scene is too inconsistent, and Jiangning's eyes are hurt. Just when he was about to remind the two to show off and go home, he heard a heart-wrenching cry from the building opposite. Jiangning lived on the top floor. When he looked up, he saw a woman standing on the rooftop, holding a 4 or 5-year-old child in her hand and another in her arms. The woman, with her hair disheveled, stood in the rain and shouted hysterically, "Chu, you are a bastard. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost in my next life." The 4 or 5-year-old was so scared that he cried loudly. The rain hit him so hard that he couldn't even open his eyes. He desperately pulled his mother back. Mom, I'm scared." Zheng Weili was frightened by the scene in front of her. Is she going to jump off the building to commit suicide? And she's carrying her child with her. She opened the escape window, stuck her head out, and waved and shouted to the other side. "Hey, think about it. The typhoon will pass. You have 2 children. They want to live if you don't. You can't be so selfish." The heavy rain and wind blew, and Zheng Weili's voice was blown away. This scene in Building 2 was seen by many people hiding at home. They shouted to the rooftop, hoping that the woman would wake up. Then the woman ignored him, dragged the child and jumped down. Someone in Building 2 ran up to the rooftop to rescue them, but they were still a step too late and watched the mother and her 2 children fall. Plop. Water splashed up to a height of 10 feet. The child struggled in the water. "Help! Mom, help!" Lu Yu covered Zheng Weili's eyes to stop her from seeing the cruel scene. The double tornado just now took away countless lives in an instant. But after all, it was too far away to see clearly, and the visual impact was far less than the scene in front of him. Zheng Weili didn't understand. It was just a typhoon. How could she not survive? Even if she had lived enough as a mother. Her child's life had just begun. Why should she deprive him of it? The water's surface returned to calm. And the typhoon roared again. Liu closed the escape window and pulled the dumbfounded Zheng Weili back to the living room. Jiang Ning was fine. She had seen more bloody and cruel things in her previous life. The more she went on, the more inhumane it became. Not everyone can survive without a strong will. I know that woman just now. It is true that she is living off her husband. But she has seen all kinds of life in the orphanage. So Lu Yu is obviously more tolerant than Zheng Weili. Her husband has a mistress outside. Not only did she secretly give birth to a child, but he also used the family savings to buy a house and a car for the mistress outside. Before the typhoon, there happened to be some Andes talking downstairs, and he listened for a while. The woman jumped off the building with her child in despair. In addition to being betrayed by her husband and losing both her life and money, it is estimated that the man did not even come back after the typhoon. Not to mention that a woman is raising 2 children alone. Even he and Zheng Weili are exhausted. In addition to natural disasters, there is also ugly human nature. She probably jumped because she really had no way to survive. And she couldn't bear to let the child suffer in the world. So she had to seek relief in this way. He looked confused. Will this natural disaster really end? As if he was asking Jiang Ning. But also, as if he was asking himself. After 2 consecutive disasters, Lu Yu was extremely depressed, and went back to the next door with Zheng Weili. Jiang Ning closed the door, listened to some soothing music, adjusted his mood, and took out a portion of stewed beef brisket with radish, stewed chicken with mushrooms, and stir-fried lettuce with garlic. He found a light comedy and ate while killing time. The typhoon continued, and the sky was gloomy before dawn. I don't know how 1801 taught him. Dowda came to knock on the door almost every day, and he was very punctual recently. And he always came after lunch. Sister, can I see Xiaobai and Hui Hui? Today she had a bun on her head, tilted her head, and smiled at Jiang Ning, and stuffed the egg in her hand into her hand. The child's pure and clear smile can cure a bad mood. And her black grape-like eyes are like the brightest stars in the sky. Dowda likes rabbits, and often squats on the balcony to watch them. She named the 2 breeding rabbits. The balcony was sealed with glass, and the cage was padded with cardboard. The rabbits were still clean. Jiang Ning took them to the sofa for her to play with. Xiaobai is pregnant. You can't touch its belly. Dowda's eyes sparkled. Are you going to have a baby? After getting the answer, she hugged Xiaobai and giggled. Can I raise a baby? Meat rabbits reproduce a lot. Some of them can have more than 10 in a litter. Jiang Ning may not be able to afford it. If your brother agrees, I can give you one. Hearing that her brother had to agree, her face suddenly fell, unable to hide her disappointment. From the clothes, 1801 took good care of her, and she wore new clothes every day when it rained. But Dowda seemed a little afraid of him. Indeed, 1801's facial features were cold and distant, which was a bit scary for children. Inadvertently, Jiang Ning saw bruises on her arms, and was immediately surprised. Not only on her arms, but also on her legs, waist, and even her forehead, which was shocking. Dowda, what happened to your injuries? My brother beat me. Dowda lowered his head and stroked the rabbit. Chapter 13. I knew 1801 was cold, but I didn't know he had violent tendencies, and he abused children. Seeing Dowda's expression, it seemed that he was used to being beaten. No wonder he ran to her every day. Was he hiding from his perverted brother? Why did he beat you? Although it was someone else's family matter, child abuse was really excessive. Jiang Ning didn't ask about her past, but from her usual observation, her timid and withdrawn eyes, and her somewhat flattering personality, all reminded her of her unpleasant childhood memories. Dowda, is he your real brother? That's why she didn't reject the child. Brother taught me boxing. Dowda rubbed her bruised arm and smiled sweetly at her. Some people were hit because they didn't dodge, and some people fell accidentally. Jiang Ning then realized that Dowda had been practicing boxing these days, and up to 5 hours a day. Sister, I show you how to box. Without waiting for Jiang Ning's consent, she walked to a spacious place and posed. The weak and shy girl suddenly became fierce when she started to move, raising her head, straightening her waist, and tightening her abdomen. Just like a different person, she was doing military boxing, with standard and powerful movements, particularly sharp postures, and fierce eyes. Jiang Ning was stunned. She was even better than her. Children need praise. Jiang Ning praised her twice. Dao was very embarrassed. Sister, you are so good. Her brother never praised her. No matter how well she did. There were too many bruises on her body. Obviously she was trained hard. What does it mean to train a 4 or 5-year-old child so intensively during a typhoon? 1801 didn't appear in the previous life. And now there are all kinds of mysterious operations. Could it be that he knew the end of the world was coming? So he would train Daodu strictly, so that she would have the ability to protect herself in the future? Daodu's movements were standard. And this was not something that could be learned from watching videos. Jiang Ning was sensible at this age. So she did not rashly inquire. Nor did she relax her vigilance. Although Daodu came here often, he never rummaged around and never asked for food. It was obvious that he was well educated. And he never came empty-handed. She took out the medicinal wine she had soaked before, rubbed it on Daodu's bruises, and pushed it away. Soak it in hot water tonight. After letting him out for a walk, Daodu kissed the rabbit and left reluctantly. These days, there was a lot of noise downstairs, with people quarreling, cursing, and fighting over a disagreement. The bad weather and the poor living environment made everyone angry. The original residents on the 9th floor and the residents on the 2nd floor who were crowded in the corridor quarreled for a long time, and finally almost fought with knives. When they woke up in the morning, the residents on the 9th floor found that thieves had entered their house, and the few remaining food had been swept away. The typhoon has no end. This is life-saving food. Who is the beast who killed 1,000 knives? The residents on the 2nd floor were crowded at the door of their house, either borrowing pots or toilets, and it was impossible for them not to notice if a thief came in. The two families were dissatisfied, pushing and shoving each other, and the quarrel lasted for a long time before it stopped. It was not just the 9th floor that was pried open and stolen. Other floors also had it happen from time to time. Even if the owner was awakened, it was too dark to see clearly, and the robbers had their faces covered. It was not just 1 or 2 people, but a group of robbers. Even if there were people living in the corridor, they dared not move at all in the face of the shining knife. And their eyes were complicated and dark, and even flashed with gloating. They deserved to be robbed, because they had stored food and were unwilling to take it out, and forced others to rob with knives. Now it's fair. Let's all starve. Others who heard the call for help also had no courage to come out to help. They could only push refrigerators or sofas to block the room tightly, and beg them not to break in. For a while, the apartment building was filled with smoke, and some people who were robbed put on masks, and took knives to rob others. Crime, with the typhoon and rainstorm, is madly breeding. Jiang Ning adjusted his work and rest time. He went to bed after dinner when it was dark, set the alarm clock at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and then got up to do various physical training. After only 2 days, he heard noises coming from outside. She stuck to the door and listened. Someone was indeed secretly picking the lock. These few days were very chaotic and crazy. During the day, several groups of people came and knocked on the door at the staircase, asking if there was any food to borrow. The children were starving, after being trapped for 10 days, with no water, electricity, or gas. Who would have food left? Even if there was, they would give it to this family, but not to that family. They would be so hungry that they would rush over and divide you up. Taking out the butcher knife from the space, Jiang Ning put on the night vision goggles, opened the inner door quietly, and then pushed open the outer door at lightning speed. Outside, they were trying to pick the lock, but they didn't expect it to be suddenly knocked open. The one holding the hook had his mouth covered before he could scream, and his abdomen suddenly felt a sharp pain. Jiang Ning stabbed him several times, pushed him away, and walked towards the second one. The flashlight shone over, and the man was shocked to see the bloody knife in her hand. He subconsciously wanted to run, but Jiang Ning swung his leg over and grabbed his collar and threw him to the ground. There were 4 people who were trying to pry the door in the dark, and the other 2 turned around and ran. But one of them suddenly bumped into a shadow. He didn't have time to make a sound, and his neck was twisted off. There was no chance for him to fall to the ground before the body was thrown out of the window. Jiang Ning looked up at the sound and saw a tall shadow, killing and throwing the body away. Surprised, the knife slashed at the second man's neck. The man covered his neck tightly, opened his mouth but couldn't shout, and his body kept thrashing. The apartment building was saying that 1802 had a lot of food stored. Not only was she beautiful, but she lived alone. They came in the dark to get food, but also wanted to do something to her. She was a college student, so white and tender that water could drip out. But he never expected that such a pretty girl was actually a devil. Jiangning pulled off the man mask, and it turned out to be the one who moved to 1803 in the previous life and later pried open her door many times. This is the evil of human nature. Even if he had to do it again, he would still choose to do evil. Jiangning sneered, and the knife stabbed into the man's heart without hesitation. She stood up with the knife and looked at the man not far away vigilantly. The vision was not clear at night, but from the figure, it seemed. 1801? Huishan walked over, dragged the dead man on the ground to the window, and threw him down. Seeing her standing still with a tense and solemn expression, he whispered, "You are right. Keeping such a person will only bring disaster." Is he trying to comfort her? He seemed not surprised by what happened tonight. He killed the man calmly and disposed of the body calmly. His deep eyes did not show any ripples. Jiangning had guessed his identity, judging from his temperament and posture. He was either a soldier or a policeman. But now it seems that he is more like a cold-blooded killer. No matter who he is, at least he did not threaten her for the time being, and even helped to kill and dispose of the body. Jiangning nodded, agreeing with his statement. If they really let them go, who knows how many people would suffer. She wiped the blood off her face, cleaned the corridor with a mop, and 1801 repaired the damaged door lock at the staircase overnight. The two did not speak, and went back to their rooms. Jiangning took a bath in the space, soaked the bloody clothes, and washed them clean. She had experienced all the bloodiest things, and she lay on the bed very calmly, and fell asleep quickly. When she woke up the next morning, the water level had risen a lot again. Jiangning stood on the balcony, eating fried dough sticks and soy milk for breakfast. The fried dough sticks were golden and crispy, and the soy milk was rich and mellow. It was a great pleasure to eat, and even made her feel better. The water was full of garbage, and garbage bags of various colors were soaked in the water. Several bodies were visible to the naked eye, floating away with the flood. During breakfast, she saw several people jumping into the flood and swimming out. Without exception, they all went out to find food in the typhoon and rainstorm. Every day someone went out, but Jiangning had never seen anyone come back. Maybe there was, but she just didn't see it. There was another bang at the stairs, but Jiangning ignored it and brushed her teeth to remove the smell left by the food. It was almost noon, and Zheng Weili came over. "Aining, there are more and more people knocking on the door. We have to be careful these days." Chapter 14. Zheng Weili listened for a long time at the stairs in the morning. Last night, a girl living alone on the lower floor was not only pried open in the middle of the night, but also bullied in turns. With her face covered, no one knew who she was. You and Lu Yu should also pay attention. Our floor is not safe anymore. There was some noise last night. Jiangning wondered why Zheng Weili didn't notice it. But when he saw the marks on her neck, he didn't understand anything. "I made too much and fell asleep. The water, electricity, and gas were all cut off. There was no entertainment to kill time. Isn't it better to do more exercise?" Natural disasters frequently occur in the end times. It is difficult for adults to survive. Once a woman becomes pregnant, it is a disaster. Jiangning was embarrassed. How could she, who had never eaten pork, remind him? It was really difficult to start, so she had to ask in a roundabout way. "Sister Weili, do you have a competition next month?" "Yes." Zheng Weili looked melancholy. "I don't know when this horrible weather will end. It delayed my training. I can only practice blindly in the house. Yesterday, I was itching to use my hands and use Lu Yu as a sandbag." She also fantasized about participating in the competition. She should have taken measures. Once the two of them completely accepted the end of the world, they could remind her. When returning to the house, Jiangning glanced at the closed door of 1801. In the early morning, Zheng Weili knocked on the door without waiting for the thieves to go upstairs. When Jiangning opened the door, Zheng Weili was unarmed, and Lu Yu was holding a knife. The doors of 1801 opened at the same time, facing the residents of the 18th floor, who appeared together. The lockpickers felt guilty at first, but then they became confident and threatened, "Hand over the food if you know what's good for you. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude with the knife in my hand." Jiangning said coldly, "Who said we have food?" That's nonsense. Why do you install doors when you have nothing to eat? The leader waved the knife in his hand. We are almost starving to death. But you are all so frivolous. You eat alone behind closed doors, and don't care whether we live or die. How can you be like this? Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the things and I will spare your lives. In fact, Jiangning only eats 80% full at each meal. His energy is consumed by a lot of training. And there is no need to avoid contact with people. But others are hungry and pale. The spirit, energy, can't be hidden even if you want to. This group of people are so hungry that they have lost their bottom line. Talking to them is like talking to a cow. Jiangning was too lazy to talk nonsense. Okay, if you have the guts, come up and rob. After that, he winked at Zheng Weili. Although there are only a few people knocking on the door, there are countless people hiding in the dark. If we don't kill a chicken to scare the monkey today, they will continue to come in the future. Zheng Weili received it, and subconsciously protected Lu Yu behind her. Seeing the 18th floor so arrogant, they kicked open the stainless steel door and rushed up with knives raised. Jiangning turned sideways and slashed at the leader. Zheng Weili had been depressed since she saw the mother and her 2 children jump off the building. Seeing this group of scum, she felt itchy. She dodged quickly and punched the man in the abdomen. The man rolled down the stairs, hit the door hard, and fell to the ground unable to move. 1801 stood there without moving, and directly cut off the man's arm. For a while, there were screams on the floor, which was particularly eerie and terrifying in the dark night. Jiangning slashed several times, all avoiding the vital parts. But the blood kept gushing out, spilling on the floor. Shocking. There were 6 people in total. 3 of them were injured. The other had his arm removed, and was beaten to death by Zheng Weili. And Lu Yu didn't even have a chance to fight back. Jiangning stood at the stairs, holding a bloody knife and asked, "Do you want food or life?" The leading man covered his bleeding arm and wailed angrily, You are breaking the law by killing people." Breaking the law? Jiangning pulled off their face coverings. He couldn't tell their names, but he had met them more or less. 2 of them were active members of the community group. They usually lived a glamorous life. But the natural disasters covered their faces and did evil. She took out her phone to take pictures of them. "You can call the police, and the police will arrest whoever you see. I didn't expect the 18th floor to unite. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. They had to give in under the circumstances. We have no other way to live. We have no choice but to do this. Anyway, you haven't suffered any loss. Just pretend nothing happened and let us go. Okay?" How arrogant he was just now, and how cowardly he is now, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. If it was just for Jiangning, they would have killed him secretly. But today's Unite action is aimed at deterrence. She looked at 1801 and Zheng Weili, both of whom had no objection. "You are lucky today, but you may not be lucky next time. Get out." With such a loud noise, no one dared to open the door on all floors. Jiangning and others did not clean up the blood on the ground, but just closed the door and went upstairs. Lu Yu had just witnessed 1801's fierce skills and wanted to take the opportunity to get to know him as a good neighbor. "Hello. My name is Lu Yu. I just moved in a few days ago. You are so skilled. I wonder what you do." Huishan, with a paralyzed face, walked to the door before answering. "Guess. Lu Yu, eh?" Zheng Weili saw through it and pulled her boyfriend. "Let's go back. This kind of person is not from the underworld, and his identity is probably not simple. It's easy to get into trouble if you ask around. The deterrent effect is very good." No one dared to knock on the door of the stairs for several days. Jiangning opened the curtains early, and the typhoon was still roaring and banging on the doors and windows, giving people the illusion that the whole building was shaking. The typhoon came early, and it has been 15 days, but there is still no sign of disappearing. Worries came true. Not only did the natural disaster escalate, but it was also unclear whether it would end. But life had to go on, and we had to live one day at a time. Xiaobai's belly was very big, and his appetite was quite amazing. When Jiangning teased him with vegetables, he found blood on the cardboard. Touching his belly, he saw that he looked restless, and it felt like he was about to give birth. The new life in the natural disaster. After growing up, he could make spicy rabbit head, cold rabbit, braised rabbit, dry pot rabbit pieces, cold hand shredded rabbit. Just thinking about it makes people drool. Soon, The first baby rabbit was born. Very good. Only a few centimeters. Not much bigger than a mouse cub. When Dowda came over, Xiaobai had already given birth to 6 cubs. She secretly took out 2 wilted cabbage leaves hidden in her pocket and said, "Xiaobai has babies. Eat them quickly." There were 10 cubs in total. 12 mouse in total. Which made Jiangning worried about how to feed them. Eating feed alone was not enough. But there were typhoons and heavy rains for half a month. And the sky was very gloomy. The green vegetables on the balcony lacked sunlight and turned yellow. If it hadn't been for the secret space cheat, it would have withered long ago. The plants in this space are growing amazingly. And the green is pleasant to look at. This morning, I couldn't help but pull some chicken feathers, wash them, and boil them into noodles. They are grown by myself. And they taste extremely delicious. The 2 fruit tree seedlings are alive. Especially the old grape tree has sprouted. Jiangning told herself that everything is moving in a good direction. Taking care of rabbits, exercising, reading, and sleeping late, life is still quite fulfilling. She developed a new habit. Listening to the wind outside every day when she wakes up. If you listen more, you will become a half-expert. On the 18th day, the sound of the wind seemed to be wrong. Chapter 15. Jiangning went to the balcony in pajamas. The typhoon still looked strong. But the wind was obviously weakening. But the rain was increasing. The second floor was completely flooded. And the water flooded the third floor. The corridor was in chaos again. The hand-pulled pancakes I had in the morning were wrapped with fried eggs, ham, vegetables, and tomato sauce. They were still crispy and warm when I took them out of the space. And the aroma spread on my taste buds. Jiangning made more than 100 and stored them in the space, which could be eaten for a long time. It was delicious, but a little oily. She filled another cup of honey grapefruit tea and drank it while flipping through her sophomore pharmacy book. There was a knock on the door around 10 o'clock. She thought it was Zheng Weili, but it turned out to be 1801. Jiangning was a little surprised. He had always been a recluse and kept silent. Even though Dowdu often came to her, she had never said a few words to him. Suddenly, she became alert. Huishan's cold face showed tension. "Dowdu is sick. Can you cure it?" Jiangning was surprised. "What disease?" "Fever, vomiting and diarrhea." "Talking nonsense. If you are sick, you still have to go to the hospital. But you can't go out during a typhoon or heavy rain," Jiangning said in advance. "I can help, but I only know a little bit. Don't put your hope on me." "Thank you." Since he killed someone and dumped the body, Jiangning reluctantly agreed and went back to the house to get a folding fruit knife and put it in her pocket. The first time she stepped into 1801, the 3-bedroom apartment was quite spacious, with good lighting and layout. The old-fashioned furniture in the living room was kept clean and tidy. Much better than her doghouse. There aren't many boys who can do housework these days. Looking up at the balcony glass, the newly installed 2 layers of tempered glass, plus the 3 layers of stainless steel door. The whole house is like a fortress. Well, it turns out that her mindset is not open. Retracting her gaze, Jiangning came to Dowda's room. Dowda not only had a fever but also a rash. And her 2 bright black eyes were now dull and lifeless. "Sister, take the temperature. Feel the pulse. Observe, smell, listen and palpate. And check her bruised body. The medical skills are very plastic. But it's enough." Jiangning looked at 1801. "Dowdu is weak. Proper exercise can improve physical fitness and increase immunity. But don't overdo it. I don't know how 1801 trained Dowdu. But judging from the bruises all over her body, he trained her to death. Short-term high-intensity training, on the contrary, caused her body to have a stress response. Not only low immunity but also disorder. If she caught a cold, wouldn't she have vomiting, diarrhea and rashes? I knew he couldn't take care of children, but I didn't expect him to be so bad." After learning the reason for Dowdu's illness, Huishan blamed himself. "I didn't take good care of Dowdu." Seeing the horrible bruises on his sister's body, he was a little overwhelmed. Dowdu never complained of being tired every day. When he rubbed the bruises on her forehead, she smiled and said it didn't hurt. He brought over the medicine box, which contained a lot of medicines. "Jiangning, which ones do you think can be used? If it really doesn't work, he can only take the risk of going to the hospital." Jiangning looked through the medicine box and didn't expect that he had quite a complete set, most of which were for children. The disease was relatively simple, and the right medicine would be enough. Jiang Ning found medicine for colds and stomach problems, and at the same time put a navel patch on Daodu. Wait until Daodu recovers. Take care of his body first, and then proceed step by step. Unable to bear the bruises on her body, she went home and poured half a bottle of bruises and sprains wine over. Apply 4 to 5 times a day. More massage will be better. Huishan thanked him. The pubic region is easily bruised, and I happen to have some medicinal herbs here. Please help me see which ones can be soaked in wine. Although he can't take care of children, he has a lot of things in stock. He took out 2 large bags of Chinese medicine from another room, all of which were individually packaged to prevent moisture. Jiang Ning picked out more than a dozen, all of which were for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Put them in glass jars. Add 1 liter of white wine and seal them for half a month, and you can use them. Seeing that there was Korean ginseng, she picked it out separately. This can also be soaked. When the weather is cold, drinking half a sip will not only warm the body, but also replenish qi in blood. But it is best not for children. Bintang soaked in white wine is also excellent. It can not only reduce internal heat, but also replenish the kidney and blood. No more. No more. Teaching the apprentice will starve the master to death. Daoda fell asleep quickly after taking the medicine, but he kept talking nonsense. The sick child was pitiful, with tears hanging on his eyelashes, and his pale mouth kept murmuring, "Mom, I want Mom." "Dad." Huishan sat by the bed, gently wiping her tears, and comforted her with a guilty tone. "Don't be afraid, Daodu. Your brother is here." From the look in his eyes, he was a man who loved his sister, but his methods were wrong. When she reached the door, she was stopped by 1801, who handed her a bag of noodles. "Thank you for treating Daodu." Noodles were only a few dollars before the natural disaster, but in the end times, they can help people live several more days. Jiang Ning was not polite and accepted it with peace of mind. When she got home, she took out a glass jar of rock sugar and mixed it with white wine. "I only know how to teach others, and I forgot about this." In extremely cold weather, sitting around the stove and having a cup of wine is indescribably comfortable. She also took out a few pounds of grapes, washed them, and put them on the balcony of the space to dry, so that they can be used to make fruit wine. After leaving the space, it was obvious that the typhoon had changed again. Not only did she notice it, many people noticed it, and some even shouted and cheered at the window. They couldn't suppress their excitement, and felt that the disaster was about to end. In a good mood, Jiang Ning took out a portion of boiled fish and served it with fragrant and soft rice. She was reluctant to throw away the plastic lunch boxes after eating, although there were many in the space. These would be non-renewable resources in the future and could be reused after washing. I was having a good nap when I was woken up by the roar of the motor. It was a speedboat and firefighters wearing orange life jackets. The typhoon had not stopped, but its momentum was weakening quickly. It was still possible to drive carefully to avoid the wind and waves. For 18 days, we lost contact with the whole world. Just when people were running out of ammunition and food, the dawn of hope finally came. When they saw the speedboat, many people broke down and cried, "The rescue is here. The government has not given up on us. Woo woo woo." They cried and laughed, feeling helpless and excited, and kept wiping their tears. There are only 3 speedboats, but they are everyone's hope for survival. The horn sounded, and the firefighters comforted the people in each apartment building. "Don't worry. We will not give up anyone who needs help. Come one building at a time. Simply pack up the necessities, and give priority to the elderly and children. This transfer and rescue is only for the users on the lower floors who were flooded. But there are still many residents rushing downstairs and surrounding the firefighters. Comrade, our house is still there. What should we do if we have no food or drink? My family has been hungry for 3 days, relying on rainwater to survive. Can you send some food over?" "Yes. Why are you here empty-handed? Won't the government help us? We are all taxpayers. How can we feed you without our taxes?" The more people there are, the more chaotic it gets. The problems become more outrageous. From initial gratitude to resentment, they seem to be ready to let you go unless you give them an explanation. Chapter 16. Zheng Weili asked Jiang Ning to go downstairs to check the situation. After finishing the noodles, although there was still a bag of rice, the gas had been used up, and now there was only a few alcohol blocks left. In order to save fuel, every day, She would soak the rice and put it in the thermos. Then pour the boiled water in. Tighten the lid and simmer it before drinking. Not only that, the weather was humid and the clothes were not dry. So she got gynecological diseases. If possible, Zheng Weili and Lu Yu wanted to go to the shelter. The food and accommodation would definitely not be good, but at least they would be full and have hot water. Right? The typhoon and heavy rain far exceeded the forecast of the meteorological department. Even our third floor was flooded. I'm afraid other places will be more than that. Jiang Ning shattered her hope. The food is all soaked in water. How much is still above water? According to the current water level, the gymnasium and library are also in water. The relevant departments can only requisition hotels or office buildings as rescue sites. With so many people squeezing in, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating are all problems. The typhoon is over, but the heavy rain is not. The flooding will continue for several months. In the previous life, many low-rise residents moved to the shelter, but they came back and squeezed through the aisles within 2 days. It was said that everywhere was overcrowded, not to mention eating and sleeping. There was no place to stay. There were robbers, thieves, and fights. It was a mess. The government had to provide disaster relief and send people out to find food. In the end, they couldn't find any and had to salvage it from the water. But the food had gone bad after being soaked in water for so long. It was good enough for the people to eat 30% full. Zheng Weili felt heavy in her heart, but she still decided to go down and take a look. What if there was good news? Jiang Ning didn't go. She went to see Dao next door. The condition had improved, which made the half-baked doctor feel very happy. An hour later, Zheng Weili came back dejected. The fire department only took care of the residents who were flooded. As for the large-scale rescue, they didn't know. Jiang Ning encouraged her. It's okay. If God doesn't save us, we have to save ourselves. We have to rely on ourselves. That's right. It's no use to be discouraged. Zheng Weili rekindled her hope. The typhoon has stopped, and the rainstorm may stop soon. To live, there must be hope. Right? But the rain not only didn't stop, but it got heavier and heavier, and the sky was very gloomy. It was dark at 5 o'clock in the evening, but the typhoon had basically stopped. Except for the sound of the speedboats going back and forth. The whole city fell into a terrifying silence. Jiang Ning ate early and then set the alarm clock, starting at 10 o'clock in the evening, and it would ring every hour. Around 1 a.m., the fire brigade evacuated the trapped people overnight. Jinrong community was extremely quiet, with nothing but the sound of rain. He took out the anti-slash and anti-stab clothing and put it on. The fabric felt similar to autumn clothes. He used a blade to scratch the sample cloth hard, and it was indeed not cut. The quality was excellent. Jiang Ning felt cold and put on his coat again, then put on a one-piece raincoat, quietly opened the door, and went downstairs. There were no residents in the corridor, but there was garbage everywhere, and the smell was extremely unpleasant. He went to the third-floor window and climbed over the narrow extension platform. He took out the rubber boat in the dark and climbed up. He put on waterproof goggles and lithium battery mining lamps, and paddled away. The rain was heavy, and the water was turbulent. The whole city had already changed beyond recognition. Only high-rise buildings were still on the water, which made people feel very unfamiliar. Jiang Ning had been prepared. He had not only observed the water flow, but also memorized the landmarks along the way. Despite this, it was still difficult to move in the rain. It took almost 2 hours to get to the large supermarket that we had visited before the typhoon. Although the supermarket only had 2 floors, the terrain was relatively high, and the floors of the supermarket were much higher than those of commercial residences. The flood barely reached the 2nd floor. After some effort, he successfully stranded the rubber boat on the driveway. After putting away the rubber boat, he walked along the driveway to the top floor parking lot. The parking lot was very wide, with densely parked cars. Judging from the car logos, most of them were luxury cars, such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Ferrari, Lamborghini. Foucheng has many wealthy people. It should be that the wealthy people in the surrounding area drove their cars to the rooftop parking lot before the typhoon because they were afraid that their luxury cars would be flooded. Jiang Ning took a flashlight and scanned the rows. His eyes were attracted by a large RV. Judging from the car logo, it was the most luxurious RV worth tens of millions. The body and glass were bulletproof. The tires were explosion-proof and wear-resistant. And the key was that it was a dual-purpose vehicle with oil and electricity. And a foldable solar panel on the roof. Energy is scarce in the end times. And gasoline is a military-controlled product. Not everyone can get it. RVs are mobile homes. They can not only travel, but also live in them for a long time. The car in front of her satisfies all her fantasies. Jiangning took out an electronic jammer from the space. This is the latest black technology. She spent a lot of money to buy it on the black market. The jammer was attached to the car door. After pressing the button for a few minutes, it made a few chirps. And then, there was a sound of the car lock loosening. After successfully unlocking, Jiangning opened the car door. The RV was very large, with a kitchen, living room, toilet, and 2 rooms, even equipped with a washing machine. And the interior was extremely luxurious. There were few items in the car, and judging from the decoration, it should have been bought not long ago. I didn't expect that the natural disaster would give it to others. Jiangning was very satisfied and took advantage of the darkness to store the car in the space. She didn't rush to the supermarket. She took out the oil extractor and oil barrel and emptied the fuel tanks of other cars. The fire door on the top floor was locked, and she took out a large steel pliers to cut it off and walked down the stairs. Coming out of the fire door, it was the clothing area on the 2nd floor. The water had almost reached the knees, and many clothes were soaked in water. The space was limited, so Jiangning collected some clothes in the women's clothing area and then ran to other areas. The next area was the discount promotion area, with various brands of paper towels, Happy Fat House water, moon cakes, potato chips, melon seeds, bath products, etc. The opposite was home appliances, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, etc. were all soaked in water. She picked some small appliances on the shelves, yogurt machines, ice cream machines, bean sprout machines, small frying pans, etc., and threw them into the space if she thought they could be used in the future. Then came the daily necessities area, where she selected some high-end air conditioning quilts, duvets, etc., and kept throwing sheets, quilt covers, pillows, and various sports shoes, Martin boots, etc., skincare products, facial masks, eye creams, essences, etc. of various brands. Then came the tobacco, alcohol, and tea counters, Mutai, Willianya, Exo, Martel, red wine, beer, cocktails, countless brands, expensive and cheap, all of which were good things in the end times, and hard to find at high prices in the later period. After collecting the items above the water, Jiangning also took out the window breaker. The glass of the counter was shattered, and the items soaked in water were fished out. All the expensive cigarettes of various brands were swept away, but it was a pity to leave the one soaked in water. Fortunately, the tea leaves were sealed and all placed on the shelves. Westlake Longjing, Pu'er, Tiguanyan, Xinjiang Maojian, no matter how cheap or expensive, are all non-renewable resources, and none of them are left. This area alone will occupy almost 10 cubic meters of space. But it doesn't matter. She cleaned it up before she came out, and moved the planting pots on the balcony, the vegetable and fruit trees in the living room, and the charcoal in the kitchen to the apartment, freeing up about 150 cubic meters. The flood rose quickly, and these things would be submerged before dawn. Chapter 17. If the volume of space could be increased by 2 zeros, Jiangning would race against time to sweep the city. Instead of just watching the survival supplies sink, humans would engage in a more brutal battle for survival, chopping each other with knives for a piece of moldy bread. Reality is cruel. Jiangning can only take care of herself. She retracted her mind and continued to race against the flood. Milk, yogurt, milk powder, alpaca milk, soy milk powder, oatmeal, lotus root powder, lotus seed lily soup, white sugar, rock sugar, brown sugar, etc. The water had risen to her thighs. She had no time to look at the brands, let alone to be picky. She quickly scanned the shelves. Whether she liked it or not, it was better than feeding the flood. Various canned foods, dried fruit snacks, chocolate, energy bars, biscuits, cheese, chicken legs, chicken wings, duck necks, beef jerky, mutton cubes, flavored dried tofu, spicy strips, bamboo shoots, etc. The space was filled at a speed visible to the naked eye. After buying a lot of noodles, Jiangning came to the fast food area. There were instant noodles, screw noodles, hot and sour noodles, and hot dry noodles. But due to the typhoon, not much was left. Especially the instant noodles with only the old jar pickled cabbage flavor. She was not polite, and she didn't mind the smell of feet. In her previous life, she had chewed tree bark and eaten guanine soil to survive. And in the end, she could only use a stick to dig for toilet. When she came to the seasoning area, she stocked up on the most needed ones without saying a word. Peanut oil, corn oil, olive oil, tea oil, and blended oil. Forget about that. There was really no room. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, all of which were large and didn't take up space. Lao Gan Ma, olives, bean paste, fermented tofu, Ganzu canned food. There were dozens of brands on the shelves, and she scanned them all row by row. If you come across something you like, take out the ones that are soaked in water to avoid wasting them. Then, there are all kinds of ingredient packages. Boiled beef, pickled cabbage oil, red oil hot pot, Orleans chicken wings, salt-baked chicken powder, many of which I couldn't see clearly when I swept past. The water has risen to my waist. Although I am wearing a one-piece raincoat, I still feel cold, and it is very inconvenient to walk. But this is the last chance to buy a lot. It's better to grab more now than to fight for a bite of food later. Right? It's a pity that the first floor is flooded. Otherwise, there are still precious resources. When the water level was almost up to my chest, I felt like I was floating, and most of the goods were either submerged in the water or floating on the surface. It became more difficult to collect supplies. But fortunately the space was already full. Even the toilet was almost full. Just as she was about to pick up the puff food floating on the water, a beam of light swept across not far away. Jiangning was surprised that there were fellow shoppers who bought for free. With a flashlight shining, she quickly hid behind the shelf and was very alert. I don't know how many people came, and they couldn't move in the water. If they really fought, they might suffer. Moreover, she had almost cleared out the important supplies on the second floor. If the space was discovered by someone, Jiangning couldn't afford to gamble. So she took out a portable diving mask from the space, put it on her face, dived into the water, and swam quietly towards the fire escape. The flood water filled the one-piece raincoat, making her body extremely heavy. She held her breath while swimming and taking off her clothes. She floated up and took out her mask to breathe when she couldn't hold it anymore. From the sound, it seemed that only one person came. Jiangning breathed a sigh of relief, pushed open the fire door with great effort, and walked up the stairs to the top floor. Without turning on the flashlight, she took a breath and rested, took out chocolate to replenish her energy, and waited until the dizziness disappeared before walking barefoot to the top floor. There was no one on the top floor, and the second floor was already half flooded. When leaving, Jiangning glanced at the Hummer that he liked in the parking lot. The same model as 1801's car. Not only has a high chassis and sufficient horsepower, but also has an extremely domineering appearance. It can directly knock ordinary SUVs away. It is a veritable war vehicle in the end times. Unfortunately, the space is really not enough. So she chose a more comfortable and multifunctional RV. She patted the hood, feeling as if her flesh was cut. Soon these cars will all be soaked and then washed away by the flood. What a pity. The water level rose rapidly. The water flow became turbulent, and the rubber boat was easily washed away. Jiangning had to take out the speedboat. There were many obstacles underwater, so he didn't dare to drive too fast for fear of being scratched. The whole city fell into darkness. The visibility of the waterproof mining lamp was limited, so he could only walk slowly in the water. The speedboat was easy to operate, but the sound of the motor could easily alarm others. Fortunately, the typhoon had just stopped and the government was actively carrying out rescue operations. Even if people nearby heard it, they thought it was the fire brigade's rescue. Jiangning didn't go back to the apartment, but raced against time to go to another place. The speedboat drove slowly in the dark for half an hour for a distance of 3 kilometers. A 6-story electrical appliance commercial building. The flood has soaked the 3rd floor. Jiangning used a window breaker to break the glass on the 4th floor and climbed in, heading straight to a solar technology company's business store. It was still an event flyer she received before the typhoon came. The latest solar generator. She came to the store to learn about it. efficient solar panels, off-grid power generation, flexible industrial frequency inverter, which can not only efficiently concentrate solar power generation, but also use the mains electricity for fast charging. And most importantly, the battery box, which can reach a capacity of 100 kilowatt hours, a full 100 degrees. It can power several air conditioners or heaters at the same time. Of course, the price is also very attractive, 680,000. Jiangning didn't have the money to buy it, but she remembered the store. Compared with it, other generators are rubbish. After making sure that there was no one in the mall, she took out a crowbar and pried it against the rolling shutter door. The storefront is not big. She pried open the door and went straight to the new generator placed in the center. The booth only had a battery box and an inverter. She pried open the storefront warehouse at the back to find spare parts and found another one of the same model. So she installed it without hesitation. Solar panels, brackets and other accessories take up a lot of space. The space is full everywhere else, so they can only be placed on the balcony. Fearing that the accessories will break, I put away all the remaining ones. Seeing that there is still space on the balcony, I put away several mobile battery storage boxes. Although the storage capacity is much lower, it is good to be able to charge directly. There are still many expensive home appliances in the mall, but there is no space. It is already past 5 in the morning, and I have to go back before dawn. The water flow is getting faster, and Jiangning drives the speedboat against the wind in the heavy rain. When she was almost at Jinrong Community, she turned off the motor and rowed to the bottom of the building where the water flow was gentle, and changed the rubber boat in the dark. It was almost dawn, and she could already see things blurry. As soon as she rowed to the window of the apartment building, she found an extra rubber boat. No, it was a speedboat. There was someone on the speedboat, putting something into the window. From the figure, it was a man, and he turned around and saw Jiangning. There was no time to hide. Jiangning immediately became alert. Chapter 18. However, the man's speedboat seemed to have a lot of stuff on it. These days, whoever has more supplies is less safe. Taking advantage of the blurred vision, she put her hands behind her back, picked up 2 backpacks from the space, and paddled to meet him. This figure, this height, no one else except 1801, although wearing a raincoat and a mask. But you can recognize it at a glance. No wonder doubt it was so white and tender. It turns out that he buys for free every day. People of the same trade. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. 1801 also recognized Jiangning wearing a mask, and nodded to her in the heavy rain. After putting away the speedboat, he reached out to help. Jiangning was not hypocritical, and handed over 2 waterproof backpacks, stretched out his hand for him to pull him, and then quietly put away the rubber boat. No one spoke, and they carried the things upstairs. There were a lot of supplies in 1801, and it was estimated that they would have to go several times. So Jiangning helped him carry 2 bags. Back on the 18th floor, the two looked at each other and turned around decisively, took out the key and quietly opened the door. After throwing down the things, Jiangning drank a bowl of hot brown sugar ginger soup, changed his wet clothes, and hurriedly took a shower and dried his hair. It was daybreak outside, and 1801 had already moved all the supplies. She cleaned the water stains in the corridor and knocked on Zheng Weili's door. The two thought they were being robbed and came out with knives. Jiangning handed over 2,000 yuan and said in a low voice, "The typhoon has stopped. You should get out quietly as soon as possible and don't let others find you." The supermarket on the slope of the university town has 4 floors and is on a higher ground. It should not have been soaked yet. I remember that the boss's family lives in the supermarket, so it may be open for business. No matter how expensive it is, buy something that will fill you up and last for a long time. When I came back, I deliberately went around and saw the lights of the supermarket on from a distance. There were several speedboats parked outside. This disaster was unexpected. Both supermarkets and wholesale markets were flooded. It was very likely that even the country's grain storage base in the city was flooded. Almost most of the grain was underwater. Even if the military and government wanted to rescue, it would be difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. So, there was no rescue at all. The outside quickly became chaotic, with people smashing and looting everywhere, just to survive for food. Jiangning remembered very clearly that in his previous life, this supermarket was taken over by the government. It opened early and limited purchases were allowed. Citizens paid in cash on a first-come, first-served basis. In the era of electronic payment, who still has the habit of using cash? And how many people will rush to withdraw cash before the typhoon? So, those who can't take out the money and want to survive can only use violent means to rob. The police carry guns, but who really dares to shoot at hungry citizens? Who can they shoot with so few bullets? There are people everywhere, and they don't want to commit crimes. But a lot of money is just numbers, either in the bank or in Alipay, and they can't take it out? Jiang Ning got the news in the afternoon and swam to the supermarket with a plastic bucket. Everything was robbed, and there were shocking bloodstains on the ground and walls. Zheng Weili came to her senses. Can the supermarket really open? I'm not sure, but it's better than waiting. Jiang Ning urged. You should go earlier. When they wake up and come to their senses, there will be no place for you. Zheng Weili woke up as if from a dream. She went back to her room with Lu Yu to change clothes and came out. Aining, let's go together. I still have a bag of rice at home, so I won't go this time. Jiang Ning made an excuse. Besides, if we all leave, what if someone comes to our house and robs us? Spend all your money, and if you buy more, you can give me some. Yes, let's go quickly and come back quickly. Zheng Weili was confused. How could she have the nerve to ask Aining to go out since she had already paid? I lend you the money. If you buy anything, we split it in half. Bring something to protect yourself. And be careful. Besides, it was almost dawn, so Jiang Ning drove the two downstairs. I've already reminded them that how much they can grab depends on their lives. After locking the door, Jiang Ning didn't care about resting and started to organize the crowded space. The solar energy storage boxes were all left in the space, and the other accessories were moved to the large room of the rental house. A large pile of supplies sent from the supermarket was poured out, and the overpackaging shells that took up space were removed, and then sorted and stuffed into large plastic bags or sealed with cartons. Important supplies were placed in the space, and snacks and other dispensable items were placed in the rental house, and dozens of cubic meters could be sorted out in time. Jiang Ning turned into a compression genius, concentrating on sorting out more than 100 cubic meters of precious supplies. I don't know how long I can live. These supplies should be enough to last until the day she dies normally. But who knows what will happen in the future? If conditions permit, who wouldn't want to live a better life? Eat, drink and have fun? It's always right to plan ahead. She was so crazy that she didn't even spare the RV, sorting out a batch of essential supplies to fill the space inside. Time passed quickly, and it was past 9 o'clock in the blink of an eye. It felt particularly lively downstairs. The typhoon stopped, but the rain was heavier. The threat was reduced, and the young people who could swim went out with buckets or wash basins. Some put on lifebuoys, and some carried wooden boards. Bongcheng is a land of fish and rice in the south. Although the industry has developed rapidly in the past few decades, there are still many mulberry-based fish ponds in the suburbs, and water networks are crisscrossed everywhere. Many locals living in the village have wooden boats. Some people rowed wooden boats into the community to look for family members or relatives who had lost contact for a long time. Some villagers even carried out the dragon boats from the ancestral hall and went out in groups to look for people or supplies. There were rubber boats and speedboats, but they were very rare. After all, this was not a water city. Who would have such things at home? Jiang Ning kept track of the time, stood on the balcony and stared at the situation in the community, looking for Zheng Weili and Lu Yu from time to time. About half an hour later, the familiar color of the rubber boat appeared, and there were things on the boat. Just as I was about to go downstairs, several men suddenly swam out from Building 3 and swam straight to the rubber boat. They moved quickly, but the two reacted quickly. Lu Yu paddled desperately, while Zheng Weili raised her paddle and hit them on the head. Jiang Ning took the knife and went out, but the door of 1801 opened at the same time. Hui Yishan was wearing casual clothes, and his expression was still indifferent. I go with you. Many people were planning to take the 18th floor, and they all understood the principle of losing one's lips and teeth. Jiang Ning did not refuse, and the two hurried downstairs. The water had already flooded to the 4th floor, and many people who wanted to go out to find a way to survive gathered at the stairs, watching Zheng Weili's rubber boat getting closer and closer, especially the supplies on the boat that could keep people alive. One by one, their eyes were full of reluctance and anger, and even hatred, watching the two people being robbed with gloating. Chapter 19. Human nature is like this. We are not worried about the lack of wealth, but the inequality. Everyone is in a disaster. Why are you so glamorous while others can only starve to death? Not only did they not help, they even wanted to wait for the two to get close and rob them. Jiang Ning brought 2 knives, a butcher knife in his left hand, and a boning knife in his right hand. He pushed the crowd away with a cold face and stood by the window. The 2 sharp knives, stained with dried blood, scared everyone back 2 steps. Some people were dissatisfied and wanted to preach, but Huishan also stood over. The 2 stood symmetrically on the left and right, like cold-faced evil spirits. Jiang Ning looked around at the crowd, taking in everyone's expressions, and said coldly, "Don't talk about fucking principles. If anyone scolds me and dares to come up to rob, I chop 1 for each one, and 2 for each." The 18th floor's reputation is well known in the entire building. They are all villains. These beasts eat and drink well, and are not willing to share at all. Last time they were robbed, they chopped several people, and one of them died from excessive blood loss. Yesterday, someone secretly reported to the firefighters, but the firefighters were only responsible for rescue and said that this matter was not their responsibility and that they could call the police after the flood receded. Seeing Jiang Ning's attitude, no one dared to speak for a while. I was afraid that if I said something wrong, this crazy woman would really dare to chop me. Zheng Weili was not a pushover. She knocked down several men, and the 2 finally swam under the window. Jiang Ning was on guard against the people in the building, while Huishan helped to move things. 2 bags of 20 kilograms of rice, 1 bag of 10 kilograms of flour, some noodles and wet-dried vegetables, 2 packs of candles, 3 large boxes of alcohol blocks, fermented black beans and chili sauce. It wasn't much, but it cost his life. Lu Yu was so tired that he couldn't stand steadily, and Zheng Weili was stabbed on the arm, and blood stained her clothes. The crowd of onlookers looked greedy and calculating, but no one dared to rush forward to grab it. Yang Weitsong and Su Mingyao were mixed in the crowd, with complicated and hateful expressions. The 2 wanted to get close to him, but they knew that Jiang Ning would not pay attention. Some people still couldn't hold back and asked to borrow the rubber boat, saying that they could pay for it. The 4 ignored him and went upstairs with fierce looks on their faces. A woman curse came from behind, and many people followed suit, cursing the cold-blooded and inhumane people on the 18th floor. Zheng Weili was exhausted and tired, and couldn't even speak. Back on the 18th floor, Jiang Ning found an iodine bandage and took a row of anti-inflammatory drugs. The wound was not very deep, so it was disinfected and bandaged. This time, both of them were frightened, and their souls were still floating in the air. I thought the apartment building was chaotic enough, but who knew it was even more chaotic outside? The 2 arrived early in the rain, put away the rubber boat and put it in the bag. But who knew that many people came next? The traffic jam became more and more serious, and it was so crowded that we finally waited until the supermarket opened. Not only did the price of rice and flour increase by 20 times, but people kept pouring in, grabbing whatever they saw, no matter if it was on the shelf or in someone else's hands. There was no internet, and the supermarket only accepted cash. Those who had cash were naturally happy, and those who didn't have cash could only use gold necklaces and bracelets to pay, which was slow and complicated. Those who didn't have money could only rob and run. There were police officers firing guns at the scene, but they were suppressed at first. But there were too many people without cash. There were only so many supplies, and soon the second wave rushed in, rushing in to rob, and those who robbed wanted to run, and the scene was in chaos. Everyone was afraid that the supplies they had managed to snatch would be snatched away by others. Zheng Weili and Lu Yu took advantage of the chaos to run out. But there were people everywhere in the water, just like dumplings. They kept rushing over, some to snatch supplies, some to snatch rubber boats. No matter how good Zheng Weili was at fighting, she was no match for 4 hands. Not only were some of her supplies snatched away, her hands were also scratched, and some people even stabbed the rubber boat directly. If it weren't for the stab-proof rubber boat, we would have no chance to come back. The strange world made Zheng Weili doubt human nature, and she leaned tiredly on Lu Yu. Jiang Ning didn't know how to comfort her. The end of the world had just begun, before the 2 of them could catch their breath. There was a knock on the door downstairs. Wow! A huge group of people. At least dozens of people at first glance. So crowded that there was no room to stand in the corridor on the 17th floor. Jiang Ning frowned. These people wanted to rob? Zheng Weili fought for her supplies with her life. They didn't dare to survive outside. But they set their sights on the 18th floor. It seems that they wanted to pick on the weak. Tired. No one wanted to talk. Silently took the knife and went downstairs. For pairs of murderous eyes stunned everyone. They were afraid but unwilling to leave. They thought that a few dozen people could still win against 4 people. And they were full of confidence. A middle-aged man with glasses came out and said with a smile on his face, "Don't get me wrong. We have no ill intentions." Jiang Ning said coldly, "What's the matter?" "Hello. My name is He Jian. I am the building manager elected by the neighbors. And I want to discuss with you about organizing a group to go out to find supplies." He smiled. But the 4 of them didn't say anything through the door. So he could only explain awkwardly, "The government hasn't rescued us yet. And everything outside is in chaos. It's dangerous to go out alone to find supplies. And even if we find them, they will be robbed halfway. So we discussed it and decided to select people with good skills to go out together to look for them, so that we can take care of each other. Do you have a boat or a rubber boat? I didn't discuss this with you." He Jian laughed awkwardly. "We are all neighbors. We don't see each other when we look down. And if there is a big disaster, we can take care of each other. Right?" The first half of this sentence is a soft word, and the second half is a threat. Jiang Ning was silent for a moment. "Wait a minute. Let's discuss it." He gave the 3 people a look, then walked to the window to discuss. "What are your plans?" Zheng Weili has a hot temper and can't stand threats. If you want to grab the rubber boat, step over her body first. It's not a loss to drag a few people down with you. Those who are not afraid of death. Come! These people are more cunning than thieves. How about lending them the rubber boat? Lu Yu is more rational. A good man will not suffer a loss in front of him. If they are really pushed to the edge, we will be the ones who suffer with so many people rushing up. Zheng Weili disagreed. No. If they succeed this time, it will never end. Jiang Ning asked 1801. What about you? I don't care. Just make your decision. It's impossible to find supplies together. Not to mention that we can't find much. Even if we do, there are so many people that it won't even be enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. And then they will be plotting again. Why not lend it to them and let them go out to find a boat? Jiang Ning expressed his idea. There are many outdoor goods stores in the city. As long as they go early, they may be able to find a speedboat or rubber boat. And then they won't just focus on the ones we have. Aining, what you said makes sense. But it's so chaotic outside now. If the rubber boat is stolen or damaged, what should we do in the future? You forgot. I also have a rubber boat, Huishan said. I have a speedboat. Lu Yu and Zheng Weili, Chapter 20. After living a new life. Jiang Ning knows the good and evil of human nature. I don't want to give it to you either. But it's not a good idea to just stand there like this. It's safest for us to let them go out and find supplies. If a person is really starving, he will completely lose his mind. There is nothing he can't do when it comes to life and death. Zheng Weili agreed. Jiang Ning walked down and said to He Jian, it's not necessary to find supplies together. But I can lend you the rubber boat for a day. And I suggest you don't rush to find food. But find a way to find a boat first. He Jian didn't expect the 18th floor to agree to go out together. But he just used some strategies. First put forward a request that they couldn't agree to. And then compromised. He came here just to borrow the rubber boat. Okay. Thank you very much. But we will only borrow it this time. What if you lose it or break it? We are all neighbors. Don't lie to me. Are there any neighbors who are so arrogant as you? Jiang Ning spoke bluntly. This is our life-saving thing. Lending it is friendship. And not lending it is duty. Don't force it just because you have more people. If you really want to piss me off, I won't lose if I kill one. And I make a profit if I kill two. If you're not afraid of death. Come! Survival is a human instinct. There are indeed many people. But who would be stupid enough to die? People have been killed on the 18th floor. No one dared to speak for a while. He Jian looked at them. And he was very angry. Just now, they were talking nonsense. But now they have become cowards. But now, he can only bite the bullet. Because his wife and children are still hungry at home. He took the lead in this matter. And the supplies that would arrive would be relatively more. And with him as the center in the future, many things would be much easier to handle. If it's damaged, we compensate you with another one. Words are not enough. A written document is needed. You? Hezion was angry. But after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay. Isn't it just a broken rubber boat? What's wrong with not returning it after borrowing it? One day when the flood recedes, go to the police station and compensate her with another one. After the deal was settled, Zheng Weili went to write a document, and both parties signed and sealed it. After getting the rubber boat, Hezion smiled like Mithra Buddha, said a lot of nice words, and then motioned everyone to disperse. He Lu Zhang. Jiang Ning called him. You borrowed the rubber boat. If anything happens, I will only look for you. Of course. Jiang Ning smiled at him. You live in 1303. You have a wife and 2 children. And your old mother has some problems with her feet. Right? Hezion was shocked, and his face turned pale. He said hurriedly with a tingling scalp, Don't worry. We will protect the rubber boat. With so many calculating faces. How much supplies can a rubber boat retrieve? As long as the distribution is uneven, there will be chaos and fight among the people. Back on the 18th floor, Zheng Weili returned 2,000 yuan to Jiang Ning. I wanted to pay, but the supermarket was too chaotic. We ran away with the things and didn't have a chance to pay. Jiang Ning accepted the money. Now the order is chaotic, but I believe the government will soon be able to control it. And then I will have a chance to spend it. The money was not spent, but it was Jiang Ning who suggested it. Zheng Weili decided to split the material she got back in half. How can I take your money if you haven't spent it yet? Jiang Ning directly refused. Besides, you took this back at the risk of your life. You can't settle accounts like this. Without you, we can't get the supplies. And even if we get them, we can't bring them home. The two were determined, and Jiang Ning had to accept it. In the end, she had no choice but to ask for 2 packs of noodles, some alcohol and dried vegetables, and refused to ask for anything else. After she left, Lu Yu discussed with his girlfriend. The guy in 1801 looks cold, but he seems to be quite righteous. We are being watched by someone now, so we have to work together, and without his help today, we can't keep our things. Zheng Weili agreed. Why don't you send something over? That way we can officially get to know each other and take care of each other in the future. Lu Yu packed 5 kilograms of rice and went to knock on the door of 1801. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, watching the rubber boat paddle out of the apartment building. 6 men sat on it, all holding sticks as weapons. People in other apartment buildings were jealous, and some really wanted to come up and rob. But they hesitated when they saw the sharp weapons in their hands. 1801 came over and knocked on the door. Do you know where I can get gas? Jiang Ning not only knew about it, but also had been there. I probably know. But that area is low-lying, and people were asked to evacuate before the typhoon came. There may not be any people there now. And even if there are, they are underwater. The community is all pipeline gas. And there is basically no use of liquefied gas bottles. And portable gas and alcohol blocks are not durable. To put it bluntly, even if you find rice, flour, oil and grain, you don't have fire to cook. Jiang Ning has space, but it is easy to be exposed without a clear path. There are several snack shops at the entrance of the community. I have seen them use gas bottles. Do you want to find a way to get them up? Lu Yu came over immediately. What we lack most now is not food. Why don't we give it a try? But we have to be quick. If we wait until they come to their senses, there will be nothing left. Huishan had no objection, and the others agreed immediately. Seeing Zheng Weili go out, he frowned. If we all leave, what if someone breaks into the house? This is a problem. We are not afraid of lighting the lights in the front yard, but we are afraid of a fire in the backyard. Everyone discussed again. Each family sent one person. Zheng Weili stayed to look after the house and take care of Daodu, and Huishan sent the speedboat and gasoline. Daodu was a little afraid of Zheng Weili, but still nodded bravely. Brother, you and sister should come back early. Huishan touched her head and softened his voice. Okay. So, while the main force went out to grab food, the 18th floor staggered to find liquid bottles. Lu Yu thought that if he found extra food, he could exchange it for food if he was short of food. When the speedboat's motor sounded, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Some of the thieves dared to come, but the speedboat blew all over their faces, so fast that they couldn't even see the boats. But several snack bars were submerged in the flood. But there were reference points at the entrance of the community, so it was not difficult to find them. Jiangning took out a portable diving mask and a waterproof mining lamp. But the situation was a bit awkward. Liu was too weak to go into the water, and he didn't have the strength to pry the door open after diving. The water was more than 10 meters deep, and prying the door was time-consuming and laborious, and Jiangning's lung capacity was not enough. Huishan picked up the diving mask. "Let me do it." After putting on the diving mask and headlamp, Jiangning tied a rope to him. "The water is fast. If there is any problem, pull the rope." After 1801 dived, the two did not dare to slack off at all. They picked up sharp sticks and alerted the surroundings, guarding against others suddenly rushing out to rob. The flood was turbid, and Liu looked not far away and said in surprise, "Aining, what is that?" Chapter 21. Jiangning looked at the floating object getting closer and closer. When it got closer, he used a stick to push it and found that it was a floating corpse. At first, it was shocking and nauseating, but later I got used to it after seeing it many times. When I came out, there were several floating bodies in the community. Jiangning counted the time. 1 minute had passed, and there was still no movement on the rope in his hand. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. Feeling more and more uneasy, Jiangning pulled the rope twice, but there was no movement. It was amazing for an ordinary person to stay in the water for more than a minute. Even if 1801 was good at diving, 4 minutes was too long. Right? She had a bad feeling, and was about to pull the rope when the water's surface rustled. 1801 surfaced. I checked several shops. All the doors were pried open, and the insides were emptied. Empty? Who is so powerful? Liu was disappointed. I can't find the liquid bottle, and I can't cook anything. They were fast enough, but they didn't expect to be overtaken by others. It seems that they are still too young and lack life experience. Jiangning glanced at 1801. These snack shops were soaked in water the day after the typhoon. Even if some shops moved, it was impossible for all the shops to be pried open. The flood was turbid, and the water was fast. It was impossible to succeed without a diving mask and good water skills. Unless these stores were pried open when the natural disaster first hit. She had a vague guess. Now we can only try our luck at the liquefied gas station, hoping that the stores have not all been vacated. Since we have come out, there is no reason to return empty-handed, so we can only try our luck at the liquefied gas station. Jiangning took out the mobile phone in the waterproof bag from his bag, found the offline map, and pointed it to the two of them. It's probably here. There seems to be a big banyan tree at the door. It's about 6 or 7 kilometers away from Jinrong community. Not particularly far, but the place is a bit remote. After figuring out the location, the three of them drove the speedboat to the liquefied gas station. The suburbs were full of bungalows, but now they were all submerged in water, making them look particularly empty. On the way, they met firefighters who were rescuing trapped people. When they saw the speedboat, they hurriedly shouted with a loudspeaker, wanting to requisition and transfer the trapped people. It was a flood that happened once in 1,000 years, and there were not enough rescue tools at all. Huishan ignored them, and the three of them roared through the flood. The city became a vast ocean, and it was impossible to tell east from west, south from north. Jiangning observed with a telescope. Looking forward to the right, there is something green in the water, which should be a big banyan tree. Slowing down and approaching, it was indeed a banyan leaf. Such a tall banyan tree. Now only the top of the tree is green. Going into the water, tying the speedboat to the banyan tree, Jiangning pointed in a general direction, and Huishan put on a diving mask and dived into the water. After more than 2 minutes, Huishan floated to the surface, found it. But the liquefied gas station has a rolling door and a sliding iron door. It's not easy to pry it open. As he said, he asked Jiangning to take out the folding crowbar in his bag. Liu, why is he the only one without professional equipment? Jiangning had equipment in his space, but the team couldn't take it out. When he saw that there was a simple diving mask, rope and tie rope in 1801's bag, he tied the rope and put on the mask without hesitation. I go down to help. You keep an eye on the surroundings, and pull the rope immediately if there is anything abnormal. Liu nodded. Be careful. The flood was cold. Jiangning dived into the water and swam towards the liquefaction station with the help of the waterproof lamp, while taking out the steel pliers. Seeing the faint light from a distance, she swam over quickly. Huishan stood in the water and tried to lift the rolling gate up, But the water resistance was too great. Jiang Ning leaned over and stretched out his hand to help lift it up. The four looked at each other and worked together. The rolling shutter slowly moved up, revealing the sliding iron door inside. Huishan took the steel pliers from her hand, cut the iron chain on the door, and then pulled the door open together. It was very dark inside, and just as she was about to swim in, a black shadow quickly hid Jiang Ning. Huishan quickly pulled the handle, and the black shadow passed over her head and swam quickly above the water. The flashlight swept over, and from the shape it looked like a liquefied gas bottle. More than one. Many liquefied bottles floated out from inside, vying to float up. Jiang Ning subconsciously wanted to grab it, but then thought that it should be an empty bottle. The density of a full liquefied bottle is not low, so it is not so easy to float up. She took out a strong waterproof flashlight from her pocket, looked around in the dark, and vaguely saw several bottles placed in the corner. She swam over and reached out to pick it up, but she couldn't lift it at all. Huishan was very strong, picked up the liquefied bottle, and came out of the house, pulling the rope tied to his body hard. Liu grabbed the rope and pulled it up, and the two of them quickly swam out of the water. Jiang Ning climbed onto the speedboat and worked together to carry the heavy liquefied gas bottles up. It should be that the boss didn't have time to move the remaining ones. You guys take them up there. I bring the rest up. After taking a breath, Huishan dived into the water again. The water pressure was too heavy, and he felt uncomfortable holding his breath. Jiang Ning sat on the speedboat and gasped for breath. Liu looked around vigilantly with a telescope, and suddenly said nervously, "Aning, someone is coming." Jiang Ning stood up and saw a speedboat approaching quickly in the rain. It was hard to see clearly, but there were at least 4 or 5 people. Liu pulled the rope hard, and Jiang Ning looked for weapons to defend himself. Huishan floated out of the water, dragging the liquefied tank in his hand. When he came up, the speedboat on the other side had already approached. 6 burly men were holding sharp steel pipes in their hands. "We have contracted this liquefied station. If you know what's good for you, hand over what you have salvaged." "Brother, we don't have diving masks." The other one laughed wildly. "It's easy. Let them salvage everything and hand it over to us." "That's right. Leave the speedboat and other supplies behind, and we can consider letting you go." The azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. All of them have big tattoos on their arms, and they are obviously gang members. Especially when society loses order, it has become a world of lunatics. They didn't care about the 3 people's thoughts at all, as if they were already in their pockets. Liu looked panicked, holding the crowbar tightly and staring at them. Jiang Ning reached into his pocket. "Okay, come and get it." "Wait, little sister. The brothers will be here soon." The men laughed obscenely and drove the speedboat slowly towards Jiang Ning, looking at him like hungry wolves. When they were less than 10 feet away, Jiang Ning was about to take out the thing, but Huishan's hand was faster, and he directly, bang bang, 2 times. Chapter 22. Huishan had a nail gun in his hand, a modified one. The speedboat deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the tattooed men screamed in fear, and several of them lost their balance and fell into the water. The current was very fast, and 2 were quickly washed away. There were also those who swam towards Jiang Ning and others, and she picked up a wooden stick and hit them on the head. "Ah, you stinky woman. Do you want to die? Help. I can't swim." Huishan not only shot at the speedboat, but also at the tattooed men, who wailed for a while, and the speedboat deflated and entered the water, and everyone fell into the flood. Jiang Ning played whack-a-mole, smashing their heads mercilessly. Such scums can be found everywhere, burning, killing, looting and destroying humanity. If they are beaten to death now, countless people will have a chance to survive. In the chaos, the wooden stick was caught, and the bald man swam over and wanted to tear her apart. Jiang Ning pulled him over with all her strength, and chopped him with a sharp knife without hesitation. With screams and blood spurting out, the man who let go due to severe pain was instantly washed away by the flood. Li was completely shocked, and her body was as stiff as a sculpture, knowing that Jiang Ning was good at fighting. He and Zhang Chao could not defeat her together, but he did not expect her to be so cruel, chopping people's heads like chopping watermelons. The tattooed men completely disappeared in the flood, and the vast sky and earth were all rain, washing everything clean. After a short rest, Huishan continued to dive into the water, One person carried. Two people lifted, working together in the heavy rain and flood. Luckily, a total of 12 liquefied gas bottles were found, which can be used for a long time if divided equally. Surprisingly, 1801 also found 3 double-burner gas stoves from the liquefied gas station. I don't know if it can be used after soaking it for too long, but I take it back and see. The liquefied gas bottle is not small, and the speedboat can barely fit it. But the bottle is round, and will fall into the water if it vibrates slightly. Jiangning took out the rubber boat from the big backpack, inflated it, and tied it tightly to the speedboat, gave half of the liquefied gas bottle to it, and then fixed the bottle with a rope. Tired to the point of exhaustion, she took out 6 chocolate bars and gave them to the two to replenish their energy. After recovering their strength, they drove the speedboat back. Huishan and Luyu were in the front, and Jiangning sat on the rubber boat. Although it is difficult to retrieve the liquefied gas bottles, it is actually more difficult to move them back safely. It would be strange if there were not so many of them that people were jealous. What you fear will come true. On the road, you bump into people who come out to look for supplies. Seeing them carrying so many liquefied gas bottles, your eyes will glow green. It's a pity that you only have kayaks, and you can't catch up with them even if you run. When you reach the city, you almost bump into dragon boats, which have 20 men sitting on them. Fortunately, Jiangning was on guard and used a telescope to observe the surroundings, so that 1801 can take a detour in time. After successfully returning to Jinrong community, 1801 not only did not slow down, but directly accelerated and drifted steadily to a stop in the apartment building. Luyu was thrown into the water. "Wife, save me!" When they got to the window, Zheng Weili was already waiting. The 4 of them quickly moved the liquefied bottle into the building. Some heard the sound and opened the door to see, but because everyone on the 18th floor was a living devil, although they were jealous, no one dared to have any bad ideas. When moving up, they bumped into an old lady. "Little girl, where did you get the liquefied bottle?" "I fished it out from underwater." Jiangning didn't hide it. "You can try if you have the conditions. It's better to go out and fish out more. Don't always focus on the few people on the 18th floor." After 4 trips, they finally moved everything. Zheng Weili pulled Jiangning into the house. "I heard from Luyu that these were salvaged by Huishan, and he also provided speedboats and gasoline. How should they be divided?" Jiangning thought for a while. "I suggest that it is best to divide it equally." "Wouldn't he be at a loss then? He did provide extra speedboats and gasoline, but without me and Luyu, he alone would not be able to salvage. And you forgot to include yourself. If you hadn't stayed behind, who would have helped him take care of his sister and look after the house?" As soon as he left, he was robbed by others. Zheng Weili came back to her senses. "You are thoughtful. But will he agree?" "Ask him later. If he thinks he deserves more, then we can discuss how much is appropriate. It's not that Jiangning is greedy and wants to take advantage. She doesn't lack liquefied bottles in her space. But teamwork can't be absolutely fair. This time Huishan did a lot of work, so it's reasonable to get 2 or 3 more bottles. But what if he asks for 7 or 8 bottles? If you don't give it to him, he will be unhappy. If you give it to him, it will be your turn to be uncomfortable. Next time it's her turn to contribute more to 1803. So how should it be calculated? Everyone has a different balance in their hearts, and there is no way to satisfy each other. Sooner or later, there will be conflicts. It's better to set the rules from the beginning. Jiangning doesn't want to make the relationship awkward for neighbors who are seen every day. Let's see what Huishan attitude is. If you get along, you will get together. If you don't get along, you will separate. After hearing what Jiangning said, Zheng Weili felt that it made sense. If his demands are not excessive, we will continue to cooperate in the future. If he asks too much, we will go out to find supplies ourselves and just keep knotting acquaintances. After the discussion, the two came to the corridor. Jiangning looked at Huishan. "How do we divide these?" Huishan glanced at her. "Equally divided among the 3 families. What do you think?" Zheng Weili and Liu had no objection. So each family got 4 bottles of liquefied gas, saving them from worrying about it for a year. Dowdu was woken up, rushed out of 1803 barefoot, and jumped into Huishan's arms. "Brother." Her clothes were still wet, and Huishan took a step back to touch her head. "Are you good?" "Good." Dowdu looked up at him, eyes sparkling. "I listened to Sister Li." After saying that, He threw himself on Jiang Ning again. Sister, I want to see the bunny. Jiang Ning smiled and opened the door to let her in. After changing wet clothes, drinking red day ginger tea to warm up, and lying on the sofa to rest. Around dusk, He Jian knocked on the staircase door and returned the rubber boat with a smile. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for reminding us. We went in time and actually found a few rubber boats. Jiang Ning ignored him and lowered her head to check the rubber boat. Seeing that she didn't say anything, He Jian smiled and said, I heard that you fished out a lot of liquefied tanks. I wonder where you fished them from. In the water. Which water area? Liquefaction station. He Jian asked with a smile. Are there any more? Jiang Ning glanced at him. Why don't you ask me to give you a bottle? Look at what Miss Jiang said. I'm just asking. He pushed his glasses. Anyway, thank you. If you have any problems in the future, just come to us. As long as you don't make trouble, everything is fine. Dissatisfied with the downstairs work and worried that Zheng Weili was not safe watching the house, Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1801. I have a stainless steel door. How about installing it? Huishan had no objection, and several people helped to quickly finish it. After closing the curtains and turning on the solar lights, Jiang Ning took out the salt and pepper prawns, grilled skewers, fried rice noodles, and beer to reward his stomach. Leave a liquefied gas bottle in the kitchen for show, and use the mobile battery box when cooking. It is not too late to save other resources for future use when conditions do not allow. She tried it on purpose, and all the battery boxes can be quickly charged in the space, which is really YYDS. She continued to sort and organize the goods she bought from the supermarket, and was busy until late at night before turning off the lights to rest. Today was indeed very tiring, but very fulfilling. There was no shortage of supplies in the space, but she had to improve herself and increase her survival experience in order to survive in more severe natural disasters. The next day, it was lively outside. There were obviously many more speedboats and rubber boats on the street than yesterday. Whether it was because of the sweetness or because of survival, many people covered their faces and came out to cause trouble. Without the internet and the sky eye, the darkest side of their human nature was completely stimulated. All kinds of noises, ghosts crying and wolves howling, seemed to be mixed with gunshots. Gunshots? Jiang Ning pricked up his ears and did not hear it wrong. The residents who came back talked about it. Murder. Soldiers killed people. Chapter 23. That's right. After yesterday's chaos, the military and political departments adjusted their strategies in time and decided to send out the army to maintain stability. Unlike the police, the army will not hesitate to shoot. Their mission is to maintain national stability. Jiang Ning remembered that in her previous life, the army was also dispatched to execute a group of evildoers with iron-blooded tactics, which stabilized the situation. She used a telescope to observe the outside, and indeed saw the Green Army on the assault boat patrolling with live ammunition. The occasional firecrackers rang for a whole morning, and the world felt much quieter. The gas stove soaked in water could not be lit, so Lu Yu took apart the portable gas stove after a lot of trouble and replaced several parts to finally fix it. He was very happy to find a sense of value, and offered to repair it for Jiang Ning and 1801. The two invited Jiang Ning to dinner, saying that they were grateful for her finding a house to take them in. Braised dried vegetables, and stir-fried potatoes with Lao Gan Ma. The potatoes were brought by Jiang Ning, and they already had sprouts. They were dug out with a knife and then boiled in hot water. The dish was simple, but Zheng Weili and Lu Yu almost cried. In the past 20 days, it was the first time for the two to eat soft and fragrant rice and take a comfortable hot bath. It feels so good to eat a full stomach, and I feel alive. Aining, if it weren't for you, we would be squeezed in the shelter. Zheng Weili clinked glasses with boiled water and said sternly, It's a little simple today. When it returns to normal, I will treat you to a few good meals in a 5-star hotel. Okay, if there is a chance. While eating and chatting, Lu Yu said, The army has appeared, and the outside world has stabilized a lot. I heard that the government has transferred supplies to the department store, and citizens can buy them in limited quantities according to their needs. Shall we go tomorrow? Go, and get up early. By the way, many people dived underwater to salvage supplies today. Lu Yu continued. The largest supermarket near us was packed with people, but it was too deep, and ordinary people didn't have equipment. I heard that several people were washed away. Some good divers did salvage some, but most of them were broken, and they were reluctant to throw them away. Zhang Weili sighed. If Aiding hadn't reminded us, we would be hungry now. The department store opened at 8 o'clock, and several people set the alarm for 6 o'clock. After a quick cleanup, he left at 6:30. 1801 didn't go, so the task of looking after the house naturally fell on him. It was only 6:30 when it was light, but many people had already gone out. It took an hour to get to the department store, going in directly from the 4th floor. The water world was wet everywhere, and it was crowded with people. The mall was on the 6th floor, but the queue had already stretched to the 4th floor. I heard that some people had lined up last night just to get a chance to enter. There were soldiers patrolling with live ammunition at the scene, due to yesterday's iron-blooded tactics. Although the scene was noisy, no one dared to mess around. The three of them hurried to line up. As time passed, more and more people came in. The door opened at 8 o'clock on time, and 50 people were allowed in each batch. They were only given 5 minutes to clear the place on time. The purchase limit was extremely strict. Each person was limited to 2 kilograms of grain, and they had to buy it in cash with their ID card. They lined up for 3 hours and shopped for 5 minutes. In such an empty shopping mall, not only did they have to compete with their hand speed, but also their foot strength. The three of them had a good discussion. Rice and noodles were the most filling, and instant noodles and snacks were not to be touched. People in the south eat rice, and flour is hard to store in humid weather. Jiang Ning chose rice, while Zhang Weili and Liu ordered 2 jean of each. 100 yuan per jean. Don't complain about the price. You can't buy it even if you have money. The quality of rice is average, but it's good to have it. It will only get more and more expensive in the future. After that, paper money will be invalidated, and it will be too hard to wipe your butt. Fengcheng has a large population, and the rice and flour will soon be snatched up. The government will release them later, but they are all fished out of the water and dried. Don't say that spoilage is bad for your health. You can't get it even if you want it. 2,000 yuan is not a lot. So Jiang Ning decided to spend it all. Zhang Weili was afraid that the rubber boat would break, so she thought about buying another one as a backup. But she didn't expect it to be priced at 10,000 yuan. Lao Gan Ma, dried vegetables, and the like also increased by dozens of times. The cost and risk of a trip were too high. The three of them spent 2,000 yuan on a few things, and there was actually not much left in their bags. There were more and more people queuing outside, and there was not much rice and flour left in the mall. When going down the stairs, I accidentally saw Yang Weitsong and Su Mingyao queuing up, holding hands and looking particularly intimate, while the girl in 1202 was at the back, so thin that her eyes were sunken, and she looked listless. Looking at her, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of himself in his previous life. Seeing Jiang Ning, Yang Weitsong subconsciously let go of Su Mingyao's hand and smiled as if to say hello. Jiang Ning turned away coldly, pretending not to see it. Coming out of the mall, he left in a rubber boat. Seeing that it was still early, Liu reminded, Zhang Chao is quite close here. Why don't we go see him? There was still contact the day after the typhoon came, but there was no news afterwards. Jiang Ning thought about it and agreed. Apart from being blind to finding women, Zhang Chao didn't have many vicious points as a friend. She had received help from Zhang Weili in her previous life, and she only had 2 friends, Liu and Zhang Chao. Since she was a child, if conditions permit, she would still help him. It took her an hour to get to the neighborhood where Zhang Chao lived, and she found the 8th floor based on her memory. After knocking for a long time, a woman's voice came from the room. Who is it? Looking for Zhang Chao. There is no such person. You have found the wrong person. When Zhang Chao moved, the three of them helped him, so it is impossible for them to find the wrong person. The woman's voice didn't sound young. She should be a middle-aged woman. Mom, who is this? A boy's voice came from the room. Stranger, you got the wrong door. Jiang Ning frowned, feeling like something was wrong. But no matter how he knocked on the door, the person inside just ignored him, and instead disturbed the people next door. Seeing the old lady open the door, Jiang Ning hurried over to ask, Grandma, does Zhang Chao live next door? The old lady had a complicated expression, and she shook her head at the few people and refused to say anything. Liu had a bad feeling and took out 3 or 2 rice from her bag. The old lady hesitated for a while before letting the 3 people in. Are you looking for that gentle and funny boy? Liu nodded quickly. The young man is a good person. But he is quite confused. He let the wolf into the house, and was kicked out. The old lady shook her head as she spoke. When the typhoon first came, the woman brought her parents and 2 children here, and it was the young man who took the risk to pick them up. At that time, I thought they were siblings. But he was kicked out after living there for only a few days. Lu Yu and Jiang Ning, Zheng Weili clenched her fists, He knocked on the door several times, but the woman was unwilling to open it. Later, he had no choice but to stay in the corridor, and was not taken away until the rescue day. The shelter was divided into areas, and the trapped people in the community were taken to Fengcheng Hotel for resettlement. Liu couldn't imagine how Zhang Chao survived these 10 days. How could there be such a hateful woman? What should I do now? He was so angry that his liver hurt. Chapter 24. Thinking of Zhang Chao's experience, Zheng Weili was furious. Beat him up and kick him out. Although Zhang Chao was stupid, he helped Jiang Ning stock up the medicine she needed, which not only had a complete variety, but also saved money and trouble. As a friend, Jiang Ning couldn't just stand by and watch. Not to mention that Zhang Chao had taken a brick for her when they were young. They hit it off immediately. Zheng Weili kicked the door and shouted, "Listen, everyone inside. I give you 1 minute. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude." However, the answer was air. Jiang Ning took out a crowbar from her bag and handed it over. Zheng Weili was strong, and the crowbar made a loud noise. "Who are you?" A voice suddenly came from behind. A couple in their 50s or 60s walked up the stairs with a little girl of 8 or 9 years old, holding a heavy rubber boat bag in their hands. Seeing the bag, Jiang Ning recognized it at a glance as the one she bought anonymously for Zhang Chao. This brand is professional grade, and most people would choose to buy ordinary ones. In other words, this family not only sucked Zhang Chao's blood, but also occupied the supply she bought. Jiang Ning walked over, grabbed the girl by the collar and dragged her to the door. "If you don't open the door, don't blame me for beating your parents and your daughter to death." She even took out a knife, scaring the girl to burst into tears. "Mom! Mom!" The couple rushed over, stamping their feet and shouting, "Murder! Murder! Shout! Shout as hard as you can. Let everyone in the building know that you are occupying the magpie's nest and forcing people to death. It is impossible for a woman to drive Zhang Chao out alone. This family is in collusion." Although the girl is only 8 or 9 years old, she is already fully sensible. The children of the last days can smile at you and stab you in the heart at the same time. The purer the smile, the dirtier the heart. They may not want to do it, but they are too hungry, and hunger will make them make a choice. Don't ask Jiang Ning why she knew that she was stabbed. The door finally opened, revealing the sallow face of a middle-aged woman, who yelled at the 3 people fiercely. "What are you doing? You said you don't know Zhang Chao. If you make trouble again, I will call the police." Zheng Weili threw a fist. "Hack you." The woman was knocked to the ground. Her face was covered with blood and several teeth were missing. The boy at home screamed and picked up the water cup on the table and threw it at her. The furnishings in the house and the clothes in the cupboard all belonged to Zhang Chao. The boy rushed over viciously, and Jiang Ning slapped him and slammed him against the wall. No matter what the adults did, the 2 children were well raised, but they were able to survive because they ate and drank from Zhang Chao. Not only were they not grateful, they even drove the owner of the house out to save a mouth to eat. When he came up, his face was full of ferocity, and he showed no remorse. What does this mean? He knew about it, and even participated in it. But he had no shame at all. The woman howled at the top of her lungs, and the couple jumped up and down like they were putting on a big show. But it was a pity that it didn't work at all. Everyone else was starving, so how could they care about other people's lives? Zheng Weili was an old boxer, and she knew where to hit the most painfully without endangering her life. She punched the woman so hard that she couldn't even cry out, and she was thrown out of the door like a dead dog. She stared at the couple coldly. "I won't hit the elderly, but if anything happens to Zhang Chao, I let your whole family be buried with him." The house was in a mess, and there were only a few kilograms of rice and 2 bags of salt left in the gift bag that Jiang Ning sent. But the oil was not used much. Liu packed everything into the bag, collected some of Zhang Chao's clothes, and packed away all the urgent things. The old woman relied on her status as a woman and rushed to Liu to snatch it, but was kicked down by Jiang Ning. "He doesn't hit the elderly, but I do." After searching for the keys on them, Lu Yu locked the door and took the rubber boat away. Without the rubber boat, there is no way to survive. The old man refused to let go until Jiang Ning took out the bloody butcher knife. The family was frightened. Their faces were pale and bloodless, and they were forced into a corner and trembling. Jiang Ning stared at the middle-aged woman. You, the Black Widow, are quite vicious. After saying that, he grabbed her collar, dragged her up, and threw her out of the window. Ah! Lu Yu and Zheng Weili, The two elderly people held the child and cried to the sky. And Jiang Ning went downstairs without blinking, leaving in a rubber boat. The Black Widow struggled to swim not far away. What a pity. She actually can swim. How to deal with it? Let Zhang Chao decide. If she continues to be stupid, there is no need to save her even if she is a friend. After all, it is the end of the world now, and no one's life is more important than their own. Lu Yu discussed with Zheng Weili and thought of going to Fengsheng Hotel to find him. Jiang Ning had mixed feelings, but when he thought of the bricks Zhang Chao had taken for him, he acquiesced. When they arrived at Fengsheng Hotel, it was overcrowded everywhere, and the staff were surrounded by trapped citizens. The municipal system was paralyzed, and the water was full of domestic garbage. And there were starving victims, no hot water, and even less food, and a pungent smell was everywhere. Lu Yu squeezed out with all his strength, and finally came out panting for more than half an hour. Accommodation is divided into sections. Zhang Chao should be on the 14th floor. It was impossible to ask more specific questions. After all, there were thousands of people crammed into one hotel, and the network and power systems were all paralyzed. Jiang Ning's ears were buzzing from the noise. Let's find a way. The hotel is very large, with dozens of guest rooms on each floor. The corridors are particularly dark without lighting. But even though it is dark, there are many people in the corridors on each floor, and you will bump into or step on them if you are not careful. Climbing to the 14th floor, Jiang Ning took out a flashlight. She thought that a room with 5 or 6 people was already overloaded, but it was actually crowded with more than a dozen people. The sheets and bedding were dirtier than rags, and there was a dirty and pungent smell everywhere. It was so dirty that Zheng Weili almost vomited. Isn't this environment too bad? There was nothing we could do about it. There were so many low-rise buildings, and large-scale factories could easily have thousands of people. The relevant departments had already done their best. I thought we had to knock on the doors one by one. But there were too many people in the room, and the air was not circulating. All the doors of the rooms were open, and many people even went to the corridor to breathe. As soon as the 3 of them came up, they were stared at by countless pairs of eyes. Although it was dark, Jiang Ning could sense a lot of malice. If the army had not been dispatched, there were armed people downstairs to maintain stability, and they had dealt with several waves of troublemakers in the shelter. The 3 of them would not have dared to come in. Even so, they did not dare to slack off. Looking from room to room, they saw many lifeless and numb faces. Zheng Weili felt heavy, but she could do nothing except sigh in her heart. After searching more than 20 rooms, she finally found Zhang Chao. He stood by the window, staring blankly at the rain outside. He was not fat to begin with, and now he looked even thinner, and his clothes were so dirty that the color could not be seen. After all, they grew up together and wore the same underwear, so Lu Yu recognized him at a glance. Zhang Chao. He called several times before the person by the window turned around and stared blankly at the person at the door. Zhang Chao looked at the 3 people, and it took a long time for him to pull the corners of his stiff mouth. He wanted to laugh, but it was uglier than crying. He was in a bad state, with a dirty face and greasy body. Chapter 25. Men's emotional expressions are very different from women's. Jiang Ning and Zheng Weili did not go in, and Li went in to chat with them. He did not say anything specific, but only knew that he had come to Fengsheng Hotel when he arrived at the community. The environment of the shelter was too bad, so Lu Yu asked him to come to Jinrong Community. We are now living next to Aining, in a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. You can move in and live together, and we talk about other things later. Jiang Ning called Zheng Weili to the window at the end of the corridor. What are your plans? In fact, Zheng Weili did not want to be disturbed by outsiders. But now is a special moment, and friends still need to help each other. If it weren't for Jiang Ning, she and Lu Yu would have to stay in the shelter. Lu Yu is actually quite sentimental. He only has you and Zhang Chao as his friends. Besides, Everyone has difficulties. The flood will recede one day. Let him live with us. The food at home is enough for 2 or 3 months. If it doesn't work, we can find another way. Zheng Weili is a simple person. She doesn't think too much about what she says and does. Moreover, she firmly believes that the world will recover. The two chatted by the window, and Lu Yu and Zhang Chao walked out of the room. Zhang Chao walked up to the two of them and said with a stiff smile, "Weili, I'm sorry to bother you." Zheng Weili slapped him on the shoulder. "We are all friends. Just treat us to a good meal after the flood recedes." Going downstairs and leaving in a rubber boat, Jiang Ning handed a pack of biscuits to Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao thanked him, tore open the package and ate it greedily, with mist at the corners of his eyes. Lu Yu also contributed the remaining rice balls. Let you laugh. What's the matter? Jiang Ning was even more embarrassed in his previous life. And nothing is easy in this end of the world. Back at Jinrong community, everyone was exhausted. Jiang Ning took out 2 kilograms of rice and other things he bought from the supermarket. Zhang Chao, don't say I took advantage of you. When the flood recedes, you have to pay me back 100 times. Give me 1% more points for future orders. Snobbish face. Teasing tone. Still the familiar Jiang Ning. Did not dislike him at all. Zhang Chao breathed a sigh of relief. I give you 2% points. What about me? Lu Yu was particularly dissatisfied. You have to take care of my and Weili's morning tea for a year. Okay. Leave it to me. After opening the door and going home to change shoes, Jiang Ning fell on the bed in pajamas, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Unlike Lu Yu and Zheng Weili, Zhang Chao, who was doing business, had much better insight. She had to keep the secret of the space and not reveal her tracks. For the next 2 days, no one went out again. In addition to reading books and training, Jiang Ning hid in the room to sort and organize. He was so tired that his waist was almost broken. Finally, he finished cleaning up all the goods swept from the supermarket, and the supplies were piled up directly to the ceiling. The big room was locked, and the key was hidden in the space. During this period, Zheng Weili came over once. During the chat, Jiang Ning asked Zhang Chao, "How is he now? He hardly talks and sleeps in the room all day." Zheng Weili had a bad feeling. He must have been hurt too deeply by that woman. Reality is so difficult. Do you think he will be devastated? He always wanted to die after a breakup. He's fine in the past 2 days. Jiang Ning searched in the cabinet and took out a bottle of white wine. This is the last time I got him an order. His company gave it to a customer as a welfare. He gave me a portion. Let him drink it, and he'd be fine. Men always need to vent. Although Zhang Chao is an orphan, he has a stronger tolerance than ordinary people because he came from such a place. Zheng Weili thought about it and accepted it and said worriedly, "The typhoon has been gone for a few days. Why doesn't the rain stop?" Not only did it not stop, it continued to rise, making people feel suffocated and panic. Who knows? It may rise to the 18th floor one day. Zheng Weili, it's really scary. The next day, I slept in, and there was a knock on the door. Zheng Weili came over and called for help. Zhang Chao finished a whole bottle of white wine last night. He was drunk all night, but he came back to life this morning. I asked you to come over to discuss something. After changing his clothes and shaving, Zhang Chao looked much cleaner. He looked at everyone with a serious expression. I think the end of the world is coming. Jiang Ning choked and looked at him. Don't you think it's abnormal? Zhang Chao sat upright and began to analyze. It's an unprecedented typhoon, and the heavy rain is like a leak in the sky. I heard a lot of news in the shelter. The government salvages supplies from the grain and oil wholesale market day and night. The bread and rice balls we eat are made from those grains. Even if our country doesn't farm, it has enough food for the people to consume for 2 years. Why do they have to salvage bad food from the water for us to eat? And they only give us 1/3 of the food, and try to dry and store the rest. Lu Yu was surprised. It rains heavily every day, and the food can't be transported in at all. No, don't underestimate the power of the country, Zhang Chao said confidently. If only the southern coastal areas were affected, the national rescue would have arrived long ago. Unless this is a national disaster, or even a global disaster, before the internet was disconnected. Zhang Chao paid attention to the news and browsed forum posts. Many places in other provinces were affected. If major disasters broke out at the same time, What else could it be but the end of the world? Even if the floods receded one day, it would be impossible to return to normal in a short time. This is why the government urgently salvaged and stored supplies. After hearing what he said, Zheng Weili and Liu Yu also felt uneasy. Many people have followed the salvage in the past few days. Why don't we go out and try our luck? Zhang Chao looked at Jiang Ning. Aining, what do you think? The water is too deep. It's difficult for professional divers to operate, let alone ordinary people without equipment. Jiang Ning directly denied. Even if we are lucky enough to fish it out, we may not be able to bring it back. Why not find a way from the water? But the mall has been cleared out long ago, so it's not our turn. Jiang Ning reminded. We don't have to find food. As long as we have what others don't, we can exchange it for food. Liu Yu understood that he had to get there before others. But what was he looking for? Medicine, Zhang Chao said. Now everyone is looking in the mall and underwater. We can look in the office building. Office buildings are all companies, and there are basically no supplies. Liu Yu shook his head. Our apartment building had people sweeping the office buildings yesterday, and almost all the office buildings in the city were swept away. The office building where my company is located is quite remote, and the river network there is complicated. Even with a rubber boat, it is impossible to get through at this water level. And some people have no gasoline even if they have a speedboat, so they can only wander around the city. Jiang Ning agreed. Zhang Chao and I are familiar with the place. We can try our luck. If we can find the drugs from his company, our future life will be much better. The company is not a warehouse, but it has an exhibition hall. The number of drugs will not be too many, but it will be a big harvest for a small group. Also, it seems that there is more than one pharmaceutical company in that office building. Although they stocked up in advance, it was only 50,000 yuan. Who would complain about too much drugs? A pill can save your life at a critical moment, so you have to act quickly. Otherwise, they will not get any by the time others come to their senses. After the two said that, Zheng Weili and Liu Yu became anxious. Why don't you discuss it with 1801? He has a speedboat. Chapter 26. Without further ado, Liu Yu knocked on the door of his good neighbor in the end times. After learning that he was going to find medicine, Hoarding thought for a while, and agreed. As usual, Zheng Weili still took the baby to guard the base camp. Although Zhang Chao proposed the theory of the end times, Zheng Weili still had her own concerns. She actually didn't want to believe it from the bottom of her heart. After hesitating for a long time, she said, You go out this time mainly to find survival supplies and medicine. As for other things, you can consider them yourself if you need them. It didn't say it clearly, but those who understand will understand. Jiang Ning understood, and quickly continued. If we find medicine and survival supplies, we will share them equally. If individuals have other needs, they will not be counted. But it is best not to take up too many group resources. It is better to talk about it. And everyone agrees. 1 speedboat and 3 rubber boats can carry a lot of supplies back. The only worry is that someone will get there first. It is 20 kilometers to Zhang Chao's company, and the 4 of them took the speedboat and went forward in the rain. It was right. The water flow became more complicated as we went to the suburbs, and the wind blew. Even the best sailors could not control the wooden boat and rubber boat. Hoarding had good skills and crossed the complex waters steadily. In the vast gloomy weather, he saw several tall office buildings standing on the water. Zhang Chao pointed in the direction, and the 4 of them approached the office building and saw the office soaked in the flood through the glass on the 5th floor. The office is quite tidy. It should not have been swept away. He took out a hammer and hit the glass hard, and the flood rushed in. When the water flow was stable, several people walked into the office building and put away the speedboat. Luckily, the huge office building had not been swept away. Everyone had a clear goal, and they walked up the stairs to the 12th floor, where Zhang Chao worked. After cutting the lock with steel pliers, Zhang Chao was the first to go to his workstation. He was relieved to see several large cartons piled up behind him. I was supposed to deliver the goods to the pharmacy that day, but the typhoon came, and they notified that the delivery would be delayed. So I took the goods back to the company. The goods delivered were very diverse, including anti-inflammatory and antiseptic, rheumatism treatment, cold medicine, and dozens of other items. The pharmaceutical agency was not big, with only a dozen people in the sales department. There were all kinds of medicines in the exhibition room, including those for treating 3 highs, lowering blood sugar and blood lipids. The quantity was not much, but there were many categories, so I scanned several large cartons. Jiangning suggested, "We have limited space. If we take out the outer packaging and only take the medicine, we can save at least 3/4 of the space." "Okay. Anyway, I know the uses of various medicines. I will sort them out for you when I go back." They opened the packaging bags, and Jiangning searched the workstations. Coffee, biscuits, various snacks and pastries, tea for men, flower tea for women, and self-heating pots. There were only a few of them, but they didn't let go of any mistakes. There were more in the tea room. All the drinks, milk tea bags, mineral water, etc. were moved out, and even the express delivery at the front desk was not spared. As long as it was useful, it was opened and taken away. They secretly stuffed the space with things they didn't need. The medicines filled 2 1-meter-high travel backpacks, which was a great harvest. Hiding other supplies, several people took the medicine to the 15th floor. There were 3 pharmaceutical companies in the office building, and all of them were collected first. The second one also had a lot of medicines. Zhang Chao looked at the big refrigerator in the exhibition room and said regretfully, "This company mainly represents vaccines. These are all good things, but it's a pity that they can't be taken away." Through the glass, Jiangning saw several vaccines, including smallpox, tetanus, rabies, meningitis, HPV, influenza, etc. The refrigerator has its own battery, which can be used continuously for a month after a power outage. But once it is taken out, it cannot be preserved at room temperature. Jiangning glanced at it and said nothing, and continued to collect supplies. After sweeping 3 pharmaceutical companies, a rubber boat was filled to the brim. At around 1 p.m., the hungry few sat down to eat, and they searched for a deluxe self-heating pot, coffee, milk tea, and various internet celebrity snacks, listening to the rain outside the window, eating hot and delicious self-heating pot. The aroma permeated the office building, and it felt like a beautiful thing in life. We have enough medicine, but we really don't eat much. There are several live streaming companies of internet celebrities in this building. Let's try our luck. Just do it, and continue to pry. Who knew that the first one was a cosmetics and skin care company? Zhang Chao and Li were not interested, but Jiangning's eyes lit up. All major brands of skin care products, cosmetics, lipsticks, facial masks, and luxury creams were piled everywhere. Jiangning was not polite, picking the expensive ones and throwing them into the bag. Li wanted to bring something for Zheng Weili, so he also picked a few. The men were not interested, and only looked for some survival supplies. So they went to the second internet celebrity company. "Aining, hurry up. We wait for you upstairs." As soon as they left, Jiangning swept everything into the space. Unlucky. The second company was selling women's clothing. All kinds of clothes, skirts, shoes, bags, etc. Li picked a few pieces for Zheng Weili, and Jiangning also picked several pieces. The third company finally sold food, but it was snacks, beef jerky, mutton jerky, nuts, various breads and pastries, internet celebrity drinks, and even ice cream assassins. But unfortunately, they all melted in the refrigerator. These took up space, and several large black plastic bags were filled. By the way, even the garbage bags in the cleaning room were not spared, which was very useful. Time passed quickly, and the efficiency of sweeping like this was too low. Jiangning suggested collecting on different floors, which would save time and improve efficiency. There were a total of 15 floors on the water surface. Jiangning was responsible for 3 floors, and the 3 men were responsible for 4 floors each. Jiangning was assigned to floors 12 to 15, and she decided to sweep from the 15th floor down. When she reached the 15th floor, she returned to the pharmaceutical company just now and collected all the vaccines in the refrigerator. The space can keep things fresh, no matter how long they are stored. Time was not enough, so she started with big companies, and fell in love with a well-known home appliance company's office in Fengcheng at first sight. The product exhibition hall was very large, with air conditioners, washing machines, refrigerators, smart rice cookers, and all kinds of fashionable home appliances full of technology. The country will build bases in various places in the future. I heard that some of the conditions are still very good, and the space has a solar generator. Jiangning decided to choose a few of her favorites. just in case they are needed in the future? It doesn't matter if you don't need it. Just throw it away when the time comes. A 6-digit double-door refrigerator. A 5-digit air conditioner and washing machine. A multifunctional air conditioning fan. An automatic cooking pot. An ice maker. An electric rice cooker. A bread maker. A soy milk maker. A cordless vacuum cleaner. A dryer. Etc. Jiangning likes to cook, but doesn't like to wash dishes. So he decisively took in a few dishwashers. These take up a lot of space. But fortunately the space was cleared in time. The big company has good welfare benefits. And the tea room is full of many things. Not to mention milk, snacks and drinks. And there are also a lot of grains. Red dates, lotus seeds, shark fins and birds' nests. It is estimated that they are here to entertain customers. But unfortunately all the fruits are rotten, leaving only a pile of wilted lemons. There is also a bakery next to the tea house, which is dedicated to making snacks for employees. There are a lot of milk, flour, cake mix, eggs, condensed milk, dried fruits, etc. in it. There is red wine steak in the refrigerator. But unfortunately the steak is also bad. Jiangning has no shortage of these. And he doesn't want to occupy the survival resources of Luyu and Zhangchao. So he packs all the useful ones into bags. The workstations are not spared either. And the useful ones are kept. And the ones that are inconvenient to take out are thrown into the space. Such as wires, sockets, and some daily tools, various books, etc. When unpacking the express delivery, I found 2 pairs of ice skates. Thinking that they might be useful in the extreme cold, I threw them into the space as well. 2 large express deliveries were dragged out from under the workstation. And I saw that the express delivery slips did not indicate the items. So I cut them open with a knife. Wow! 2 large boxes are full of condoms. 2 large boxes. The number is as many as 3,000. Jiangning raised his head and glanced at the workstation card Wang Ming. Cheers to the warrior who has never been defeated in 100 battles. Chapter 27. Jiangning had never eaten pork. But he knew that it was hard to find in the end times, and would be very popular if used to exchange for supplies. Stop new life and care for women. He threw it into the space without hesitation. But then he thought of something and grabbed a few handfuls and stuffed them into a black plastic bag. I didn't count them exactly, but there should be dozens. After sweeping the 15th floor, he went on to the 14th floor. There was only one technology information company in such a large place. There were hundreds of workstations, and it was impossible to see the end at a glance. The boss probably made a lot of money, and the employee benefits were very good. The tea room was full of good things. All kinds of expensive snacks, and self-heating pots for eating overtime. The refrigerator was full of steaks, pork chops, and lamb chops. Jiangning almost vomited when he opened the door. After sweeping the tea room, she walked towards the boss's office. He was probably a boss with a unique personality. His office alone was several hundred square meters, including the office, reception room, lounge, personal, collection hall. Are all bosses so willful now? A collection hall in the office. The impregnable collection hall aroused Jiangning interest. He used all his strength to pry the door open, and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. The door opened to an antique shelf, in the middle of which hung a tang sword, with an ancient pattern on the scabbard and luxurious silver plating. Jiangning took it down and drew his sword. The blade of the tang sword flashed with cold light. It felt heavy in his hand, but not too heavy. He knew it was a good thing at first glance. It was more convenient and easier to use than a butcher knife. He raised his head and chopped the wooden box. It was like cutting tofu. This is not a knife. It is simply a magic weapon. There are many antiques on the antique shelf, including blue and white porcelain bottles, hat boxes, plum bottles with colored glaze, apple vases, tripod stoves, and ink stones. Jiangning didn't know much about these, but it was definitely not a cheap item that could be collected by the domineering president and placed together with the tang sword. Judging from the traces, it has been eroded by the long years. Gold in troubled times, antiques in prosperous times. These valuable cultural relics are not even worth a piece of bread in the end times. However, it is quite pleasing to the eye, and it is okay to take it back as a decoration. Anyway, it does not take up space. There are several paintings and calligraphy hanging on the left side of the antique shelf, all of which are from ancient calligraphers. Any one of them is worth at least 7 or 8 figures. However, Jiangning saw a lot of mouth-eye liquor piled up in the corner. 5-star brand. Yellow glazed porcelain bottle from 1982. The market price is as high as 150,000 per bottle. Exactly 10 bottles. 2002 Fagan brand. 6 bottles per box. Each box is worth 70,000 yuan. 10 boxes are full. 10 years old Fagan brand. 12 bottles per box. Each box is worth 80,000 yuan. There are 50 boxes. This is no longer wine, but a work of art. Jiangning thanked the boss and scanned all into the space. The willful boss has a wide range of hobbies, and his collection is even more varied. In addition to the diamond-studded Patek Philippe mechanical watch, there are also professional high-end diving equipment. MTE brand, and it is the most expensive limited edition. Jiangning searched when buying a diving mask, and the one in front of him is worth 980,000 yuan. The flood would last for several months, and it was unknown whether the natural disaster would repeat itself. She accepted it without hesitation. In the transparent glass cabinet, there was a 5-star golf club. Jiangning had worked in a golf course during the summer vacation and knew that this club was worth 180,000 US dollars, which was equivalent to 1.08 million. All the things in the collection hall were emptied. Even the antique shelves were not left out, and they could be chopped up and used as firewood in the extreme cold. In addition, there was a safe in an inconspicuous corner. The safe that could be put into the collection hall must have something very special. The lounge has a kitchen and a large fresh-keeping refrigerator, with foie gras, wagyu beef, caviar, black truffles, golden abalone, Iberian ham, 1982 Lafite, steak, salmon, etc. The refrigerator is not only full, but also has its own battery. So all the ingredients are fresh. Jiangning didn't want to say anything except thanking the boss, and stuffed the ingredients and the refrigerator into the space. Tang Dao and golf clubs are the best weapons in the end times. Jiangning didn't want to hide them, so he put them in a bag and hung them on his shoulders. There are many supplies on the 14th and 15th floors, and she collected them very carefully. Not only did she search through the boxes and cabinets, but no express package could escape her clutches. The 13th floor is relatively mixed. It is a high-tech incubation base, with all kinds of new startups. The incubation base is relatively poor, so poor that you have to wear your pants inside out, and you can't find any supplies. Jiangning was so tired that he gasped for breath and ate a few energy bars to continue prying the door. A nano-fabric company. The storefront looks small, with various clothing fabrics on display. In the glass display cabinet in the center of the sample room, there is an ordinary and confident silver-gray autumn coat with a price tag of 198,000. Even robbery is not like this. Is it so easy to collect the IQ tax of consumers? Driven by the good unity, Jiangning came closer to take a closer look. Nano constant temperature clothing. Keep the temperature at 25 degrees forever. For this sentence, Jiangning broke the glass with a hammer and took the clothes in his hand. Fuck constant temperature. There is no change when it is attached to the arm. However, it feels extremely soft and smooth, and it is attached to the skin as if it is not attached. A bit like silk fabric. Rubbing it and smelling it, it is quite breathable. Jiangning wants it. Just for the price of 198,000. At least take it back to try it on. If it weren't for the end of the world, she wouldn't have the chance to wear something so expensive. All the fabrics were collected, and 10 pieces of constant temperature fabrics were found in the sample warehouse, which should be good for making underwear. Only half of the 13th floor was searched, and Zhang Chao had already finished his work and came to help. When he saw the Tang sword and golf club on her back, his eyes almost fell out, and he gave her a thumbs up after a long while. You are awesome. Lucky. I bumped into you. It was already dark, and they had to speed up the process. Jiangning urged him to move the supplies downstairs to load the rubber boat. Zhang Chao was exhausted, but he still did it obediently. It was difficult to collect in the dark, and Jiangning was so tired that he couldn't straighten his back. But in order to have a better life in the end times, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Not long after, Liu also came to help, and they all harvested a lot. After asking, it seemed that it would be impossible to load 3 at a time, and the supplies were very heavy, and the speedboat probably couldn't drag them. Said Liu to help move the supplies, and then took the packed speedboat out of the space. and carried a 5L bucket of gasoline. After crossing the clear road, she would also have a speedboat child in the future. There weren't many supplies on the 13th floor. Jiang Ning dragged a heavy box out. Lu Yu, look what I found. A speedboat? Ha ha. Lu Yu was shocked. Aining, you're so lucky. Aren't you? Yeah. It was probably bought by a water enthusiast. I didn't expect it to be cheap for me. Poor acting. It was dark. Lu Yu couldn't see her expression, and shared with Zhang Chao, who was moving things. Chao. Aining found a speedboat. In this way, there were 2 speedboats and 3 rubber boats on the 18th floor, which was a lot of assets. It's just that there's too little gasoline. I guess it can't go far. It's okay. We find a way to collect gasoline when the time comes, and we can go wherever we want in the future. The 4 of them moved and lifted all the supplies to the 5th floor. After sweeping a building, there were really a lot of supplies. Not to mention 1 trip. Even 2 trips wouldn't be enough to move them all. Chapter 28. Everyone ate high-calorie self-heating pots and briefly talked about their collections. Apart from the messy snacks and drinks, Jiang Ning collected the most grains, and Zhang Chao swept a Tibetan product agency. Hundreds of kilograms of yak jerky, rhodiola, saffron, matsutake, cheese, etc. Lu Yu found a few bags of Wuchang rice, and Huishan found a wine agency and swept dozens of boxes of wine. In total, the most mineral water. This is a rigid demand and cannot be thrown away. After all, it is not the same to always drink rainwater. After discussion, they decided to take medicine. Meat, wine, rice, cereals and grains first, then instant noodles, spicy noodles, bread and other things that people could not help eating, and put mineral water and drinks last. In addition, everyone took some things they needed. The speedboat was for Jiang Ning. And then there were the tang sword, golf clubs, and skincare products. Lu Yu took some clothes and shoes. Zhang Chao took electronic products, game consoles, watches and the like. Huishan took a doll, children's books, and paper and pens, which were obviously for Daodu. Everyone knows the number, and tried to occupy as little public information as possible. While moving things to the rubber boat, Lu Yu chatted and said, I found a seed store, but unfortunately it was sprayed with pesticides and can't be eaten. Otherwise we can move it back just in case. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes stared at him. What? What happened? Zhang Chao didn't know what to say. The whole world is soaked in water. If we really face the end of the world, seeds will be more expensive than medicines. Lu Yu realized that he had made a stupid mistake. Let's take it back. Isn't that nonsense? He and Huishan continued to load the goods, while Jiang Ning and Zhang Chao ran upstairs to move them. They were shocked to find that it was actually a station of Long High-Tech, whose founder was the great man who made the Chinese people well-fed. The station was not big, and most of it was new hybrid rice, with several varieties adding up to about 500 to 600 kilograms. In addition, there were many hybrid vegetable varieties, as well as hydroponic technology and nutrient solution. It was so valuable that Jiang Ning didn't even let go of the information, and the 2 of them moved back and forth several times. On the last trip, she deliberately walked a few steps slowly and put the computer in the laboratory into the space. It was full of precious documents and materials, which might be of great help to restore civilized society in the future. When they finished, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. 1801 speedboat tied 2 rubber boats, and Jiang Ning tied 1. They estimated the power and load-bearing capacity and drove to Jinrong community in the dark. Jiang Ning drove the speedboat, and Lu Yu sat beside him with a telescope to keep watch. The telescope has a night vision function, which can observe and avoid obstacles in time, and beware of robbers who suddenly appear. Full of supplies, the speed was very slow. When they arrived at Jinrong community, the 2 of them tacitly turned off the engine, adjusted the mining lamp to the lowest setting, and rode back to the apartment building. At this point, almost everyone was asleep, but they still had to relax. There were too many supplies, which made people hate them. They had to walk barefoot to avoid making noise. Zheng Weili came down to help, and it took almost an hour to move back and forth. Fearing that Zheng Weili could not hold on, Huishan asked Jiang Ning to stay, and the 3 of them had to go back to the office building to move overnight. The supplies were piled up in the living room of 1803. which looked particularly messy. But it made people feel indescribably satisfied. The two of them didn't have time to rest, and took a stool to sit and sort out the things. Those that could be divided equally were divided into 4 parts, and those that couldn't be divided were placed next to each other. The second trip was not finished, and there were a lot of drinks and mineral water left. So 1801 and Zhang Chao ran another trip. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when everything was carried to the 18th floor. Everyone divided the supplies overnight. Jiang Ning took a lot of medicines, grains, beef, wine, 10 kilograms of wuchang rice, more than a dozen boxes of mineral water, 7 or 8 boxes of milk, 2 large sacks of snacks and fast food alone, and a lot of messy things. In short, I don't have to worry for half a year. The only trouble now is the seeds I brought back. I know that seeds are precious, but except for Jiang Ning, no one else knows. And the rainstorm is too humid, and it will go bad soon if not stored properly. Jiang Ning thought about it. Why don't you let me keep it and see if I can make hydroponic vegetables? I will teach you then. It's not that she is greedy, but that natural disasters occur frequently in the end times, and high and low temperatures are not suitable for plant growth. There is no suitable opportunity to plant at all, and the seeds will go bad if they are covered for a long time. Space can preserve freshness, and she really wants to preserve these precious things. If researchers can develop a suitable place for planting in the future, she can donate them anonymously. After all, there are only 10 square meters of black soil in the space, and she can't finish planting the seeds she prepared herself until she dies. Others have no objection and help move things into her house. Aning, whether you can achieve vegetable freedom depends on you. I just try, but I can't guarantee success. I was so tired that I fell asleep right after taking a shower. Staying up late hurts the liver, and I woke up at noon, still feeling confused. After eating junk food all day, I woke up with a dry mouth and tongue. Even my chrysanthemum couldn't stand it. Jiang Ning took a portion of rice, steamed pork ribs, and wok-fried vegetables. She was so satisfied after eating them. At the end, she had a bowl of medicinal chicken feet. It was great. After eating and drinking, she entered the space and was almost scared by the scene in front of her. Shit! Whose space is this? Jiang Ning was shocked by the scene in front of her. The supplies were still hers, but the space had become bigger. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room turned into 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. No, it's not just 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. The area has also increased. The master bedroom is about 5 square meters larger. The second bedroom is 2 square meters larger. The living room, toilet, kitchen and balcony are also larger, and the extra room is about 10 square meters. What surprised her even more was that the garden doubled in size, from 10 square meters to 20 square meters. What does this mean? Not only can you have free vegetables, but you can also have free fruits. She immediately found a ruler to measure, and the total amount was about 50 square meters, 150 cubic meters. In addition to being surprised, Jiang Ning was puzzled. How could the space suddenly become larger? Is it because it is full? No. Last time I almost stuffed it to pieces, but it didn't get bigger. There must be other unknown reasons. I can't figure it out. Just slowly pondering. If the space gets bigger, will the time I can spend in the space every day increase? She excitedly looked at the light and shadow timer. After saving for more than 20 days, minus the time I have spent, there are only 36 hours, which is really sad. There is a statistics every day, but the time has not increased. There is no choice but to continue to spend. Roll up your sleeves, move and lift to organize the space materials, and fill up the extra space in the master and second bedrooms. While cleaning, I always feel that something is wrong. Chapter 29. It was not until she moved the boxes of mitai that Jiang Ning suddenly realized where the antiques and the antique shelf she collected last night were. She searched around and confirmed that they were not there. Mitai, diving suits, watches, and safes were still there, but the antique paintings and calligraphy were gone. Could it be that these old things have spirituality, so the space will expand? It should be. After all, the pendant she wore was also top-grade jade, but the antique shelf was not. So why did it disappear as well? Jiang Ning was sitting on the sofa, thinking about the secret of the expansion of space, when Zhang Chao came and knocked on the door. Perhaps the hunger during the typhoon was too profound, and he now has a great sense of crisis about food. The 2 supplies for 3 people are consumed very quickly. After waking up from a nap, I saw that the water level had risen again, which made me more certain that the end of the world had really come. Yesterday, I only searched the office building of my company. There are 2 more next to it. Why not take it down as soon as possible? It's better than giving it to others at a lower price. I originally wanted to fill the apartment and space and then let it go. But now there is an extra 150 cubic meters. Jiangning suddenly became interested. There is no shortage of food. But it is not enough to live well in the end of the world. It is a crime to possess a treasure. But perhaps having food in hand will make her die faster. The tang sword and golf club she found yesterday can help her better protect herself when facing the vicious devil. If she falls into the water one day, the diving equipment may save her life. Moreover, if she finds more spiritual objects, the space may be expanded? Thinking of this, Jiangning agreed readily. So, Zhang Chao knocked on the door of 1801 again. 1801 had no objection. And everyone packed up and set off immediately. Although he was low-key, he still attracted the attention of others. And the eyes looking at him were very complicated. Jiangning understood. No matter how careful he was still discovered last night. So what? I got it back with my own ability. The water flow in the city was relatively stable. In order to be low-key and save gasoline, he did not turn on the motor, but paddled away. Unexpectedly, he was still targeted. To leave the community, you have to pass through buildings 8 and 9. The turbid flood suddenly pulled up a thick rope. 1801 reacted quickly and quickly blocked it with a paddle. Otherwise several people would have been tripped. If the motor is turned on, both the people and the speedboat will be overturned and fall into the water. When she was distracted for a moment, several men suddenly jumped out from Building 8 and Building 9, holding weapons in their hands, and swam quickly towards the speedboat. These people are clearly going to do something big. Jiangning stood up, pulled out his tang sword with a dark face, and chopped at the man swimming over. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream. The man's arm was chopped off, and the blood dyed the flood red. Killing one person alone is not enough to suppress it. Jiangning chopped at his head without hesitation. If it weren't for today's incident, she wouldn't know that so many people were targeting the 18th floor. Don't think that it was just the joint efforts of Building 8 and Building 9. There are many more people hiding in the dark watching the fire. The 18th floor has been treated as a fat sheep. As long as they are defeated or show cowardice, they will swarm up, rush to the top floor and divide up all the supplies. And even Jun Weili and Dao will die. So, there is no way out. As long as you are soft-hearted, you will fall into an abyss of no return. Liu and Zhang Chao were not well, but they also realized it. The world has changed. It is no longer a world of law, but a world of the survival of the fittest. Those sharp weapons will kill people if they are stabbed down. They can't just sit there and wait for death. The 2 raised their oars and smashed them on the head. Come over if you don't want to die. Jiangning kept swinging his knife, and the water near the speedboat was dyed red. The injured people with broken arms screamed and thrashed, but were soon washed away by the flood. 5 or 6 were injured in a row, and the remaining ones turned around and ran away in fear. Thinking of the misery of his previous life, Jiangning's eyes turned red, and he said coldly, "Chase them. We can't let them go." Zhang Chao and Liu paddled desperately, while Hu Yishan took out a nail gun. He was very accurate with his gun, and even if those people fell in the flood, he would still shoot them one by one. The whole army was wiped out. Liu and Zhang Chao panted. "Are we going back now?" "No." Jiangning cleaned the tang sword. "Going back now would be a sign of weakness. And we would tell them that Sister Weili is no match for us. The next time we go out, they will rush to the 18th floor." Liu was extremely nervous. He knew Zhang Weili could fight. But how many people could he fight with bare hands? Jiangning is right. Let's go, and come back quickly. Although he was nervous, Liu still gritted his teeth and paddled away. After leaving the city, the speedboat started its motor and roared towards the suburbs. Halfway through the journey, they found a speedboat coming in front of them. Jiangning looked through the telescope and found that it was Yang Wei-sung standing at the bow. Su Mingyao was there, as well as the boys trapped on the 8th floor. Behind the speedboat was a rubber boat loaded with supplies, and several people had smug smiles on their faces. 2 speedboats passed each other, and Yang Wei-sung smiled sarcastically at Jiangning. Jiangning didn't care. The end of the world would hit him hard. However, she had a vague feeling that this trip today might be in vain. Not long after, the premonition came true. In less than a day, the remaining 2 office buildings were looted. There were broken glass holes everywhere. Desks were tilted, and chaotic footprints were everywhere. It seemed that more than one wave came to sweep. Zhang Chao was very upset. One step late. There is nothing left, Jiang Ning said calmly. That may not be the case. It depends on what they want. If they save their supplies, they will definitely be enough for half a year. By then, the flood will have passed, and they will enter the extremely cold purgatory of the end of the world. The coldest temperature is -60 to 70 degrees Celsius. Food is not the most important thing. Resistance to cold can save lives. She reminded him implicitly. Since we are here, why don't we get some firewood to take back? We can't waste the gasoline for this trip. Right? Lu Yu was stunned for a moment. We don't lack gas. Why do we need firewood? Can gas fire dry clothes? Zhang Chao almost hit his head. The weather this year is so abnormal. Who knows what will happen in the future? The gas will run out one day. It's always a good idea to stock up more. Yes. Wei-Li's clothes are always not dry. Pick up some to take back and dry clothes. Chapter 30. The men searched upstairs and found that everything was in a mess. And the office was almost made of plastic. Occasionally, they saw wooden desks. But they were made of sawdust powder and a lot of glue, which was not resistant to burning and had poisonous gas. The same was true for the other office building. They only found some leftover fast food, a few boxes of mineral water, and a small amount of wood. The men returned to the building where Zhang Chao's company was located. There were still many signs of intrusion, but the situation was much better. They should have found that it had been raided when they came in. So they hurried to the other 2 buildings to rob. Jiang Ning guessed correctly. The further up you go, the fewer traces there are. She suggested searching again in an alternating manner. After all, everyone focuses on different things, and there may be places that they didn't notice. Jiang Ning searched the ones that Lu Yu had flipped through yesterday, while Zhang Chao switched with 1801. Yesterday, he was looking for medicines and food. But today's goal has changed. There is 150 cubic meters more space, and Jiang Ning, who has a strong sense of crisis, always wants to fill it up. Books that can enrich the spiritual world. Exquisite vases in the boss's office. Wooden desks. Wardrobes. Jade ornaments on the bookcase. And mop sticks in the cleaning tool room. Men are not as talented as women in collecting. Jiang Ning found a lot of snacks that she had missed. And she searched for the express delivery again, and found suitable clothes and shoes. She found a jade company. The counter was empty, but there was no sign of human damage. After walking around, she found that the person in charge's office was closed. It was a solid door again. She took out tools and pried it open. There were 4 safes in the office. There should be jade inside. Jiang Ning put all of them into the space, and found some tea, cigarettes and alcohol. She used the tang sword to chop up the office desk and chair. At a sports brand's resident point, I took the sizes that suited the team members back to share, and swept the rest into the space without leaving anything. A company was probably going to do team building, and the administrative department had several large boxes of barbecue charcoal and some picnic tools. After going through 4 floors, Jiang Ning returned to the live broadcast company that sold clothes and received another batch of clothes, as well as women's underwear and bras that men were embarrassed to take. And last night's home appliance company. I quietly went to collect a batch of electrical appliances that might be used in the future, including a high-end massage chair worth tens of thousands of yuan. She sneaked in at different times to the places that the other 3 had swept, and collected whatever she could use until the extra 150 cubic meters of space was filled. For the convenience of transportation, all the pure wooden furniture was dismantled and cut into similar lengths, so that 2 speedboats and 3 rubber boats could fill the space. This time they came back early, and it was only after 9 o'clock when they finished moving and dividing. After what happened today, the 18th floor has become notorious, and the residents of the apartment building feel creepy when they see a few people. They didn't hide it and carried the wood upstairs. After closing the door, she entered the space immediately. The safe was firmly in the corner, and the living room, balcony, and toilet did not get bigger. Could it be that the jade company sold fakes? Unwilling to give up, she opened the door of the master bedroom. Well, there is an extra bathroom. About 10 square meters. The safe could not be opened. But there should be a lot of jades. But it only expanded by 10 square meters. It seems that the upgrade conditions are still very harsh. It doesn't matter. She can continue to look. The gold, silver, and jades in the end times are not valuable. So it can be exchanged for them. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by a loud noise and a shrill cry downstairs. This was common in the end times. So Jiangning turned over and continued to sleep. She woke up naturally, had 2 red bean pastes and steamed buns for breakfast, and drank a bottle of milk to feel full. The weather was bad, and the green vegetables she planted turned yellow. Jiangning diluted some nutrient solution and poured it on them. As a last resort, using her consciousness to check the space. The timer still only increased by 2 hours. Slower than a snail. With 10 square meters of black soil left, she planned to continue planting green vegetables. First hoarding a lot, and then planting other vegetables after saving enough for 2 or 3 years. Of course, if the fruit seedlings grow slowly, they can be planted first. Those old seedlings will definitely be harvested next year. The physical fitness during this period has obviously improved. It saves 15 minutes to turn the soil and sow seeds. 15 minutes can save a life in a harsh environment. Just after leaving the space, Liu knocked on the door outside. Jiangning opened the door and saw him with a bruised face. He was shocked. Who beat you? Liu was embarrassed. It's because Zhang Chao and I are in poor health. Weili has been training us since last night. She was reluctant to touch him before, but now she is training him to death. Liu knows that the world has changed, and he can't always rely on Weili and Jiangning to protect him. From now on, he has to be a man and protect his woman. Well, you guys really need training. Jiangning suddenly remembered something, went back to the room and took out a black bag. I found it in the office building. I think you and Sister Weili can use it. So I kept it. Seeing the contents clearly, Liu looked embarrassed, and then smiled and said, "Thanks. I was just worried about finding this. Almost forgetting the business." He asked with a smile, "Do you know what happened last night?" "I don't know. I was fast asleep. Yang Weitsong and Su Mingyao were robbed." Liu couldn't stand Yang Weitsong using several boats to fish for Jiangning. Fortunately, she pulled away in time. "Yesterday, you brought back supplies in such a high-profile manner. But you were set on fire at night. Yang Weitsong rented 802. And the 2-bedroom apartment couldn't accommodate so many people. So 1202 also squeezed in a few people. The gang robbed 1202 first. If Yang Weitsong and others hadn't rushed over after hearing the news, Su Mingyao would have been almost raped by several men. The people were driven away. But when they returned to the 8th floor, they found that all the supplies in the house had been emptied. Jiangning was surprised. Divert the tiger away from the mountain? These days, robbery also requires IQ. Most of their supplies are on the 8th floor. But the speedboats and rubber boats were not taken away. Jiangning smiled. It's not that they were not robbed, but that group of people wanted to grow leeks and cut them slowly. One of them was chopped, and just now he had the nerve to knock on the door and wanted you to help treat him. In the end, no matter how much they shouted, the 18th floor didn't respond at all. There is another thing. 2 people from other apartment buildings came this morning. They wanted to pay their respects, but were driven away by Weili. Jiangning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 18th floor was just protecting itself. How could it become a gang? While they were chatting, Zhang Chao, who also had a bruised face, came out. "Are we going out today?" "I don't want to go out. You can go out if you need anything. I just look after the house." Everywhere had been swept. Now she couldn't find what she needed. Moreover, Zheng Weili and Liu were brainwashed by Zhang Chao's doomsday theory. They always felt that they were missing something, and they had a sense of crisis. After saying hello, the 3 of them took the rubber boat and went out, both to collect supplies and to get information. Just after noon, 3 more people came to pay their respects. Jiangning was annoyed and wrote a notice on the door, "No alliance." Not to mention those who had bad intentions. Even Zheng Weili and others. She did not dare to relax. After all, the human heart is the most unpredictable in the end times. Not to mention friends or colleagues. There are many people who eat their own children in the darkest time. If the day comes when they are separated, she will withdraw without hesitation. There is no shortage of food, clothing, and daily necessities. As for other materials that she wants, she can't collect them for the time being. So she should think about how to expand the space first. Without the three of them, Jiang Ning completely let loose, taking out pickled pepper chicken feet, squid shreds, cold dishes, and braised duck intestines, enjoying the food while reading a book to kill time. It was still early, so he took out the meat filling that had been mixed in advance to make wontons. He was wrapping and watching TV series, stockpiling thousands of wontons, and heard the sound of Zheng Weili and the other two coming back. He brought some wood and 2 stainless steel doors removed from the mall. Compared with Jiang Ning and the door of 1801, Liu really didn't feel safe, and took the size and searched for a long time in the mall before prying it back. After a long time of tinkering, the renovation of 1803 was finally completed. An extra window was installed on the stairs. To get to the 18th floor, you have to pass 3 levels. Seeing Liu applying cement, Jiang Ning asked curiously, "Where did you find it?" "I passed by a building under construction and climbed in to get 2 bags." The three of them discussed going again to get some glass to install on the balcony. It was too wet with rain every day. Jiang Ning reminded, "Get something of better quality, so that the typhoon will not blow the glass again and cause trouble." Liu agreed deeply and told Zhang Chao about the broken windows in several houses in the community. After thinking for a day, Jiang Ning still felt that the expansion of space was related to spirituality. The disappearance of the antique shelf should be related to the material of wood. Good wood takes dozens or even hundreds of years to form, such as golden nanmu, which takes thousands of years. The museum was flooded, and the ancient objects have been salvaged or moved in advance by the relevant departments. Gold, silver, jade, and other items will be easier to find after the flood recedes. Now the only way left is wood. Wood? Jiang Ning suddenly had an idea. Chapter 31. If you want to find good wood, there is none in shopping malls and office buildings. And the museum has been flooded. But there is another place where you can try your luck. Fengcheng is the world's largest furniture production base. The International Furniture Expo Center built in Lu Town has become a 4A-level landmark building. The Global Furniture Expo is held as scheduled every year. This year is the 30th anniversary celebration. The exhibition is unprecedentedly grand. As early as half a year ago, it has been advertised through various channels. Jiang Ning recalled carefully that the original date of the exhibition should be 3 days before the typhoon. The exhibition will last for half a month, so it has not ended yet. What kind of grand scene will it be when the world top furniture gathers in the exhibition center? Jiang Ning didn't care. After all, foreign furniture rarely uses wood. But domestic retro furniture may not be the case. She had seen an advertisement. A large furniture company advertised that it seemed to use 1,000-year-old red sandalwood to build a 1,000-work step-out bed and a complete set of furniture for the house, with a starting price of 9 figures. In recent years, Chinese people have become more and more confident in their culture, and the retro trend of furniture has followed suit. In order to attract attention, the Expo Center used its connections to borrow a piece of ebony as the treasure of the town exhibition. Not only ebony, but also many valuable woods, such as Wangwali, old mountain sandalwood, and rosewood, were also taken to the Expo Center to take the opportunity to promote furniture culture to the world. Jiang Ning had to go there, and he had to act immediately. The Expo Center was built in Conville Town, about 40 kilometers away from the urban area. The water flow along the way was complicated, but it was still worth a try. Zheng Weili and the other two went out to collect building materials. Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1801. "I'm going out for a walk." 1801 had no objection. "Be careful. I went downstairs with the bag containing the speedboat, and happened to meet Su Mengyao on the 17th floor. She came up with Yu Qingqing from 1202. Su Mengyao's eyes were red and tears came. Aining, Ajian is injured. Only you can save him now. Please save him." Jiang Ning treated her as heir and went downstairs with a cold face. Unexpectedly, Su Mengyao kept pulling. "Aining, we are schoolmates. You can't just stand by and watch someone die," she cried loudly, and the neighbor on the 17th floor opened the door. Jiang Ning drew his knife and slashed at her. Su Mengyao screamed and dodged, and half of her black waist-length hair was cut off and fell to the ground. Before she could come to her senses, she was kicked to the ground by Jiang Ning. She was shocked and stunned, staring at Jiang Ning like an executioner with her eyes wide open, and even forgot to cry. Jiang Ning stepped on her chest and kept on. "If you want to run into my gun, I don't mind sending you to see the king of hell. He stepped on her tightly, and kept stepping on her to death. His eyes were extremely cold. Su Mingyao felt that her ribs were about to be broken, and she was suffocating, and her face was pale. Yu Qingqing took 2 steps back. Jiang Ning. Mingyao just wanted you to save Ajian. If you don't save him, then forget it. But why do you have to hurt him? She is mentally ill. And you are also mentally ill? Jiang Ning glanced at her coldly. The 18th floor is not a hospital. And I am not a doctor. You have a speedboat. Why don't you send the injured to the hospital? You have to find me, who has only studied Chinese medicine for a year, and has not even learned the basics. And you think everyone else is stupid? Yu Qingqing was stunned and explained, but our speedboat ran out of gas. And it was raining so hard. Then you just watch him die. Why do you want to put the blame on me? Jiang Ning showed sarcasm. You are really friends. You don't want to take risks. And you don't want to be condemned by your conscience. So you want to shift the responsibility to me? Yu Qingqing was a little stunned when she said that. Jiang Ning had only studied medicine for 1 year. And the first year was basically theoretical knowledge. But Su Mingyao said it very confidently. Even they thought so. So she subconsciously felt so. Now that I think about it, it was really embarrassing for her. How about you lend us the speedboat, and we take Ajian to the hospital? If you want to be a saint, just be one yourself. Jiang Ning walked up to her and taunted her. You've been cheated so badly. So you want to drag me down with you? Yu Qingqing's face turned pale, and she looked like she was struck by lightning, with a complicated look in her eyes. Ignoring her being hit in the dead spot, Jiang Ning continued to walk downstairs. When he reached the 6th floor, Yu Qingqing suddenly chased him down. Stop! Jiang Ning continued to walk down. Yu Qingqing was indignant. You knew they had bad intentions. Why didn't you remind me? Who are you to me? Jiang Ning asked. Why should I remind you? If you are really so kind, why are there so many hungry people in the group? But you only want to give food to Yang Wei-song? He brought a group of people to your house. You can completely refuse. Why not? One meal after another. Did you really not notice? Or did you want to win his favor? Now that you have noticed, why do you still hang out with him? Looking at Yu Qingqing. I know how stupid I was in my previous life. Why didn't I tell her? Because it's useless to tell her. No one is stupider than anyone else. Everyone has their own calculations. She also noticed it in her previous life, and wanted to win his favor, but was embarrassed by her face. With good food and drink, Yang Wei-song coaxed her with a few sweet words. And she was so happy that she wanted to give him her heart. If a stranger suddenly jumped out at this time and said that he had bad intentions and wanted to eat up the whole family, and that the end of the world was coming and he should save food, I'm afraid that before Yang Wei-song even said anything, she would jump out and call that person a psychopath. Who doesn't feel like this when they are in love? So, why did Jiang Ning say that? Besides, Yu Qingqing saw their true colors, but she still pretended to be stupid and colluded with them. What good is that? I didn't. If you had reminded me earlier, I wouldn't have taken out the food. Yu Qingqing was unwilling to face her mistakes, and her voice was a little tearful. Why are you so cruel? Why didn't you tell me earlier that Yang Wei-song was a beast? As she spoke, tears flowed down her cheeks, and she couldn't stop crying. Jiang Ning reminded. You'd better cry louder. Maybe he's listening upstairs. Yu Qingqing was startled and subconsciously covered her mouth. Look, they are still in collusion. No one can wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. Jiang Ning has no responsibility or obligation. Get on the speedboat and head towards the expo center in the heavy rain. In view of the unknown danger, Jiang Ning put on her life jacket, and the diving equipment was also on standby in the space. But she was brave and drove the speedboat well, avoiding several whirlpools in a row. Staying calm, he drove for more than an hour over 40 kilometers, and saw the huge and artistic expo center standing in the flood from afar. Fengcheng has many rivers and water networks. There are several rivers converging at the expo center alone. There is a provincial road, ring road, and an interchange next to it. And the traffic is well connected. The more such a place is, the more complicated the water flow is. Jiang Ning was very alert. Seeing several whirlpools in front of him, he immediately accelerated and rushed over. Chapter 32. He accelerated suddenly, turned a corner, and drifted forward. He was shaking so much that he almost threw himself out. Fortunately, he managed to keep his balance and successfully arrived at the expo center after a long detour. Although the expo center only has 12 floors, the exhibition hall is tall and looks magnificent. Jiangning floated around and did not see anyone inside or broken glass. According to the industrial layout, Kongville town is centered on furniture manufacturing, and the surrounding areas are mostly factories. Commercial residential buildings are on the other side of the river, and even their shadows cannot be seen in the heavy rain. Looking up, there was flood all around. Only the expo center stood out of the water. The glass was very thick and could not be broken with a hammer. Jiangning used a window breaker and shook it several times before successfully breaking it. As for a tourist attraction, the expo center covers a large area. Unfortunately, the magnificent hall has been submerged in the flood. But looking up, you can see the magnificent momentum. The darkness swallowed up all the brilliance. And now I can only look at the various fashionable furniture around me with the light of the flashlight. The complex waters have well protected the expo center. Or maybe the expo center didn't have the survival supplies the survivors needed. Anyway, it hadn't been destroyed before Jiangning came. Furniture is everywhere. There's nothing they can't make. Only what you can't imagine. Chinese, European, American, African, Korean, modern, postmodern, classical, neoclassical, pastoral, cyberpunk. Furniture from all over the world gathered together. And the creative shapes were even more colorful. There's nothing they can't make. Only what you can't imagine. Jiangning didn't rush to start, but went straight to the furniture museum on the top floor. The expo center was out of power, and it was pitch black everywhere. It was so empty that only the sound of footsteps could be heard. There was no elevator, so I climbed to the top floor after many twists and turns. My feet were so tired that they were numb. The whole floor was full of historical exhibits, including photo exhibitions, physical exhibitions, various woods, and ancient furniture that was either broken or intact. I walked around the exhibition areas with a flashlight for almost half an hour and finally arrived at the center. A brown-black piece of wood about 4 meters long, with an irregular mottled shape, appeared in front of Jiangning. This is ebony, buried underground for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The erosion has formed a plant that looks like wood but is not wood, and looks like stone but is not stone. Mummy, the spirit of all trees, known as the fossil of wood. There is a legend that 1 ounce of ebony is worth 1 ounce of gold. Jiangning cannot estimate its value. After all, no matter how precious it is, it cannot fill the stomach, and it is worthless to the survivors. The ebony is covered in transparent glass, and it is not easy to take it out. Explosion-proof glass. No matter how hard you hit it with a hammer, it will not break. Jiangning put on a mask and took out an electric saw from the space, making a piercing sound. After some effort, he successfully sawed the explosion-proof glass open, and a fragrant smell came to his nose. Not to mention, the smell of ebony is really good. There is no time to waste. So he quickly put this treasure into the space. He continued with the electric saw. There were all kinds of furniture woods, such as Nanhai Wangwali, agarwood, small leaf red sandalwood, etc. The ones worth 1,000 gold were covered with glass, and the others were isolated with cordons, and tourists were prohibited from touching them. Jiangning couldn't tell which ones had spiritual energy, so he just threw them into the space anyway. As she walked, she finally saw the Qianyong Babu bed made of red sandalwood. It was meticulously carved, beautiful and impeccable. It looked a little eerie even in the dark. It was too big, and the living room was almost occupied by the RV, so there was no way to fit a large bed. She could only roll up her sleeves and dismantle it. After dismantling it, she threw it in, and the matching tables, chairs, benches and dressing tables were all thrown into the space. There were also many ancient furniture made of other materials, such as tables, taisher chairs, chaise longues, and many others that could not be named. To be honest, her hands were sweating when she smashed the display case glass, even though she had several layers of masks on her face. This was the end of the world in a natural disaster. If it was in peacetime, she would have stepped on the sewing machine to death. She banged and hit. Even wooden sticks were not spared. Jiangning was sweating all over and felt dizzy. She found a place to sit down and rest, took out chocolate to replenish energy, and drank a can of Red Bull. When she felt a little better, she turned off the flashlight and flashed into the space. There were many old furniture scattered in the space, but most of them had disappeared. Jiang Ning was shocked by the scene in front of him. The living room was about 30 square meters larger, and there was a spiral staircase that led to the second floor. The rooms, kitchens and toilets were all larger, and the master bedroom even had a cloakroom. After counting, there was an extra bedroom and study. Yes, now there are 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 toilets and 1 study. The spiral staircase only reaches the top of the wall. It seems that there is still room for further expansion. What is even more shocking is that the black soil garden was only 20 square meters last time. And now it looks like 300 square meters? Jiang Ning made the right bet. The old and spiritual wood really works. Thanks to ebony. Thanks to red sandalwood. Thanks to all the elves who dedicated themselves to the space. As for those that were not recognized by the space, she did not plan to throw them away. They could be used as firewood in the extreme cold. This trip was worth it. It was estimated that there were 400 square meters, or 1,200 cubic meters, more. After leaving the space, Jiang Ning went down 1 floor. The 2 floors were all Chinese-style furniture. There were too many things to collect. She could only rely on her own feelings and pick up the expensive ones to throw into the space. Throw them all in the garden, stacking them up layer by layer. Eat what you can eat, and if you can't eat it, you can find a chance to replace it later. With 1,200 cubic meters more, Jiang Ning is much more confident. As long as he can't store it to death, he will store it to death. The 8th floor has a service hall, a screening room, more than a dozen restaurants, a cafe, a bakery and a convenience store, which should be a place for tourists and guests participating in the exhibition to rest. All the meat and vegetables are bad, but in order to accommodate guests from the expo, the restaurant has prepared a lot of inventory in advance. There are tens of thousands of kilograms of rice, flour and grains alone, and more than 300 barrels of oil. And the variety is very rich, as well as various seasonings, tea, wine and beverages. I even found 20 bottles of unopened top-grade caviar and 30 bottles of Lafite red wine in a high-end Western restaurant, all still within the shelf life. The refrigerators for storing valuable ingredients have built-in power storage boxes, and the 3 large refrigerators are full of steaks, lamb chops, foie gras, Tanya blue lobster, Parmesan cheese, etc. I didn't expect the unexpected harvest to be so big. Jiang Ning took away all the refrigerators. All the goods in the convenience store and bakery were taken away except those that were expired and moldy. The coffee beans, sugar, milk, and even the coffee machine in the cafe were moved away. After sweeping everything, there were more than 100 cubic meters of supplies. After walking around the 8th floor, I found a large maintenance and supply department with 2 high-power generators. In such a large exhibition center, there might be a power outage, and the generator should be used for emergency use. To run the generator, diesel must be used. Jiang Ning searched the machine room, but did not find any diesel. Chapter 33. Jiang Ning pried open the warehouse of the maintenance and supply department and finally found diesel in a room. 160L/barrel. There were 30 barrels, which is 4,800 liters, or about 4 tons. It happened to be an international exhibition, and there was a typhoon that happened once in 100 years. It was impossible to stock up only this little diesel in advance for emergency preparations for power outages. So, she pried open all the places she could, and sure enough, she found that there were also diesel in 2 other rooms, and all of them added up to a total of 12 tons. The speedboat and the RV can use diesel, which is enough for her to use for a long time. She was so excited that she put all of it into the space. In fact, there are several solar energy storage boxes in the space. But who can choose? All of them. Pick up the tools and dismantle the generator as completely as possible, and pack it up together with the tools and accessories of the maintenance department. On the 7th floor and below are modern furniture of various styles, and Jiang Ning continues to collect them as she walks. In fact, she prefers modern furniture. The designers fully consider the pain points of the small-sized family, and many of them have folding functions. With an extra 1,200 cubic meters of space, Jiang Ning collects whatever she can get, which can be said to be extremely willful. Bed, latex mattress, sofa, wardrobe, TV cabinet, bedside table, chair, bench, rocking chair. Sit down and rest when tired, and check in the space in time. Only a part of the wooden furniture collected later disappeared. It seems that the merchants are still tricky and sell dog meat under the guise of sheep. The space is a complete treasure appraisal machine. Go up the spiral staircase and there is a living room. The rest has not changed. Scan all the way to the 5th floor. Except for what you can enjoy. All others are durable and solid. There is no need for fancy shells in the end times. Otherwise it is easy to arouse suspicion when you take them out for replacement. After spending too much time at the expo center, she took out her phone and found that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She left in a speedboat and found 2 commercial houses under construction on the way back. Thinking of the tragic scene of houses collapsed and broken walls everywhere due to the earthquake, she hesitated for a moment and drove the speedboat over. The commercial house has been completed and is in the decoration stage. Many materials have been transferred to the floor. Jiangning uncovered the waterproof cloth, sand, cement, lime powder, glass doors and windows, tiles, waterproof coatings, etc. The materials piled on each floor are slightly different due to different decoration progress. Sand is easy to get, so there is no need to waste space. It is difficult to regenerate other materials. Even if the government rebuilds it later, not everything can be produced. Jiangning walked up and collected materials in the space, piling them all in the black soil garden. She found that since the 2nd floor of the space was built, the capacity of the garden has changed, and it is the same height as the 2nd floor. This change means that the usable area of the garden has increased from 900 cubic meters to 1,800 cubic meters. Fortunately, the building materials do not take up space, and all the materials found were collected. The garden is not fresh, so Jiangning did not forget to collect the waterproof shading cloth and cover the cement lime powder waterproof paint. After collecting the things, she suddenly thought of the safes in the space. So she took them all out and started to pry them open. The alarm sounded shrill. So she plugged her ears with earplugs and gradually pried open the safe door. The 4 safes in the jade shop were empty. It seems that the entire space has been swallowed up. Then she pried open the personal collection of the boss. And a gun actually fell out of it. Can this be collected? As expected, all domineering CEOs love to challenge criminal laws. In addition to the pistol, there are 2 boxes of bullets. A total of 200 bullets. Even in the end times, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to own it. This is a pleasant surprise. Although Jiangning has never touched the real thing, there is a shooting club in the school. They shoot rubber bullets, and she is quite accurate in shooting. With this thing, I can sleep more peacefully. Thanks again to the domineering CEO for his dedication. Now there is only 1 safe left, which was found in the domineering office. This shouldn't be contraband, right? Just opened it. A box full of paper. No, to be more precise, it's money. 1 stack of 10,000. A total of 100 stacks. 1 million. All brand new bills. This is something Jiangning didn't expect. If she had gotten this money before the natural disaster, well, she might have been using a sewing machine. Although the banknotes are not invalid, they have depreciated greatly. But it's better than nothing. Put the money in the backpack and throw the safe into the flood. The 18th floor barely counts as a team. It's not easy to go out alone. Jiangning took out her phone to check the offline map to see if there are any other places worth visiting nearby. There is a commercial science and technology museum, but it is next door in Yuecheng. Yuecheng is the provincial capital, but the commercial science and technology museum is built in the suburbs, only 20 kilometers away from Condal town. In addition to continuing to expand the space, she has no clear lack of things now, such as ships, airplanes, etc. Don't think about it. You can only walk around and see. Maybe you can pick up something useful for yourself. Determine the route and go to Yuecheng Commercial Science and Technology Museum. There is a vast ocean everywhere. It took almost an hour because I am not familiar with the route. Only 2 floors of the Science and Technology Museum are still above the water. There are many people in Yuecheng, and the Science and Technology Museum has been searched countless times. It is a mess everywhere. Almost all the materials that are beneficial to their survival have been moved away. After walking around and about to leave, the flashlight accidentally swept an orange ball. It is round like a ping-pong ball. The color is particularly bright, and the diameter is about 3 meters. Is this an escape pod? Jiangning accidentally saw an escape pod for earthquakes and tsunamis on the video. picking up the brochure on the ground. She really guessed it right. Made of 3 layers of metal shell materials that have passed aerospace-grade tests. It can not only withstand external impacts from sharp objects, but also withstand high temperature and high pressure environments without deformation, and has extremely strong protective capabilities. The escape cabin is also strong, with high-energy welding technology, safety belts and shock-absorbing seats, so people can hide in the escape capsule with a full sense of security. The latest upgraded version exhibited this time has GPS positioning system, oxygen, lighting and other equipment, drinking water and food. The storage of drinking water and the amount of food are determined by the internal space. A single-person escape cabin can store 5 days of water, while a cabin for 5 to 10 people can store water for half a month. The single-person model has a diameter of 0.8 meters, and the height in front is about 3 meters, which should be the largest one. Jiangning opened the cabin door and found that there were indeed 6 shock-absorbing seats. The space is quite spacious, and the hands and feet can be stretched out. It has a mini toilet processor, and there is a water storage bubble at the bottom, which floats when it falls into the water. There are many clothes grids around, which should be used to store daily necessities. And there is a medical first aid kit. When an earthquake or tsunami comes, you can hide inside to isolate yourself from the disaster outside. Wait until the disaster stops. Trigger the emergency signal device, and wait for the rescuers to arrive. Judging from the placement, there should be a single-person escape capsule, but it has been moved away. And this one in front of me is too heavy. Even if several people work together, they can't lift it. Jiangning tried to push it and really couldn't push it, so he decisively put it into the space and stored it. Maybe it can be used when an earthquake comes one day? Coming here today is like picking up a treasure. It's getting late. Jiangning evacuated decisively. Back to Jinrong community. The sky is gloomy, and it's almost dark. Just as I was about to enter the community, I found a group of people making a fuss not far away. And there were fierce dogs barking. Chapter 34. The vision was blurry, so Jiangning took out the telescope. There were several men and women standing on 2 rubber boats, holding wooden forks and iron rods, and they kept hitting the windowsill extending from the 5th floor. There was a wet dog standing on the windowsill, barking at them with its sharp fangs. Quick! Kill it, and we will have meat to eat tonight. The man and woman seemed extremely excited, constantly waving their weapons, making the dog dodge in embarrassment, but refusing to admit defeat. Confronting fiercely. The natural disaster was unexpected, and no one had time to prepare. All the food was soaked in water, and many people starved to death. Nowadays, seeing a dog, even if it is skinny, can make people have a full meal. Right? This is meat. Who wouldn't want it? Everyone's eyes glowed green, and they wanted to eat it alive. Jiangning didn't want to care at first, but the moment he saw the dog face, he trembled all over. It's Coke. This name was given by her. Coke was abandoned by his owner and sold to a dog meat restaurant. When he was being slaughtered, he suddenly resisted and bit the boss and escaped. With nowhere to go, it wandered around the university town, often staying near the snack bars across the street from the community, and was often driven away by the shop owners. At that time, Jiangning was reselling dog food, and every time he met it, he would sprinkle dog food or throw a sausage. The only difference between a dog abandoned by its owner and a baby abandoned by its parents is that humans have orphanages, while stray dogs must be killed if they are caught. At first, it was very cautious and very resistant to Jiangning approach. Every time it waited for her to leave and walk far away before eating. After getting familiar with each other, although it was also wary and resistant, it would stick its head out from behind the tree and secretly watch her. Later, she liked Yang Weitsong and always racked her brains to get close to him. She even stopped doing dog food business. So how could she think of Coke? When they met again, it was already extremely cold. Jiangning didn't know how it survived. All the hair on its body fell off, and it was covered with pus-filled frostbite. It was so thin that only a skeleton was left. But even so, when he saw her being bullied by a few evil people, he still rushed up without hesitation and bit them madly. If it hadn't pounced on her, the baseball bat would have hit her head. In order to protect her, Kayleigh was beaten to death with a stick, and he never let go of the dog mouth that bit the man's wrist until his death. She was alive, but it was beaten to death and cooked and shared. After rebirth, she looked for it several times nearby, but couldn't find its trace. Think about how ridiculous it is. She was sincere to Yang Wei-sung, but he watched her being beaten to death by the devil. And the stray dog she occasionally fed protected her with his life. Coke. When they met again, Jiang Ning burst into tears. Without any hesitation, she rushed over in the sharp boat. Coke. The dog standing stubbornly on the windowsill couldn't help but brighten his eyes when he heard the sound, and subconsciously looked over in the direction of the sound. He lost his focus and was hit hard by the stick, making a shrill scream. He turned his head and jumped towards the assailant, biting him madly. The rubber boat shook violently, and Coke bit the assailant's body. People nearby came to help, and sticks fell one after another. It dodged left and right, jumping flexibly. The stick fell on the bitten person instead, and he let out a shrill wail. The other rubber boat came over, but because the water flow was too fast and could not be controlled, the two rubber boats collided with each other, and two people lost their balance and fell into the water directly. Ah! Help! Help me! Before they could come to their senses, Coke jumped and rushed towards the oncoming rubber boat. The horse dog has strong jumping ability and directly knocked people down heavily. In just a few rounds, 3 people fell into the water, and 2 people were successfully bitten. One of them took out a knife and stabbed it hard. Jiang Ning drove the speedboat and crashed into it, knocking the rubber boat over, and turned sharply. Coke kicked hard with his front and back feet, and his skinny body jumped 3 or 4 meters away and landed steadily on Jiang Ning's speedboat. The motor roared, and the flood splashed up. When they struggled to climb onto the rubber boat, there was no sign of the speedboat. The sky was gloomy, and they couldn't even see the woman's face clearly. They didn't get to eat the dog meat stew, and several people were injured. It was really bad luck. Everyone kept cursing. The speedboat rushed into the community and stopped downstairs. Jiang Ning's vision was blurred by the rain. She couldn't wait to reach out to hug Kayley, but Kayley stepped back, his eyes full of vigilance and precaution. It was in a very bad condition, with blood coming out of its mouth, most of its hair falling off, and many mottled scars. It can be seen that it was not the first time that it was surrounded by humans like this. In the end times, there is nothing that can't be done to survive, not to mention stray dogs. Before the typhoon, many people in the community kept pets, and the shit shovelers treated their pets better than themselves. But now where are their shadows? Jiang Ning didn't dare to think about how it survived during this period of time. Cola, don't be afraid. Jiang Ning tried to comfort it. We will live together in the future. As long as I have a bite of food, you won't be hungry. However, it still stayed away from her, and its guard was not relaxed at all. Jiang Ning didn't even have the chance to get close, let alone touch it. After thinking for a while, she took out the ham sausage from her bag, tore open the package and threw it over, even with the delicious food in front of him. The hungry Coke was still alert, slowly approached and smelled it, then swallowed it in one gulp, and then continued to stare at her. Jiang Ning tore 10 pieces of ham sausage before she could barely touch its head, facing her invitation to serve him. Kayley was unwilling and wanted to jump into the flood and swim away. Stray dogs are not only wary, but also have high IQs. They know that this is human territory, and they will be stewed in an iron pot if they enter. That's how those stupid fellows died. It was so hard to find it. How could Jiang Ning let it go? She quickly took out another chicken leg. Then she took out the dog food from her backpack and showed it to it. Coke, as long as you follow me, you will be full in the future. The dog food was swept from the supermarket. At that time, she was racing against the flood, sweeping whatever she caught. When she came back to clean up, she found that a lot of dog food and pet cans were smuggled in. She couldn't bear to throw it away, thinking of mixing it with rabbit feed. Unexpectedly, it was prepared for Coke. Coke's eyes were fixed on the bag of dog food, as if he was lost in some memories. Jiang Ning pinched the bag of dog food, and his saliva flowed down when he heard the sound. Finally, he gave in. Jiang Ning successfully brought him ashore, and his hard heart was like melted chocolate. Silky, smooth, sweet and fragrant. In this dirty end of the world, she finally stopped walking alone in the darkness and found a partner who could depend on each other for life and death. Wow! Dog! There is a dog! Grandma! I want to eat dog meat. Chapter 35. As soon as they entered the apartment building, they were soon discovered to have a dog, and they were so greedy that they wanted to kill it and eat its meat. Kayleigh's hair stood up, baring his teeth and entering an attacking state, his dog eyes full of murderous intent. Jiang Ning drew his sword. Who wants to eat my dog? Stand up. Everyone was shocked. When did the 18th floor raise a dog? Beast. They don't even have food to eat. And the 18th floor dares to raise a dog. Give the food to the dog. But don't give them food? Soon. Anger surged in my heart. Nonsense. This is a stray dog outside. Someone with sharp eyes recognized Kayleigh. It often lies across the community. I've seen it several times. Yes. I've seen it several times. And once it almost bit my child. Beat it. And share it equally. Jiang Ning raised her knife and smashed the trash can next to the corridor. If you want to eat meat, you have to ask my knife if it agrees. Thinking of her chopping people's heads like chopping watermelons. Everyone stepped back in fear. But some people were still unwilling. Little girl. This dog is not yours. You can't be so domineering. It's mine if it's with me. It's not easy for everyone. How about this? I kill it and give you half. And we divide the rest. Others nodded. This is a good idea. Let her take the lion's share. And we just have some soup. I don't like eating dog meat. Jiang Ning sneered. And chopped the man who made the suggestion with a knife in his hand. Your meat should be good? Ah. The man took a few steps back in fear. Fell to the ground. And an unknown liquid oozed out of his pants. Damn. She really dared to kill. Fortunately, she didn't hit the vital part. But her arm was cut and bleeding. Now, no one dared to ask for meat. No matter how unwilling they were. They could only watch her take the dog upstairs. Just when they forced those who wanted to eat dog meat to retreat, Yang Wei-tsung ran into the muzzle of the gun again. Jiang Ning. You are so damn cold-blooded. He rushed out of the room and shouted angrily at Jiang Ning. Are you satisfied now? Ajian is dead. The other people stood at the door, staring at her sinisterly, and had no intention of dissuading Yang Wei-tsung. Without waiting for Jiang Ning to speak, Kayleigh rushed over and bit Yang Wei-tsung's leg. Yang Wei-tsung was totally caught off guard, and he let out a deafening scream, smashing the stick in his hand at his head. Kayleigh jumped away flexibly, his dog eyes full of killing. It was this beast that the shit shovelers said was too dirty and smelly and full of lice. So they threw it into the dog meat restaurant. It was because of this beast that Jiang Ning cut off its dog food and never paid attention to it since then. The dog held a grudge and rushed at him again. Yang Wei-tsung was terrified and kept waving the stick. Jiang Ning stabbed him and forced him back a few steps. Ning, you hit me for a dog? Yang Wei-tsung was very angry. His embarrassed face was a bit ferocious. Are you crazy? It's just a dog. It's a dog. But you are not a person. You killed a Jian, and you were right? The brain circuit of this kind of person is really amazing. Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. I cut a Jian? Yang Wei-tsung, I didn't send him to the hospital and watched him die? Yang Wei-tsung was choked and his face turned ugly. If you were not so cold-blooded as to refuse to help and lend us money, do you have any shame? Jiang Ning looked at them coldly. If I were you, if I had a bit of blood in my heart, I would take a knife and fight the people who injured Ah Jian. Kill one to avenge, and kill two to make a profit. In the end, all of you are cowards. Not only do you not dare to come to the door to avenge, but you also put the blame on me for his death and specifically bully women. Is it so good to live on gigolos? Who is living on gigolos? How many gigolos have you eaten? Don't you know? Jiang Ning mocked. And who gave you the courage to jump around in front of me? After saying that, he stabbed Yang Wei-tsung's thigh with a knife. Yang Wei-tsung screamed and fell to the ground. Others hurried to help him up. Jiang Ning. Let's talk nicely. You've gone too far. Jiang Ning walked upstairs. This time I stabbed the leg. Next time I stabbed the heart. Cherish the chance to live. No one dared to rush up. Their faces were full of resentment. Su Mingao, whose hair was cut off, stood behind the door. Her nose was crooked with anger. A bunch of useless trash. As soon as she reached the 17th floor, Jiang Ning was shocked by the scene in front of her. The door at the entrance of the stairs was covered with hedgehogs. To be more precise, countless iron nails were welded on the door, and the tips of the nails were facing outwards. Not just one door, but all three doors. Not to mention people. Even mice can't get in. And the 3 men and 1 woman were busy. The welding sparks flew everywhere. emitting a dazzling light. Seeing her coming out, Zhang Chao took off his protective mask. Aning, take a look at our fortress? When they were looking for materials, they found acetylene for welding in the building, and brought back steel bars and iron nails to turn the 18th floor into an indestructible fortress, so that they could sleep peacefully at night, without always worrying that someone would break in. Jiang Ning didn't know what to say about Zhang Chao and Lu Yu's creativity except giving a thumbs up. It said that there are supplies on the 18th floor. It would be strange if Yang Weitsong and Su Mengyao didn't contribute to it. Instead of being nervous, it's better to build layers of hard protective shells. 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. Maybe that's the strength of this team. Jiang Ning was very happy. At least she couldn't come up with this idea. Wow! You brought a dog back? Zhang Chao's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Lu Yu, we have stewed dog meat tonight. Kaylai turned around decisively. Tired. Didn't want to love anymore. And left. Jiang Ning squatted down and comforted him. Then shouted at Zhang Chao, this is my dog. If you dare to touch it, I will stew you first. When did you raise a dog? Zhang Chao was surprised. It looks like a stray dog. Is it the stray dog at the entrance of the community? Lu Yu felt a little bit like it. Aning used to feed it. It saved my life before. Jiang Ning looked serious and said the ugly words in advance. I didn't bring it back for you to eat. If you dare to take it, I won't be polite. After searching the office building for yak jerky, sausages and ham, Zhang Chao and his friends ate sparingly, but they were not particularly greedy for meat. It's just that in this special environment, many people kill their pets for food. Who would waste precious food to raise dogs? Food? Something that can save lives. How many people starve to death every day? Not only Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, but even Zheng Weili couldn't understand. But Hui Yishan said something shocking. This horse dog has a good physique. If it is well trained, it will not be a problem to deal with 2 or 3 adults at the same time. You still have vision. Jiang Ning couldn't help but look at him with admiration. It was just surrounded by 7 or 8 people outside. But they didn't get any benefit. And even overturned the rubber boat. Weak chicken Lu Yu, Weak chicken Zhang Chao, Chapter 36. This dog is very human. Look at the way it stares at them. It's creepy. We are all dog lovers, and we firmly resist eating dog meat. Zhang Chao was the first to give in. Aning, tell it not to look at me like that. So scary. Zheng Weili understood her feelings. But as a friend, she still advised Aning. If it were normal times, I would definitely support you. But now is a special period. And most of the food has been soaked in water and spoiled. We just reacted quickly and stockpiled some. But your share can only last for 6 or 7 months at most. We don't know what will happen in the future. The key is that this kind of large dog consumes a lot of food. So you must think carefully. Don't regret it when you run out of food. That will be a waste of time. To me, it's not a dog but a family member. Jiang Ning gently comforted the uneasy Coke. You can find more if you run out of supplies. I won't abandon it. Zheng Weili and the others are not nosy. She just needs to think it through. Bringing Coke into the house, Jiang Ning took out the dog food from the space and soaked it with goat milk. She bought the goat milk at the supermarket. She disliked the smell and couldn't get used to it. Now it's just right for Coke to drink. After finishing a large bowl of dog food, Coke's shriveled belly finally swelled up. It stood in front of the sofa, staring at Jiang Ning without moving, and tears suddenly flowed from its eyes. Unprepared, with a little more expectation, its crying broke Jiang Ning, who was sitting on the sofa. She hugged Coke and cried, crying about the fear and unwillingness, loneliness and despair of her previous life. The dog head lay on her shoulder, making a whining sound. Coke was also crying that she didn't abandon her like the last shit shoveler did, not only giving her a thigh to hug, but also delicious food. Will it trust humans again? Woo woo woo. One person and one dog hugged each other and cried for a long time. After crying, Jiang Ning was no longer confused and afraid. After being reborn and stockpiling supplies, she just wanted to live longer. But now it's different. Not only do you have to live well and live longer, but you also have to protect Kaylai. After calming down, she began to check Kaylai's body. There were all shocking new and old wounds. And he had a serious skin disease, densely packed with various ringworm spots. And the dog's head was black, looking extremely ugly. Jiang fed it anti-inflammatory drugs, found a shaver and shaved off all the dog hair. Use iodine to disinfect the wound. And then sprinkle Yunnan Biao. There is no pet medicine in stock. Jiang rummaged through the medicine box to find a plaster with similar efficacy, and gently applied it on Kola. Kola did not resist, but always wanted to lick it. It was so thin that only skin and bones were left, and it was even more unpleasant after the hair was shaved. Jiang found his number 7 jersey and put it on it, stroking the dog head and said, "Wait until you are fat. You will be handsome." Jiang didn't worry about supplies. The space was enough for her and Kola to eat until they died. And there was also a black soil garden to plant. The ground was damp, and there was no doghouse. So I threw a few pieces of cardboard on it, and found a lazy sofa that was resistant to dirt in the space. I didn't need to teach him. Kayleigh knew that this was his doghouse. So soft. So comfortable. Finally a home. He lay in the nest and fell asleep tiredly. Jiang carried a big backpack, knocked on the door of 1801, and then gathered at 1803. In front of everyone, he opened the heavy backpack. Zhang Chao and Liu were shocked and counted repeatedly. 1 million. Jiang nodded. I went out for a walk today and found it in the cashier's office of an office building. If this happened before the natural disaster, it would be strange if several people were not excited and crazy. But now facing a pile of money, they are extremely depressed. Now we have money but can't spend it. Rice has risen to 500 yuan per caddy, and only 1 caddy can be purchased per day. And it is fish from the water and dried. It can be eaten, but it is hard to say whether it will kill people. How to spend so much money? You can even grow hair if you cover your hands. Jiang gave them a shot of prevention. It's good that you can still buy food now, but it may not be sold in the future. You can't buy it now. Liu likes to inquire about the news. It sounds like a purchase limit, but in fact, the amount released every day is very small. Many people who line up in the middle of the night can't buy it. However, there are people reselling grain outside. They also sell it for 2,000 yuan per caddy after salvaging it from the water and drying it. How ironic. 1 million can only buy 500 caddies of grain. Do you have any connections? The government is catching speculators and confiscating them once they are caught. Not everyone has connections. Money will only become less and less valuable. Now more and more people are bartering. You don't know when the money will be invalid. We have to find a way to spend it tomorrow. How can we spend our food if we can't buy it? We buy whatever the department store sells. Jiang led the way to the extreme cold. It's October now. We used to wear short sleeves, but now we have to cover ourselves with blankets when we sleep. If the rain doesn't stop until winter, how are we going to survive? However, the 3 idiots in life said, "Okay, let's go shopping at the department store tomorrow and take whatever we can get." 1801 remained silent, and his deep eyes showed no emotion. This person seemed to be in a group, but in fact he was cold and alert. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts with one glance, which made Jiang feel bad. After leaving 1803, Jiang was about to enter the house, but Huishan suddenly said, "Jiang, can I discuss something with you? Please go ahead. I used to be a special police officer, and later retired due to injury and moved here," Huishan explained. "When I receive a mission to go out, I often team up with police dogs, so I have some experience in dog training. The Malinois you brought back is a new breed of police dog. This kind of dog not only has good physical fitness, but also has better obedience and combat effectiveness. If it can be trained, its fighting power will be equal to that of several adults, which will definitely be beneficial to the 18th floor." Jiang was surprised. At first, she did guess that he was a military police officer, but after seeing him kill people without blinking an eye, she gave up the idea. He was either a professional killer or a bodyguard who was paid to avoid disaster. Unexpectedly, he was a special police officer. According to his words, he had just retired. How could he kill people without blinking an eye? It's true that he was suspicious, but everyone has secrets. As long as he doesn't do anything to harm her, Jiang won't ask around. She regained her mind. "What are your conditions?" Chapter 37. Even though I know Coke is not inferior, I still hope it can become stronger. After all, no one can resist the temptation of dog meat under the threat of starvation. So, Coke must become stronger. Waishan request is very simple. I will help you train the dog, and you teach Dowdu to read. That's the request? Jiang Ning was a little dumbfounded. Dowdu is smart and well-behaved. You can teach it yourself. Waishan's expression was not natural. I can't teach literacy. Training the dog is much easier. Jiang Ning was a little embarrassed. Okay. Then we exchange. He helped her train the dog, and she taught Dowdu to read. As soon as she opened the door, a dark shadow pounced on her, with a low humming sound that revealed anxiety and uneasiness. And its claws kept scratching Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning stroked its head. It's okay. I won't leave. Stray dogs are hard to coax. So she fed it another sausage. But it was still anxious, and it followed Jiang Ning wherever she went, not allowing her to leave her sight. Today was not only exhausting, but also starving. It was worth celebrating that she met Coke unexpectedly. Jiang Ning took out steamed pork ribs, drunken goose, stir-fried pork from farmers' houses, and beer. Even though it wasn't hungry, the dog's eyes were still eagerly staring, and its saliva was about to come out. Jiang Ning picked up some light ribs for it, and then watched a drama to relax while eating. Kaylay was very greedy, jumped on the sofa and lay on her, pushing her shoulders with his paws from time to time. Seeing that Jiang Ning was unmoved, it ran to its own food bowl and took it. Shit shoveler. Food. What a clever ghost. Jiang Ning threw a bone to it. Don't make your stomach upset. There will be delicious food every day in the future. After eating, I have to teach Kaylay to go to the toilet. Not only Kaylay, but also the breeding rabbits and their litter. The balcony was sealed with glass, but still damp, which made the rabbits wilt badly. They were put under a lot of cardboard and moved to the toilet to get better. After being accustomed to it, they were not afraid of people, and started to roam around the house. Kaylay saw the rabbits' eyes glowing green, and subconsciously pounced on them to bite them. Jiang Ning quickly stopped him with a fierce look. No! From now on, whether she and Kaylay ate meat or porridge, it would all depend on them. Having been together before, Kaylay knew her temper better, and could only endure the itching of his teeth. I'm not hungry now. I bite when I'm hungry. Kaylay is very human. And after more than an hour of teaching, he finished in the basket with a black garbage bag in the toilet. The rabbits were not smart, and they couldn't learn no matter how she taught them. So she had to clean them several times a day. Jiang Ning was tired. Coke, the task of taking care of them in the future will be left to you. Be a sensible dog and share the housework for the shit shoveler. It was late at night when they finished, and Jiang Ning went to bed to rest. But Kaylay followed in with his nest. Alright. Who made it feel insecure? She understood. She woke up several times in one night. All because of Coke. It is extremely sensitive to sound. It will get up if there is any movement downstairs, and stay in front of the stainless steel door. The long-term wandering life has also changed the dog characteristics. It will not easily make a sound to alert the enemy. Although it is just an apartment building, it is a variety of life. And there are many dirty and ugly things. At around 7 in the morning, I was woken up by the anxious Coke. When I opened the door, Yang Weitsong's classmates kept knocking on the door downstairs. Jiang Ning. Ah Tsong was stabbed by you yesterday and bitten by your dog. Now he has a fever. You have to take responsibility for this. Jiang Ning closed the door, washed up and had breakfast. A simple bowl of pork offal noodles with shanks, and 2 steamed dumplings. Coke had half a bowl of dog food and 4 steamed dumplings. Just as we finished cleaning up, Liu came over and knocked on the door, preparing for today's mission to spend 1 million. In addition to taking care of the baby, Zheng Weili also had the task of looking after the dog. There was a sandbag in the corridor, which Liu Yu and Zhang Chao brought back for her. She could practice boxing when she had nothing to do, but she must not use them as targets again. At 9 o'clock in the department store, there were still a huge crowd of people queuing up. Unexpectedly, the loudspeaker rang with the voice of the staff, saying that today's food had been sold out. And if you needed it, please come early tomorrow. I arrived at 12 o'clock last night. Why are they gone? I came to line up at 9 o'clock in the evening, but it was still not my turn. There were cries of grief and public resentment. But what could be done? Now there are troops with live ammunition. And even if they rush in, they can't grab food. The tired faces wandered around unwillingly for several times, and finally left disappointed. 99% of the people who come to the department store come for food, and take some other things with them. The crowd left, and the huge mall suddenly became empty. Compared with the last time, there were obviously fewer products this time, and everything that could fill the stomach was snapped up. They did offer purified tap water, which cost 10 yuan per liter and required you to bring your own water-filling tools. Thinking of the floating corpses in the water, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao lost interest immediately. Most of the goods in the mall were electrical appliances, clothes, quilts, and general merchandise, and they couldn't spend the money they had. There were 2 rubber boats left, and Lu Yu wanted to buy them as backup, but he didn't dare to ask for 50,000 yuan each. Jiang Ning had a clear goal: to prepare them with supplies to save their lives in the extreme cold. She was not in need of anything, but she couldn't give it to them, so she had to find a way out. The prices of daily necessities were skyrocketing, but the prices of clothes and quilts were not much higher. After all, money should be spent on the right things, and they all wanted to save money to buy food. Walking around, I actually saw a mink coat. The mink fur was over the knee, soft to the touch, and very warm to wear. I looked at the price: 49,999 yuan. There were both men's and women's styles, and the price difference was not big. Jiang Ning ordered 7 pieces at once, including a Coke, and bought them back to modify them. Lu Yu's heart was bleeding after spending 350,000 yuan in one go. How about changing to something cheaper? Don't spend it now. Save it as toilet paper? In addition to mink coats, there are also warm cotton coats, down jackets, quilts, socks, boots, thermal underwear, etc. So they can buy whatever they want. It's a pity that there are no pet supplies. Otherwise I would also stock up for Coke. While picking, a middle-aged man suddenly came over and whispered, "Miss, do you want food?" He has a shifty look, and it's obvious that he is not a good person. When Jiang Ning was buying a mink coat, she noticed him following her and thought he was a pickpocket or robber. But she didn't expect him to be a grain dealer. What grain? Rice. Soaked in water? The middle-aged man nodded. We have unsoaked rice, but it's twice as expensive. What's the price? Soaked rice is 2,500 yuan. Unsoaked rice is 5,000 yuan. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. Soaked rice? How do I know if it will kill you? Don't worry, sister. We are honest in our business, and we never cheat anyone. As he spoke, he took out a handful of broken rice from his pocket. The color was dark yellow, but it didn't smell good. How much do you have? I have as much as you want. Jiang Ning calculated and deducted the expenses. 2,000 yuan per caddy. I want 250 caddies. The middle-aged man with food in his hand. Chapter 38. Glancing at the man, Jiang Ning turned to Lu Yu and the others and asked them to try on the mink coat. There are only 10 in the mall. The style and size may not be suitable, but I really can't spend the money. Zhang Chao tried it on and teased, "Why do I feel like I'm being kept by a rich woman?" Jiang Ning looked disgusted. "Sorry, you're not my type." The two of them joked around, and the man came up again. "Miss, if you really want it, we can talk about it." For people stood together, and he dared to follow him. He shouldn't be a robber. Jiang Ning told him about the matter. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were very happy. They even grabbed a handful and put it in their mouths to taste. It feels almost the same as what you buy in the mall. Don't worry. The quality is absolutely impeccable. The man was very excited to receive a large order unexpectedly. I only brought 5 kilograms with me. If you want, I can arrange it. The 4 of them went to the side to discuss. Hui was deeply worried. You can take it, but be careful of them cheating. The safest way is to trade in multiple batches. After the discussion, Jiang Ning came back to discuss with the man. 250 kilograms are needed, but the goods must be picked up separately. 50 kilograms per day, and the transaction will be carried out at the entrance of the department store. The man was stunned for a moment. I can't make the decision, but I can ask right away. Wait a moment. After saying that, he hurriedly left the mall. Jiang Ning set aside 500,000 yuan and prepared everything she needed but hadn't spent it yet. In the end, she took another mink coat to make up the difference. She brought a lot of compression bags and packed all the clothes and quilts after paying the bill. How many people were hungry without money and food? But the rich people squandered 500,000 yuan in an instant, which made the cashier's eyes almost pop out. And he felt that he had met a spendthrift woman. As soon as he left the department store, The sharp-nosed monkey waiting at the door hurriedly came up to him. Our boss agreed. We can trade. As he spoke, he glanced at a man wearing a mask not far away, holding a heavy snakeskin bag in his hand. They exchanged glances and walked to a corner where no one was. Huishan walked over to check and nodded to Jiang Ning after confirming that the quality was okay. Jiang Ning handed the black garbage bag prepared in advance to the sharp-mouthed monkey, which contained 100,000 yuan. The sharp-mouthed monkey stuffed it into a large backpack and quickly checked it. The department store has troops to maintain stability, and no one would take advantage of it even if they were shot. After the money and goods were settled and the transaction time for tomorrow was agreed, the four of them immediately left in a speedboat carrying the food. There were a lot of supplies on the boat. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were alert to the surroundings. Huishan took a detour to avoid crowded places. The detour was much longer, but the view was much wider, and people approaching could be spotted immediately. Lu Yu, holding a telescope, suddenly asked, "What is that?" Zhang Chao looked over and saw something floating in the distance. "Is it a corpse?" Jiang Ning took the telescope and stared at it for a long time. "It seems to be a pig." "Pig?" Everyone was surprised and looked carefully. "It's a pig. Alive. There are live pigs. How long have they not eaten pork? If dog meat is not allowed, pork should be allowed." The speedboat slowed down and turned to approach the pig in the flood. It was really a live pig. It looked like it had a big head. The pig could swim, but it was no match for the vast flood and could only go with the flow. It was not afraid of people coming over and even made an oh-oh sound, as if asking for help, rowing the speedboat over and stopping the swimming pig with a paddle. Zhang Chao leaned out and grabbed the pig's front feet. The pig struggled and screamed, but not too violently. It was probably tired from soaking in the water. Several people pulled the pig up with their hands and feet. The skeleton looked quite big, but it was also very thin due to hunger. It looked like it weighed more than 200 pounds. The pig lay on the speedboat, opened its mouth and gasped. "Oh, oh, oh!" Jiang Ning suddenly took out the electric baton from his bag. The pig let out 2 sharp howls and was directly shocked unconscious. "Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, Huishan said. "Find a place to kill it. We can't take it back. If someone finds out, it will be a disaster." Zhang Chao came back to his senses quickly. "Why don't we go to the building where we are looking for building materials? There is no one nearby, and it is not far from here." So the speedboat went in another direction. About 6 or 7 kilometers away, there were several buildings under construction soaked in water. After parking the speedboat, the 3 men carried the pig ashore, and Jiang Ning handed over the butcher knife. She did not participate in the butchering of the pig, but took advantage of the gap between them to go upstairs. The higher they went, the more building materials were piled up, such as cement bricks and steel bars. Jiang Ning was not polite. The black soil garden had more than 1,800 cubic meters, so they had to find a way to fill it up. Collect all of them. Although they are useless now, they are essential materials for earthquake reconstruction. Anyone can come to this place, and there is no need to worry that Lu Yu and the others will suspect her. Coming down from upstairs, the pig has been slaughtered. 1801 was the main surgeon, and Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were helping them. They were discussing how to divide the pork. Except for Jiang Ning, everyone's cooking skills were idiots, and 1801 was a disaster scene. Although he killed people without blinking an eye, he could even burn porridge. They couldn't even cook the pork properly, let alone the offal. So they unanimously decided to divide the pork into 4 portions and give the offal to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was not polite. "Okay, I call you over when I'm done." 1803 asked for half a pig, and the remaining half was divided between 1801 and 1802. Huishan asked Jiang Ning, "Which half do you want?" "The upper half. In fact, the lower half is more meat. But the pig noodles can be braised, and the head cover can be used to make soup." Huishan felt that he had taken advantage of her, so he cut an extra portion for her. Jiang Ning saw it all, but said nothing. It was difficult to do it at home, so she directed the cutting into small pieces, and then packed them into black plastic bags, so that no one could tell what was inside. Lu Yu was a little worried. "We are eating meat. Others won't notice. Right? We are on the top floor. If we want to float, we will float upwards. When we do it, we will close the doors and windows tightly. Even if some floats out, it will be washed away by the rain. It shouldn't be a big problem." Luyu said happily. Okay. Let's celebrate tonight. After a long period of bad times, we need something exciting. How about cooking together? If we cook separately, the smell will be too strong. Zhang Chao likes the hustle and bustle, and is more willing to get along well with the indifferent 1801. We are a family on the 18th floor. Luyu agreed. How about Aining cooking? You are the best cook among us. Seeing that 1801 did not object, Jiang Ning agreed. I have hot pot base. Why don't we just eat hot pot? Everyone had no objection, and their mouths watered when they heard about hot pot. Back at Jinrong Community, the 18th floor caused a stir again. The boat was full of supplies, making people jealous, but they had no other choice. Many people wanted to join the 18th floor, but they didn't accept them at all. The four of them were well prepared, stuffing rice and pork into a big backpack, revealing winter clothes and quilts. No matter how low-key they were, it didn't work. There were still many people who got jealous. But so what? The 18th floor was full of villains, especially the little girl with a knife in her hand. Chapter 39. Don't underestimate the young girl. She has a dark heart. The people on the 8th and 12th floors are all her schoolmates. He broke the woman's ribs and cut her hair. The man was even worse. He was bitten by a dog and stabbed with a knife. He was carried to the hospital in the morning. I can't afford to offend them. I really can't afford to offend them. He Jian's team just came back. They were covered in dust and only brought back some firewood. The places that could be turned over were turned over by people. Even the moldy bread was snatched away by people. Looking at the 18th floor, which had a lot of harvest, I could only sigh in despair. Why is the difference so big even though they are all in the same building? As soon as they reached the 18th floor, Kaylay rushed out from 1803 and kept throwing herself at Jiang Ning, complaining non-stop. Shit shoveler. You promised not to abandon me? You are lying to me. Daodu also rushed over and hugged her waist happily. Sister, Kaylay and I were so good today. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was about to say that the little cotton-padded jacket in 1801 was broken by the wind. But she rushed to 1801 the next moment. Brother, Daodu missed you so much. As usual, everyone went to 1803 to divide the spoils. Upon learning that a pig had been brought back, Zheng Weili was excited but also worried. If the refrigerator can't be used, how can the pork be preserved? Half a pig. It can't be eaten in just a few days. It can't be spoiled in vain. Right? 1801 said shockingly. I have a car refrigerator at home with a USB port. The meat should be just enough to fit in. But the light is not enough and the charging is slow, so it can barely last. Car refrigerator? It seems that she has stored several in this space. Jiang Ning hurriedly said. The landlord seems to have one too. I looked for it in his room later. The storage problem for the two of them was solved. But the 1803 one couldn't wait to get smelly. Zhang Chao suggested, why don't you two eat ours first? Jiang Ning had no objection. But it was still too much to finish in just a few days. You cut the fat off and fry the lard. We have hot pot tonight. And then cover the unfinished ones with salt. It's raining and the weather is cold, so it can still be stored for a few days. Zhang Chao was very greedy. Are we going to eat it at noon? You eat it yourself. I have to go out again to see if I can get some dog food for Coke. Liu asked with concern. How about we go with you? No. You guys take care of the half-pig. Fearing that these life idiots wouldn't know how to fry lard, Jiang Ning reminded them. Cut the pig skin separately. Don't fry it with the fat. Be careful of the oil bursting. Hui Yishan didn't know how to do it either, so he quietly learned from the side. After returning home, Jiang Ning took a portion of fish-flavored pork shreds, filled her stomach, applied medicine to Coke, and then planned to go out. Coke bit her trouser leg. Was he going to abandon me again? Jiang Ning stroked its head. You stay at home. I go and stock up some meat for us. The pig floated along the current. She remembered that there was a large pig farm upstream. If it was really from the pig farm, there must be more than one pig. There are several mountains connected to the river upstream, and the pigs are very likely to swim over to seek refuge. There is not much pork stored in the space. And now there is another Coke to raise. So Jiang Ning wants to try her luck. She wants to go and come back quickly, but Coke refuses to let her. Jiang Ning has no choice but to take it with her. After all, when it comes to finding prey, dogs are much better than humans. Coke doesn't have a raincoat, So she cut a few holes in a plastic bag and put it in over its head. The shape is so ugly that it hurts the eyes. Jiangning held back his laughter and took out his phone to take a photo of the dog wearing a plastic battle suit. One person and one dog went out and drove the speedboat towards Fengshan. Foshan is not high in altitude. At the foot of the mountain is Fengcheng Park, with large lakes and scenic spots. But unfortunately, they are all underwater now. He found a flat place to dock. There was no one around, so he put the speedboat into the space. There were stone steps and cement roads to go up the mountain. In order to save energy, Jiangning decisively chose the latter and paid attention to both sides of the road while walking up the mountain. In the jungle beside the road, pig manure that had not been washed away by the rain could be vaguely seen. Jiangning was secretly happy that she was right. As they walked, Kaylay suddenly barked and wanted to rush forward. Jiangning covered its mouth. Let's enter the village quietly. No guns. Kaylay understood immediately. Automatically switched to silent mode. Pulled down its tail rope. And walked forward with its thief-like eyes. Not far away, a pavilion appeared in front. Using a telescope, there were actually 12 pigs taking shelter in the pavilion. Pigs are omnivores and can survive by eating grass. But they must have been rushed over for some time. And the fat on their bodies has been starved away. Seeing someone coming, they wanted to leave. But after a few pushes, they were too lazy to move. The space cannot hold living things. So Jiangning took out the electric baton with the highest power. The kind that can kill people with a few more shocks. Walk into the pavilion and choose the nearest one to start. The pigs fell to the ground with a bang before they could wail. The pigs were frightened and ran out of the pavilion. Coke rushed to the front like lightning and drove them back fiercely, biting those who didn't obey. People, dogs, and pigs were chasing each other in the rain. She chased. It blocked. And they couldn't fly even if they had wings. In less than 15 minutes, all 12 pigs were stunned. Jiangning gave them several more electric shocks, and then put them into the space to make sure they were dead. I didn't expect it to be a good hunting dog, so I rewarded it with a salt-baked chicken leg. Cola, let's keep working hard and stock up on pork for our lifetime, so that we can eat delicious food every day in the future. Woof! It wants to eat meat. One person and one dog continued to search along the mountain. Cola made full use of his advantages, and the dog took the lead in searching for prey. Pigs are social animals. Under the leadership of Cola, Jiangning quickly found the second group, which was 9 pigs this time, and their body shapes were similar to the previous ones. One person chased, and one dog surrounded them, running in the jungle. Although the mountain was not steep, it was easy to slip when running. People slipped, and pigs also slipped. But the dog was agile and drove towards Jiangning. 9 pigs were captured again. Jiangning, who had 21 pigs, walked with the wind. The third and fourth nests were found one after another, and many of the lone pigs were killed. There were 68 pigs in total, which could produce at least more than 10,000 kilograms of pork. Foshan was searched twice, but no trace of pigs was found. It was already evening, and Jiangning was walking down the mountain with Kaylay. As they were walking, the dog suddenly rushed out like an arrow and quickly disappeared into the jungle. Jiangning was worried about its danger and hurriedly chased after it. When she arrived, she saw Kaylay desperately digging the soil with his claws. Woof! Woof! It barked fiercely, and its eyes were murderous. Chapter 40. Jiangning looked around and found some rabbit feces. This guy was often hungry and cherished survival supplies more than her, even not letting go of wild rabbits. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Jiangning looked around and found a hole, and quickly blocked it with mud. Not long after, a gray shadow came out of the hole and fled to the side. Kaylay ran after it like lightning, bit its neck, and threw it to the ground. After a few rounds, the gray rabbit stopped moving. Then, he brought it back to Jiangning to show his credit. Meat. After enjoying the pleasure of stroking, she continued to dig back and pulled out another big gray rabbit from the hole. She kept digging. 3 more medium-sized rabbits. A family of rabbits should be neatly together. Wild rabbits are not as good as meat rabbits, and they are not worth raising. Besides, she and Kiki are not short of meat now. So she killed them decisively and threw them into the space. On the way back, she deliberately went around the place where pigs were slaughtered and collected all the building materials piled up in other buildings into the space. The space made the things disappear. And Kiki was so scared that he opened his dog eyes wide. Woof! Jiangning stroked its head. Don't be afraid. I can do magic. Back in the community. It was getting dark. There were still countless eyes watching. And seeing that Jiangning only brought back a bundle of firewood, she felt at ease. People on the 18th floor are not always so lucky. As soon as she went upstairs, Zhang Chao came out to greet her. Why did you come back so late? Liu Yu and I were just about to go out to look for you. Jiangning was tired. I looked in several places. Not to mention dog food. I couldn't even find a piece of hairy bread. Everything around was turned upside down. It's not easy to find something. Liu Yu was a little worried. I heard that some communities were robbed. We have to be careful even if we don't go out. After dealing with a few words, Jiangning went into the house, took off her raincoat, changed clothes, and pulled the green vegetables on the balcony. The green vegetables were watered with nutrient solution, and they grew much better. But the leaves were still slightly yellow, which was different from the normal growth under the sun. But it was good to be able to grow like this on rainy days. The spleen and stomach couldn't stand eating meat alone. So she picked up the mushroom bag full of oyster mushrooms and elm yellow mushrooms, and went to 1803. The three of them dropped their jaws. Not only were there green vegetables, but there were also fresh and plump mushrooms. Aining, you could participate in the survival challenge program. I was lucky. I just happened to buy a box of mushroom bags online when I just moved. I didn't expect that mushrooms could really grow. There is nothing you can't figure out. We will never starve to death if we follow Aining. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, and several people were busy in the kitchen. Not long after, Huishan and Daodu also came to help, bringing 10 eggs and half a pound of noodles. Aining, you have to be at home. Zheng Weili smiled and said. The 18th floor was very quiet when you were not there. Look, it's lively when you come back. The atmosphere was okay. Jiangning was in a good mood. Everyone is waiting. I will show you my skills tonight. 1 to 4. Busy with the Life Idiot group. Zhang Chao cut ribs. Liu Yu washed lean meat. Zheng Weili picked vegetables. Daoda held the mushroom sticks tightly. Sister, I want to grow mushrooms too. The little girl was so well behaved. Jiangning nodded and said, Okay, I give you one tomorrow. But don't let it get bad. Daodu subconsciously looked at Huishan, as if asking for his consent. Brother, looking at the desire in her eyes, Huishan said, Remember to thank sister. Daodu rushed over happily. Thank you. Sister, I can grow mushrooms now. Jiangning rubbed her head. Grow them well. Liu Yu almost cut his hand while cutting the meat, so Jiangning had to do it himself. Cutting the meat slices into thin slices, mixing and marinating with a little oil, starch, and soy sauce. The hot pot base was first put into the pot and fried, then poured into the double-flavored pot to cook. And on the other side was the light mushroom soup, with a few scallions and soaked dried matsutake thrown in. The living room of 1803 was very large, and everyone closed the doors and windows tightly, and placed the double-flavored pot on the portable gas stove. And the rich and overbearing hot pot aroma quickly boiled. Several people sat around the hot pot, their faces full of smiles, and they were drooling just by smelling the smell. The ribs were put into the pot, and the marinated lean meat was ready to be served after 1 minute of blanching. So happy. Zhang Chao's tongue was burned. This meat is tender and fragrant. The other people were not polite and followed suit. Daoda couldn't eat spicy food, so Huishan picked up something non-spicy for her. Zheng Weili teased her. Daodu, is Sister Aining cooking as good as your brother? Daodu looked at her brother carefully and smiled sweetly. Brother cooking is also delicious. Come on. Everyone knows that Huishan cooking skills are inversely proportional to his appearance. And he is even worse than Liu Yu, who is living off his wife. Where's Coke? Zhang Chao turned around to look for him. Jiangning said while eating. At home. Call him over. He is one of our members now. Zheng Weili likes the dog very much. Coke is very capable. He knows immediately if there is any movement downstairs. As if he has super hearing. He is very energetic. Not to mention Liu Yu. Even Zhang Chao and his companions are no match for him. With him guarding the house in the future, we can finally have a good night's sleep. Daodu also likes Coke, and everyone agrees to call him over. We need to work together in the future, and no special treatment can be given. Jiangning was a little moved. Okay. He opened the door and let Coke come over with the rice bowl. Dowdu picked up the ribs in the bowl and secretly stuffed them into his mouth. The two little ones can't eat spicy food, so they can only eat the mushroom soup, which tastes delicious and sweet. Zhang Chao brought a few cans of beer. Come on. We finally had a good meal today. Let's celebrate. Everyone had a can. Dowdu drank Sprite, and Coke drank pork rib soup. Woof. Luyu drank beer inside. If it weren't for the flood downstairs, who would have known that it would be the end of the world if it hadn't been for our meal tonight? Zhang Chao created an atmosphere. Look forward. As long as we work together, every day will be such a good day in the future. The meat was almost eaten, and kelp and winter melon were added. The winter melon was brought by Jiang Ning, which is durable and will not go bad for several months. The yellow mushroom is very fresh and has a long aftertaste in the mouth. The green vegetables are also very tender when they are blanched in the soup. Several people haven't eaten green vegetables since the typhoon, and now they feel so comfortable when they eat them, like starving ghosts. If it weren't for Aining, I would have forgotten what green vegetables taste like. The nutrient solution we brought back is good. It can promote the rapid growth of green vegetables. There will be no shortage of green vegetables in the future. This is good news, and everyone is excited. Green vegetables are good, and eating them makes you feel good. They ate and talked, and in the end, they added a few handfuls of noodles to the pot, filling everyone's stomachs, although they had stockpiled a lot of supplies. Under Zhang Chao's advice, Zheng Weili and Liu did not dare to squander them. The three of them ate until they were 70% full every day, and mainly ate porridge and noodles, and even didn't want to eat rice. I had a big meal today. It was so refreshing. It felt like a dream. And when I woke up, the flood had receded, and it was still the world they were familiar with. There was no end of the world. I dream every night, but I am still soaked in water in my dreams. This meal today let out the depression that had been pent up in my chest, and I could only muster up the courage to continue to hold on. One day, this natural disaster will end, and the good life before can come back. Chapter 41. After dinner, I couldn't bear to throw away the hot pot soup, so I continue cooking noodles in the pot tomorrow. In this special period, it's good to have something tasty. Who cares if the nitrite exceeds the standard? The fat has been refined into oil, and the oil residue is fried golden and crispy. It weighs 5 or 6 pounds and can be eaten for a long time. Zheng Weili took out the remaining dozens of pounds of meat. Aining, how much salt should be sprinkled on these? There is not much salt, and it can barely last for a year if you use it sparingly. It would be a waste to sprinkle 2 or 3 pounds at once, but it will go bad easily if you don't sprinkle too little. They were lucky to get a pig this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to smell fresh meat in the end times. But they couldn't eat too much. They had to plan for their future lives. Seeing that the three wanted to store the meat, Jiang Ning spoke up. The landlord's car refrigerator is quite big. I go back and refine the fat meat into oil later. I think I can barely fit yours in there. I wanted to take out a refrigerator from the space and make it old and lend it to them, but their solar charger couldn't afford it at all. Zhang Chao and the others were happy and wanted to help cut the fat meat and refine the oil. In front of her, everyone was an idiot, but they all wanted to help, so as not to be disgusted one day. Jiang Ning didn't dare to ask them for help. No, I can do it myself. You guys should take a shower and rest early. Back home, she threw dozens of kilograms of meat into the space, took out the multifunctional massage bathtub filled with hot water, plugged in the solar energy storage box, turned on the soothing music, and closed her eyes to rest. Coke dragged the rice bowl full of bones and lay beside her to chew. Perhaps it was recognized by other bipeds. It seemed particularly excited, and the bones were bitten crisply. It is the nature of dogs to guard food. But Kaylay likes the shit scooper, and specially left half a basin of bones for Jiang Ning. Woof! Jiang Ning really thanked it. Eat it yourself. Throw a sausage over. The next day, I slept until I woke up naturally, and 1801 went to the department store with Zhang Chao and Liu to trade broken rice. The task was simple, and I was too lazy to call Jiang Ning. In the morning, I ate delicious fried dumplings with Kaylay. Jiang Ning not only rinsed his mouth, but also brushed the dog teeth, and then carried the pig offal to 1803, brought a bench and dealt with the pig offal with Zheng Weili. Dowda came over to join in the fun. Sister, I help you. Jiang Ning was afraid that she would get her hands dirty. You play with Kayley. After Kayley came, the atmosphere on the 18th floor became much more lively. As long as there was any disturbance downstairs, don't even think about escaping his ears. What made Jiang Ning more relieved was that Kayley was a dog with only principles. Dowdu secretly stuffed oil residue into the dog mouth. The dog drooled but refused to eat it. He stared at her with his watery eyes. Woo! Jiang Ning played a prank. It's poisonous. Coke was so scared that the oil residue fell out of his mouth. Jiang Ning suppressed his laughter. It's not poisonous. I'm just scaring you. Eat it quickly. The dog was angry. And after sniffing for a long time, he carefully ate it. Zheng Weili next to him laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Coke is really smart. As long as you don't nod, I can hold back my greed. This is the vigilance that is beaten by life. Stray dogs not only have to face being driven away by humans and captured by urban management, but also there are many dog thieves who use all kinds of methods. If it didn't have some ability, I don't know how many times it would have died. However, Kayley is really smart, and seems to be much smarter than before. He can understand what people say and even disciplines her. Dahui and Xiaobai are low intelligence. They eat a lot and poop a lot, which makes Jiang Ning headache and angry. Kayley is very arrogant. He bites down with his dog mouth and presses his paws to rub hard. I let you pee and poop anywhere. Then he bites the neck and drags them to the toilet. Poop. Poop in front of me. Perhaps animals are easy to communicate. After being severely punished by Kayley several times, Dahui and Xiaobai really learned their lesson. When I woke up today, I found them going to the toilet. There are also 10 rabbit cubs, and Kayley has ways to deal with them. No matter who urinates or defecates anywhere, he will beat up the big gray and the small white, baring his teeth and threatening them. Do you care? If you don't care, I just have a bite. Kayley beats the rabbits, and the rabbits beat the cubs. There is nothing he can't learn. My dog is so powerful. He instantly became the leader of the territory, and he has 12 more minions under his command. 1801 The others didn't come back until almost noon, and Jiang Ning and Zheng Weili had already cleaned the pig's offal, the rice intestines, the pig liver, cut some lean meat, and marinated it into pig offal with some seasonings, and the fat intestines were braised and cut into pieces. She arranged the dishes for today. For lunch, each person had a bowl of pork soup and pork intestines fried with pickled cabbage. For dinner, onion fried pork heart and pepper stewed pork belly. The rest of the miscellaneous items were put aside for tomorrow. The green vegetables and onions were for Jiang Ning, and 1803 provided rice, flour, oil, and fire. 1801 was also not stingy, and every time he ate, he brought more or less. But he knew what he was doing. They were not calculating people, so they could get together. Zhang Chao ate with satisfaction. Aining, you should just cook from now on. We just waste things if we do it ourselves. Jiang Ning refused decisively. I'm not a housewife. 1 or 2 meals occasionally is fine. Why did you come back so late to exchange food? Zheng Weili asked with concern. It made Aining, and I think something happened to you. The exchange of food went smoothly. It was still early, so we went to the nearby office building. But we found nothing. Zhang Chao talked about what happened today. The price of rice in the department store has increased again, and the quantity is getting smaller and smaller. The group of sharp-nosed monkeys, who traded with us, did not take advantage of the situation to rob us, and did not send people to follow us. They should still have some morality. 2,000 yuan per pound of rice. Ordinary people want to buy it, but don't have the money. How much can they sell in a day? They have to risk being caught. We are their big customers. Jiang Ning checked the rice he brought back today. The quality was about the same as yesterday. Several people had no experience. Aining, how do we eat this rice? Who dares to eat it safely after fishing it out from the bottom of the water? They couldn't make up their minds for a while. Seal it in a bag and take it out to eat when you are really short of food in the future. Also, pay attention to whether there are any problems with this kind of rice. If not, you can mix some in when cooking. Lu Yu deeply agreed. Aining, you are really thoughtful. By the way, the sharp-mouthed monkeys not only sell food, but also collect things from people, such as tea, cigarettes, alcohol, or medicine. They have collected a lot of these, especially medicine. I heard that the hospital is out of medicine now. Even if there is medicine, it is sold by the pill. and the price has risen to an astonishing level. Holding important supplies in hand will undoubtedly give them more ways to survive, which makes Liu and others feel relieved. How about we exchange some good rice? Jiang Ning disagreed. We are already paying 500,000, which is enough to attract attention. Don't bring trouble to yourself. Food is in short supply, but medicine will be even more in short supply. We can exchange for more food later. There is no need to be so anxious. After dinner, Jiang Ning left with 1801. 1801 asked, "Can we exchange today?" It seems that he is really eager to train the dog. Jiang Ning had no objection and squatted down to discuss with the dog. "Cola, can this big brother train you every day in the future?" The dog narrowed his eyes, full of vigilance and resistance, and took 2 steps back in dissatisfaction. The king did not meet the king, and the dog really did not like 1801's aura. Chapter 42. 1801, who was disliked by the dog, was not discouraged. He bent down and said to Kayley, "You are very smart and your fighting ability is not bad. But the world outside is too bad now. You can only protect yourself and the people you want to protect by becoming stronger." "Yeah." Jiang Ning stroked the dog head to smooth things over. "Coke, you will protect me, right?" The dog eyes wandered back and forth between the two people. It liked the current shit shoveler and the people on this floor. It just drank their pork soup. If it doesn't become stronger, will it be thrown into the dog meat restaurant? After thinking about it, she gave in. The poor head rubbed against Jiang Ning's arms. It would protect her, and she couldn't abandon it. "Don't worry. We are just separated by a wall, and we can meet at any time." She went back to the house and found half a bag of dog food and gave it to Huishan. Cole is smart and vengeful, and has a very stubborn temper. If it behaves badly, don't hit it or scold it. Just tell me when the time comes. Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What do you think of me?" One hand handed over a person, and the other handed over a dog. Dowdu was happy, but Kayley had a dog face. After the exchange, Jiang Ning returned to the house and opened Dowdu's school bag. There were many children's enlightenment books and paintbrushes in it, but the things were pieced together, and it was obvious that they were found temporarily. "Dowdu, have you been to kindergarten?" Dowdu shook his head and dug his fingers to play. "No." The child, who was almost 5 years old, had never been to kindergarten. Dowdu was very happy at first, but he became depressed when this was mentioned. "Sister, am I stupid?" Dowdu lowered his head deeply. "They all went to kindergarten, but I didn't." "Not stupid. Dowdu is the smartest. Jiang Ning is not a teacher, but she has been tutoring since junior high school, especially the knowledge points of senior high school, which she can recite by heart. She has never taught elementary school students, but it is not difficult for her." She flipped through the enlightenment books and started to make plans. She started with Arabic numerals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, from 1 to 10, then from 11 to 20. Not only teaching handwriting, but also teaching the rules of numbers. Dowdu has never been to school, but she has watched TV and communicated with people. At her age, she can learn it once she is taught, and she sits down and does her homework obediently. 1801 is rough but detailed. Even the pencil case is ready. Pencils and erasers are all available. In less than half an hour, Dowdu memorized 100. Jiang Ning rewarded her with a candy. "Our Dowdu is awesome." After math, it was Chinese, starting with Chinese characters and pinyin. Smart children have high comprehension. So after teaching, Jiang Ning assigned homework. He sat on the sofa and read the information about hydroponic vegetables, hoping to figure it out as soon as possible. Dowdu didn't leave after finishing her homework, and recited the pinyin divine song while playing with Dahui and Xiaobai. Seeing that 1801 didn't come to pick him up at the appointed time, Jiang Ning cooked instant noodles with him, and the little guy was so happy. "When I woke up from my nap, I could vaguely hear the sound of the dog running. When I opened the door, I found that Coke was running from the corridor to the rooftop stairs, doing extreme back and forth sports, as fast as lightning." 1801 stood at the door and gestured to it with a serious expression. Even if he wanted to be intimate with his master, he would run back and forth without stopping if 1801 gestured continuously. Jiang Ning frowned, afraid that he would train the dog badly. 50 rounds. 1801 seconds before he was asked to stop. Kayley was so tired that he stuck out his tongue, but he looked very excited. "Don't worry. The Malinois is not only active, but also has strong endurance. It is no problem for it to run 50 kilometers a day. If you let it rest, it will only make it sick. Huishan finished speaking, squatted down, and touched Kayleigh's head. Good dog. Training completed. Rewarded with a piece of dried meat. Kayleigh didn't eat it, and directly gave it to Jiang Ning. Shit shoveler. This is the rations I earned. For you? Jiang Ning was amused. Okay. I save it for you. Back to 1801. Stand at attention. Today's training is officially completed. During the handover, Huishan asked, how is Dowda learning? Dowda is great. He has learned all the numbers below 100 and the letters. You can go back and take the test at will. Just when I was about to ask about Coke's situation, I heard a noise downstairs, and it was getting louder and louder. Standing at the stairs and watching for a while, it seemed that someone came back from the shelter and wanted to set up camp in the corridor. But the original residents disagreed. As the flood continued to rise, the shelter became more and more crowded. I didn't have enough food or sleep, and I had to be on guard against others stealing at any time. It was indeed much more comfortable to come back and live in the corridor. But how could the original residents be happy? The natural disaster was bad enough, and the corridor was also dominated by people eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating there, which was really annoying. It felt like there was a wolf living outside the door, and it could break in at any time. Who wouldn't be terrified? After all, this happened more than once before the typhoon stopped, and everyone learned to be smart and would not do good things easily. No floor was willing to let the returnees live, so they went up one floor at a time, and soon knocked on the door of the 17th floor. The family of 403 looked pale and skinny, and was dirty all over. They really made people stay away from them. Haha. These people are really powerful. They agreed to push them to the 18th floor. 403 knew that all the people on the 18th floor were bad guys, but they were really forced to do nothing. They knelt on the ground and cried, "Let us live by the rooftop door, so we won't disturb you. It's useless for you to beg me." Jiang Ning would never open the door. The unit building has a building manager, who is elected by everyone. If you have any difficulties, just go to him to solve them. If I can't even handle your little problem, I don't need to be the building manager anymore. The 403 family is not stupid, and they understood immediately. They took the whole family back to the 13th floor and refused to leave. My family has lived here for more than 10 years. Who dares to drive us out today? You can stop us from living on the 13th floor. Let building manager he come out. We can live wherever he arranges us to live. More than 10 minutes later, He Jian rushed up and knocked on the door, saying that 403 wanted to live by the rooftop door on the top floor, and asked the 18th floor to open the door. However, the answer was the air. The 18th floor was terribly silent. He Jian almost kicked the door, but seeing the sharp and hard iron spikes on the door, he could only swallow his anger. No floor was willing to give in, and 403 ended up living on the 13th floor. Days passed, and the flood rose day by day. Under Jiang Ning's careful care, the ringworm on Kayleigh's body scabs. The ribs disappeared, and with 1801's devilish training, it even had some traces of muscle. 1801 drilled a hole on the top of the corridor wall, and installed a rope to train the horse-dog jumping ability. Good guy. With a run-up, he jumped up and easily reached a height of more than 2 meters, firmly biting the rope and swinging. As long as 1801 didn't give an order, it would hold on and not let go. I have to admit that 1801 has no experience in raising children, but he is a good dog trainer, let alone ordinary command movements. Just the momentum and eyes. Why do I feel that the dog is becoming more and more similar to 1801? Strong aura, cold eyes, one look, one action. You can understand what each other wants to express. Jiang Ning felt jealous. 1801 kidnapped her dog. Chapter 43. Jiang Ning felt jealous because Huishan had kidnapped her dog. Fortunately, Kayleigh recognized his master and would crawl into her arms after training. He would carry the dog bowl every time he went out. There was no other way. Huishan cooking skills were so bad that even dogs couldn't handle them. Jiang Ning had to prepare dog food in advance. Looking at the reborn Kayleigh, Zheng Weili looked down on Liu and Zhang Chao. Look at you. You're not even as good as a dog. Although it rained all day long, no one was idle. Zheng Weili also trained these two weaklings every day. I don't know if their physical fitness has improved, but Jiangning feels that they are still quite tough when she sees them with bruised faces and noses. She tried it out of urgency, and the two dodged very well. Hey, you still want to hit us? No way. They laughed very meanly. Unlike the wailing and despair of other floors, all the staff on the 18th floor have improved. Even Dowdu is making progress. He has learned Pinyin and is reciting the text about the crow drinking water. The hydroponic vegetables were successfully grown, and Jiangning smiled knowingly as she looked at the row of green lettuces on the balcony. Hybrid vegetables have strong vitality. They grow very fast after adding nutrient solution, and their size is much larger than ordinary green vegetables. I carefully observe them every day, and no pests have been found for the time being. After finishing the work outside, Jiangning went into the space to cut Timothy grass to feed the rabbits. The grass was brought back by Fengshan, and a lot of weeds and saplings were pulled out. Those that can be used are planted, and the others are put aside. The garden is piled with countless furniture and building materials, but there is still a lot of black soil. But Jiangning did not use it to grow vegetables or food. There is no shortage of these two things now, and planting is too time-consuming. 2 hours a day is not enough. What she lacked was not food, but time to live freely in the space. So she planted fruit trees on all the empty land, and she hardly had to spend time taking care of it. Just after coming out of the space, she found that Kale kept scratching the door with his claws. Opening the door, someone called her downstairs. Jiangning went downstairs and saw a young man supporting an old lady. Hello. Can you cure diseases? Seeing the old lady's painful expression through the iron fence, Jiangning said expressionlessly, What's wrong? My grandma sprained her waist, but the hospital has no medicine. So it is recommended that we find a Chinese medicine acupuncture. The young man's name is Zhong Ping. He looks elegant and handsome with a pair of glasses. He is very polite. I heard that you are studying Chinese medicine. I wonder if you can help my grandma. I know a little about acupuncture, but I am not very skilled. Are you sure to let me treat her? How could I be sure? It was so painful that I couldn't even sit or lie down. I couldn't sleep all night. Jiangning wanted to refuse, but then he thought, I can treat her. But my medical skills are limited, and I can't guarantee that she will be cured. And I have to charge for it. Can I buy on credit? Zhong Ping was in a dilemma. I can't withdraw my money from the card. I promise to withdraw it to you as soon as the flood recedes. Afraid that she would disagree, he added, You can calculate the interest. Jiangning disagreed. You can use grain to pay for it. Zhong Ping was in a dilemma, as he didn't have much grain left. When she heard that he wanted grain, Grandma Zhong quickly stopped her grandson. I'm already old. I've lived enough. I don't want to treat it anymore. In fact, she was not old. She looked only in her early 60s. It is human instinct to survive. Who would be willing to die? But she just didn't want to burden her children. Zhong Ping comforted the grandmother and discussed with Jiangning. Can you use other things to exchange for it? Yes, but it depends on the value. I have a mountain bike, bought for 18,000 yuan, and I have only ridden it a few times. Jiangning nodded and agreed. Okay. So, Zhong Ping went downstairs and carried the mountain bike up. Look, it's 90% new. The transaction was successful, and it was exchanged for 10 treatments. Jiangning accepted the bike, but did not agree to let Zhong Ping come back in an hour and a half. Carrying the bicycle, he helped Grandma Zhong upstairs. Grandma Zhong was in great pain, but her attitude was quite kind. Thank you, little girl. You're welcome. I've charged you. Jiangning didn't let her into the house, and examined her in the corridor. Lumbar strain and sprain are not serious diseases, but it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, which is indeed very uncomfortable. She found a soft and comfortable stool at the end of the bed in the space, moved it to the corridor for Grandma Zhong to lie on. Seeing that she was in great pain, Jiangning poured some medicinal wine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis for massage. Although her technique was not very skilled, it made Grandma Zhong feel much more comfortable. After the tendons and veins were unblocked, the silver needles were taken out and acupuncture was started. Having done it in school before, and with a review and consolidation during this period, Jiangning was not timid at all, and his acupuncture technique was quite steady. It's true that Grandma Zhong, who was suffering from pain, had not rested for a few days, and fell asleep unknowingly. It was not until Jiang Ning pulled out the needle that she woke up and felt that the pain was much better. Little girl, I didn't expect you to be so good at medicine. It's not easy to recover from a waist injury, especially long-term dampness. So she was told to pay attention to rest. There are painkillers and plasters in the space, which will speed up the recovery for Grandma Zhong. But Jiang Ning did not waver. It's not that he felt sorry for the medicine, but if he gave this one and not that one, then everyone would know that she had the medicine in her hand. What would happen? Little girl, can I discuss something with you? Grandma Zhong took off the jade bracelet on her wrist. That bicycle is my grandson's favorite. Can I exchange it for this? The jade bracelet is in good condition and should be worth a lot of money. Jiang Ning is not greedy. Your injury cannot be cured after 10 attempts. When the flood recedes one day, you can use the money to redeem the bicycle. Grandma Zhong was relieved to hear that it could be redeemed. In fact, the family conditions are not bad, but the young people are not used to spending cash, so they are short of money. After finishing here, Zhong Ping just came to pick up. Seeing that Grandma's condition has improved a lot, he did not forget to thank her politely. After everyone left, Zhang Chao opened the door. Aining, you are good. Now you can practice medicine and make money. It's not a serious illness. Just practicing. In the end times, you still need skills to make a living. This is also the fundamental reason why Jiang Ning did not give up learning. If you have to live in the base in the future, this is the capital for survival. Lu Yu envied. You still know how to choose a major. Unlike me, I learned software programming, which is not even a little useful. That may not be the case. Who knows? It may be of great use someday. Looking at the cheating Jiang Ning, Lu Yu felt a sense of crisis and turned to find Zheng Weili to practice boxing. If you can't put what you have learned into practice, you must at least improve your physical fitness. The weather is humid and your body is particularly uncomfortable. Jiang Ning is doing physical exercise in the living room and sweating profusely after 2 hours. There is a knock on the door, and Kaylai, who heard the noise, ran to open the door. Huishan came to pick up Kaylai and saw Jiang Ning doing military boxing. He paused for a moment and walked in. Your movements are not standard enough. You should lift your punches a little higher. They are professionals, and they are much more serious than the videos. Jiang Ning did not refuse, and raised her fist. Like this? It was just a little short. Huishan came over and lifted her fist up. After a set of punches, he picked out a few flaws, except for those in the army. It is rare to see girls punching majestically. Huishan was itching to do it. How about a sparring match? Chapter 44. Jiang Ning was surprised. The other party was a special police officer. She couldn't show off this, right? But this was not her character. She could only improve herself by fighting with the big guys. Okay. In fact, Zheng Weili had wanted to challenge him for a long time, but she never found a chance to speak. She didn't expect to meet him. After the greeting, Jiang Ning was not polite and started to fight with him. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He was ruthless in the confrontation. But in front of Jiang Ning, Huishan was like a master, with a sense of using a little force to defeat a great force. No matter how fast or fierce her moves were, he could always easily avoid and counterattack, forcing Jiang Ning to be somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had been in the apocalypse for 3 years, and his unyielding character completely aroused Jiang Ning's competitive spirit, and his moves became less serious. All of these were vicious moves that he learned by himself. Although they were not very popular, they were particularly effective when fighting against enemies in the apocalypse. When Kaylai saw the two people fighting, he immediately took sides to protect the shit shoveler, and suddenly pounced on Huishan from behind, biting his clothes and pulling them back. A move of monkey stealing peaches. Huishan was disturbed by Kaylai and did not dodge in time, and was plucked. His body froze instantly, and his handsome and cold face instantly turned red. Jiang Ning was also struck by lightning. She was at a disadvantage, and fell into a desperate nightmare of being surrounded by people in the end of the world. She instantly aroused her fighting spirit, and subconsciously used a dirty trick. One hit. The air suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere was so strange and scary. She quickly withdrew her hand, stepped back a few steps, and turned away awkwardly. Sorry. Huishan was silent for a long time before speaking. You did it very well. Don't do it to me next time. He avoided it. but not completely. This kind of pain cannot be described in words. Jiang Ning was so embarrassed that she dug her toes into the ground. This trick really worked. In her previous life, she used these despicable tricks to avoid several blockades and successfully counterattacked. But she didn't expect that she would use it on Huishan. Kailei, who was taking sides, was also dumbfounded. Why didn't he fight? Huishan walked out of the living room and stood at the door and shouted, "Coke!" Kailei tilted his head to look at Jiang Ning, and only left with the food bowl after getting the consent of the shit shoveler. "You did a good job just now. You should protect your master when you meet a bad guy." Huishan patted its head to show his affirmation. "But I'm not a bad guy. But your teammate." Listening to what was said outside, Jiang Ning's face was hot, and he covered his face. How would they meet again in the future? Huishan said nothing and sent Dao over. After teaching and sending him back, he found that Huishan's door was locked, and he took the dog out. Just as Grandma Zhong came up for treatment, Jiang Ning asked Dao to stay in the house and play. Halfway through the acupuncture, Huishan came back with Coke and a bundle of bamboo in his hand. There were outsiders, and he didn't say hello. He knocked on the door with a dark face and probably was angry. After seeing off Grandma Zhong, Huishan came to pick up Dao, holding a black plastic bag in his hand. Coke caught it. Jiang Ning opened the bag and found a grass carp weighing 3 or 4 pounds. There are many mulberry ponds in the suburbs of Fengcheng. It is not uncommon to find fish in floods. What's amazing is that Kiki can actually catch it. This guy is getting more and more outrageous. Do you like pickled fish or boiled fish? Jiang Ning wanted to apologize for her recklessness in the morning. Well, I didn't mean it. Sorry. It would have been better if she didn't mention it. Huishan's face turned red again, and his expression was extremely unnatural. It's okay. I'm fine. After a pause, he said, Dao and Kailei can't eat spicy food, so pickled fish is better. Knowing how good Kailei was, Zhang Chao and the others gave him a thumbs up. My dog is awesome. I rely on Kailei to drink soup or eat meat in the future. Coke was proud of it. Woof. There had been no dinner for a few days, and Huishan's cooking skills were not good. So he took out 3 pounds of pork belly. You can't keep firing at 1803, or people will be targeted if they smell the smell. Jiang Ning couldn't do anything, so he moved his position to 1801. In order to show her sincerity in her apology, Jiang Ning not only cooked the meal herself, but also brought pickled cabbage and bean sprouts. Cutting fish fillets requires some knife skills, but it is not difficult for her, and it is even less likely that others will dislike it. This is a live fish. Who can eat live fish now? As expected, Coke was praised to an unprecedented height. Zhang Chao and Lui wanted to worship it. Why don't we take Coke out for a walk more often? Maybe we can continue to catch fish. Jiang Ning would not agree. Just the two of them? Maybe she will need the dog protection. Life outside is not easy. If they see Kiki, won't their eyes light up? Kiki was very excited. He wagged his tail when he heard that he could go out. Jiang Ning lowered his head to fillet the fish while Huishan washed the pork belly. Dao loves pork belly. Last time I didn't cook it well, and she had a stomachache. I cook it later. Can you teach me? Yes. No problem. She was also curious about Huishan's cooking disaster. It wasn't the first time Dao had a stomachache. After slicing the fish, I washed the chopping board and handed it to him. He held the knife and wondered how to start. Cut horizontally, the size of a mahjong piece. With the instructions, things became easier, and the cutting was quick. Although Huishan's cooking skills were not good, he still had all the seasonings, including garlic and old ginger, and Jiang Ning was patiently teaching him. Zheng Weili wanted to come in to help, but when she saw the harmonious scene in the kitchen, she thought about the two of them taking turns to take care of the children. And there might be some signs. It's not that she is sensitive, but Huishan is extremely cold to everyone. But he will be a little more relaxed towards Jiang Ning, and he has nothing to say about Coke. So, she was tactful enough not to go in and disturb him. Cut the pork belly, remove the blood, blanch it and drain it. Then add oil to the pan and stir-fry the meat until it turns slightly yellow. Jiang Ning stood by and gave instructions. He found that Huishan was a little nervous when he took the spatula, and couldn't help but wonder, why wasn't he afraid of killing people? Seeing her surprise, Huishan explained, when I was young, I was naughty and rushed into the kitchen to help. Hot oil poured on my arm. Later, I never went into the kitchen again. I brought Dowdy here and learned to cook. No wonder his cooking skills are so bad. It turns out that he has a psychological shadow. After the sugar color is fried, pour in the cinnamon, star anise, and chili. Add cooking wine and soy sauce. Bring to a boil and simmer over low heat. Thinking of the embarrassment in the morning, Jiang Ning not only taught him the steps to make pork belly, but also taught him how to make some other home-cooked dishes. Hui Yishan listened very carefully, but Dowda came to spoil it. Brother can't remember, and he made a mess even with the recipe. Hui Yishan was touched. Dowda hugged her and refused to let go. Sister's cooking is delicious. My brother and I want to eat your cooking every day. Hui Yishan touched her head. Brother will learn. He really has no talent for cooking, and has difficulty understanding professional descriptions such as a little and appropriate amount in the recipe. Dowda has been much more lively recently, thanks to you. After sending his sister out to play with the dog, Hui Yishan asked Jiang Ning, not only can I not cook, I can't take care of children. Can you tell me if there is anything I need to pay attention to about Dowdu? There are some things Jiang Ning wanted to say a long time ago, but because he was not familiar with Hui Yishan, he didn't hide it anymore when he asked. Dowdu is good in other aspects, but there may be some problems with his personality. Chapter 45. Hearing Jiang Ning words, Hui Yishan frowned. Dowdu is timid and afraid of things? Jiang Ning shook his head. She is a people-pleasing personality. She seems to be very afraid of others getting angry, and will subconsciously please others. For example, I would send her eggs and Coke, and I would always peek at her when she was doing homework, fearing that she would dislike me. Not to mention her. Even her own brother is afraid of her. In order to please Hui Yishan, he did military boxing and hurt himself without saying a word. This kind of child is sometimes very pitiful. Hui Yishan was silent for a long time. Dowdu is the second child of my parents. They died in a car accident 2 years ago, and I was working in another place and couldn't come back. So Dowdu could only be entrusted to my uncle to take care of. Dowdu used to be very lively and loved to laugh, but I didn't expect that she would become a completely different person after I retired. However, I think she has changed recently and now dares to point out my shortcomings. Thank you for your correction. Jiang Ning also had this disease. She lived in fear in the orphanage and always wanted to please others so that they could see her strengths. Not only her, but most of the children there would have this problem. Fortunately, they got out of the quagmire later. Dowda needs encouragement, but she needs to express her true emotions, even if they are bad emotions. It is the end of the world now. If Dowda's character and values are not adjusted in time, it will be very dangerous when facing outsiders. This is a big project, and Hui Yishan can only grope his way forward. The braised pork is cooked over high heat, with a bright red color, rich flavor, soft and smooth, fat but not greasy. Who said he was a kitchen disaster? But she saved him. As long as the command is in place, Hui Yishan is a good soldier, and continue to teach him how to make pickled fish. 6 people and a dog. 2 dishes are not enough. Hui Yishan took 6 eggs and 2 hams, and continued to let Jiang Ning teach. Zhang Chao and others were impressed by his generosity. Isn't this guy's supplies too abundant? They were India's, but supplies were too sensitive. They wouldn't be stupid enough to dig into the details. Misunderstandings or grudges were the most fatal in the end times. He was willing to share, so they had to be content and grateful. 3 main dishes and 1 stir-fried bean sprouts. Several people were very satisfied with the meal, and there was not even any soup left. Aining, how did the bean sprouts grow? The hydroponic vegetables could not be eaten yet. Sheng Weili was craving for them. She would not die if she didn't eat vegetables for a few days. But the feeling of going to the toilet was really unknown to everyone. She was scared. But luckily Jiang Ning, the encyclopedia, lived next door. It's easy. It can be grown with water. Jiang Ning didn't hide it. We harvested a lot of mung beans and red beans in the office building. If we use them to grow bean sprouts, we can eat them for a long time. He explained the general steps and did not forget to report the good news. The hydroponic lettuce can be picked in half a month. I will teach you how to grow it after this crop is harvested. Zhang Chao recalled the taste of braised pork, unwilling to sit back and eat up all the food. Do you think we can find supplies if we go further away? It will only get harder in the future. Jiang Ning encouraged them to prepare for a rainy day. I've been reading medical books recently, and don't have time to go out and collect supplies. You can go out if you have time. It feels like it's getting colder these days. It's okay to get some firewood. Liu joked. If I were aiming, I wouldn't go out either. I could support myself with my medical skills. Another patient was received today. The child was rolling around in stomach pain. But the parents didn't have a speedboat to take him to the hospital. So they went to the 18th floor to find Jiang Ning. The child's stomach was bad because he drank unclean rainwater. The parents had food in their hands, but they didn't dare to show it. Finally, they took off the gold ring on their fingers and gave it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning carried the child upstairs and refused to let the parents follow. After acupuncture and acupuncture, the pain was relieved a lot. The parents were told to boil the water before drinking. If conditions permit, it is best to use water purification tablets. Throw the gold ring into the space. And after a while, it was found that it was eaten. This made Jiang Ning more determined. He could collect supplies by practicing medicine. So there was no need to take risks outside. Some supplies in the space could also be passed through this method. The flood continued, and life went on as usual. Huishan finished the dog training task, and saw Jiang Ning opening the door with sweat dripping down his face. Do you want to practice? Well, of course she wanted to fight with a master. But wasn't he afraid of being picked? Okay. He wasn't afraid of being picked. So what did she have to worry about? Huishan learned to be smart. Daodu, take Coke out to play. The living room had been cleaned up by Jiang Ning. And after putting away unnecessary things, it still looked quite empty. The two practiced together. And this time both of them were much more rational. Knowing that he was a big shot, Jiang Ning was not polite and attacked the opponent's vital points. And some of his moves were fake. Surprise flashed in his deep eyes. You have learned a lot of things. She was not good at all. And her moves were irregular according to the situation. In her previous life, she learned a lot of ruthless moves to survive in the end of the world. During the sparring, Huishan could sense her momentum. She was completely different from usual. She was quite like the day when she chopped someone's arm. With a sense of cruelty, he appreciated her a little, pointed out the shortcomings of her moves while practicing, and helped her adjust them. Do you also exercise on your own every day? Jiang Ning learned a lot. How about we exchange ideas? After 2 hours of sparring, she was better than expected, and Huishan was sweating. Okay. When Daoda came the next day, he even brought rations, noodles and eggs. Jiang Ning happily accepted the free coaching. When Huishan brought the Coke back, the egg and vegetable noodles were ready. The egg yolk is a bit loose, and it will probably go bad in a few days. Sitting down to eat noodles, Jiang Ning reminded 1801. If there is not much, you should finish it as soon as possible. If you can't finish it, make it into salted eggs. Salted eggs are fishy, but they last longer. Huishan thought for a moment. How do you make salted eggs? Wash the eggshells with strong liquor. Wet them, and then roll them in salt. Then wrap them with plastic wrap and seal them with a plastic bag. Jiang Ning ate and chatted. Also, Daodu has eczema. You need to give her some medicine. There were quite a few medicines brought back, but the outer packaging had been opened, and Huishan didn't know which one to use. Thank you. Please help me find it later. Jiang Ning cooked the meal, and Huishan washed the bowl. There were so many kinds of medicines, and it took a long time to find them. She applied them to Daodu. Don't scratch it with your hands. It will leave scars if it breaks. Sister, you are so nice. Just like my mother. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kayley whined beside her, and he also wanted to apply it. The dog was good in everything, but he was particularly jealous, and he never changed his ways. As long as Dahui and Xiaobai squatted on the sofa beside her, Kayley would immediately come over and push them down, and then get into her arms. Even if he had a good relationship with Daodu, he would still squeeze over and push Daodu. Fancy stroking the dog head. The jealous king finally changed his mind. When leaving, I saw Huishan struggling in the kitchen, rolling eggs and dipping them in salt, thinking that it was too much or too little. As expected, no one is perfect. His appearance and skills are impeccable, but he really knows nothing about life. Chapter 46. Jiang Ning went into the kitchen, took the washed eggs, wet them in the white wine bowl, rolled them in the salt bowl twice, and then wrapped them with plastic wrap. You can eat them in a month. Just as she was about to take a nap, there was a knock on the door. 1801 and 1803 were going out, and even Daoda put on a raincoat. Huishan wanted to take the two out for training, and seeing that Kaylay was very excited, Jiangning thought about it and didn't refuse. Wait. She went back to get the makeup box, picked a dark color, and applied it on Daodu's face. It's right to let Daodu see the cruel end of the world as soon as possible. But she is too white and tender. If she goes out like this, she will be easily targeted. Jiangning painted Daodu's face with a pale face. And then, he was satisfied and stopped. The dog face came over. And it wanted to paint it too. What a ghost it painted. The brown and black face is ugly enough. Coke, whose self-confidence was hit, snorted and left with the trainer without looking back. After waking up from a nap, Jiangning prepared to give Grandma Zhong acupuncture. Grandma Zhong took out a baked sweet potato wrapped in several layers of cloth from her pocket. Xianing, my waist is much better. Thank you so much. The sweet potato was still warm, but Jiangning refused to take it. I've paid for the treatment. You can keep it for yourself. Food is life. She will not take away the chance of others' survival. Grandma Zhong wanted to make friends with her, and insisted on giving it to Jiangning. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door downstairs. I appreciate your kindness. Jiangning asked her to keep it. If you insist, you can use the sweet potato to pay for the follow-up treatment. The downstairs kept knocking on the door, and after a long time of no response, she shouted, Little girl on the 18th floor, I'm here to see you for treatment. Open the door quickly. Look at this powerful voice. What kind of illness can it have? Jiangning was annoyed and went downstairs and said coldly, What's wrong? A middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s smiled when she saw her coming down. Dr. Jiang. Right. I'm not a doctor. Just a student of the medical school. Dr. Jiang. I have a headache and fever. Please take a look at me. I charge for seeing a doctor. Hearing the charge, the middle-aged woman's smile froze. What? I just have a headache and fever. You just need to give me 2 pills. You don't spend money when you go to the department store to buy things? Jiangning was too lazy to pay attention to her. I don't have any medicine here, let alone cure your illness. No. No medicine. Then can you give me 2 injections? I can give you injections. And I give you 5 kilograms of grain each time. What? You don't have to pay for injections. Why do you want 5 kilograms of grain? The ant jumped up in anger. I say, little girl, you shouldn't be a human being like this. We are all neighbors, and we should help each other. You have collected so many good things, and not only don't give them out, but you even want the grain that keeps us alive. You are too cruel. Jiangning opened the door and drew his knife. Say it again. You? What are you doing? Are you going to kill someone? The old lady was startled and quickly stepped back. I have someone in the police station. If you dare to touch me, I will make you pay for it. It was really noisy, making my ears buzz. Jiangning raised his knife and chopped at him. Ah! Murder. Murder on the 18th floor. You are a heartless person. You keep yelling. You are so full of energy. Your waist is fat. And you are so fat. Are you here to cause trouble because you are full? Jiangning remembered her, who came from another place to take care of her grandson. She was selfish and took advantage of others. She went through the trash cans in every building to pick up things, even asking for the unfinished drink bottles in other people's hands. You are talking nonsense. The ant's face turned pale in an instant, and her voice became noticeably weaker. There is no food in my family. We have been out of food for a long time. The family did stock up a lot of food. When the typhoon first came, she knocked on every door to borrow food and got a lot of things. Who would have thought that she would be exposed? She also heard that there was medicine on the 18th floor, so she came up to get some. Who knew that the surname Jiang was so difficult to deal with? The ant's voice was obviously weaker. We really don't have any food. If we had any food, we would have used it to exchange for your medicine. I don't care about anything you have. But if you dare to make a move on me again, don't blame me for breaking your door. Seeing the cruelty in Jiangning's eyes, the ant was frightened and sweated all over. She didn't dare to make a fuss anymore and hurried downstairs to hide her things. Not only did she not get the medicine, but she also did something stupid. This is trouble. Going back upstairs, acupuncture continued. Xiaoning, this woman's words are unpleasant. Don't take it to heart. Grandma Zhong chatted with her. She lives downstairs from me. She likes to take advantage of others and often comes to my house with her child to eat and drink. The child was not well raised. He would grab the good stuff and not let it go. Later, My family would not let them in. By the way, you should also pay attention to the little girl who lives next door. She said a lot of bad things about you. The one whose hair was cut off? Grandma Joan lives on the 12th floor. She should be referring to Su Mingyao. Yes. She asked me about you in a roundabout way and asked if you had any medicine? Grandma Joan was not confused. She knew that she had ulterior motives. I said you didn't have any medicine. But she didn't believe it. That group of people were also led astray by her. And they seem to have a deep prejudice against you. Having lived a lifetime, Grandma Zhong has experienced everything. Xiao Ning. This disaster hurts people and makes people's hearts corrupt. I know you are a capable person, but you still have to be careful when you go out. Having died once, how could Jiang Ning not be on guard? She is also selective when she treats patients. And she doesn't treat everyone. In her previous life, she saw all the darkness of human nature in this building. Those she is willing to treat are those whose consciences are not broken. Even though many people died later. Thinking of Su Mingyao, Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes. Grandma Zhong. What did she say about me? She didn't say it directly, but she hinted that you have something. Grandma Zhong thought of another thing. She also deliberately flirted with the handsome guy in your building. But unfortunately the guy ignored her at all. Flirting with Hui Yishan. She is so thoughtful at such a young age. And she is very good at using beauty tricks. She deliberately sprained her ankle and fell in front of the guy. But the guy was very decent and left without even glancing at her. Grandma Zhong was not only talking about Su Mingyao. Several beautiful girls in the apartment building were like this. And some even used their bodies to exchange for food. For a pack of instant noodles. She could be with 2 or 3 men at the same time. Alas, how could this world be like this? Zhong Ping was also harassed. But fortunately, she was strict and didn't dare to mess around. Zheng Weili and others came back almost dark, bringing back a lot of firewood, and dragging a large cylindrical stainless steel water tower behind them. Kailei was a strong man, dragging a big branch upstairs, and then followed Daodu, who was carrying firewood. Sister, open the door. We are here. The dog was very excited and kept jumping into her arms, rubbing Jiangning all over with water. Daodu had scratches on her face, probably from falling or being scratched. But her eyes were particularly bright when she smiled. She leaned over and whispered in Jiangning's ear, Sister, there is meat. It was found by Kailei and beaten by my brother. Oh, no wonder the dog was so arrogant. It turned out that he was waiting for her praise. She stroked the dog head and kissed it. Chapter 47. After receiving the sweet kiss from the shit shoveler, Kailei was so excited that he turned around and almost peed. Daodu was not to be outdone and hugged her arm. Sister, it's so scary outside. There is water everywhere. The house is flooded. But Daodu is not afraid. Yeah, Daodu is great. Give each of them a candy as a reward. And Jiang Ning went downstairs to help move firewood. The water tower was very large. And 3 men carried it up and put it directly on the roof. After putting away the speedboat and rubber boat and going upstairs, Zheng Weili opened the big backpack and took out a plastic bag, a snake and 2 hares. We went to a far place, where there were villas halfway up the mountain, which had been flooded. The water tower was what Ashen wanted, and we were going to come back after we finished it. But Kailei ran up the mountain, fearing danger. Several people hurriedly chased after it, and found it fighting with a snake. Huishan was quick-witted and chopped off the snake's head with a shovel. Everyone was very happy to get a few pounds of snake. But Kailei still didn't want to leave. Unable to persuade the dog, the group went into the mountain while picking firewood. And Kailei was digging a rabbit nest. Aining, you have definitely found a treasure. This is not a dog. It is a spirit. Jiang Ning laughed. Kola has been wandering outside for many years. I don't know how much better it is at surviving than us. Zheng Weili was amazed. I have never seen such a smart dog. It jumped up the tree. If it weren't for Brother Shen, it would be impossible to control it. It would not come back even after dark. Greed is the nature of dogs. Only dogs that have experienced hunger will have the devilish desire to store food. Thinking of the pigs killed last time, it would be strange if it didn't run to the mountains. Jiang Ning did not go out, but he had made contributions in guarding the house. And Gozi was a great contributor to hunting, so they decided to divide the things equally. She did not want to take advantage of this, but Zheng Weili and others did not agree. Kola is also one of us. We cannot treat it differently. It has contributed as much as us. If you feel bad, You can cook, and we will help. In the end, Jiang Ning did not cook, but served as a military advisor to teach Huishan cooking skills. The snake was skinned and gutted, and stewed in a pressure cooker with a bowl of black beans. The 2 rabbits were fat, one braised and the other spicy, with stir-fried vegetables and mixed grain rice. Everyone was very satisfied. Aining, we plan to go again tomorrow. Zhang Chao asked. Do you want to join? The rich people in the villa complex have moved away, so there is no need to think about food. But many furniture are made of pure wood and can be chopped into firewood and brought back. In addition, it is good to put the water tower on the rooftop. They decided to bring back 2 more, and then install them in every house, so that they don't have to collect rainwater from the balcony. Huishan suddenly said, there are many water towers over there, so why not bring back a few more? If the rain stops one day, it won't be so fast to restore the water supply. We need to make a water storage plan. Zhang Chao and others were stunned for a moment, then agreed with his opinion. He and Jiang Ning have strong survival ability, and they can't go wrong if they listen more and do more. Jiang Ning has no objection. Weili, we have to stay for one. Who do you think is better to go? Zheng Weili doesn't like to stay at home, and she is bored at home every day. I go, but I have to bring Coke. Woof. Guzi agreed. I go too. Dowda raised his hand excitedly. I can help pick up firewood. Huishan intended to let her get in touch with the outside world. Okay, but you can't cry? Don't cry. Dowda rubbed his buttocks. Brother, I didn't cry even though I fell today. So, everyone decided to let Jiang Ning stay at the base camp, and Kaylai would fight for her. In the middle of the night, she was sleeping soundly when suddenly there was a loud noise downstairs, which lasted for a long time. Jiang Ning was woken up and saw Kaylai lying still in the doghouse. So she turned over and continued to sleep. In the morning, she was still lying in bed, and the dog excitedly pulled her quilt. Shit shoveler. Clean it up for it quickly. It's time to go out to work. Jiang Ning yawned and got up. Fed it chicken breast mixed with dog food. Took out the ointment to apply medicine to the ringworm, and then put on the raincoat. You can't show off your wealth for lunch, so you put vegetarian dog food and white porridge in a thermos, and put it in your bag. Kaylai held the bag in his mouth and twisted the door open, not forgetting to look back at her. It seemed to be saying, shit shoveler, I'm going out to earn food. You stay at home and don't run around. Jiang Ning was amused and went forward to hug it. Okay. Be careful and don't show off. Huishan door opened, and Dowda came out wearing a raincoat. Sister, I want a hug too. It is estimated that Huishan has talked to her. The little girl is getting more and more daring to express her emotions. And she also greeted Zheng Weili and others one by one, which is completely different from the timidity and fear when they first met. The dog walked at the end, not forgetting to look back at her, a little reluctant to leave. The only difference was that after training with Huishan, he obviously had more responsibilities. Jiang Ning closed the door and went to the balcony. After a while, he saw a few people and a dog paddling away in a speedboat. As soon as they left, Hejian's team followed in a rubber boat. Not only Hejian, but also Yang Weisong and others followed, as well as people from other units. Unconsciously, the 18th floor became a weather vane. They were puzzled. They all went out to find supplies. Why did the 18th floor always return with a full load, while they couldn't even pick up firewood? How can there be such a big difference in people's conduct? No matter what. Since I can't fight and can't join, I can only find a way to keep up. Jiang Ning counted and found that there were quite a few people following quietly. Although she was being targeted, she didn't worry that Huishan would get rid of them. After breakfast, she continued to read medical books. At around 10 o'clock, Grandma Zhong came up for acupuncture. After a few days of treatment, her waist injury has improved a lot, and she no longer needs her family to help her go upstairs. Grandma Zhong was in a good mood and held Jiang Ning's hand tightly. Xiao Ning, the Su family was robbed at night. It's really retribution. It was the same house where the auntie who came to Jiang Ning to ask for medicine last time and threw a tantrum was rolling on the ground. The door was pried open late at night, and she was knocked unconscious by a club. All the food in the house was taken away. She threw a tantrum when she woke up, and in the morning, she went to Hejian to make trouble, demanding that every family open the door for her to search. Even if Hejian had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to organize people to search. especially when he heard how much food the Su family had lost. He almost vomited blood. There were more than 200 kilograms of rice, flour, oil and grain alone. And a lot of oil, bacon, pickled cabbage and so on. It's probably a false report. Who would hoard so many things at home? Grandma Zhong shook her head repeatedly. Those who had lent her food out of kindness were furious and rushed up to fight, saying that she was the most heartless and deserved to have her door broken into. Jiang Ning listened nearby. You should be careful too. Grandma Zhong was very shrewd. My family doesn't have any food either. We only have lunch now. And we're only half full at most. It was soon noon, and no one had returned. It shouldn't take long to drag the water tower. Jiang Ning was a little worried about Kaylai and wanted to make a phone call. But there was no signal. Every 15 minutes, she watched from the balcony. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Huishan's shadow finally appeared. She counted them on purpose. And not only were all the people there, but Guzi was also standing in front of the speedboat, like a triumphant warrior riding the wind and waves. Go downstairs to help. As soon as the speedboat approached, Jiang Ning found something wrong. Chapter 48. Except for Huishan. Everyone else looked very tired. Dowda had tears in her eyes, and her little face was extremely pale, obviously frightened. No one spoke, and the three men moved the water tower in tacit understanding. Jiang Ning put away the speedboat and carried the firewood upstairs. Zheng Weili walked in front of her and almost fell down. Jiang Ning couldn't free her hands, so she used her body to push him up. The two continued to go up, and Zheng Weili walked in a strange posture. Obviously her foot was injured. Jiang Ning had a sensitive nose and could faintly smell the smell of blood. Did they get into a fight this time? There are countless eyes in the apartment building. Now is not the time to show weakness. Once people find out that the 18th floor is in trouble, many people will rush over like mad dogs, gritting her teeth and returning to the 18th floor. Zheng Weili put the firewood in the corridor, her expression in pain. Jiang Ning helped her into the house. What's wrong? Zheng Weili's calf was injured, and the blood stained the gauze red. It was not a knife wound or a gunshot wound, but a blood hole. Zheng Weili was in great pain. It was caused by a wild boar. Jiang Ning frowned. You went into the mountains again? What else can we do if we don't go into the mountains? Zheng Weili smiled bitterly. Everything that can keep you alive is soaked in water. People are starving to death outside every day. When we went out today, we saw someone throwing corpses from the upstairs. And there were more than one. We can barely hold on for 7 or 8 months. But supplies are getting harder and harder to find. What should we do in the future? Tearing down the water tower is secondary. Today, we are mainly heading to the mountains. They climbed several mountains, and Kaylai lived up to everyone's expectations. He actually found a nest of wild boars, with as many as 5. And they were all big. After unanimous discussion, they decided to fight. Jiang Ning was worried for them. Wild boars are not like domesticated ones. They are very aggressive. It is very dangerous. But wild boar meat can save lives. So we have to fight even if the risk is huge. Jiang Ning took out gauze and iodine, and searched for surgical instruments and sutures. The wound is too big, and it is difficult to stop the bleeding. Should I send you to the hospital or sew it for you? It's not a serious injury. You can help me sew it. Zheng Weili often gets injured while boxing, but she doesn't take it seriously. Besides, there is no medicine in the hospital, so it's better to do it at home. Last time, Jiang Ning had some anesthetics in stock. He disinfected the wound first, then gave it anesthesia to block the pain, and then began to sew it. It was his first time to sew someone, but he had practiced with pork countless times before, so he was quite steady. Lu Yu, who was standing next to him, was so scared that his face turned blue. He held his girlfriend's hand tightly. Aining, Weili's life is in your hands. Zheng Weili pushed him. You hurt my hand. Zhang Chao rolled his eyes. Don't show off your love. Not only Zheng Weili was injured, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were also injured. But they were all scratches and not a big problem. Huishan's arm was scratched and bleeding, and he and others were comforting Daodu, who was frightened and crying. It was raining and the forest was slippery. Zheng Weili killed a wild boar with her bare hands, but was hit by its tusks. Kaylai Chaoyong, who cooperated perfectly with Huishan, killed the remaining 4. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu also helped, but they were not on the same level after all. If Huishan hadn't rescued him, Zhang Chao would probably be dead today. For this reason, Huishan's arm was scratched. Dao did not participate. She was tied to a tall tree by Huishan, and was completely scared to tears by the fierce battle under the tree. After suturing Zheng Weili's wound, Jiang Ning took care of 1801. There was a cut, not particularly deep, and 10 stitches were sutured after disinfection, and painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs were taken. Everyone sat down to discuss how to deal with the wild boar. There was no refrigerator, so the house could not store it at all. How about making it into barbecued meat? Lu Yu suggested. We brought back a few boxes of charcoal last time. Jiang Ning rejected it. Barbecued meat consumes too much charcoal. And how long will it take to roast 5 pigs? The whole community will be full of barbecue smell by then. Do you still remember the sharp-nosed monkey? Zhang Chao was quick-witted. They not only sell things, but also collect things. We are short of food now. How about exchanging wild boar meat with him? Last time, we traded 5 times in a row, and the other party was quite trustworthy. This method is not bad. Maybe we can try it. A few people stuffed a pig in the water tower and slaughtered it into 4 large pieces. The wild boar meat was taken out of the water tower. The skin was thick and the pig was rough. The meat was dark red and there was almost no fat. Jiang Ning did not agree to take the whole pig over. Cut a few pounds first to test it. Don't say how much we have. If we can negotiate, we will trade in batches. 2 people were injured. Zhang Chao and Li volunteered to go to the department store to find the sharp-mouthed monkey. In the end times, who can always take care of whom? How far you can go depends on yourself. Jiang Ning did not stop them, and told them to be careful. Dao was frightened and fell asleep after being comforted. Huishan carried her back to the house to sleep. Zheng Weili told Jiang Ning about the situation at the villa on the hillside. This time, 6 water towers were dismantled, and a lot of pure wooden furniture and 2 unused gas cylinders were collected. These must be retrieved as soon as possible. Otherwise they will soon be sold to others. The wild boar is hiding in the mountains, so we shouldn't be able to find it for the time being. An hour later, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu came back. We found out that the leader of the sharp-nosed monkeys is surnamed Qin. They are willing to exchange grain for pork, but they are taking advantage of the situation. 1 caddy of wild boar meat can be exchanged for 2 caddies of broken rice, and new rice can only be exchanged for 1 caddy. I brought 5 caddies of meat and exchanged them for 5 caddies of new rice. Jiang Ning took a look and found that it was good quality rice. You weren't followed? No. We drove a speedboat and deliberately circled. They really want this batch of meat. They said that if we exchange it for new rice, it's all vacuum-packed and has the latest expiration date. Call Huishan over and discuss the deal. Jiang Ning agreed to exchange meat for rice. It seemed a bit of a loss, but Zheng Weili and the others didn't have the conditions to preserve wild boar meat, and many people couldn't even buy rice. So how many people would buy meat? Compared to meat, rice is more filling and more durable. 5 wild boars, if slaughtered, would weigh an average of 200 kilograms, which could be exchanged for a lot of food. However, they still wanted to keep some meat, so they decided to only exchange 4. The wild boar was divided into 4 parts. 1803 took 2 parts. 1801 took 1 part, and the cola part was for Jiang Ning. Wild boar wood is good for grilling meat, and can also be used to make chili meat sauce, which can be stored for a long time without going bad. However, whether it is grilling meat or making meat sauce, it is not only time-consuming but also has a strong smell. It is best not to do it on the 18th floor. The smell is one thing, and it is unbearable to cover the door. Huishan suggested. The villa complex has been vacated. Why not make it there and come back? Jiang Ning just had this idea. Others had no objection. So, the 3 men packed the wild boar meat into bags and stuffed it into big backpacks, got on the assault boat, and set off to trade. Don't forget to bring the cola. They met at the department store, avoiding the crowds and trading in the silent flood. Chapter 49. They were both wary of each other, fearing that the other party would rob them, which was the most suitable in the open flood. 202 kilograms of wild boar meat were exchanged for 202 kilograms of new rice, and they agreed to trade again at 7 o'clock in the evening. The 3 brought the rice back, and Jiang Ning had packed up the things, including the frying pan, salt, seasoning, crushed peppers, and overnight items. Worried that Zheng Weili was not safe, Lu Yu was also asked to stay. Seeing several people coming down, He Jian smiled and blocked the stairs. Where are you going? It's hard to run around. Otherwise we can help you and bring you back in one trip. Several rubber boats followed in the morning. But they were still thrown off. Every day he went out. But the supplies he brought back were getting less and less. The team members were getting more and more dissatisfied. And they often made fun of him and compared him with the 18th floor. It's just a few bundles of firewood. Don't worry about it. Had he? Jiang Ning smiled. Our temple is small. And I'm afraid that even if we bring back a few bundles of firewood, we won't be able to give each of you one. Look at what Xiao Jiang said. It's just a matter of helping each other. How can we ask for your things? Then we dare not agree. Seeing that he was so shameless. Jiang Ning was not polite. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Right? The rubber boat has already been borrowed. You won't even borrow firewood. Right? He Xian was choked and his face turned green. Don't let these stubborn guys fall into his hands. The villa on the hillside is far away. And it took more than an hour to get there by speedboat. And it was almost at the junction of the city. If you ignore the flood under your feet, it is indeed a beautiful natural oxygen bar. Amid the lush green forests, you can vaguely see the elegant and unique villa complex. The low-lying areas have been flooded. And the floodwaters in the slightly higher areas have flooded into the front yard. Everyone has evacuated. All the collected materials are concentrated in the highest villa, which is full of furniture, water towers, several unused gas cylinders, and a few scattered boxes of charcoal. Huishan and Zhang Chao went to the mountain to move the wild boar, and Jiang Ning cleaned the kitchen to make brine. It is too slow to roast raw meat. It is much easier to put it in the pot to marinate, and then put it on the charcoal fire. After the wild boar was brought back, Huishan cleaned it, and cut it into thin strips according to Jiang Ning requirements. When the time was almost up, he carried a wild boar, and took Zhang Chao to trade. After the two left, he asked Kailei to stand guard at the door. And Jiang Ning took out the solar energy storage box, chopper, induction cooker, and other tools from the space. Induction cooker braise meat. Pour the chopped lean meat into the pot. Add seasoning and chili. And put it on the gas stove to stir-fry continuously, in order to extend the shelf life. The meat sauce was fried very dry and smelled particularly fragrant. When the two came back, it was almost 9 o'clock. 2 large pots of meat sauce were ready, and the thinly cut meat pieces were all braised and placed in a basin to drain the juice. Hearing Coke's warning, Jiang Ning collected all the things that shouldn't be there into the space. Zhang Chao saw that most of the work was done, and almost dropped his jaw. Aining, you are too efficient. Aren't you? That's right. Don't you see who I am? Jiang Ning started to make a fire and grill meat. How is your deal? At the place where the pigs were slaughtered last time. I will try to deliver the remaining 2 tomorrow morning. After collecting several hundred kilograms of new rice, Zhang Chao breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing this job, I don't have to worry about the next 1 or 2 years. By then, order should be restored. Right? Jiang Ning agreed. Maybe. After enduring the extreme cold and waiting for the flood to evaporate, the country's base will be established. If they are willing to go, I believe there is still a way to survive. The 3 of them sat around the charcoal stove and put the drained braised meat on the grill. It's true that most of the water evaporated from the meat, so it grilled very quickly. Zhang Chao took a bite. It's so salty. The weather is too humid, so salty food can be preserved for a long time. Teaching the 2 people how to grill meat, Jiang Ning braised the pork elbow, pork face and skull, and took them back to the 18th floor to heat them up and eat them. Smelling the aroma of meat, Zhang Chao couldn't help swallowing his saliva, picked up the elbow, and started eating directly. Finally, the whole pot was brought down, and the 3 people and the dog ate it with steamed buns. Zhang Chao was greedy and mean. Such a good cooking skill. I don't know which dogman will get it in the future. Jiang Ning glanced at him and said slowly, It's not you anyway. Huishan ate quietly without saying anything, but subconsciously glanced at her. Woof. The dog, unwilling to be lonely, ran over to join in the fun. Shit shoveler. Look at me! Jiang Ning stroked its head. No one is cheap. I just live with Kailei. Don't mess around. Zhang Chao was mean. You can't cross species. Jiang Ning gave orders. Coke. Be mean to him. The dog immediately pounced on it, baring its teeth and wanting to spray it to death. Zhang Chao quickly begged for mercy. Ah! Ah! I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Brother dog, please spare your paws. Hui coughed coldly. The dog not only didn't let go, but also scratched him with its claws. After a full meal with laughter and noise, they continued to barbecue in the night. 1 pound of raw meat was roasted into half a pound of dried meat, and a large bag was full of about dozens of pounds, plus dozens of pounds of meat sauce, braised pork elbows and pork noodles, sauced large bones, etc. It was already past 3 in the morning when they finished, and they had to trade in the morning. So the 3 of them simply stayed in the villa. The beds were still there, and they just had to change into their own sheets and clothes, with the dog guarding the night. The few people slept particularly soundly. When Jiangning woke up, Huishan had already completed the transaction, and the 4 wild boars were exchanged for more than 800 pounds of new rice. They cooked a pot of noodles and left after eating and drinking. Back on the 18th floor, Jiangning called Huishan. Let me take a look at your wound. He was a high-ranking official, but he didn't say a word. Huishan followed him into the room, and Jiangning wanted to check him, but it was too high. Sit down. Before Huishan sat back, Guzi took the first seat. Huishan sat on the sofa, and Jiangning lowered his head to check him, and indeed found that the wound was bleeding. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? It's not a serious injury. Daodu is still young. Don't take it lightly. With a lack of medical care and medicine, and often soaking in water, it is easy to die if you get infected and have a fever. Jiangning disinfected and bandaged it again. Don't touch water these days. One was sitting, and the other was standing, a little close to each other. The dog stared at him with dim eyes, tilted its head to the left, then to the right, and suddenly squeezed over and stretched out its paws to Jiangning. Its paws also need to be bandaged. Jiangning burst into laughter. Go away. Don't make trouble for me. 860 kilograms of rice, 72 kilograms of dried meat, 30 kilograms of meat sauce, and other miscellaneous things. Jiangning took the share that belonged to Go Zi and stopped participating in the affairs of the Banshan villa. He concentrated on reading and exercising at home. Zhang Chao and Liu went out for a few days and brought back all the water tower and firewood. There was a project under construction in the Banshan villa, and the 2 of them brought back a lot of water pipes and studied how to install the water tower on the roof. Daodu was frightened and wilted, but children forget things quickly, and they were happy again after a few days. Huishan's injury was not healed, but he would come to practice every day. He used one hand, which made it difficult for Jiangning to use his full strength, fearing that he would win unfairly. He was young and had a strong physical fitness, and he reached the standard for removing stitches in just 5 days. Zheng Weili's injury was more serious, and she did not remove the stitches until the 10th day. After the wild boar hunting incident, Zheng Weili no longer thought about finding Huishan to practice, because his skills were not something she could surpass. Chapter 50. It took 2 days to install all 7 water towers. 1803 was allocated 3. 2 for Jiangning and 2 for Huishan, and they could use them by turning on the tap. Jiangning used space water, but he still pretended to use it every day. Before he knew it, the flood had lasted for 2 months. The second crop of hydroponic vegetables had been planted. Xiaobai seemed to be pregnant again, and the first litter of rabbits had grown to more than 1 kilogram. Zheng Weili was a person who could not stay still, and she would run out from time to time when her injuries were almost healed. Jiangning became more and more lazy, and pushed it every time, and entered the lying mode with all his heart and soul. Huishan, who had been working like a machine, also took a break. In addition to the daily dog training course, he would set aside 2 hours to practice with Jiangning, and then it was time to cook. He was impeccable in other aspects, but he had no talent in cooking. Under Jiangning training, his cooking was just mediocre, and it didn't go well with the delicious food at all. Not bad. Congratulations on your graduation. Although it was quite unscrupulous, Jiangning wanted to eat alone. There were many delicacies stored in the space, but they couldn't be taken out in front of Huishan. Huishan had no way to repay her, so he handed her a walkie-talkie. You can contact me if you have anything in the future. Jiangning was stunned. Why didn't she think of hoarding this? Maybe she didn't think that there would be a day when she would form a team. Thank you. This is much more convenient. If there is something, just let me know. No need to run around and knock on the door. Huishan didn't come again. Jiang Ning and Guzi had a big barbecue and drank some happy fat water. It was really refreshing. When I got up in the morning, the intercom made a buzzing sound. And then the voice from next door came. Jiang Ning, are you going to teach Dao today? Yes. Around 10 o'clock. Why don't you come over? Hui Shen suggested. When you give Dao questions, I can teach you the art of investigation and penetration. The art of investigation and penetration is a serious killing technique. And it is a silent killing technique, with various methods of wiping the neck from behind, hitting the throat with a fist, twisting the neck, and sprinting to push down and wipe the neck. Oh, and the most famous kneeling technique of America. I can't breathe. It is a complete art of investigation and penetration. Jiang Ning immediately became interested, thinking that he really couldn't use it in his living room. So he agreed readily. Okay. Reconnaissance and infiltration is a close combat, involving physical contact and fighting. Hui Shen laid the anti-fall mat on the ground. And the first move was the neck twisting that Jiang Ning saw that day. He stood behind Jiang Ning, approached her suddenly like lightning. One hand reached out to her fair and slender neck, and the other hand touched her side jaw. Jiang Ning subconsciously wanted to resist the fierce momentum, but he came close to her and attacked her popliteal fossa, holding her neck and side jaw firmly with both hands. With just a little effort, her head could be moved immediately. The sense of crisis instantly made Jiang Ning fall into the memory of the near-death experience in her previous life. She couldn't die at the hands of those ogres. Just as she was about to fight back, a voice came from above her head. Jiang Ning, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Steady, low, but sonorous and powerful. Jiang Ning threw away her confused consciousness and found that Hui Shen was touching the joints on her neck. Focus. Don't let your mind wander. The memory of the end of the world was too tragic. Even if everything started over again, she was still very resistant to physical contact with men. Jiang Ning kept taking deep breaths, telling herself not to confuse time and space. What she was doing now was to improve herself, only by becoming stronger. No one could bully her. Hui Shen noticed Jiang Ning's abnormality last time, and he took his hand back in time. I didn't mean to offend you. Sorry. It's my own problem. Jiang Ning adjusted herself and forced a stiff smile. Let's do it again. Reshuffle the cards. Everything is different. Hui Shen started again, touching her neck, telling her the joints and force points. He really twisted her neck, but he didn't use much force. After teaching the key points, the two exchanged positions. But Hui Shen was too tall, and twisting his neck was a dream. Jiang Ning was 167 centimeters tall, which was not short. But Hui Shen looked about 190 centimeters tall, a head shorter. Hui Shen sat on the folding bench. Begin. This was the first time Jiang Ning touched a man, and she touched him so carefully. Her fingers slid on his neck bone. Here? Not touching it correctly. Hui Shen grabbed her hand and moved it to the side. His jawline is sharp, so it is easy to bend it. And both hands exert force at the same time. Jiang Ning studied medicine and has studied the structure of the human body. After eliminating psychological barriers, he twisted Hui Shen's neck for half an hour. Dao finished his homework and opened the door, and Coke jumped out. Seeing the poop shoveler twisting the trainer's neck for fun, it instantly became playful. Woof! It jumped up and pushed Hui Shen hard. Poop shoveler, come and twist its neck. Can you twist a dog neck? Yes. The dog kept making trouble, and the class couldn't continue. Hui Shen squatted down to touch the dog neck. Kaylai had a strong sense of prevention, and she felt his ill intentions, so she subconsciously bared her teeth. Hui Shen frowned and gave an order. Stand at attention. Kaylai put away her playfulness and listened carefully to the order and took her place. However, her body was resisting. But when Jiang Ning touched it, its body was as soft as a pool of water, and its tongue was stretched long, pouring on her. Come on. The shit shoveler. Come quickly. This dog seems to be not serious. Jiang Ning took it to 1803 for isolation. The dog is important, but she also has to race against time to improve. It is the end of the world now. No matter the people in the apartment building or the survivors outside, countless people are becoming evil in a cruel environment. If she wants to survive, she has to get ahead of them. The course continued, and Jiang Ning quickly learned how to twist her neck in various postures. She was very savvy, and could quickly draw inferences from one example. After picking up the dog from 1803, Jiang Ning had a simple meal of fried rice noodles, sat on the sofa, and took out the human skeleton structure diagram to study it carefully. Which bone would be killed if hit? Which acupuncture points on the body will cause soreness and weakness in a short period of time if they are hit? These are all tricks that can kill with one blow. Woof. Jiang Ning came back to her senses and found that the dog was in a bad mood. Not only did it refuse to eat dog food, but it also pointed its butt at her. Oh! Who made my Coke angry? She quickly put down the medical book and came over to hug the dog to comfort him. My Coke is the cutest. Humph. Turned her head away, arrogantly ignoring him. After stroking the dog head for a while, she took out the braised chicken leg to coax him. And the dog finally forgave her and put his neck closer to her. Come on. Keep twisting. Jiang Ning finally understood that this was why it was angry. What a jealous dog. Cola. No matter who I meet or who I get along with, you will always be the most important one in my heart. An insecure dog is like this. Jiang Ning hugged it in his arms. It will only get harder and harder to survive in the future. The 18th floor is not a safe island. I know you want to become stronger to protect me, but I also want to become stronger to protect you. Let's become stronger together and protect each other forever. Okay? Coke tilted his head, not quite understanding. He blinked and put his paw on her hand. What a warm dog. A sausage as a reward. In the afternoon, Huishan trained Coke for 4 hours, biting and grabbing, and increased the stair parkour to 80 times. When the training was over, the dog lay in the doghouse and stuck out his tongue. After studying the human skeleton and acupuncture points, and then learning the reconnaissance and infiltration techniques from Huishan, it was a piece of cake. Huishan was extremely surprised. He had never seen such a high level of understanding. However, in just a few days, she had mastered all of them, and even used them unexpectedly during sparring, forcing him to be distracted. Huishan was generous and taught not only reconnaissance and infiltration techniques, but also fighting techniques and close combat. Especially in close combat, the two of them wrestled on the non-slip mat, and for a while, they were tangled up in a knot and could not be separated. This was a battle, and both were competitive and full of momentum, as if they wanted to kill each other. A pair of dog eyes were watching closely from the side, and as long as Jiang Ning was at a disadvantage, it would pounce on him to take sides. Daodu was so anxious that she wanted to cry. Brother, sister, stop hitting me. She liked her brother and her sister, so which one should she help? Finally, Daodu held Kayley tightly. Woof! Let it go! Seeing the poop scooper being pressed down by Huishan, Kayley bared his teeth and looked fierce. Let it go. It's going to kill him. Daodu couldn't hold it back, and Kayley jumped on him. Chapter 51. In the end, with the help of the dog, Jiang Ning won unfairly. Huishan was not angry at being betrayed by the dog he trained. Instead, he patted its head and said, Very good. If someone bullies her in the future, you must protect her. Kayley was angry just now. Jiang Ning was a little worried. Were you bitten? No. Huishan praised. Dogs can distinguish between good and bad better than people. Kayley knows his limits. Jiang Ning also felt that it was right. Dogs can sense the aura emitted from humans. Huishan had no ill intentions, so he was not attacked. Days passed, and Jiang Ning's strength improved at a visible speed. Knowing that she was sparring with Huishan, Zheng Weili also became fierce, training Zhang Chao and Lu Yu every day, and 1803 could be heard wailing from time to time. After being beaten so many times, Zhang Chao's skin became thicker, and Lu Yu's slim waist disappeared completely. After getting better, the two beaten duo were full of confidence. Aining, how about we have a fight? Jiang Ning smiled. Okay. 1803 was also covered with a non-slip mat. Jiang Ning fought 1 against 2. Zheng Weili acted as the referee. Daodu and Kayley played the spectators. Zheng Weili whistled. 1, 2, 3. Start. Bang. Bang. Jiang Ning fell sideways, and the other raised his knee to hit his stomach. The movements were clean and neat, and extremely cool. The two fell gloriously, wailing on the non-slip mat. Then, nothing, then. Zhang Chao covered his stomach, tears bursting out of pain. You don't have martial ethics. Jiang Ning looked dull. It's the end of the world. Who will talk to you about martial ethics? Thinking of cheering for her sister, who knew that the beginning was the end. Dowdu was a little unable to accept it, and got up and ran home. Brother. Sister punched both brothers. The moves he used were taught by his brother. So powerful. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu who were beaten, How can there be such a big difference in how people behave? They don't care about face. Zheng Weili was very angry. It's okay that you can't beat me. But you can't even take a move from Aining? Nothing to say. Or she is too kind. From today on, no matter how many laps Kaylai does on the stairs, they must not miss a lap. The two of them turned pale. Guzi ran 80 laps a day. How could they compare? It's fine if you can't beat Aining. But now you have to lose to Kaylai? No. Kaylai is not an ordinary dog. It's a super abnormal dog. It's only been a short time. And even muscles have grown. Zheng Weili doesn't care. As long as she doesn't die from the training. She will train to death. The 18th floor is in full swing. And there are more and more jealous monsters in the unit building. If the 18th floor goes out, they are jealous. If the 18th floor doesn't go out, they are even more jealous. Since they haven't been out for so long, they must have a lot of supplies. They were starving. But there was a faint fragrance on the 18th floor. But no one dared to fight alone. So they went to Hejian and forced him to negotiate with the 18th floor to hand over some supplies. Hejian would not offend people. But starving was not a solution. And the children at home had become big-headed babies. Building leader, let's discuss it with them first. If they don't give us face, we can find someone from outside and take it all away. That's right. How can they be so wicked? We drink rainwater every day to fill our stomachs. And they eat fish and meat upstairs. They roasted lamb the day before yesterday and ate hot pot yesterday. Do they want us to live? Fuck his sister. Hejian cursed in his heart. He didn't smell anything on the 13th floor. So how could the people living on the 7th floor smell anything? He didn't even find a legitimate reason to add fuel to the fire. He wasn't so stupid that he would be fooled by these people. If they really managed to rob the supplies on the 18th floor, the 18th floor would be the first to retaliate against him. However, there was really no way out outside. So he had to think of a way inside the building. If we have to do it, we should do it together. He couldn't bear the disaster alone. Hejian took the old way and decided to rush in. There were so many people in the entire apartment building. Could they all be killed on the 18th floor? In the evening, Jiang Ning had just finished sparring with Huishan and came out sweating profusely when he heard someone knocking on the door downstairs. The man was wrapped tightly, with only a pair of eyes showing, and stuffed a piece of paper through the crack of the door. It's dangerous. Be careful. After saying that, he turned around and left in a hurry. Although he was wrapped from head to toe, Jiang Ning still recognized his voice as Zhong Ping. He came to inform that Hejian and the people in the unit building wanted to force the 18th floor to hand over the supplies. Everyone gathered at 1803, and Jiang Ning took out the letter. What do you think? Zheng Weili was angry. Come if you want. Why are you afraid of them? Supplies are life. Who would give up the chance to live? Although Hejian only wants a part. But if he gives it to him this time, what about next time? What about the next time? Not to mention Zheng Weili. Even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu disagreed. Coke also disagreed, showing his sharp fangs. Woof! Who dares to steal its rations? Damn! So, the 18th floor voted unanimously, and did not give it. You want supplies? They are dreaming. If I guess correctly, they should come up tomorrow. Everyone knew that this kind of thing would become commonplace in the future. Even if they didn't come, people from outside would come in and rob. No one wanted to lick blood on the edge of a knife. But this is the end of the world. The end of cannibalism. Everyone went back to prepare. There will be a tough battle tomorrow. After returning home, Jiang Ning took out the stab-proof and slash-proof clothing from the space, and then measured the size of the dog. She didn't know how to make clothes, so she could only grope and modify it, wanting to give Coke the best protection. The dog didn't like to be restrained by nature. But fortunately, in order to treat the skin disease during this period, he was forced to wear clothes after applying medicine. And he was considered to have adapted. Not only does it eat well, but it also gets enough nutrition. It is no longer skinny, and its newly grown fur is shiny and smooth. Huishan exercises it every day. And now it is a dog with only muscles. After a circle of rubbing, it has grown a lot. It took 2 hours to dismantle and sew. and finally made the anti-slash and anti-stab clothing for the dog. It feels that it needs to be longer, so the size is loosened. In order to adapt in advance, the door is open to let it parkour. Well, she is still a little talented, and the clothes do not restrict the flexibility of the dog at all. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he went to sleep until dawn. Kayleigh suddenly became agitated and looked like he was going to fight. When he opened the door, he heard a knock on the door downstairs, and Jian was shouting hypocritically and politely. Jiang Ning ignored him and prepared breakfast for himself and Kayleigh. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, and hand-pulled pancakes. After eating, he didn't forget to brush his teeth and rinse his mouth, and then started to work. Jian shouted so earnestly that his voice became hoarse. Since the 18th floor refused to communicate, don't blame him for using force. Pry the door. Hearing the words of the building manager, everyone's eyes flashed with greed, as if the 18th floor was a mountain of gold and silver. As long as the 3 doors were pried open, they could eat and drink enough and never have to worry about their lives. God knows how long they haven't had a full stomach. This kind of pain is too tormenting. It's the end of the world. Why is the 18th floor so glamorous, while they live worse than pigs and dogs? For a moment, everyone was furious and wanted to chop the 18th floor into pieces. Just as he was about to pry with tools, he heard the door open upstairs. Chapter 52. The stainless steel door with iron spikes slowly opened, followed by steady footsteps. For some reason, everyone's throats tightened and they became nervous unconsciously. The 18th floor had killed people before, and they saw it with their own eyes. Here they come. A pair of slender straight legs. A sharp tang sword. The 18th floor was really cruel, and they actually sent that little girl who killed people without blinking an eye to lead the charge. She was simply a beast. The second place was said to be the National College Sanda champion, and one punch could blow someone's head off. Look! Professional fighting outfit. The gloves are bigger than a casserole. Next are 2 men. One holding a baseball bat, the other holding a mace. The mace is a modified wooden baseball bat with rusty sharp nails inserted into it. If you get hit by it, you will definitely die if you don't get tetanus. The last one is the height and appearance representative of the 18th floor, with a neat and tidy crew cut, a cold and handsome face, wearing cold gray casual clothes, and his hands in his trouser pockets. It seems that he is not here to fight, but to relax on the weekend. What's even more infuriating is that dogs are here too. These beasts said they had no food, but it's only been a short time since they've raised stray dogs to be fat and strong. As they were filled with righteous indignation, they became more greedy and regretted it. They shouldn't have asked for only 1/3, but all of it. They wanted all the supplies on the 18th floor, including this dog. It's the end of the world now, and dogs should have been eaten by humans, but it ate the food that should have belonged to them. After we clean up the ones on the 18th floor, we'll use them to make dog meat stew. Everyone was ready to fight, secretly drooling, as if victory was already waiting. However, when Jian saw the equipment on the 18th floor, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. They were unwilling to give up their food. Building leader, what do you mean by bringing so many people to pry open our door? Jiang Ning looked around at the huge crowd crowded in the corridor on the 17th floor. The old, weak, women and children were not there. All the people who showed up were men. They either wielded weapons openly or hid them in their clothes. One building. All kinds of people. Some had rosy complexions, while others had pale faces. No matter what their situations were, they all looked at the 18th floor without exception. Jiang Ning looked at their faces one by one, and indeed found the shadows of Yang Wei-sung and others in the crowd. Oh! He has lost weight. His eyes are full of hunger for food. His face is pale and his expression is decadent. And he no longer has the cool image of the school idol in the past. Seeing the 18th floor put on this posture, Jian felt uneasy and said with a smile on his face, Xiao Jiang, we are here to discuss things. Why are you making such a big scene? Jiang Ning was too lazy to play Tai Chi. There is nothing you want on the 18th floor. Even if there is a little bit. We exchanged our lives for it. Don't even think about it. Look at what you said. We really have no way to survive. So we came up to borrow food from you. Although there are more people on his side, Jian did not want to use force. He retreated and said, in the face of great difficulties, we must unite as one. Those who have food contribute food. And those who have strength contribute strength. Only in this way can we survive. Right? During this special period, we decided not to abandon or give up. We gathered all the supplies and ate and drank together in the future. We will never let anyone in the building starve to death. Everyone else has paid. So you guys on the 18th floor can't get any special treatment. Right? Listening to his high-sounding words, Jiang Ning sneered. What if we don't pay? If it doesn't work, you can borrow 1/3 of the food, and we pay it back when we get through the difficulties. He Jian's expression froze, and he tried to put on a smile. If you don't believe me, we can write an IOU. No. Then, there was no room for negotiation, and the atmosphere froze instantly. Relying on the large number of people, some people took the opportunity to say something harsh. Building manager, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just pry the door open and rush in. Yes, pry open the door. They were the ones who were unkind first. Don't blame us for being unjust. Xiao Jiang, I advise you to think about it. We are all in the same building, so there is no need to be so awkward. He Jian was secretly happy in his heart, but he pretended to be very embarrassed. You are not without supplies. What's wrong with sharing some with us? If you insist on eating alone, even if I agree, they will not agree. It's really difficult for me to do this, Jiang Ning said. Come on. Those who want to pry open the door. I pry it open if I want. Why should I be afraid of you? The man with the crowbar was so hungry that he pushed against the door. Jiang Ning did not draw his knife, but took out a weapon from his pocket and pointed it at the man's head through the iron fence. If you move again. Ah. A gun. She has a gun. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Then, they all stepped back, fearing that the bullet would hit them. He Jian's face turned pale. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Ning looked around coldly. What do you want? Let's talk it over nicely. He Jian's heart was pounding with fear. Don't be impulsive. Jiang Ning smiled. Don't worry. I've never been so calm as today. It's just a bluff. A plastic toy gun. A voice suddenly rang out in the crowd. The voice was hoarse and low, deliberately pinching the throat. Jiang Ning pointed out the name. Yang Weitsong. If you are a man, get out of here. Why are you hiding in the crowd and pretending to be a bear? Yang Weitsong was so angry that he tried his best to hide behind and put on a hat. But he was still recognized by Jiang Ning. He walked out with a sullen face, angrily accusing Jiang Ning. I didn't expect you to become like this today. You are so selfish and self-interested. You are not without food. What's wrong with sharing some to help everyone? What's wrong with me being selfish and self-interested? Jiang Ning curled his lips and sneered. I didn't steal or rob. I got all the supplies by myself. Unlike you who sells your ass for food and always thinks about what's in a woman bowl. In the end times, being alive is the most important thing. What's the value of face? And how much is dignity worth? At first it was a woman, and later there was a good-looking young man. It's nothing after thinking it through. It's not shameful to survive. It's okay if we keep it to ourselves. But it's another matter to say it out loud. Hearing Jiang Ning words, he suddenly laughed unkindly, and his eyes changed when he looked at Yang Weitsong. The end of the world is coming. The law has collapsed, and morality has fallen. Most of those who have a lot of surplus food in their hands are not good people. They are trapped by the flood and have nowhere to go. So they have to find excitement to kill time. Both men and women. Yang Weitsong looks gentle and is born to be a pretty boy. So it's normal to be looked at. Jiang Ning, stop talking nonsense. Yang Weitsong's nose was crooked with anger. He rushed up and roared. Do you really think I dare not beat you? As if he was afraid of his impotent rage. Jiang Ning directly opened the door and shook the gun in his hand at him. Come! Come here! The door opened, and the maniac Yang Weitsong was instantly silenced. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, Don't be fooled. She has a plastic toy in her hand. Chapter 53. Yang Weitsong called on everyone to come together. But his body was as firm as a rock and refused to move. This was embarrassing. They had to pry the door open before. But now that the door was open, no one dared to go in. He Jian was extremely embarrassed and cursed these cowards. Being put on the fire, he said with a stiff face, Jiang Ning, even if you have a gun, it's only 7 bullets. Can you really stop so many people? Yes. Everyone came back to their senses and shouted again. Yes. She only has 7 bullets. We are not afraid of a ball. There's really no need to be afraid. It's just 7 lives. Jiang Ning looked at them and sneered. Who is willing to sacrifice themselves to help you? The building manager. Please stand up. I promise to satisfy you. When he eats meat and drinks, your wives and children will starve to death. Jiang Ning. What do you mean by this? It doesn't mean anything. I just want you to pick 7 people who are willing to die. Jiang Ning walked forward a few steps and walked out of the stairs and put the cold muzzle of the gun against Hejian's head. As the building manager, you must sacrifice first. So I start with you. The muzzle of the gun was cold, and it was not made of cheap plastic. His heart suffocated instantly, and Hejian's face turned pale, and cold sweat kept coming out. You don't mess around. You are the one messing around. The building manager. You bring people up to threaten the 18th floor again and again. Do you really think the 18th floor is a soft persimmon? Jiang Ning's eyes were like knives. I don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it. You have been causing trouble again and again, so I can only reciprocate. After speaking, his finger was on the trigger. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Ning and Hejian. Jiang Ning's eyes showed murderous intent, and he slowly tightened his finger on the trigger. Ah! A sudden and shrill scream suddenly came from the stairs. Ah! Someone is killing someone. Someone is killing someone. The people crowded at the stairs were panicking and trying their best to squeeze into the aisle. The butt of the gun hit Hejian's forehead hard, and Jiang Ning kicked him down with one foot. At the same time, Kailei rushed out like lightning, knocked Yang Weitsong, who was fleeing in the chaos, down hard, and opened his bloody mouth to bite hard. Ah! Screaming, fleeing, dodging, took turns in the crowded aisle. Someone squeezed in from the staircase, holding his bleeding neck tightly with his hands, and fell down before he could take a few steps. He kept twitching on the ground, his eyes wide open like copper bells, and his mouth open to breathe. Jiang Ning shouted, "Coke!" The dog was ferocious, biting Yang Weitsong until he bled, then stopped and rushed upstairs. The moment it jumped in, Jiang Ning quickly pulled the door and locked it, blocking the swarm of people outside. The collision and squeezing caused several people to be knocked against the door welded with iron nails, and they screamed horribly. The incident happened suddenly, and many people had no time to guard against it. Across the iron fence, I saw a man with a crazy look, holding a bloody kitchen knife, slashing at people randomly, and roaring like a beast. Haha. Damn it. Damn it. I want you to pay for my daughter's life. Go to hell. I will go to hell with you. Some people reacted quickly and pulled out knives from their clothes, but they were crowded and couldn't use them. They wanted to resist but accidentally chopped their own people. The madman didn't have any scruples. He kept slashing with red eyes. For a while, the corridor on the 17th floor was like hell on earth. Open the door. Let us in. Please. Help me. Many people were frightened and kept knocking on the doors of the residents on the 17th floor, hoping that they would open the door and go in for shelter, including the people on the 18th floor, who were ferocious just now fluttered around like a frightened bird, facing death. Everyone was frightened. Jiang Ning did not open the door. She looked numb through the iron fence and looked at everything outside coldly. It was as if she was just watching a TV series. Zheng Weili clenched her fists tightly, opened her mouth but couldn't speak, and finally turned her head away. The madman's face was covered in blood, and his face was hideous and twisted, like a bloodthirsty beast crawling out of hell. There were also a few fat and strong ruthless guys who raised their knives and chopped at the madman. The sharp knife chopped him on his body, back, hands and feet. The madman covered in blood was not afraid at all, and seemed to have no sense of pain. He seemed to recognize these people and said hysterically, "You killed my daughter. I want you to be buried with her." Like an immortal demon, he fought against many people with blood all over his body until all those people fell down. But he did not stop. With his bleeding body and red eyes, he rushed through the panicked crowd, like a devil wielding a sickle. Other people who reacted swung steel pipes or machetes at his head, bursting out with ferocity and shattering his body into pieces. Bang! A deafening gunshot. The madman was shot in the head and fell down with a bang, with a gentle smile on his bloody face. "Don't be afraid. Dad is here to accompany you." It was not Jiang Ning who fired, but was shot from behind her. Zhang Chao and Liu turned around and saw Huishan holding a gun. Their pupils were dilated. Amazing. He could shoot a headshot in such a chaotic situation. Huishan looked solemn, and there was no emotion on his face. He did not shoot again, but turned and went upstairs. A bullet brought the slaughter to an abrupt end. There were wailing all over the 17th floor. Hejian and Yang Weitsong, who fell to the ground, were not chopped, but were constantly squeezed and collapsed. They were unconscious in a pool of blood. No one knew whether they were alive or dead. Kailei refused to accept and wanted to rush out to fight. Every time he saw Yang Weitsong, he would bite this bastard. Save me. Save me. Some people who were chopped asked Jiang Ning for help. Hacked. Stepped on. Crushed. Accidentally injured. Stabbed by iron thorns. The scene was horrible. Jiang Ning is a student of the medical school. He can cure diseases and save lives. They don't want to die. Someone spoke up, and others followed suit. Why save them? After curing them, rush to the 18th floor? Jiang Ning turned and went upstairs, ignoring the tragedy behind him. Zheng Weili and the others were shocked and felt a little sorry. But when they thought about their violent threats just now, the kindness in their hearts was instantly extinguished. Believe it or not, they will only forget the pain after the wound heals. No one is born a bad person, but the extremely harsh environment and the instinct of survival make them commit crimes. Several people exchanged glances, then turned around and went upstairs silently, ignoring their angry pleas or abuse. The 3-layer stainless steel door was closed, and the sound was much weaker. Zheng Weili came back to her senses. Aining? How do you have a gun? Jiang Ning smiled and threw the thing in his hand over. Zheng Weili took it and immediately found out the trick. Fake? Where can I get a real one? The one just now was real. But Jiang Ning played a trick and switched it. Zheng Weili played with it again and again. Don't mention it. It's a high-quality imitation. Most people can't tell the difference. Even I was fooled by you. I found it by accident when I went out to look for dog food last time. I have another one here. I give this one to you to fool people. Chapter 54. Jiang Ning bought a few guns when she was stocking up, thinking that they might be able to scare people at a critical moment. But she didn't expect Huishan to have a real gun in his hand. The order of the end of the world has fallen, but the core departments of the government are still running. However, the flood has submerged everything and the efficiency is as slow as a turtle. But this thing is still under strict control. So, until the last moment, she will not use a real gun in public. Alerting the authorities is one thing, and she can't find a reason to explain to Zheng Weili and others. But today does not know tomorrow's events. If the situation really gets out of control, she will shoot without hesitation. Looking at the closed door of 1801, Zheng Weili pulled Jiang Ning into the room and couldn't help but ask curiously, how did he get a gun? He was a special police officer, so he must have connections. TSK. I didn't expect that he can not only fight, but also be a sharpshooter. Now, not only did they kill the madman who hacked people, but even Hejian and his group of people might be able to stay quiet for a while. To be honest, seeing the madman die in Huishan hands, Zheng Weili and others were relieved. This is a great and pitiful father. He couldn't survive with such injuries, but if he fell into the hands of those people, he would probably die without a complete body. It's better to be free, to leave cleanly and with dignity. The team has real guns. Zheng Weili and others feel relieved, but they are still a little worried about being checked. I thought there would be a fierce battle, but I didn't expect it to be disrupted by a madman. It was a blessing in disguise. Several people paid attention to the movement downstairs. The uninjured turned into birds and beasts and scattered, while the injured saw that the 18th floor was determined not to help, so they could only leave cursing. Soon, the 17th floor became quiet. Many people came to this confrontation, but many people also agreed on the surface, but actually did not participate at all. The 17th floor was even more cautious and locked the door. After all, they were too close to the 18th floor. If there was retaliation, they would be the first to bear the brunt. However, the fire in the city gate affected the innocent. When they opened the door, they were really angry and frightened. There was blood everywhere in the corridor and many corpses on the ground. What did they do to offend anyone? Why did the 17th floor always become a battlefield? The 3 residents cursed and discussed throwing the corpses into the water and then cleaning up the bloody corridor. What kind of life is this? Can people live like this? Just as we cleaned up, The family members of the victims rushed up. When they learned that the bodies had been thrown away, they started a quarrel with the 17th floor. Even a clay man still has some temper. The 17th floor, who had been pent up for a long time, completely exploded and rushed into the room to take out the kitchen knife. Damn it. Who did we offend? They always come to block our way. We didn't kill the people. Why do you blame us for not opening the door? Knowing that they are breaking the law. Why didn't you stop them? Now that people have died, they come to us to bring bad luck? Why didn't you drag the body away earlier? You can still fish it out by jumping into the water. Go and fish it out. Honest people don't get angry, because getting angry is life-threatening. Seeing several kitchen knives waving non-stop, the family members of the deceased dared not bother them, and they had to leave cursing unwillingly. Before coming up, they calculated how much they could get, but the supplies were lost, and their husband was hacked to death by a madman. How will these orphans and widows live in the future? Oh God, please open your eyes and stop raining. Around noon, Liu and Zhang Chao got some news. The crazy man who stabbed people with a knife lived on the 7th floor. He had been divorced for many years and lived with his daughter. His house was pried open by masked gangs in the middle of the night, and all the supplies were stolen. With nowhere else to go, his daughter had to secretly sell her body to survive. When he learned the truth, he slapped his daughter twice in anger. The daughter was so ashamed that she jumped down into the flood. The man, who had been dependent on his daughter, could not bear the stimulation and went crazy. He took a knife to retaliate against society and started killing people. Several people were hacked to death on the spot. Several died of heavy bleeding, and several others were not seriously injured. Many were trampled and squeezed. But the rain was too heavy, and there was no speedboat to go to the hospital. They could only endure at home. Yang Wei-tsung and Ezion were unconscious. And I hope they will die. The enemy's momentum was low after the defeat, and the whole apartment building was in mourning. Jiang Ning was thinking about another thing. The group of people with red faces in the confrontation were probably the masked robbers. Although several people were hacked to death by the crazy man, there were still a few who escaped. This group of people should be paid special attention to in the future. The fight didn't work out. Kayley was uncomfortable all over, whining and making faces. There was no other way. The Malinois was born aggressive. Jiang Ning could only comfort it with food. Do you have a grudge against Yang Wei-tsung? The shit shoveler was very curious. I just want to bite him. Kayley grinded his fangs and continued to whimper proudly. It is more than a grudge against the bastard. It's simply a blood feud. Jiang Ning hugged the dog. His eyes gradually deepened. Just after waking up from a nap, the intercom rustled. Jiang Ning, are you going to teach Dao today? It was Huishan. Jiang Ning replied, okay. We didn't fight today, but conflict will eventually be unavoidable, and the only way is to improve ourselves. There was a knock on the door, and Kayley ran to open the door with his paws, consciously exchanged with Daodu, and took the dog food to 1801 for training. Daodu was locked in the room by Huishan, but she was not ignorant, and her spirit was a little wilted. Sister, when can I grow up and protect you and my brother? Jiang Ning comforted her. Study hard, grow up quickly, and you will be able to protect us soon. Daodu didn't understand. If Coke can do it, why can't I? You are different from Coke. Dogs grow fast, but we humans grow slowly. Jiang Ning encouraged her, who was feeling lost and uneasy. Listen to your brother. He will make you grow up as soon as possible. Daodu was happy then, and secretly lifted her clothes to show her. Sister, I actually think I can do it. My brother helps me exercise every day. Jiang Ning was shocked when she saw Daodu's vest line. She didn't even have it. Children are still growing, and overexercise is not good. However, this is a special period. Jiang Ning does not think Huishan is wrong. Accidents may happen at any time in the end of the world. The most important thing is to have the ability to protect yourself. Practice, roll up, and get your abs up. No need to meet. The consciousness of the 18th floor is very high, and the days to come will be even more difficult. Through the wall, you can hear the pounding sound of Zheng Weili's boxing. I had noodles with Daodu for dinner. I scooped a spoonful of meat sauce and mixed it. It was particularly fragrant. The intercom rang again. Do you want to practice later? Jiang Ning said without hesitation. Yes. After entering 1801, he went straight to the point and started training. Jiang Ning didn't let out the anger in the morning. So she trained a little fiercely. Everyone has secrets. She kept her mouth shut and didn't ask about the gun. Faced with her fierce attack, Hoarding's defense was like a solid wall. For 2 hours, Jiangning sat on the non-slip mat and panted as if he had been fished out of the water. He handed over a clean new towel. Wipe it. Jiangning thanked him and almost collapsed from exhaustion. Huishan said something shocking. The recoil of your gun is a bit strong. You need to adjust your gun holding posture a little. Otherwise it is easy to hurt your arm. Jiangning, a little confused. Oh. Chapter 55. With so many people crowded together, and the light was poor due to the heavy rain, she deliberately adjusted her position. But she didn't expect that he would still see through her. Jiangning smiled and pretended to be stupid. Pull your shoulders back. Lean forward when holding the gun. And bend your elbows slightly. Jiangning took the master's lesson to heart and practiced it at home. They understood each other tacitly. And no one asked where it came from. After the gunshot, the entire apartment building fell into silence. And no one dared to easily attack the 18th floor. Life has to go on. Staying in the house every day is going crazy. Biceps are growing. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu are full of confidence. They knock on the door of 1801 and make an appointment to go out to find supplies. The water level is rising higher and higher. They have no hope of stopping the rain. This is the end of the world. Who knows what will happen next? Supplies are consumed every day. It is frightening that only outflows and no inflows. Huishan agreed. Daodu also wanted to go. The cunning coke decisively lined up. Woof. The dog has matured. It has its own ideas. Jiangning can't lock it up. Protect yourself. Kaylai went back to the house and dragged out the anti-slash and anti-stab clothing and dog-style raincoat. Come! It's going to the battle. Shovelers, hurry up and put on the battle clothes for it. Jiangning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and joke while dressing it. Oh! My dog has to go out to earn food again. The black dog face was proud and shy. Shovelers, wait! Get you meat. Standing upstairs and watching them leave the community, Jiangning took out the sable fur, measured the size, and planned to make clothes for the dog. The rain kept falling, but the weather was obviously colder. Jiangning vaguely felt that the extreme cold was coming. Compared with floods, extreme cold is the most fatal. Malinhua can quickly adapt to any harsh environment. But Jiangning is still very worried. It was extremely cold at minus 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. Even if a human wrapped himself up like a bear, he might not survive. Let alone a short-haired Malinhua. Thinking of it in its previous life with frostbite and pus all over its body, Jiangning's heart twitched violently. This time, it must not be allowed to suffer this kind of pain. Zheng Weili came to visit and saw her taking off the fur. She was surprised and said, "Making clothes for Coke?" "Yes. I always feel that it has been getting colder these days. I woke up from the cold yesterday," Jiangning deliberately reminded. First there was the typhoon, and now there have been heavy rains for more than 2 months. Who knows what kind of weather will happen next? We are in the south, and the winter is not that cold. Unlike the north, where the temperature is minus 10 degrees. Yes, in previous years, it would have been snowing in the north. Do you think there will be floods in the north? Jiangning asked curiously. It's winter again now. It won't be frozen for thousands of miles. Right? Zheng Weili didn't dare to think about it. It would be hell on earth. Fengcheng is not cold. I still wore short sleeves last winter. I wonder what will happen this year. Jiang Mingjin reminded. I think it may be much colder than last year. Zheng Weili had a bad feeling when she said that. It's cold. But we have stockpiled clothes and firewood, so it should be fine. As they chatted, she thought of something serious. Aining, the people in the apartment building are shocked now. But who knows what will happen in the future? Your supplies must be stored separately, so that if the 18th floor is breached one day, they will not be robbed. It was Zhang Chao who suddenly thought of it. They acted overnight. Ripped open the ceiling of the kitchen and toilet, sealed the food and medicine, and hid them in several places. Not only the ceiling, but also the exhaust fan pipes and the water tank in the toilet were not spared. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, Zheng Weili said with concern. Wait for Zhang Chao and Lu Yu to come back and let them help you. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by rats? Zheng Weili was speechless. Rats? That's better than being robbed. Right? No. We have to find a way to get some rat poison or trap rats. You have a good idea, I try it later. Jiang Ning affirmed 1803 wisdom. You said that if I hollow out the sofa, I should be able to hide food. Right? Yes. Why didn't they think of it? After sending Zheng Weili away, Jiang Ning continued to sew furs. There was a lot of extra material, so he thought of making some for Dahui and Xiaobai as well. These two guys have thick fur, and Xiaobai is about to give birth to her second baby. I don't know if they can survive in the extreme cold. For the meat plan, Jiang Ning wants them to survive. If they really can't make it, he can only braise them. Everything depends on their fate. He brought the two over, measured their sizes, and used the fabric to compare them. It was really warm to hug them with fur. Maybe they have good food. They feel stronger. Especially Xiaobai, whose belly is bulging, probably carrying a lot of cubs. After 3 furs were transformed, Jiang Ning's confidence in DIY increased a lot. Fur alone is not enough. Thinking of the space that has a lot of cloth stored, pick some warm ones to make a few more for them. Jiang Ning went into the space to search, took 2 bundles of cloth, and was about to leave when she accidentally saw the 198,000 constant temperature clothes. She took it out and decided to try this Pushing constant temperature clothes. It's really comfortable to wear, and the texture is soft and close to the skin like silk. The size is a bit big. Jiang Ning plans to wear it as pajamas. Just as she was about to take it off, she suddenly found something wrong. It was raining and the temperature dropped. Today's temperature was around 21 degrees. She could still feel the chill in the casual sweater she was wearing. The thin fabric made her feel very warm, and the soft fabric wrapped around her body like a biological membrane. It felt much warmer than a sweater when she wore it. Can it really keep the temperature constant? The temperature in the space was higher than outside, so she quickly slipped in. As expected, the warm feeling disappeared, but the comfort was like running naked. When she came out again, the warmth surged in her heart again. This is really a high-tech constant temperature clothing. Jiang Ning thought about it and didn't feel its specialness when she was shopping. It should be that the temperature difference is not much. She turned on the gas stove while wearing the constant temperature clothing and put her hand on the stove. She could feel the heat in her palms, and her arms were no exception. But the heat was much lower than that felt in her palms. Constant temperature is real, but eternal 25 degrees does not exist. But being able to produce this kind of fabric is beyond description. If it weren't for this natural disaster, once the fabric was pushed to the market, it would be a technological revolution. 198,000. It's really worth it. There are 10 pieces of nearly constant temperature fabric. That is 333 meters. The quantity is really too small. But as long as she uses it sparingly, even if extreme weather keeps coming, it will be enough for her to survive this life. She decisively made 2 sets for herself. 2 sets of coke, big gray and small white, using scraps. Not only clothes, but also gloves, socks and scarves. It really wastes fabric. The Ney constant temperature clothing is worth 1,000 gold coins. Jiang Ning is reluctant to waste any of it. Looking through the downloaded life skills materials, and successfully found the tutorial of clothing design and cutting. After learning the general idea, he practiced with other fabrics. The treatment was interrupted for a few days, and Grandma Zhong continued to come to the 18th floor for treatment. It's not that she wanted to stop, but the confrontation had a great impact, and several of those who were injured and infected died. It's true that no one dared to provoke the 18th floor, but many people had resentment in their hearts and felt that all this was caused by the 18th floor. If the 18th floor was willing to take out food, there would be no tragedy that day. Grandma Zhong said earnestly. Xiao Jiang, people's hearts have been forced into trouble by this world. You must be careful in the future. Chapter 56. Jiang Ning knew that it was Grandma Zhong who asked Zhong Ping to come and tip off. Although it didn't work, she appreciated the kindness. So, 3 treatments were waived and half a bottle of herbal wine was given. The amount was not large, only 50 milliliters, but it was very generous in the end times. Of course, Jiang Ning did not rule out the intention of showing goodwill. After all, everyone is watching the 18th floor. Never guess that people are kind. If the Zhong family is willing to give some information, it can still save a lot of trouble. Grandma Zhong, the temperature has dropped a lot in the past few days. Your waist cannot be exposed to cold and dampness. Use herbal wine to massage and activate the joints at night, and then cover it with a quilt. The injury will heal faster. In her previous life, Grandma Zhong was frozen to death. Zhong Ping was the only one who survived in the family. But she didn't last long either. This time Jiang Ning reminded her. If she could understand, she wouldn't die. Thank you, Xiao Jiang. I try it when I go back tonight. After that, he introduced the patient to Jiang Ning, the one upstairs from me. His son has eczema all over his body, scratching it until it bleeds all over. He ventured to the hospital, but there was no medicine. So he wanted to bring his child up here for treatment. He didn't know you well, so he didn't dare to come rashly. Let me ask you what you think. Don't worry. This family is still okay. They don't mess with Yixian and the others. And the joint threats from the past few days have not come. Eczema is complicated to develop, and it cannot be cured by acupuncture alone. The Chinese medicine treatment is slow to take effect. Jiang Ning has medicine in his space, but it is impossible for her to take it out. This disease is difficult to treat without medicine. Exercise more to sweat and detoxify. Improve the body's immunity, and it will get better slowly. Grandma Zhong doesn't force it if it's easy to say. She wrapped the medicine bottle with a cloth and put it in her pocket to prevent others from smelling it and thinking about it. Xiao Jiang, did your dog bite a boy? Grandma Zhong asked as she left. The girl next door is stirring up trouble again. I can see that they don't look happy. Young people nowadays. Why are their minds so complicated? They say they are alumni, but they say bad things about others behind their backs every day. Always thinking about the supplies in other people's hands. The men all participated in the attack on the 18th floor. Not only did they not reflect on themselves, but they also cursed Jiang Ning behind his back. If she were Jiang Ning, even if she really had supplies, she would feed them to the dogs instead of giving them to these ungrateful people. After Grandma Zhong left, Jiang Ning closed the door and entered the space, pulling out the green vegetables grown in the black soil garden. He took the seed pots out of the space and put them on the balcony, and brought a small stool to pick potatoes. The soil and water in the space were good, and the pots were full of yellow potatoes, each round and plump. There were dozens of planting pots, and a total of more than 100 kilograms of potatoes were harvested. The satisfaction of the harvest could not be described in words. Rabbits don't eat potato seedlings, so they can only be thrown into the space as fertilizer. I replanted the potatoes and just put them back to the black soil garden with my consciousness. And there was a knock on the door. The dog in armor came back from the battle, standing at the door with 2 black plastic bags in his mouth. Others held firewood in their hands, except for the stern Huishan. Everyone else had a smile on their faces. Coke raised his paw, his black eyes sparkling. Shit shoveler. What are you doing? Come over and take over. Its teeth are sore. Jiang Ning smelled fishy. Needless to say, it went into the water again, lifting the heavy bag. Jiang Ning stroked the dog head and praised. Not bad. Not bad. My Coke is great. It was not just a good deal. There were 5 fish in the bag, weighing nearly 20 kilograms in total. There were 2 hares in the other bag, which were also caught by it from digging holes in the mountains. After taking off the raincoat and changing into dry clothes, everyone gathered at 1803. There was no more material to be found in the urban building complex, so the group went to the villa complex. There was nothing to be found in the villa, so they rushed into the mountains. They wondered if they could encounter wild boars, but they didn't. Instead, they found a reservoir in the deep mountains. Fish are raised in the reservoir, and many of them flow out with the water and swim in the mountain streams and gullies. The water is turbid, and the fish cannot be seen with the naked eye. I still found and bit them with Coke. I don't know how many fish were washed away, but I am sure there are still many in the reservoir. If there is a way to catch the fish, we can continue to exchange food with the sharp-nosed monkeys, and we will not have to worry about food and drink for several years. But we have to act quickly, because there are no supplies in the city, and it is not ruled out that the sharp-nosed monkeys will look for them in the deep mountains. If the reservoir is discovered, they will not be able to catch anything. There is water everywhere, and it is dangerous everywhere. It is unrealistic for Coke to bite every fish. Zhang Chao muttered. It would be great if there was a fishing machine. The fish are right there, but they can't be caught. It's really frustrating. Can you make one? Chow, I really can't make this. Fish in a reservoir? Jiang Ning is greedy. She only has 100 fish in her space. And Coke loves to eat fish, so it's not enough. Grandma Zhong mentioned to me that her grandson Zhong Ping seems to work at the Institute of Physics. Is there any way? Fishing machines rely on ultrasound. And Zhong Ping should understand the theory. Huishan asked. Can he be trusted? I think the Zhong family has good character. And Zhong Ping is also a filial son. So it should be okay to ask. Even if it doesn't work, the 18th floor won't be lost. Others agreed. Anyway, the Zhong family didn't know where the reservoir was. And Zhong Ping might not be able to make a fishing machine. Without further ado, they decided to ask. Next door to the Zhong family is Su Mengyao, who stares at them like a dog every day. So it's not convenient for Jiang Ning to show up. It's not convenient for men either. In order to get a stutter, Su Mengyao was all kinds of slutty, and tried to seduce Huishan last time. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu may not have his self-control. So, Zheng Weili took action. Jiang Ning guessed correctly, and just knocked on the door of the Zhong family, and the door of the next room opened quickly. Seeing that it was Zheng Weili, Su Mengyao smiled pure and sweet. Senior sister. Unfortunately, there was no electricity in the middle of the night, and she was so thin that her face was pale, just like a female ghost. Zheng Weili couldn't stand this bitch. Don't scream. I don't know you. Su Mengyao was not angry. Sister, what are you doing with Grandma Zhong so late at night? Such a bitch. I really want to beat her to pieces with one fist. Zheng Weili ignored her and continued to knock on the door. Grandma Zhong heard the noise and quickly opened the door. Zheng Weili took something out of her pocket and handed it over. Grandma Zhong, you left something when you came for acupuncture this afternoon. Aining was afraid that you would worry, so I asked me to bring it down. Grandma Zhong was an old man, and she must have something to do when she came down so late at night. Okay. Thank you. Ouch. There is water everywhere in the house. I almost fell down accidentally just now, and twisted my waist again. Is Xiao Jiang available now? Please ask her to stretch my muscles for me. There is no food at home. Zhong Ping has a new electronic watch. Do you think it can pay for acupuncture? It should be possible. Zheng Weili did not stay long, and left as soon as she said it. Su Mengyao smiled as usual. Sister, would you like to come in and sit down? Chapter 57. Zheng Weili was unmoved by Su Mengyao hypocritical invitation. She pushed Su Mengyao 2 or 3 meters away and slammed her against the wall. Get out. If I were a man, I would kill you. She was already a prostitute, but she was still so energetic. She was simply a demon who was replenishing her yin with yang. I don't know where she got the face from. She was so cheap. When the people in 1202 heard Su Mengyao crying, Zheng Weili had already gone upstairs. Back upstairs, Zheng Weili complained to Jiang Ning. I heard her coquettish voice, and got goosebumps all over my body. This woman is a poisonous snake. She is good at instigating men to rush forward. I just messed with her. If she dares to jump out and fight with us, we can take the opportunity to kill her. Otherwise something bad will happen sooner or later. Jiang Ning nodded. We have to think of a way. It's a pity that she has learned to be smart, hiding behind men and not showing up easily. I originally wanted to let Su Mengyao suffer more at the end of the world, but who knew that he would make things difficult for her? Sorry. The knife has been sharpened. Not long after, Zhong Ping helped Grandma Zhong up. Jiang Ning didn't hide anything and asked directly, Can you make a fish trap? Zhong Ping was stunned, pushed his glasses and thought for a few minutes. I should be able to make it, but I don't have enough. He is a physics technology fanatic. His room is full of various parts and components, some of which he bought and some of which he took out from the scrap yard. He has also won the Living Invention Award and won the National Physics Competition. He is definitely someone else's child. Jiang Ning asked, Can you find them all? The laboratory building should have them. Just a little modification will do. The material room is on the 8th floor, so it should not have been flooded. But Zhong Ping is not sure if it has been looted. The research institute is not very far away, about 10 kilometers by taking a shortcut. Jiang Ning looked at Huishan and asked him if he wanted to do this job. Huishan thought about it, and then said to Zhong Ping, I can take you back to get it. Zhong Pingja is not stupid. He asked the 18th floor to spend diesel to send him to find materials for making a fish trap at night. And it must not be for catching a few fish. The family was already stretched to the limit, so he had to make a condition. If you make the fish trap, can I get a share? His request was not excessive. Jiang Ning would also rack his brains to find a way out. The water is so deep. Are you sure the fish trap you make can catch fish? As long as there are fish, I can catch them. It's just a matter of adjusting the ultrasonic frequency, which is very simple. In order to eat fish freely, Jiang Ning agreed. Okay, but this must be kept secret. After so many things, how can the Zhong family not be cautious? They know what to say and what not to say. How long will it take to make it? For Zhong Ping, the structure of the fish trap is not complicated. He worked on this subject in high school. As long as the materials are ready, it can be made tonight. It is better to hurry up early than late. Huishan went back to the house to get the speedboat. The Zhong family does not belong to the 18th floor. Jiang Ning did not want to let the people in the apartment building know, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble to each other. So he asked Grandma Zhong and Zhong Ping to go downstairs first. Jiang Ning asked to go with him, and Huishan had no objection. She assigned tasks to 1803, cutting the fish into pieces and marinating them with salt. And when she came back, she would wrap them with flour and make fried fish pieces, which could be kept for several days without going bad. Skin the rabbit and clean the internal organs, and then put it in the car refrigerator to keep it fresh and eat it slowly. Going downstairs quietly, Zhong Ping was already waiting on the 6th floor, carrying a heavy rubber boat. The people in 1202 were busy comforting the injured Su Mengyao, and did not notice the movement of the neighbor next door. The speedboat quietly rode out of the community, started the engine, and drove towards the R&D company in the dark. It took about 40 minutes for the three of them to reach the Physics R&D Institute. Without exception, it was turned upside down. Zhong Ping's face changed, and he went straight to the material room on the 8th floor. The door of the material room was pried open, and all kinds of things were scattered on the ground. Zhong Ping held a flashlight and kept picking things up from the ground. R&D materials are different from life. Various parts are precious to the staff, but for ordinary survivors, they can neither be eaten nor drunk. It was a mess, and there was not much that could be taken away. Zhong Ping picked and put a lot of parts on the table, took out tools to dismantle and modify. There are still a few things missing. I will go to the laboratory to dismantle them. There are several laboratories. He dismantled things from some instruments and equipment. These machines and instruments are very expensive, but unfortunately, many of them were flooded by the flood. Zhong Ping is a cold otaku who rarely expresses intense emotions, but you can feel his grief when he says this. Yes, the flood not only swallowed up lives, but also swallowed up the treasures of human civilization. Jiang Ning doesn't understand physics, and can't help standing by. I walk around and see if there's anything I can collect. It was dark. Huishan wanted to go with him, but Zhong Ping called him. Help me. This inverter needs to be modified. Jiang Ning went upstairs. The office desk that could be used as firewood, the door frame and everything were dismantled, and the express packaging was thrown everywhere. I picked up a few plastic plant pots and threw them into the space without any disdain. The computers in the R&D room and the instruments in the laboratory are all valuable information. Jiang Ning may not need them, but someone may need them in the future, and they don't take up space anyway. After walking around a few floors, I collected a lot of junk that others didn't want, as well as the exhibition hall's imaginative exhibits. The scientific research products are too far away from life, and Jiang Ning doesn't recognize them when they are placed in front of him. Back on the 8th floor, Zhong Ping has assembled several parts. He got a shell from somewhere, which looked a bit like a frequency modulation transformer. He took out the parts he brought from home from his backpack, and after another 2 hours of tossing and turning, he finally installed it successfully. The machine made a buzzing sound, which made Jiang Ning uncomfortable, so he covered his ears and stepped back. The flood was too deep, so I increased the frequency. The frequency range can reach 30 meters when working. The band is harmless to the human body, but the fish will not be able to bear it and float up with their bellies turned white. The only drawback is that it consumes too much power. It can only work for about 3 or 4 hours before the battery is exhausted. After the fishing device was ready, Zhong Ping asked, "Where are we going to fish?" "You know, tomorrow." "Are there a lot of fish?" Zhong Ping was a little anxious and explained, "If you need help, my parents can help." He couldn't find any supplies anywhere, but he knew that the 18th floor was capable. So he thought that the more he worked, the more he would get. No one dared to guarantee how many fish there were, but someone had to stay at home tomorrow. With such a large reservoir, many fish would be washed out, and there would definitely not be enough people Tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Your family will send 3 people. And then meet outside the community. After finishing the fishing device, Zhong Ping put a lot of spare parts into his bag, which might be useful in the future. He came prepared, bringing more than a dozen bags. And he took everything he could. Every profession has its own specializations and different ways of survival. Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan did not stop him. It was already early in the morning when they returned to the community. Zheng Weili and others were all awake. And Guzi jumped up and hugged Jiang Ning. Zhang Chao's stomach rumbled. Oh! You are finally back. We almost starved to death. Entering the room. The whole room was filled with the smell of fish and golden fried fish nuggets. Jiang Ning was puzzled. How can you still starve to death? Zheng Weili was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You ask Coke. Chapter 58. Sister. I know. Dowdu raised her hand to answer. The fish was caught by Kaylay. And Kaylay didn't let his brothers and sisters eat it. Ah? There is such a thing. Jiang Ning was confused. How could the dog be so cute? Woof. Kaylay pulled her sleeve and dragged her to the dining table. A large bowl full of crispy fried fish nuggets. The smell makes people drool. The dog stood up and supported himself on the dining table, pushing the large bowl of fish meat forward with his paws. Shit shoveler. Eat. Jiang Ning was confused and looked at Zheng Weili and others. Zheng Weili and others had a hard time too. They marinated the fish but didn't wait for Jiang Ning to come back. They thought they couldn't rely on her for everything. So the 3 of them worked hard for a long time and finally made the fried fish. Who knew that Kaylay had a fierce look in his eyes, staring at the fish, and didn't let anyone touch it. It was drooling. But it didn't let anyone touch it. The 18th floor was still relatively democratic. After all, it was Kaylay who caught the fish. Besides, it was now a big boss dog with full survival skills. And no one dared to offend it. No matter how greedy you are, you have to hold back. Zhang Chao cried. Eat quickly. We are starving. Jiang Ning laughed unkindly. Our dog Coke is awesome. He even supports his master. Coke was excited. Woof. The dog eyes sparkled, as if saying to her, Shit shoveler. I will support you. Jiang Ning took a piece of fried fish and started eating. It was crispy, fresh and fragrant. It was not easy. 1803 finally succeeded. Looking at the clever dog, Jiang Ning suddenly played a prank. Coke. I've already eaten. Who's next? Woof. Woof. The dog wagged its tail desperately. Drooling. Jiang Ning understood and put a piece of food in the dog bowl. What's next? The dog bit out his trouser leg. One by one. Zheng Weili, Zhang Chao, Lu Yu, and finally Hui Yishan. The dog was very satisfied with his arrangement and started eating. Hui Yishan, who was ranked last, It's understandable that he can't compete with Jiang Ning. And it's understandable that the dog likes children. But as its trainer, the class is a bit strict. But there are rewards as long as the task is completed. But I never expected. He actually became the thing that the dog hates the most. Hui Yishan didn't understand and was a little skeptical about life. Everyone laughed. Zheng Weili brought out the cooked porridge, and they started eating. After negotiating the tasks for tomorrow, they went back to their homes yawning, enjoying the dog domineering and exclusive love. Jiang Ning was in a particularly good mood. She took out 2 smart bathtubs filled with hot water from the space, sprinkled some dried rose petals, played soothing music, and closed her eyes to enjoy a happy bath time. Coke, with bubbles on his head, lay on his back in the bathtub, tilted his head, and looked at the shit shoveler next door. His bright eyes were full of stars. Well, it is also the only dog that has taken a flower petal bath. After taking a bath, it slept comfortably wrapped in a blanket. In a daze, I heard the rustling sound of electricity. Jiang Ning, are you up? I couldn't open my eyelids, and the low voice was intermittent. Since Ko came, her sleep quality has been getting better and better. The alarm clock rang, and Jiang Ning was awakened. It was 4:30 in the morning. I got up dizzy and changed clothes. And the intercom rustled again. It should be Hui Yishan reminding me that it was time to leave. She looked for it over and over again, but couldn't find the intercom. Strange. Where did it go? Seeing it lying in the doghouse, Jiang Ning complained. Coke, don't stand there like an idiot. Help me find it. The dog was unmoved, and its posture was lazy and charming. Z. What the hell? It was clearly placed at the head of the bed. How could it disappear? Searched on the bed. Under the bed. Next to the doghouse. Move away. The dog was unmoved and continued to lie like Guyu. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes. Thinking. Bent down and picked it up. Good guy. The walkie-talkie was pressed under its butt. The dog that was caught blinked its innocent eyes. Hey! How come the walkie-talkie has legs? Jiang Ning was confused. The walkie-talkie that was covered by the dog had a smell. Should she still use it? Waiting online. It's urgent. Disinfect with alcohol spray. Then wipe it clean with a tissue. Got it. Leaving immediately. Faced with a dog that was making trouble early in the morning. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you going to look after the house or go out? Coke ran to the living room and dragged his battle suit over. Jiang Ning quickly put it on. When he hurried out, Huishan and Zhang Chao were already waiting. Zheng Weili held Daodu, who was still sleeping, and whispered to them, "Be careful." Quietly leaving the community. Zhong Ping's family of 3 were waiting on the rubber boat. It was dark, and I couldn't see clearly. I swept the flashlight over and vaguely saw Zhong's father and mother in their 40s, both of whom looked quite gentle. Tie the rubber boat to the speedboat and head out to the villa complex halfway up the mountain. It was almost 7 o'clock when we arrived, and the sky was slightly bright. After packing up, everyone crossed the mountains and ridges in the rain. Coke was the first horse in front, leading the way easily. A new day. Let the shit shovel continue to eat meat. The vision was unclear, and the mountain road was rugged. Jiang Ning slipped and fell backwards. Huishan was just behind her and subconsciously held her waist with his hand. Be careful. Jiang Ning was carried up steadily and quickly hugged the tree next to her. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. He really has a good waist. Not only did he carry the speedboat on his back, but he also had to hold her and the rubber boat she was carrying. He really deserved the title of Waist King. Huishan reminded the ones behind him. Be careful. The mud slope is slippery. At the same time, he gave an order to the front. Coke, don't show off and lead the way. The road ahead was much smoother. We walked slowly in the rain for almost 2 hours before finally seeing the vast reservoir in the mountains. Kailei was very brave and asked Jiang Ning to take off his raincoat for him. And then he jumped into the water. A few minutes later, he had a fresh and struggling fish in his mouth. He walked to Jiang Ning and put the fish in her hand. Here, the shit shoveler. Ruru. There are fish. There are really fish. Mother Zhong stared at the fish with a trembling voice. Eat first. Then work. After climbing the mountain and being exhausted, everyone took shelter under a tree. Jiang Ning put the fish into a plastic bag, took out steamed buns and Coke and ate them. Huishan ate compressed biscuits, while Zhang Chao ate rice balls. The 3 members of the Zhong family took out sweet potatoes. Each of them ate one slowly, and they were reluctant to peel the sweet potato skin. It seemed that the Zhong family was really out of ammunition and food. But so what? Jiang Ning had no idea of helping them. They had to earn it by themselves. After eating and restoring his strength, Zhong Ping moved the fishing machine onto the assault boat. Let's try it first. The sound is a bit harsh. You can cover your ears if you are not used to it. Jiang Ning plugged his ears tightly with earplugs, and at the same time held the dog in his arms. Dogs have very sensitive hearing, and they will be more stimulated. Cover its ears and hold it tightly. Chapter 59. Huishan paddled the speedboat, carrying Zhong Ping, and stopped at a water surface of about 30 meters. The fishing machine was turned on, and a shrill buzzing sound was faintly heard. Kailei was a little anxious, and kept nodding his head. Zhang Chao watched with a telescope, and after a few minutes, he excitedly said, There are fish. There are really fish. They are jumping up. Jiang Ning took the telescope and saw fish jumping out of the water one after another, and their white bellies turned up in a few seconds. After stopping at one place for about 10 minutes, the speedboat paddled to a location. Jiang Ning inflated the rubber boat and paddled over with the snakeskin bag. Gozi was in front, paddling with his paws. The fish with their belly upside down drifted away with the current. 4 people and 3 rubber boats paddled over to the fish with their belly upside down, and paddled them over and put them in the bag. The fish were not small. Most of them were about 3 to 5 pounds, and some were 7 or 8 pounds. There were many varieties of fish in the reservoir, including grass carp, silver carp, crucian carp, black carp, and tilapia. It was raining heavily, and several people were fishing separately, so their vision was not very clear. The reservoir is estimated to be 30 to 40 mu. As the rainwater continues to gather, the water in the reservoir continues to leak out, and many fish are washed away with the water. If there had not been this disaster, the reservoir could have caught at least hundreds of thousands of fish, which would have been a great harvest. The fish trap consumes a lot of energy, and it is estimated that it can only catch a few times. The fish in the reservoir will eventually be washed away by the overflowing water. It is a pity. While putting the fish into the bag, Jiangning took the opportunity to touch the fish in the water and put them into the space. Seeing that the fish in the shovel's hand was gone in an instant, Coke's eyes widened. She performed a magic trick again. Under Jiangning instruction, the dog has developed a habit. Whenever she performs a magic trick, it will immediately be alert and start to keep watch. Swimming and fishing. In less than an hour, a snake skin bag is full, weighing about 80 to 90 kilograms. Zhong's father and mother are diligent and have already filled 2 snake skin bags. Zhang Chao shouted from a distance, "You two should slow down. The fish have all been washed away." Huishan and Zhong Ping were also fishing. There were 8 bags piled under the tree, weighing about 700 to 800 kilograms. No fish to eat, but also a mountain of fish. How to get them out? How about we catch a few hundred kilograms every day? Zhong Ping was worried. The battery in the fishing machine won't last long. Can it be charged? Yes. But where can I charge it? Huishan suggested. Exchange the fish first, and then ask them if they can charge it? They, referring to the gang of sharp-nosed monkeys. Jiangning had no objection, so they decided to carry a bag of fish down the mountain and exchange them first. If they couldn't carry all the fish, someone would need to stay and watch over them, regardless of age and physique. Jiangning was the only one who could do it. After Huishan's back disappeared, and she was sure that there was no one around, she moved the remaining 4 bags of fish to the rubber boat, rowed to the center of the reservoir, and opened the fish trap. A few minutes later, the fish floated to the surface and turned their bellies up. Jiangning took out a large net and scooped up the fish on the surface and put them into the space. There were many fish in the reservoir, and they were caught in time, with about 200 to 300 each time. After opening the fish trap 5 times, there were about 2,000 fish, weighing several thousand kilograms. The fish trap ran out of power, so Jiangning took out the solar energy storage box from the space. After it was fully charged, I caught another wave. I don't know how much I have stored, but it must be 20,000 kilograms. I recharged the fish trap halfway, then paddled along the edge of the reservoir and picked up a lot of dead fish washed by the current. Enough for 3 snakeskin bags. About half an hour later, Guzi became alert and heard the voices of Zhang Chao and others soon after. Soon, they came to the gathering point, seeing 3 snakeskin bags of fish. Zhang Chao was surprised and asked, Aining, where did these fish come from? When you were not here, I looked along the edge of the reservoir and picked up a lot of fish. Jiangning looked up and asked, has the deal been concluded? When it comes to this, Zhang Chao is a little happy and a little sad. They want fish, but they can't eat so much, and 2 caddies of fish can only be exchanged for 1 caddy of rice, and at most 200 caddies of new rice, and the rest can be exchanged for other things. Understand? Things are valuable because they are scarce, and fish is cheaper than pork. As food becomes more and more scarce, the price will naturally rise. It may not be easy to sell 800 caddies of fish at once. Jiangning asked, what should we do now? Other items include medicine, canned food, salt, oil, clothes, and other miscellaneous items. Huishan was willing to contribute. If anyone is in urgent need of food, I can give my share in exchange for medicine, canned food or salt and oil. Jiangning didn't care. 1803 would definitely want food. After all 3 of them were gluttons. The Zhong family was in greater need, so the 2 of them divided their share equally between 1803 and the Zhong family. The Zhong family wanted broken rice, and they could have half the amount. After all, they had to feed the whole family. Jiangning asked the key question. Are you going to catch the fish? Catch it? Of course you can catch it. Waste food. You will be struck by lightning. Mother Zhong already has an idea. If they don't want it, we can eat it. Make fried fish, crispy fish, cured fish, or pickled fish. In short, there are 100 ways to eat it. On the way back, taking a shortcut, Mother Zhong found a large area of wild kudzu root in the valley, which can be dug up and crushed to make powder. And the extracted kudzu powder can be used to satisfy hunger. Jiang Ning, human wisdom is indeed endless. After discussing, the fishing device was turned on again. While fishing, Zhang Chao frowned. Why do I feel like there are fewer fish? Jiang Ning took a deep breath. No, I don't, Huishan said. Ultrasound has an effect on fish. When they sense danger, they will run away with the water flow. Yes, it's good to seek benefits and avoid harm. Anyway, we can't eat so many fish, and we have to worry about how to deal with them. After opening the fishing device several times and catching more than 1,000 kilograms of fish, we finally gave up. Zhang Chao was full of fishy smell, and he wanted to vomit when he smelled it. Let's finish these fish first, and then find a way to charge. Everyone had no objection, and after filling their stomachs, they carried the fish down the mountain. They found a shortcut, which was much easier this time. After several trips back and forth, all the fish were moved to the villa and piled up. After deducting the fish for exchange, there were still more than 1,000 pounds. It was impossible to bring them back to the community, and the Zhong family would be targeted immediately. Jiang Ning and Zhang Chao exchanged glances, and then suggested processing the fish in the villa. The Zhong family was very happy. This is a good idea. So, Jiang Ning and Zhong mother stayed to kill the fish, and the 4 men took the fish to trade. Jiang Ning gave Zhong mother a butcher knife, and squatted down to scrape the fish scales, cut open the belly, and cut into pieces. Kola took a fat fish in his mouth and ate it happily beside him. The gas that was not used up last time to make meat sauce was still hidden in the villa. Although there was not much left, it was definitely enough for frying fish. Jiang Ning used the excuse of looking for supplies to take out the gas stove, oil, salt, etc. from the fireplace pipe on the second floor. Zhong mother was extremely surprised and said happily, "You young people are still good at finding things." There was not much oil, but it could fry a few pots before they came back. Mother Zhong is good at frying. Jiang Ning continued to kill the fish. The burnt and crispy smell was too strong, and all the fish pieces in the pan were overfried. But Mother Zhong had no intention of taking them out. Jiang Ning said tactfully, "If they are fried too dry, they can't be eaten. Right? You have to fry all the moisture out. It's easy to get damp in this weather, and it can't be kept for a long time. Frying is unhealthy, but filling your stomach and surviving is the most important thing. Yes, storage is a big problem. Jiang Ning has a choice, so he naturally won't eat overfried ones. Kola likes to eat fish, so I fry mine normally." Mother Zhong was surprised. How could she finish so many fish? Chapter 60. Jiang Ning was cold and distant, and Zhong mother would not deliberately try to get close to her and be annoying. "Okay, I fry yours first, so that it won't be bad if the oil is fried for too long." Zhong mother was really an expert at frying. The fried fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it tasted especially delicious. Coke ran over and wagged his tail. Jiang Ning threw a lot of fish to it, and at the same time asked Zhong mother to fill her stomach first. There was enough fish, and Zhong mother ate almost 2 pieces before she stopped her hunger. "How long has it been since you had a full stomach? It was so delicious that I couldn't wait to swallow it." The 18th floor is really capable. Mother Zhong works harder and hopes that they can bring their own family with them in the future. After frying 7 or 8 pots, the sound of the speedboat came. Huishan and others came back with oil, salt and some seasonings. Zhang Chao smiled and said excitedly, "Aining, we have another business." After trading with the sharp-mouthed monkey, he thought that sooner or later, so many goods in hand would go bad, and he had to find another way. Zhang Chao was good at running business, so he suggested going to the department store to try his luck. Maybe he could find new customers. When I arrived at the department store, I learned that the government had introduced a new policy. In order to allow more citizens to survive, the government launched a market. Citizens in need can come to the market to set up stalls and exchange the daily necessities they need. The market does not charge an entrance fee, but it does not allow riots. Those who violate the law and discipline seriously will be shot. There are a lot of material exchanges, and the crowds are huge, but there are very few food transactions. Almost all of them are idle items, such as clothes, shoes, bicycles, kitchen utensils, etc. And everyone wants to exchange for food without exception. The crowd was surging, and several people did not dare to take out the fish, so they could only look for targets secretly. Unfortunately, except for Zhang Chao, who had a sharp eye. The others were blind in this regard. The Zhong family father and son were busy with technology, and Huishan was a special police officer. It was really difficult for them to find potential customers. What if they pulled a bomb back? You know, there are many people exchanging supplies at the market. But there is also no shortage of evil gangs who buy for 0 yuan. They mixed in the crowd, looking for prey to attack. So, the three of them waited in the corner, and Zhang Chao went in to explore potential customers. Half an hour later, he came out with 2 ragged men. Father Zhong looked at them and was stunned. Isn't this his colleague from the unit? Lao Gao. Are you still alive? Lao Yong. Are you still alive too? After all this time, it turned out that the flood had flushed the Dragon King Temple. Family members don't recognize each other. However, now it can be a natural disaster. And although Father Zhong and Lao Gao are acquaintances, Huishan and others did not relax their vigilance at all. We have fish, and they have dog food. Zhang Chao pulled Jiang Ning and hurried to report the good news. Kola won't be hungry anymore. The community where Lao Gao lives is a government unit housing unit, although it is old and dilapidated. It is good because there are old neighbors, mostly middle-aged and elderly people. And there are also many young children. They are united in looking for supplies. They acted early and were very lucky. They actually found a dog food workshop and brought back tens of thousands of kilograms of dog food. They survived by eating dog food for the past few months. It is true that dog food is nutritious and can resist hunger. But if you eat too much of this stuff, you will really want to vomit. So you can only try your luck at the market. There are many wise men in the Chinese and old communities. They are also identifying various traders, and will never act rashly. It was a coincidence that they were attracted to each other and met an old colleague. Now they were relieved. After bargaining, 3 caddies of fish were exchanged for 1 caddy of dog food. Zhong father secretly cursed his colleague for being a 1,000-year-old fox, and said bitterly, Lao Gao, you were not like this before. Your conscience is broken. Lao Gao felt bad and said in a choked voice, alas. It was all because of this disaster. 3 pounds of raw fish for 1 pound of dog food sounds like a big loss. But it's not. Dog food can resist hunger, and is well sealed for long-term storage. But fish will stink if not handled for 2 days. Zhang Chao took out half a bag of dog food from his bag. We have all tasted it, and it tastes okay. Jiang Ning didn't want to eat it, so he asked Kailei to come and taste it. Kailei was disgusted, but because the owner fed him personally, he ate it with extra relish. The dog food bag was very well sealed, and it was estimated that too many preservatives were added, so the shelf life was as long as 3 years. Mother Zhong was also very excited when she heard about dog food. If we really exchange it for fish, it would be enough for the family to eat for a long time. Everyone wanted it, and Jiang Ning was no exception, especially when she heard about freeze-dried canned food for cats and dogs. Her dog deserved the best, so everyone agreed to exchange raw fish for dog food. The old colleagues played Tai Chi to test each other, and knew that each other had a big stock. So they finally decided to exchange 1,500 kilograms of raw fish for 500 kilograms of dog food. In this way, there were not many fish left, but there were still a lot of fish in the reservoir, so you could just fish them. So, they packed up their stuff and hid the gas stove and other things again. Several people ate the crispy fried fish, and then divided the rest. Jiang Ning called Huishan and Zhang Chao to the side. The Zhong family has contributed a lot. How should this batch of goods be divided? The Zhong family is not a member of the 18th floor. Although Zhong father and mother are pure laborers, the fish trap was made by Zhong Ping, and without him, so many fish could not be caught. Zhang Chao thought quickly. How about giving him a 50% share? 1 cent is for him, and half is for his parents. It's not good to be too demanding, but it's also not good to give too much. Jiang Ning had no objection. Then give me 1.5. He didn't have the habit of enslaving others, and he would make things clear in person. The 3 anxious Zhong family members smiled happily when they learned that they could get 1.5, thinking that it would be good to get 1. The transaction was 1,500 kilograms, and there was probably not much left. So they just took it all. In the dark, the speedboat dragged the rubber boat forward in the flood. The two sides agreed to trade on the water in a secluded suburb. Although they were old colleagues, they had to be on guard against others. Jiangning told everyone to put on life jackets and hide their weapons. Slowly approaching the transaction site, Coke barked alertly. Jiangning took out a strong flashlight and found a speedboat and a rubber boat not far away. The transaction had an agreement that Lao Gao's side could not exceed 6 people. 1 speedboat and 3 rubber boats. Once the number exceeded, it would be considered a violation and the transaction would be automatically cancelled. Jiangning checked, and the number was correct. 2 middle-aged men and 4 young guys, holding iron bars in their hands. All looked alert. The strong light swept the surrounding water surface and found no suspicious situation. 1,500 jin of fish is very conspicuous. But dog food is only 500 jin. And it is heavy, so it doesn't show its position very well. The Zhong family father and son paddled closer in a rubber boat, confirmed that it was all dog food, and gestured for Huishan and others to come over. Weighing, exchanging supplies. There were more than 1,600 jin of raw fish. But Lao Gao only took 500 jin of dog food. But they also brought 20 cans of freeze-dried pet food. You can try it. And we can trade canned food next time we have goods. Zhong father preferred dog food and scolded Lao Gao for being cunning. Chapter 61. Jiangning was very happy about this deal, as the dog loved it. So, more than 100 kilograms of fish were exchanged for 20 freeze-dried cans. Lao Gao was also satisfied with the fish of Zhong father. The dog food had already been eaten up. Although more than 1,600 kilograms was a lot, there were many people in the community, and there was not much left after it was distributed to each family. Old Zhong, do you have any more? Zhong father was alert. How much do you want? How about trading every 3 days? 2,000 kilograms each time. No. You have to do it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. The Shantang reservoir overflowed, and many fish floated away with the water. Besides, the reservoir might be discovered one day. So of course we have to act first. The whole community eats fish, and everyone doesn't need to hide it. Lao Gao and others discussed and agreed to continue the transaction. Tomorrow night, still in this place, we will take as many as you have. It's too conspicuous during the day, and it's safest at night. After the transaction, everyone retreated. Jiangning and the others were very careful, and drove towards the community only after making sure that no one was following them. 500 kilograms of dog food, and the materials exchanged with the sharp-mouthed monkeys. Today's harvest was very rich. After being happy, they found that there was a big problem. They were so busy trading that they forgot that the fish trap was out of power. What should we do now? Father Zhong was annoyed and anxious. We have promised Lao Gao and the others. There is no reason to give up the dog food that is in our mouths. Zhang Chao suggested. How about going to the sharp-mouthed monkeys to charge? These people are evil, and they need 200 kilograms of fish to charge once. Giving fish is fine, but the key is to let them see the fishing device. They might be robbed, and then figure out the location of the reservoir. Although they are still reliable so far, it is the end of the world now. And the most fickle thing is human heart. They didn't do anything. Maybe they are just fattening up. Jiangning is the last one who needs charging, but he has no way to take it out. Huishan said shockingly. I will find a way to charge. You don't have to worry about it. With his aura, no one dared to ask him how he charged. Not to mention the Zhong family. Even 1803 didn't dare to ask. Even if they asked, Huishan wouldn't answer. People are like this. They are in awe of the mysterious. Huishan is undoubtedly mysterious. They know very well in their hearts. Curiosity kills the cat. Once they open their mouths, the harmonious relationship will be broken, and they may even lose their lives. Although 1803 is usually laughing and joking, they also know in their hearts that they don't have the same treatment as Jiangning and Huishan. Therefore, not only will they not ask, they will also help cover up. Therefore, the glorious and arduous task was taken by Huishan. It was late at night, but everyone did not relax their vigilance and quietly carried the supplies upstairs barefoot. The Zhong family had the most abundant harvest this time. They not only got more than 100 kilograms of dog food, but also dozens of kilograms of rice and fried fish. If the family saves on food, They can survive for several months. Grandma Zhong was in agony, listening to the noise outside with her ears close to her, and quietly opened the door for her son and daughter-in-law. When she learned that her family had received a 5 yuan gift, she lowered her voice and sighed. The people on the 18th floor are really good. We should not forget the well diggers when we drink water. And we must not forget this kindness. Mom, we know what's going on. The family didn't rest, and packed the things overnight, and divided them into several portions, stuffing them into the closet compartments, ceilings, and range hoods. People are like tigers, and these are life-saving supplies. So there is no room for carelessness. Jiang Ning was the easiest, and just threw them into the space. Zheng Weili said, Aining, the three of us still have food in our hands. If Coke's dog food runs out one day, you can come and get it anytime. Brothers should settle accounts openly. And Jiang Ning didn't hesitate to say, Okay, I exchange things with you when the time comes. After closing the door, I took the dog into the space to take a hot shower. The fishy smell was unbearable. The dog had come in several times, and was already very calm. When I found the place where the fish were placed, the dog eyes were shining. There was a lot of food. It couldn't count, but it felt that it was piled up into a hill, and it could eat it with the shit shoveler until the end of time. One fish can be eaten 100 times. Jiang Ning was also very satisfied, and he would deal with it slowly when he had time later. Today was very tiring. After taking a shower, the man and the dog drank hot chicken soup and grinned at each other. Xiaobai came over with a big belly and squatted quietly beside Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning stroked its round belly, and estimated that the second litter would have a lot of puppies. The dog disliked it for competing for favor, and quietly bared its teeth and threatened that it would have a feast for all the puppies after they were born. It was so tired that it went out late the next day. Liu replaced Zhang Chao, and Zheng Weili continued to take care of the baby at home. She was so anxious that she didn't feel involved, and always felt that she was eating for free. I don't know what method Huishan used to make the fish trap really fully charged. Everyone was curious, but no one dared to ask. If you want to live long in the end times, you must control your mouth. Lao Gao and his friends will take whatever they say. And today we will roll up our sleeves and do a great job. Afraid that Huishan could not carry it, Jiang Ning decisively carried her speedboat on her back. The speedboat has an engine, and Zhong's father was worried that the little girl could not carry it, so he offered to help her carry it when climbing the mountain. Jiang Ning was not polite, so Zhong's father and son and Liu Yu took turns carrying the girl over the mountains. When they arrived at the reservoir, they felt that the water level was higher than yesterday. They did hard work, and they did not save money. They filled their stomachs before starting to work, especially the Zhong family. After eating meat, they felt less weak than before. They still divided the work and cooperated. Huishan and Zhong Ping opened the fishing device, while Jiang Ning and others scattered around to catch fish. Zhong Ping made 2 fishing nets overnight, and the fishing efficiency was instantly improved. The dog stared at Zhong Ping grimly. Damn! The chance of hiding the fish by the shit shoveler was gone. The dog eyes were too intimidating. Zhong Ping was terrified, and asked Huishan in a daze, Why does it keep staring at me? Huishan was used to it. If you don't stare at it, how do you know it's staring at you? Zhong Ping choked. Okay. Let's focus on catching fish. With yesterday's experience, everyone worked quickly and caught nearly 2,000 kilograms of fish in about 2 hours. Just as they were about to continue, Coke suddenly became ferocious. Woof! It rushed to the distance. With a vigilant and fierce look, Jiang Ning took out the telescope. Oh no! Someone is coming! There were quite a few people, about 20 to 30, and they also found the reservoir. Someone is catching fish. What should I do? Mother Zhong suddenly became nervous. We've been discovered. Jiang Ning looked calm. They fish theirs. We fish ours. With 2,000 kilograms of fish, it was impossible to run away. Soon, they ran towards the reservoir, not only with a rubber boat, but also with 2 speedboats. A careful count showed that there were at least 30 of them, and they should have formed a team to look for supplies. A speedboat led the way, and more than a dozen men with weapons came up, some of them with tattoos, and they drove towards the center of the reservoir with ferocious looks. Huishan frowned slightly. Tie the speedboat and the rubber boat together. Tie a speedboat to a rubber boat, and you can definitely run with it. He opened his backpack and took out a nail gun. throwing it towards Jiang Ning. Go ahead. It was Jiang Ning who was quick-witted and quick-handed. Otherwise, he would have been finished if he fell into the water. Chapter 62. The people who came were not kind. So the others became nervous. Especially the Zhong family, who had never seen a big scene. They were all gentlemen. But the end of the world does not tolerate gentlemen. So they were forced to take out kitchen knives from their bags. The speedboat flew up, and the flower-armed people screamed, while the others followed closely behind in rubber boats, seeing the fish floating on the water. And the bags on Jiang Ning boat were full of fish. Everyone's eyes were full of greed. About 3 feet away, the speedboat stopped arrogantly, waved his arm to take out the machete, and shouted arrogantly, "Leave the fish, the boat and the dog, and I will spare your life." 2 women and 4 men. Except for the tall man who looked a bit threatening. The others were all garbage. Jiang Ning asked. "Everything is left to you. How can we leave? We have no control over this. If you have the ability, you can jump into the water and swim away. If you don't drown, you are lucky. Little sister, you are so beautiful. If you can serve us brothers well, you can stay." Listening to their lewd words, Hui Yishan frowned. But Jiang Ning's expression remained unchanged. "So there is no room for negotiation? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to live, leave your life behind. I promise to make you happy tonight, Before he finished speaking, an arrow pierced his chest. He fell directly into the reservoir with the arrow. Everyone was dumbfounded, seeing Hui Yishan holding a crossbow. And the bamboo arrows were extremely sharp. Jiang Ning was curious. How many killing weapons did he have? Thinking about it, he did not hesitate to take action. Picked up the nail gun and shot several times in a row. He didn't shoot anyone, but shot at the speedboat. The speedboat deflated instantly, and more than a dozen people standing on the boat soon fell down in fear. Fuck. They have guns and arrows. Hui Yishan would not attack easily, but he would kill people if he did. He shot several arrows in succession, and each arrow hit the bullseye. Screams rang out, and they, who were still threatening just now, turned around and fell into the bottomless reservoir. Survival is an instinct, and many people struggled in the water, and even rushed towards Jiang Ning and others, trying to snatch the chance to survive. 2 people were lucky enough to avoid the nail gun and crossbow, and reached out to grab the rope on the assault boat. Just as they were about to flip over, their hands were gone in the next second. The whole rope was cut off and fell into the water with a splash. They were stunned for a moment, and then they let out a shrill scream, facing Jiang Ning, who was holding a tang sword and chopping people without changing his expression. The 3 members of the Zhong family were trembling with fear. Killing. Not just one person, but a whole boat. They didn't even have a chance to attack, and were all killed by Hui Yishan and Jiang Ning. It was a bit cold, but he was usually easy to talk to, and didn't care about things. Why did he suddenly kill people without blinking an eye? Lu Yu was used to it, and he didn't forget to comfort the Zhong family. "It's okay. You will get used to it in the future." The people on the speedboat were gone in just a few minutes. The people on the speedboat behind were stunned. The idiot driving the speedboat suddenly braked and threw several people into the water, causing the speedboat to almost flip over. Damn. A beast who kills without blinking an eye. Everyone was stunned, and no one dared to approach for a while. But they were unwilling to leave. Who wouldn't be jealous of so many fish? So they sat on the rubber boat and wanted to surround Jiang Ning and others. What should we do now? Zhong mother was anxious. There were more than 20 people on the other side, all holding weapons. If they surrounded and besieged them, it would be very troublesome for them to have fewer people. Jiang Ning used a telescope to scan the area. The people on the speedboat should be gangsters. The people on the rubber boat were thin and lifeless, with eyes showing a strong desire for food. They should be forced to join the gang to survive. There were knives, guns, sticks, but there should be no guns. At a long distance, nail guns and crossbows lost their accuracy and power, and lost the advantage of preemptive strike. Jiang Ning was not afraid of them rushing up, but was afraid of surrounding them without attacking. A stalemate was not a good thing. Obviously, things were as she expected. The flower-armed people did not dare to come up, but drove the people in the rubber boat to come up. The people on the rubber boat were also afraid of death, but they had had enough of the pain of hunger, so they slowly paddled over. Hui Yishan said, "As long as they don't get close, there's no need to worry about them." Just keep fishing. Lu Yu and the others came back to their senses and used their tools to fish out the fish in the water. The reservoir has been discovered, and today is the last chance to fish. So we must catch as many as possible. As for these troublemakers, it won't be too late to deal with them after we finish fishing. There's no need to waste time in a stalemate. After the commotion just now, many fish drifted away with the current, and the people on the rubber boat followed and fished them up from a distance. I caught it. I caught it. There's fish to eat. I caught it too. Many people smiled excitedly, cut open the fish on the spot, and started to eat it with knives. Unprocessed fish meat smells fishy, but it can keep people alive, which is much better than chewing leaves. Many people couldn't help but eat it on the spot, as if it was a delicious feast, even if there were fish scales or blood on the corners of their mouths. Jiang Ning stood on the speedboat and stared at them with a sullen face. The fishing continued. Everyone focused on catching fish, and Jiang Ning stood guard with a nail gun in his hand. The modified nail gun can shoot up to 30 meters, but its power will be greatly reduced if it exceeds 15 meters. The greed of people is unsatisfactory. The gang repeatedly tried to pick up the scattered fish around, but they were not satisfied and wanted to move forward. Jiang Ning did not say anything. When the first rubber boat entered the best shooting range, she raised her hand and fired without hesitation. It did not hit the heart, but hit the shoulder. The next shot. Aim at the rubber boat. They were so scared that they quickly retreated and dared not move forward again. Sister, please be kind. We haven't eaten for a few days. Let us catch some fish. Right? The children at home are almost starving to death. You eat the meat? We just drink some soup. We will never compete with you. Jiang Ning said coldly. Back off. No matter how they begged, Jiang Ning was heartless. They were unwilling, but they had to back off. But they still caught some fish. The water was strong. The mountain wind was surging, and the fish that were shaken up by the ultrasound were constantly scattered with the waves. The rubber boats gradually dispersed, and they no longer approached Jiang Ning and his team, just trying to catch some around them. Slowly, the harvest was not small, and some quick hands and feet had caught more than 20 fish. Sometimes when they get close, they will retreat to a safe area in time. The people below are disobedient, and the flower-armed people on the speedboat are very angry. But they can't do anything about this group of people, so they can only follow them to fish. At the same time, they are thinking about waiting for them to finish fishing and then looking for an opportunity to snatch it. A gangster quietly asked, Brother, why don't you go back and call for help? The eldest brother glared. How to call? There is only one speedboat in hand, and it's dark after going back and forth. Besides, the disobedient two-legged sheep have also caught a lot. They want to take the opportunity to escape. Wait until they get ashore, and then we will find a way to snatch it. Coincidentally, Jiang Ning also wants to go ashore to deal with him. Chapter 63. The fish were almost caught, and fewer floated to the surface, while Huishan and others caught nearly 3,000 kilograms. Coincidentally, the fishing device ran out of power. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the rubber boat was blown away. Jiang Ning and other speedboats pressed a lot of fish to avoid being blown away, but the people standing on them were unstable. Those unloaded rubber boats were useless even if they paddled hard against the wind, and they drifted farther and farther with the current. Jiang Ning frowned, vaguely feeling that the water flow seemed wrong. It seemed that there was a suction force sucking towards the reservoir gate. Huishan also noticed something was wrong and subconsciously looked at Jiang Ning. The four looked at each other and saw danger in each other's pupils. Run! Run! They shouted at the same time and pulled the rope of the speedboat engine. Lu Yu, hold on. Jiang Ning quickly started the speedboat and drove in the opposite direction of the reservoir gate. Lu Yu and Zhong Mother, who were sitting in the rubber boat, were almost thrown out and held the fixed rope tightly. Huishan was no exception. The Zhong family father and son hugged the bag of fish tightly. Two speedboats were speeding through the reservoir like racing cars. Brother, they've run away. Let's chase them. Quick! Don't let them get away. Chase! 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 As soon as the words fell, there was a loud noise in the distance. It felt like a hole was pierced in the sky, and the flood was pouring out in an instant. Jiang Ning didn't look back, racing against the flood to save time, and drove in the farthest direction. Lu Yu couldn't help but look back, and saw that the horizon seemed to have a big gap. and a constant stream of floods rushed towards the gap. With the power to destroy everything, the water level continued to drop, and the speedboat rushed forward against the wind and waves. Finally, we arrived safely at the farthest point. We kept the motor running to resist the suction of the flood. Liu saw the opportunity and jumped down, climbed up the shore with his hands and feet, and tied the rope of the speedboat to the tree after wrapping it around a few times. The Zhong family father and son did the same, tied the rope to the tree, and worked together to drag the speedboat and the rubber boat to the shore. Jiangning went ashore and took out a telescope to observe the distance. The reservoir broke its dam, and the accumulated flood water continued to leak out. The huge water force was like an invisible tentacle suction cup, sucking the people on the rubber boat to the broken dam. The tattooed men reacted slowly for a long time. They started the engine in a panic, but they still couldn't resist the huge suction of the flood and were thrown on the chopping board like a dying fish. Not only them, but all the humans trapped in the flood seemed as small as duckweed in the face of natural disasters. No matter how they resisted and struggled, they were still swallowed up mercilessly in an instant. Mother Joan's face was pale. Her body was trembling, and she gasped as she watched the water level continue to drop. On the water surface, the struggling people were getting farther and farther away, smaller and smaller, and finally turned into black dots and disappeared. More than 20 people, gone in a flash. If the two young men hadn't reacted quickly, they would have died here today. She was terrified. Will the disaster ever end? Why is it so hard to live? Jiangning didn't say anything, sat down on the grass nearby, and took out some chocolate to replenish her energy. The dog came over and stared at her, his eyes full of desire. Shit shoveler. Give him some too. It's poisonous. Don't eat it, Jiangning warned, putting the chocolate under its nose. Smell it. Don't eat it anymore. No kidding. Dogs must not eat chocolate. They will die. The dog was unhappy because the poop scooper ate alone, and turned his face away in frustration. Jiangning took out a steamed bun from his bag and stuffed it into its mouth. Liu was scared to death, but he was very happy to have survived the disaster. He took out his mobile phone to take pictures, and even stupidly recorded videos to share with his girlfriend at night. Huishan was in an unclear mood and stared at the falling water level in a trance. 2 hours later, the water's surface finally calmed down, and the water level dropped by more than 10 meters. Liu climbed up the tree and used a telescope to observe the distance. Damn! The reservoir is connected to the outside. Huishan climbed to the top of the mountain and looked at the surrounding peaks. The terrain is low over the reservoir collapse mouth, and the water flows around the mountain and eventually extends to the road outside. Jiangning thought for a while. Can we follow the water flow out without crossing the mountains to carry the fish? Theoretically, it is possible. Carrying more than 3,000 kilograms of fish over the mountains will make people die of exhaustion. Everyone decided to give it a try. The mountain was flat, and several people worked together to push the speedboat into the water and slowly move towards the water flow. 10 minutes later, a large hole was seen in the reservoir, about 40 to 50 meters wide. At this time, the sky was very gloomy, and the vision around began to blur. Jiangning looked around and did not find any traces of the previous group of people. Perhaps they were completely swallowed up by the flood, or perhaps they survived by chance but had left. No matter which result, she did not witness it. Arriving at the delivery location, but it was still early for the delivery time. The speedboat stopped at a place where the water flow was gentle and tied the rope to a tree. After turning off the lights, everyone sat down to rest. About an hour later, there was a faint light in the distance, and Kayley looked alert. Woof! Jiangning covered the dog mouth and took out the night vision telescope. The vision was not very clear at night, but Lao Gao was still seen. The number of people was the same as last night, and the things on the speedboat were covered with waterproof cloth. After waiting for about 15 minutes, no one was found following. Jiangning turned on the strong light, circled 5 times clockwise, and notified them to come over for the transaction. Lao Gao thought they hadn't come, but he didn't expect the other party to be so vigilant. If he was cheated, thinking of the delicious braised fish, boiled fish, grilled fish, and pickled fish last night, they drooled like crazy after eating dog food for several months, and immediately drove the speedboat over. 1 pound of dog food for 3 pounds of fish is really a good deal. You know, they bought more than 30,000 pounds of dog food and hundreds of boxes of cat and dog canned food. Many residents asked if they could get more fish so that they could store them and eat them alternately with the dog food. Seeing the bags on their speedboat, Lao Gao's heart was finally relieved. The transaction went smoothly. 3,000 pounds of fish were exchanged for 1,000 pounds of dog food. And there were more than 200 pounds left for themselves. After all, there would be no fish to catch in the future. Old Zhong, don't take it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I come back to you in a few days. Each family can get a lot of fish, which can probably be eaten for a few days. You can't eat too much at once, right? For these fish, he almost lost his life. Father Zhong thought that even if old Gao wanted it, they couldn't get it. Okay, come to us if you need it. People's hearts are different. If they knew this was the last transaction, who knows if they would want to eat the black. After old Gao left, Jiang Ning and others began to divide the pork. The Zhong family still had a 5-for-1 ratio, both for dog food and raw fish. Jiang Ning got nearly 200 kilograms of dog food and 8 fish. Alas, it was not easy to stock up some food for the dog. I only got less than 300 kilograms in 2 times. But it should be enough for a while. After returning to the 18th floor in the dark, Jiang Ning rubbed the shower gel for a long time to get rid of the fishy smell on his body. Kaylai consciously lay on his back in the bathtub and pushed the shower gel in front of Jiang Ning. Come on. The shit shoveler. Help me rub my body. Jiang Ning mouth twitched. Did she raise a dog or pick up a master? Rub it. What dignity does the shit shoveler need? The dog is the master. Chapter 64. I woke up naturally and hadn't had breakfast yet. Sheng Weili came and knocked on the door. Aining, what are you going to do with your fish? Jiang Ning said perfunctorily. I want to pickle the fish. I asked Grandma Zhong house when the time comes. 1803 got 2 portions. I couldn't eat so much. I thought of taking half of the fish to the market in the department store to join in the fun and exchange some useful supplies. Jiang Ning didn't want to join in the fun. I planned to take Coke back to the villa halfway up the mountain to see if it can catch rabbits or something. The reservoir collapse was too dangerous. And Zhang Chao and Li were exhausted these 2 days. So they didn't want to go. So they knocked on the door of 1801 again. Wei Shen agreed to go to the market. But he was just taking Dowdy to experience and let her get more exposure to the cruel world outside. Poor Zheng Weili had to stay and continue to look after the house. Just as they were about to go out, Grandma Zhong came up and knocked on the door, asking in a low voice whether they were going to dig wild kudzu root on the 18th floor. The Zhong family got a lot of supplies by taking a ride on the 18th floor. But who would complain about too much supplies? This time, God took pity on us. We may not have the same chance next time. Aged wild kudzu root is as thick as a tree root. 10 kilograms of roots may not produce 1 kilogram of powder. Not to mention that it is half dead after digging. How to crush and wash the powder is still a problem. Kudzu powder is good for beauty, but it tastes like paste and is not filling at all. All the staff on the 18th floor who have food in hand are slacking off. No one wants to participate in this unattractive project. There is no way. The Zhong family can only do it themselves. After breakfast, Jiang Ning set off with the dog. They drove the speedboat back to the reservoir, landed, and climbed to another hill. There is a dense bamboo forest on the other side of the mountain, which Jiang Ning accidentally discovered when he was observing with a telescope the day before yesterday. Bamboo produces bamboo shoots in winter, commonly known as winter bamboo shoots. And now is the season for bamboo shoots. Climbing along the mountain, just after crossing the col, a large area of bamboo appeared in front of us. The soil blocks were cracked and scattered by the winter bamboo shoots, and some even had pointed heads. Bamboo shoots. Real bamboo shoots. Jiang Ning took out the telescope, made sure there was no one around, and then took out the hoe from the space, and did not forget to tell the dog to keep the wind. Swing the hoe to dig, and then shovel it down. The bamboo shoots were very fresh, weighing about 3 or 4 pounds with the shells. Digging non-stop. During this time, the dog made trouble and used his paws to help her dig. Go away. Be careful not to scratch your paws. Kaylai didn't listen and insisted on getting close to the shoveler. Jiang Ning deliberately frowned. Kaylai, be careful or I beat you up. The dog was obedient and went back to get some fresh air with his face drooping. After a while, he scurried out. This is how a horse dog is, fighting and catching chickens. There is no moment to rest. 10 minutes later, The dog came back with a bloody thing. Wow! A fat wild rabbit was bitten with several holes. What a ruthless bite. Wash the rabbit. Shake off the water. And throw it into the space. And throw 2 wild boar bones for it to chew. Jiang Ning is not lazy at work. Pick up the hoe and swing it hard. That's right. She has taken all the bamboo shoots in the whole bamboo forest. Hundreds of kilograms of bamboo shoots can make so many delicious foods. Stir-fried fresh bamboo shoots with bacon. Pickled bamboo shoots with wild pepper. Bamboo shoots with red oil and chili. Pickled sour bamboo shoots. And dried bamboo shoots. Just thinking about it makes people drool. After a short rest, Jiang Ning took out the electric saw and started to cut the mature bamboo. Soon, the old bamboo fell down in large numbers. Jiang Ning couldn't tell what she wanted the bamboo for, but she felt that she could use it in the future, to build houses and sheds. With the arrival of extreme cold, all the grass and trees on the mountain will freeze to death, and it will not be so easy to grow them again. She cut down hundreds of bamboos and dug up more than a dozen old bamboo roots, planning to plant them in the space when she had free time. Not only bamboos, but also wild grasses, wild fruit seedlings, and weeds on the mountain. Seeing that it was still early, she started to cut down the forest again. There was not enough time, so she didn't cut off the branches, but threw them into the space as a whole. And after drying, the branches could be used as firewood. After cutting down dozens of trees, Jiang Ning would have continued to struggle if it hadn't been dark. She was so tired that her whole body was falling apart. But she could feel everything in the space, which made her feel very at ease. She picked up half a bundle of firewood and pretended to drive the speedboat back with the dog. As soon as she reached the 18th floor, Dowdu opened the door and rushed over, saying proudly, "Sister, I went to sell fish today." Jiang Ning opened the door and let her in. "Did you sell the fish?" "Yeah." Dowdu sold 3 fish. Jiang Ning praised. "Wow, our Dowdu is really amazing." Dowdu picked her fingers and jumped up happily. "My brother also praised me." After taking off her clothes and changing clothes, Jiang Ning found cartoons for Dowdu to entertain her, but found scratches on her face. "What happened to your injury?" Dowdu felt a little aggrieved. "When I was eating candy, someone suddenly rushed over and snatched the candy from my mouth." Jiang Ning frowned. "The candy was snatched away?" "Yes. He picked it out of my mouth." Dowdu's tears welled up, and she couldn't help complaining. That person's hands were so dirty. He was smelly. And he knocked Dowdu down. He touched his buttocks and said, "It hurts so much. Where's your brother?" "My brother was watching from the side." Jiang Ning didn't understand. "Then what happened?" "The man stuffed the candy into his mouth, and my brother asked me to take it back." Dowdu didn't want to take it, but he didn't want to make his brother angry. So he rushed over to grab the candy. The boy refused to give it to him, and even raised his hand to hit Dowdu. Dowdu got so angry that he hit him back and easily made him black and blue. This was the first time Dowdu had hit someone since he was a child. In the end, he took the candy out of his mouth and gave the candy covered with saliva to his brother. Huishan didn't take it, but touched her head. "Dowdu, you did a great job. You must protect your things in the future and don't let others bully you." She seemed to understand, but she was afraid. She didn't expect to be praised by her brother. Remember, your brother can't protect you forever. If you don't protect yourself, not only will the candy be taken away, but all the delicious food will be taken away. Then, like them, you will be hungry, with a big head and a small body, dirty and smelly, and begging on the street. Although those children didn't want to do it. The end of the world after natural disasters is cruel. Huishan asked Dowdu to look into the boy's eyes. The child who was beaten had red eyes, as if he hated himself. Dowdu didn't understand. He had clearly snatched her candy, which was wrong. Why didn't he admit his mistake and was so fierce? "Dowdu, when people are starving to death, there is no right or wrong. They think they can beat you, so they will snatch things from you." Huishan hugged his sister and left, and told her very patiently, "Do you know why he is so fierce to you?" Dowdu shook her head. "Because you have new clothes to wear, good food to eat, and you don't have to starve. But he has nothing, so he will be jealous of you and want to steal your things." "Brother, are they all like this?" When she entered the market, Dowdu felt many pairs of eyes like this, which made her inexplicably nervous and uneasy. "Most of them are. But you can use the moves that brother taught you to protect yourself. and no one will dare to bully you in the future. Chapter 65. The first fight gave Doudou a deep shock. She hugged Huishan's neck. Brother, when Doudou grows up, I will protect you too. Okay. Doudou will also protect her sister and Coke. Okay. Then they sold fish. And Huishan taught the ignorant girl with his own hands. Jiangning listened to the long silence. Huishan teaching of children was really simple and rough. But the order of the end times had collapsed. If he followed the original 5 teachings, 4 beauties, and 3 loves, it might harm Doudou instead. Well, what your brother taught me is not wrong. Jiangning was a little curious. Doudou, have you ever been hungry or beaten? Doudou lowered his head and pinched his clothes nervously. It doesn't matter. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. When my brother didn't come home, Doudou was so hungry. And my uncle's brother bullied me. And my aunt scolded me. Do you want to experience it again? No. Doudou shook his head desperately. His voice was crying. Doudou. No. Then remember that feeling. And if anyone dares to do that to you in the future, you will fight back. Don't be afraid. They can't beat you. But my aunt said the police will take me away. As long as you don't start trouble, the police won't take you away. Jiangning comforted the poor little thing. You had a fight today, but the police didn't come to arrest you. Right? Doudou was relieved to hear that the police would not arrest him. I will listen to my brother and sister, and I won't let others bully me in the future. Kola bared his teeth beside him. Woof. Don't be scared. Just do it. Jiangning pulled its ears. Don't encourage Doudou to fight. However, Doudou had been tortured, and clenched her fists like a chicken blood and said fiercely, Sister, fighting is too easy. I will beat anyone who dares to bully me in the future. In the past, she always felt that she was very bad. She practiced so hard every day. But she couldn't even beat her brother with one hand. Who knew that when she fought with others today, she found that it was not her bad, but her brother was too strong. The boy who was grabbing the candy couldn't even beat her with one hand. Jiangning was troubled by these two and had to change the subject. Doudou, what did you get for the fish today? Doudou answered immediately. I got tools, textbooks, a skirt and a headband. The pink fluffy headband in the shape of a rabbit was on Doudou's head, making her look particularly cute. But she felt a little guilty. Sister, did you lose money on my fish? Both Brother Zhang Chao and Brother Liu said that they only got some useless things. No. It's okay as long as you think it's worth it. Everyone has different needs. And Huishan doesn't lack supplies anyway. 1803 exchange is much more practical. 2 bags of salt, dried vegetables, sanitary napkins, and lighters. Zheng Weili also handed her a pack of sanitary napkins. The end of the world is here. And it's really troublesome to bleed every month. There is plenty of space. Jiangning didn't want it. I stocked up a lot during the e-commerce festival before. And then I found some more when searching for supplies. You keep it for yourself. This thing is really in short supply. And Zheng Weili didn't make a fuss. Liu and Zhang Chao are a little addicted. Thinking about going there tomorrow. Do you want to join? No. I stay at home for a few days. You can go out tomorrow. No need to take care of the baby anymore. Zheng Weili laughed. Then I won't be polite. It's fun to be bad. And it's fun to be bad all the time. Sleep until 10 o'clock and continue to teach Doudou math and Chinese. After giving her homework, Jiangning sat on the sofa and continued DIY. Finally, the dog first thermostatic clothing was finished. And he waved to it. Coke, come here. I chose black because I was afraid it would not be resistant to dirt. The extreme cold was too severe. So Jiangning made a one-piece thermostatic suit and pulled the dog tail out of the hole. A hole was cut at the position of the butt to facilitate it to solve the cycle of grain. Hey, it seems that there is one less hole. I don't want to put a diaper on the dog, so I have to cut another hole. The horse dog has a black face, and it looks like it was taken out of a coal mine when it is put on a black thermostatic suit. Doudou said bluntly. It's so ugly. After saying that, he realized that he was wrong, and quickly covered his mouth, blinking innocently and looking at Jiangning. Sister, I didn't mean it. The dog, whose self-esteem was frustrated, bit his clothes with his teeth bared. Shit shoveler. Get rid of this broken thing. It affects its majestic appearance. Jiangning hugged it and coaxed it. No way. My Kale is the most handsome dog in the world. Doudou, Who said the wrong thing? Made amends against his will. Coke is not ugly. He is more handsome than my brother. And the clothes my sister made are so beautiful. More handsome than the trainer? The black dog eyes turned to look at Jiang Ning. Woof. Really don't lie to dogs? Jiang Ning stroked the dog head. I'm not lying to you. My dog is the most beautiful kid on this street. Kayle was happy. And buried his head in her arms. If it's so beautiful. Make another one. This time. I didn't make black. But chose dark green fabric. While making clothes, I observed the dog reaction. Unfortunately, the dog fur is thick. And it can't feel the change in temperature for the time being. So there is no special reaction when wearing it. After sewing the second piece of clothes, Jiang Ning used the leftovers to make Dahui and Xiaobai. And the patched appearance was even uglier. This is not a beauty pageant. Just wear it as it is. As long as it can save your life. At noon, Huishan came to pick up Daodu. Jiang Ning called him and took out a nail gun from his bag and handed it to him. I almost forgot to return it to you. I gave it to you. Jiang Ning was confused. This is a life-saving artifact. Is he so generous? I modified it myself. I have another one. Jiang Ning only had 200 rounds of bullets. One less bullet was fired. He would never use it unless it was a critical moment. I didn't expect him to come to his house to show his kindness. But there is no free lunch in the world. What do you want to exchange? As long as I have it. It's fine. Food, wine, meat, cigarettes, medicine, whatever he wants. You taught Daodu very well. And he has learned a lot of words. It was natural to exchange teaching. And Kayle's progress was even greater. His fast and strong physique and muscles made her feel very safe. Jiang Ning asked him to think about it again. Because if he missed this opportunity, he would never have the chance again. Daodu wants to eat dumplings. But I don't know how to make them. Ah, that's it? Jiang Ning was stunned. Yes, sister, I want to eat dumplings. Daodu looked up. Her big watery eyes full of desire. Dumplings are the best. And he even gave her a nail gun. Today, she will teach him the secret of making dumplings. Unfortunately, kneading and rolling the dough is a big project. And she couldn't take out the dumpling skin she had stored. However, Huishan is not good at cooking. But he is a good worker. So, let's make dumplings. The position was moved to 1801. And Jiang Ning rolled up his sleeves and asked, Is your car refrigerator still usable? You can pack more and freeze them. When Daodu wants to eat them, you can just take them out and put them in the pot. Sure. Thinking of storing some for himself, Jiang Ning specially took out 10 kilograms of flour and mixed it with water for Huishan to knead the dough. Kneading dough is a hard job. But it is easy for him. Chapter 66. Jiang Ning went home to cut leeks, pick chives, and pull celery, and soak black fungus in mushrooms, planning to make pork and leek filling. Pork, mushroom, celery filling, black fungus, chive, and egg filling. 10 kilograms of flour is a lot, and it feels like it will take half a day to finish. Huishan was washing vegetables next to him, and Jiang Ning used the manual meat grinder he took out from the space to mix the filling. After the dough was kneaded, he taught him how to roll out the dough. There is no doubt that Huishan is really good at work. But he is a little obsessive-compulsive and always feels that the rolled dumpling skin is not round enough. He got a round copper sheet from somewhere and cut the dough into round shapes. Jiang Ning, so particular. After mixing the fillings, he started making dumplings. Daodu ran over excitedly. Sister, I want to make dumplings too. Children are playful. Jiang Ning did not refuse, and taught Daodu step by step. At first, Daodu's dumplings were ugly, either broken or pierced. But Jiang Ning did not deny her. Daodu is great. You are making better and better dumplings. Cook them and give them to your brother later. Huishan, Kayle was anxious beside him. Woof. The dumplings made by Doubting were really ugly. And it must be better looking than hers. But it was a pity that she had no hands. Practice makes perfect. Daodu is not a toy. Her brother said that only by working can you eat. And she came to help. Slowly, she mastered some skills and finally wrapped the complete dumplings. This is for my sister, Huishan asked. Why not my brother? My sister taught me how to make them. And I give the second one to my brother. Then to Kayle. And finally to me. 2 people were making dumplings. So they were quite fast. It was past dinner time. So Jiang Ning steamed the dumplings that Dowdu had made and boiled 2 large plates of dumplings. Let's eat dumplings first, and make the rest in the afternoon. The boiled dumplings came out of the pot quickly, and vinegar and soy sauce were added as seasonings. And the 3 people and 1 dog started eating. The dough was well mixed, chewy and strong, and the fillings were very fresh, with hot juice when you bite it. Dowdu stuck out her tongue because it was hot. Brother, sister, the dumplings are delicious. Seeing her satisfied look, Huishan smiled knowingly. I make them for you often in the future. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. The dog ate very quickly, finishing half a bowl of rice, and then pushed the rice bowl over. Shit shoveler. More. Jiang Ning found that the dog was eating more and more. If there were not enough supplies, it would be eaten up sooner or later. Huishan seemed to like this too, eating a full bowl with vinegar and soy sauce. He also ate the steamed dumplings, mixed with lao gan ma, which was very delicious. Men are really gluttons, which made Jiang Ning wonder if they were eating the same pot of dumplings. After eating and drinking, they continued to work. The dough was rolled out quickly, and Huishan helped to make dumplings. Hey, his skills are worse than Dowdu's. Because of the nail gun, Jiang Ning was particularly patient. No, your fingers should be more flexible. Pinch like this. Huishan, whose fingers could not bend, said, like this? I taught him step by step, but he still couldn't do it well. Every time he pinched a dumpling, it broke. Jiang Ning was so helpless that he wanted to take off his brain and put it on his neck. He could shoot a bullet from 100 steps away, but he couldn't even make a dumpling properly. Even though it was so bad, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. In the end, even Dowdu couldn't stand it anymore and said with disgust, Brother, the dumplings you made are so ugly. After saying that, she was afraid that he would be sad. So she hurriedly said, Sister, I will teach you. Huishan squatted down and asked Dowdu to teach him. Is your brother stupid? Dowdu kissed him and said softly and cutely, No, your brother is the best. Don't say it. Under the guidance of the little cotton jacket, Huishan actually learned it. Jiang Ning, whose confidence was hit, well, she is not qualified to be his teacher. Not to mention, Huishan, who has found the feeling, improves very quickly, and the dumpling skins are reduced at a visible speed. There is a sound in the corridor, and Zheng Weili and others come back. They did not find Jiang Ning in 1802, so they knocked on the door of 1801. Seeing the 2 people making dumplings, they immediately became interested, washed their hands and came to help. Dowdu successfully advocated and played with coke in the living room. 1 caddy of flour mixed with water can produce 1.5 caddies of dough skin, and each caddy of skin can produce 70 dumplings. With the help of 1803, 1,000 dumplings were finally made. Jiang Ning wanted to take 300 of them and exchange them for the same amount of flour and meat for Huishan. 1803 also wanted to make dumplings, but Jiang Ning was too tired to help. He lent the manual meat grinder to Zheng Weili and cut a large piece of frozen pork that they had placed at her house. After an hour of sleep, a voice came from the intercom. Jiang Ning, do you want to practice with me today? Yes. If you want to practice crossbows, you can come earlier, when a pie falls from the sky. How can you refuse it? Jiang Ning turned over and put on his shoes. I'd be right over. His cooking skills are terrible, but he is really good in other aspects, and his archery skills are also amazing. Jiang Ning participated in the school's archery club, so he has some basic skills. Fearing that the dog would cause trouble, he took it to 1803 for isolation. Dowdu chased it. Coke, wait for me. Entering 1801 again, there was a wooden round target on the wall of the living room, and Huishan took out the crossbow. The appearance is a bit strange, but the lethality is unquestionable. Jiang Ning asked curiously, Did you make it yourself? This is a dangerous device that ordinary people can't buy. Huishan said briefly. I changed it. The person involved didn't want to say more, and Jiang Ning would be annoying if she tried to get to the bottom of it. Huishan took out the bamboo arrows and explained to her the structure, aiming and firing of the crossbow. Jiang Ning had the basics and understood it immediately. The living room was not far enough, so Huishan took her to the corridor at the door of his room, opened up the range, and loaded the bamboo arrows. He stood behind Jiang Ning. Hold the bow with your right hand and aim. There was a height difference between the two, So he bent down and moved forward, keeping his eyes parallel to Jiangning. In this way, the two were very close, especially when he aimed at the target. His warm breath sprayed on Jiangning's white neck. Her body was numb and stiff in an instant. Her heart tightened suddenly, and she could smell the faint scent of soap emanating from him. Ah! Is it too close? Jiangning was very uncomfortable, and subconsciously wanted to move away. Huishan noticed her stiffness. Focus. Jiangning came back to her senses, threw away the chaotic thoughts in her mind, and concentrated on aiming. The warm hand slightly supported her arm holding the crossbow. Slightly up. Aim and pull the trigger. Swoosh. The bamboo arrow shot out and stuck firmly on the target. 7th ring. A little far from the bullseye. You can hit the 7th ring at the beginning. Very good. Huishan did not forget to encourage her. Much better than Daodu. Thank you very much. Huishan got close to her and gave her instructions several times. Seeing that she had mastered the movements from the 7th ring to the 8th and a half ring, he let her practice more to improve her experience. He sat on the sofa and flipped through his phone. His expression was cold and serious, and no one knew what he was looking at. At first glance, his profile was almost perfect. Jiangning regained his concentration and practiced calmly. He shot more than 20 arrows, one of which hit the bullseye. There was nothing to be proud of. After all, the range was too short, and the hit rate would decrease as the distance increased. She had to catch up with his level quickly, like he did that day when he stood on the speedboat and shot an arrow into the heart. Half an hour later, Huishan reminded him, "Don't try too hard. Just come on time for 1 hour every day." The boss spoke, and Jiangning put away the crossbow. The room at home was not as wide as 1801, so he couldn't move freely, so he didn't act pretentiously. Next, it was time for sparring. Close combat. Jiangning helped lay the anti-slip mat, and accidentally bumped into him when he turned around. Sorry. It's okay. Huishan continued his actions. Without cope to take sides, Jiangning was really struggling to face the unyielding fighting master, and was pressed down several times. After being suppressed continuously, Jiangning, who had a strong desire to win, became ruthless and subconsciously made a feint to pick the peach. Chapter 67. Huishan probably had a large psychological shadow, and his body paused involuntarily, and was instantly thrown to the ground by Jiangning. He grabbed his long legs and pressed them under him, twisting his arms hard. The two bodies twisted into a knot, but Jiangning was obviously in the upper hand. Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and it was rare that he didn't use a fatal counterattack. Not bad. You can beat the master to death with random punches. The despicable Jiangning stood up awkwardly. Sorry. I scared you. In a moment of excitement, she used a dirty trick again. Ashamed. After 2 hours of sparring, both of them were sweating profusely. Jiangning was flushed and panting, and her sweaty body was indescribably happy. Daodu, who was hungry, came back with a doll in her arms. Brother and sister. I'm hungry. What are we going to eat tonight? Huishan looked at Jiangning. Is she going to cook again? She wanted to eat space delicacies with Coke. There was no way. Huishan gave too much. She was embarrassed to refuse, but she really didn't want to cook. Dumplings? Daodu didn't want to be poisoned by her brother cooking skills, so she clapped her hands and cheered. Yes. Yes. Sister's dumplings are the best. The same dumplings. 100 ways to eat them. I had boiled dumplings for lunch and fried dumplings for dinner. Fried dumplings with chive filling are the best. Jiangning went back to change clothes, and came back to teach Huishan how to make fried dumplings. I have to say, fried dumplings are really delicious. The skin is golden brown and crispy, and the filling is full of tender meat. That is, it is on the 18th floor, and it is raining outside. Otherwise it would be bad. Daodu's mouth is shiny with oil, and he pats his belly to show off. Sister. Look. I have a baby. Huishan's mouth twitched. Children speak without restraint. Jiangning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that he was going to teach Daodu a lesson again. After dinner, Huishan took the bowl from Jiangning. I do it. After checking Daodu's homework, Jiangning said hello and went back. As soon as she opened the door, she ran into Liu coming out. Aining, come and eat dumplings. No. I just ate. Seeing the brother and sister eating happily, she accidentally ate too much. Lu Yu's eyes fell on 1801. And then she laughed inexplicably. Okay. Come over if you want to eat more. His eyes looked strange, which made Jiang Ning confused. But she felt a little guilty for some reason. She probably left them alone to eat. But Wei Yishan didn't say anything, and she couldn't invite them over on her own. But the dumplings were really delicious, and she would stock up more when she had the chance. In the next few days, she stayed at home happily, reading books, exercising, making clothes for 3 of them. All 10 rabbit cubs survived, and they were quite heavy in her hands. She weighed them, and the largest one was already 3 pounds, and it was almost ready to be slaughtered. Xiaobai gave birth to a second litter, which was even better than the first, with 12 cubs. Unfortunately, they were born at the wrong time, and their chances of survival were slim. Grandma Zhong stopped her treatment for a few days, and then continued to come for acupuncture. The food was good, and she felt much more energetic. She took out a bag with about 3 pounds of white powder in it, and said happily in a low voice, Xiao Jiang, this is kudzu powder. I brought it up specially for you to try. This is a life-saving material. And Jiang Ning was unwilling to accept it. Child, accept it. This is a gift from our whole family. Grandma Zhong held her hand tightly. If you hadn't given Zhong Ping a chance, our whole family would have starved to death. Jiang Ning smiled. Tell me what you want first. If I can help, I take it back later. Grandma Zhong looked embarrassed. You kid. Too straightforward. First, she was really grateful. And second, she knew that the 18th floor had connections that could exchange food. The Zhong family has been digging wild kudzu roots these days. Zhong Ping made a grinder that can grind the chopped kudzu roots and make kudzu root powder through pulping. It is estimated that more than 100 kilograms of powder can be washed. If the end of the world hadn't come, it would definitely be a good thing. But now filling the stomach is the most important thing. Pueraria root is rich in nutrition for beauty and skin care, but it can't resist hunger. The Zhong family wants to ask the 18th floor for help to see if it can be exchanged for food. Jiang Ning thought about it. How do you plan to exchange it? 1 pound for 1 pound. What do you think? Jiang Ning didn't give a definite answer. I ask for you. Grandma Zhong was unsure and probably felt that there was little hope. If it doesn't work, exchange it for broken rice. It seems that the Zhong family also has an idea in mind. If it were them, would they be willing to exchange new rice for kudzu powder? In the current environment, I'm afraid only women who are rich and have enough food would want it. Give Grandma Zhong acupuncture. Jiang Ning went back to the house to make kudzu powder. The taste of ginseng is slightly sweet, with a slight bitterness, and a smell of earth. It tastes average, but it has the functions of clearing away heat and detoxification, promoting fluid and quenching thirst, nourishing the kidney and spleen, benefiting the stomach and calming the mind, clearing the heart and improving eyesight, moistening the intestines and bowels, and sobering up. It is also a rare thing in the end times. 3 pounds of kudzu powder. Jiang Ning did not keep it to himself, and divided it equally between 1801 and 1803, and told them about the Zhong family's food exchange. The two families were not interested. Zhang Chao was obsessed with the fish that escaped from the reservoir. What a pity! Later, the sharp-mouthed monkey came to us and said that he wanted another batch of fish and ordered 2,000 kilograms at a time. Lu Yu also felt sorry. They should have a channel to sell to rich people. Otherwise, who would dare to order such a large amount at a time? When they heard that there were no fish, they looked so painful and repeatedly told us to find them if there were fish in the future. The next day, Jiang Ning told Grandma Zhong that the other party agreed to exchange broken rice for kudzu powder. But the quality must be guaranteed. She wanted this batch of goods. As the end of the world progresses, people's health will become worse and worse. So it is good to use it for recuperation. Grandma Zhong was very happy. A few days later, the Zhong family prepared 100 kilograms of wild kudzu powder, and gave Jiang Ning 5 kilograms as a reward for her help. The Zhong family father and son took the wild kudzu powder and waited in a secluded corner outside the community. Jiang Ning took the rubber boat, brought the wild kudzu powder up, and took Coke to take a walk outside. When there was no one, he put the wild kudzu powder into the space, replaced it with the same weight of broken rice, and came back after walking the dog enough. The Zhong family father and son were still waiting, and they were so happy to see the broken rice they got back. When I woke up from my nap, I felt that the rain had lessened a lot. Jiang Ning was not happy, but frowned, thinking that the extreme cold was coming. By the evening, the rain had become sporadic, and the sky seemed to be a little brighter. For more than 3 months, how many people died in this desperate flood? And now it was finally going to clear up. Looking at the sky outside, some people cheered excitedly, and some cried bitterly. Without exception, they all hoped that this damn natural disaster would end soon. I wish this was just a dream, and when I wake up, I will still see the prosperous times. And my family and friends are still here. 1803 was also happy, but compared with the others, he felt heavier. Aining, are you really over? When the typhoon ended, they were extremely excited, but the floods came soon. The rain stopped. What will be waiting for them? Who knows? Jiang Ning looked melancholy, touched his arm and said, "Why do I feel cold? It's winter now. You won't turn the south into the northeast. Right? Bah. 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 You are a jinx." Chapter 68. Jiang Ning smiled, and didn't argue after being teased by Zhang Chao. If it was really a bad omen, she really hoped that the extreme cold would never come. After secretly observing, she found that Huishan was as cold as ever, with no sadness or joy on his face. Kailei was a little agitated. He couldn't calm down after being trained for 4 hours, and he made a humming sound from time to time, not knowing when the extreme cold would come. Jiang Ning, who had a bad premonition, prepared the electric blanket, duvet, and quilt in advance. She wore a thermostatic suit to sleep at night. The high-intensity training during the day consumed her physical energy. She wanted to stay up late, but she fell asleep not long after. I don't know how long I slept, but I heard Kayleigh's noisy voice and the intercom rustling. Jiang Ning opened his eyes and felt the biting cold. The sharp cries of rabbits rang in the room. Turning on the flashlight, he found more than 20 rabbits crowded in Kayleigh's doghouse. Shivering with cold, Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning. Huishan's anxious voice came from the intercom. I'm here. He was so cold that his lips and teeth were fighting. He urged on the intercom. It's getting cold. Put on clothes quickly. The air was like a knife, and it felt like I couldn't speak. Jiang Ning rolled Coke and the rabbits into the space. As soon as they came in, warmth hit them. It took a while for the stiff limbs to recover. He quickly found the clothes he had prepared in advance and put them on, including warm clothes, cashmere sweaters, mink coats, a few pairs of socks, snow-warm boots, scarves, and warm masks. He squatted down to put clothes on Coke, including a constant temperature clothes, cashmere sweaters, mink coats, and then Dahui and Xiaobai. The 2 rabbits were wrapped like balls. The other rabbits were stuffed into foam boxes with several layers of blankets. Whether they could survive depended on their fate. After doing all this, Jiang Ning did not forget to drink a large bowl of hot brown sugar ginger soup, which made his throat and stomach extremely spicy. As soon as he came out of the space, his ears were almost blown away by the banging on the door. Jiang Ning. The force was so strong that even the stainless steel door could not withstand it. Here it comes. Here it comes. As soon as he came out, the air was as cold as a knife, and it hurt to breathe into his chest. Coke coughed and kept scratching his nose with his paw. After bringing the rabbit nest into the room, Jiang Ning hurried to open the door and found Huishan kicking it. As soon as the door opened, an anxious voice came. Jiang Ning, are you okay? As he spoke, a fur coat was wrapped tightly around her. Jiang Ning was stunned, looking at Huishan in a military coat. She was in a trance for a moment. However, she quickly came back to her senses. I'm fine. I just got frozen all of a sudden, and I feel like my ears are deaf. I'm glad you're okay. Huishan fastened the fur coat button for her, and then went to knock on the door of 1803. 1803 had just been awakened by the sound of him kicking the door, and was anxiously looking for thick clothes to put on. Got it. Got it. Wrapped in 2 furs, Jiang Ning successfully turned into a ball. Seeing that she was a little silly, Huishan pinched her shoulders and shook her, and said seriously, go back to the house immediately and light a fire to keep warm. Oh! Jiang Ning turned back to the house. Huishan warned, don't lock the door. Jiang Ning didn't lock it, went back to the room and took out the kettle, and saw that the door of 1801 was open, and hurried in. I boiled some ginger soup. You and Dowdy drink some to warm your body. Dowdy was lying on the bed wrapped up in a ball. Her face was pale from the cold. She couldn't even speak, and her whole body was shivering. Huishan picked her up and poured brown sugar ginger soup into her mouth with a bowl. Be careful. It's hot. After a full bowl, Dowdy finally came to her senses, pouting her mouth and wanting to cry. Brother, don't cry. Your tears will freeze, and your face will be ruined. Jiangning poured him a bowl and knocked on the door of 1803 in a hurry. The three of them were in a panic, putting on clothes and quilts with their frozen hands and feet. The hands holding the hot ginger soup were shaking, especially the single dog Zhang Chao, whose face was frozen purple, wrapped in mink coats and quilts. The southern dog shivered and felt uncomfortable with a paralyzed heart. They drank several bowls of hot ginger soup before they came to their senses. Aining, you are really a bad mouth. Zhang Chao huddled on the sofa, his teeth chattering with cold. If you hadn't picked up 1 million, we would all die tonight. Thick clothes, quilts and other things to keep warm were all for squandering cheap paper money. But unexpectedly, they saved their lives. Zheng Weili and Lu Yi were hugging each other tightly. Her body warmed up quickly, and she went to light a fire to keep warm. Seeing that the three were fine, Jiang Ning left with peace of mind. Seeing that the door of 1801 was still open, she walked in again. How is Dowdu? Hui was deep in the charcoal stove. He's warmed up after drinking hot ginger soup. Dowda huddled in the quilt, revealing only 2 bright eyes. Sister, I'm fine. How about Coke? Woof. The dog who had been ignored finally found a chance to prove his strong physique. But unfortunately, he was wrapped too much and his muscles could not be exposed. Seeing Coke wearing mink, Dowdy was in a good mood instantly, and reached out to touch the black dog face. The charcoal fire was lit, and the room was much warmer. Jiang Ning got up and left, not forgetting to remind, do not cover the doors and windows too tightly. Leave a gap for ventilation. In the previous life, it was so cold that someone accidentally closed it and went to the King of Hell early to report. Huishan lit 2 charcoal stoves and handed one to Jiang Ning. You should be careful too. Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he was still wearing his mink coat. So he quickly took it off. Keep it. I'm not as afraid of the cold as you. No. Except for her hands, feet and face. The rest of her body is not cold but warm. It's probably because the constant temperature clothes work. It's warm and comfortable. She observed the dog and thought he had recovered. So, she insisted on returning the clothes to him. Don't make yourself sick. Dowdu still needs your care. Huishan didn't refuse, but insisted on giving her the charcoal stove. It was hard to refuse such a kind offer, so Jiang Ning had to accept it. All the people on the 18th floor survived, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he have the mood to pay attention to the downstairs, where there was also a noise, which sounded quite loud. After closing the double doors, Jiang Ning hurried back to the room and took out the thermometer to take a look. My goodness, it was minus 19 degrees outside. In this southern coastal city where the average winter temperature is above 15 degrees, the lowest temperature in history has always remained above 0 degrees. And down jackets can only be worn 3 times. The temperature suddenly dropped from 20 degrees to minus 19 degrees. A drop of nearly 40 degrees. Which is definitely a disaster. What is more terrible than the cold is extreme hypothermia. The body heat is lost in a short time, causing the core temperature of the human body to drop. And symptoms such as chills, heart and lung failure, and even death. That's right. It is not the cold, but extreme hypothermia that causes large-scale human deaths. Many people don't even have the chance to open their eyes, and they sleep in their dreams. In fact, their dreams are beautiful. The rain has finally stopped, and urban civilization will recover. Woof! Jiang Ning regained his mind and took out the battery box. Electric heater, electric blanket. Chapter 69. Not only Jiang Ning had an electric blanket, but the dog also had one. He chose a small one for it to put on the lazy sofa, plugged in the battery box, and turned on 2 electric heaters at the same time. And the room temperature rose quickly. The big gray and the little white felt the warmth, climbed out of the foam box, and ran to the lazy sofa to compete with the dog for a seat. At the critical moment, the dog showed his boss style and let them arch their bodies and hug each other for warmth. Jiang Ning checked the foam box and found that 2 big rabbits were dead. It was probably scared to death. The other rabbits were also a little wilted. But the newborn rabbits were confused and didn't know anything. The big gray and the little white rabbits were probably tortured by Coke. And they became very brave. In addition, the rabbit fur kept them warm. And they were not scared when they put on clothes. But they didn't care about their own cubs. Jiangning took out the little one and stuffed it into Coke's belly. And then taught the two, "You have to take care of the ones you gave birth to." Coke bared his teeth. "Did you hear that? Take good care of them. What's the point of throwing them to it?" Although he hated it, Guzzi didn't kick the dozen pups away and treated them like cows for milk. Jiangning took the remaining big rabbits to the toilet, took out the electric baton and killed them all. Then threw them into the space and braised or spicy them when he had time. Whether he could afford to raise them was a question. The key was that they had to taste good. Back in the room, looking at the red charcoal fire, Jiangning was a little absent-minded. What did Huishan mean? He almost blew her door open and gave up his mink coat and a charcoal stove. This man had a stern face, and he didn't even frown when facing life and death. But he was anxious when he knocked on the door. Could it be that they were afraid that she would freeze to death and no one would teach Dowdu? At night, people were so sleepy that they were confused and too lazy to think. The world is big, but sleeping is the most important thing. We can talk about it tomorrow. Jiangning took off her coat, got into the warm bed, and fell asleep quickly. In her previous life, she almost froze to death and wrapped all her clothes around her. This time, the bed was as warm as spring, and she was really satisfied. It's easy to get sleepy when it's cold. And I still don't want to get up until 10 o'clock. The intercom rustled. Jiangning, are you awake? Jiangning reached out and touched him. Yeah. I just woke up. The voice was lazy and a little nasal. Huishan asked with concern. Have you caught a cold? No. I'm still in bed. Jiangning yawned. How are you and Dowdu? I got up and made breakfast for Dowdu. Do you want some? Jiangning quickly refused. No. I'm not hungry yet. I have lunch later. The dog jumped onto the bed and scratched the intercom with his paw. Woof. Oh. The intercom was pulled aside. What's wrong? Nothing. Coke is messing around. Jiangning picked it up quickly. I won't tell you anymore. That's it. Well, keep warm. After turning off the intercom, Jiangning wanted to beat the dog, but it jumped up on the bed. It spun and jumped non-stop. Then it ran headfirst into Jiangning's arms. You bastard. Jiangning pulled its mouth. How could you be so mean? The dog got into the bed, looked at her with bright eyes, and tilted its head to be cute. Jiangning wrapped it in a blanket, stroked its head and said, Where were you at this time in your previous life? It was icy and snowy everywhere. And I don't know how many people died of freezing. I can't imagine how it survived. Even its skin was frozen off. And it was covered with abscesses. Jiangning didn't dare to recall that scene, and said with moist eyes, Cola, it won't happen again in this life. I will let you live a good life. Woo-woo. What's wrong with the poop shoveler? He scratched her with his claws, comforting her. I'm fine. And you will be fine too. I stayed up until 11 o'clock and got up, brushed my teeth and washed my face in the space. It was cold outside, so I wore more clothes. I was sweating when I came in. Fortunately, I didn't stay for long. Otherwise, I would have been sick from the alternating cold and hot. There was an electric heater in the room, and it felt warm like spring. But it felt like a cold knife when I opened the door. The electric heater and the battery box could not be taken out. But it was not right for the rabbits to stay in her room all the time. I looked around and found that one of the rabbits had died gloriously. I cleaned up the other room, took out a lazy sofa, put an electric blanket on it, and moved the rabbits there. At the same time, he did not forget to remind the dog, Cola, you keep an eye on them. Don't bite the wires. Don't pee or poop on the electric blanket. Otherwise they will be burned. The dog said he got it, and pressed the big gray cat to rub his teeth. Do you understand? Speak. Ventilate the room. And then light the charcoal stove in the living room, holding a hot rubber hot water bottle. Jiangning stood on the balcony and looked into the distance. The city, that was still flooded yesterday, was frozen overnight, without the sound of rain. The surroundings were terribly lonely, as if even time had stopped. Even if he experienced it again, Jiangning was still filled with fear. Fortunately, the temperature did not continue to drop. giving humans a chance to breathe. But minus 19 degrees is still a terrible disaster for the south. And the mobile phone can no longer be turned on. Close the doors and windows. Turn off the heater that has been working all night. And replace it with 2 new ones to avoid overuse and scrapping. The heater plus the charcoal stove finally have heating in the living room. It's cold, and you need hot soup. Jiangning took out the beef brisket stewed with radish, green vegetables and rice, and added freeze-dried canned food to the dog food. Leaning against the heater, eating delicious food. I didn't want to wash the dishes after eating, so I threw them into the space and stored them for later washing. I opened the window to get rid of the smell, and then read the medical book with a hot water bottle. Zheng Weili knocked on the door to say hello, just to make sure that both of them were still alive, and didn't even open the door, and hurried back to bed. Zhang Chao caught a cold, but fortunately he had medicine with him, just as he was about to take a nap. The intercom rang. Dowdy doesn't have class today. Does Coke want to exercise? Jiangning respected the dog. Coke, do you want to exercise? Kailei tilted his head and stood up after a long while. Woof. I feel uncomfortable without running for a day. Jiangning opened the door and pushed the dog out. Let's go! Soon, the sound of parkour came from the stairs. I was a little worried about it, so I decided to go out. The dog mink coat was taken off and was in Huishan's hand. After running a few more laps, he took off the dog cashmere sweater. In the end, even the thermostatic clothes were taken off. Jiangning was a little worried. Isn't it cold? Huishan said. The Malinois can quickly adapt to various harsh environments. Covering too much is not conducive to exercise. Although the hair is short, it is very dense and can play a good role in keeping out the cold. It gets hot quickly when exercising. But dogs don't have that much sweat glands. Jiangning stood beside him holding a hot water bottle and found that Huishan was not bloated and didn't even wear a mink coat. Aren't you cold? Cold. Ah, what should I do? Thinking of reciprocity, she handed over the hot water bottle. Here you go. Huishan didn't take it, looked at her and said, What about you? I have another one. There are dozens of them in the space. Thank you. I can give it to Dowdu. Well, whatever. She did her best anyway. There was a knock on the door downstairs. Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang. Are you okay? Chapter 70. It was He Jian's voice again, and there were several men around him. Jiangning ignored him. He Jian continued to knock on the door, while muttering to the person next to him. Building manager. There seems to be no movement on the 18th floor. Could something have happened last night? The person's voice was hoarse, and it was obvious that he had caught a cold. If something really happened, it would be a relief. He Jian complained in his heart, but said sanctimoniously, Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Jiang and others are young and healthy. How could anything happen to them? If something really happens, we have to take care of them. Building master, you are too kind. Didn't you see how the people on the 18th floor treated us? You can't say that. We live in the same building, and we should take care of each other. Hey, there seems to be some movement. But they are not dead yet. There was disappointment in his tone, thinking that if the entire army on the 18th floor was wiped out, the countless supplies would belong to them. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Building master He Jiangning said coldly, Not only are we not dead, but we are all alive and well. The sudden sound made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. They knocked for a long time, but there was no response. This was really embarrassing. He Jian reacted quickly. Look at what you said. Xiao Jiang. We are just concerned about you. I hope you are okay. Don't worry. I will definitely live longer than you. There was no way to chat that day. He Jian was angry in his heart, but he still had a smiling face. I am glad you are okay. If you have any difficulties, remember to tell me at any time. Several people left with reluctance. In the end times, there are many people like He Jian, who wish to curse others to death every morning and evening so as to get the survival supplies. It was just a clown, so neither of them took it seriously. After training the dog, put on the constant temperature clothes first. She took Huishan's advice and reduced the cashmere sweater. But the dog mink coat was still needed, and the weather transition took time. What about you? Huishan asked. Do you still want to practice today? Yes. Even the dog could persist, so she had no reason to be lazy. And she had to roll up even in the extreme cold. The anti-skid mat was frozen, so Huishan laid a layer of cloth on it. There was a charcoal stove in the living room, but it was only a low-end one compared to Jiangning, and it was still quite cold. Jiangning took off his coat and started to practice with Huishan. Half an hour later, he began to sweat. The constant temperature socks were worn inside, which were very smooth. During the collision, Jiangning stepped back, but the socks inside slipped and he fell backwards. Huishan was quick and flew over. He fell on the anti-skid mat and was hit by Huishan again, with his mouth hitting his face. With a muffled groan, she felt the air in her lungs being squeezed, and her eyes were full of stars. She felt her teeth were loosened. Such a big man was pressing on her like this. Huishan quickly stood up and pulled her up. "Are you okay?" Jiangning then realized that he was holding the back of her head with his hand. "It's okay. My feet are sweaty and slippery." Woof. Kayley, who was in Doubt's room, heard the noise and rushed out, biting Huishan's clothes and pulling them back. "Let her go." Jiangning quickly stopped him. "Coke." No matter who told him to bully the shit shoveler, Jiangning quickly carried the dog away without asking any questions. "He didn't bully me. He saved me." Coke didn't believe it. The dog turned his face and was ruthless. Huishan was puzzled. "Does it have any opinion about me?" "No," Jiangning quickly explained. "Coke lacks a sense of security, and dogs are protective of their masters. Afraid of a fight, she quickly carried the dog away. When she got home, it not only refused to admit its fault but also snorted, as if accusing her of partiality. How could that be? Jiangning used dried meat to coax the hot-tempered dog. "You are the one I care about the most. It's really a workout to be with the trainer because I also want to become stronger so that I can protect you." "Humph. You are lying to the dog." Cole turned his head away proudly. Jiangning took off the thermostatic socks to prove her innocence. "Why don't you try them on? They are really slippery." After saying that, he threw them in its face. Cole's mouth twitched. "Woof. It's not a human. But the one who cleaned the shit is a real dog. Fortunately it doesn't stink." Cole jumped up and scratched her. Jiangning hugged it and stroked its head. "Cola, you have to be a sensible dog and apologize to the trainer tomorrow." "Okay. If he hadn't taken action just now, my head would have been smashed, and you would no longer have a shit shoveler. You can't eat the chickens, ducks, fish and meat stored in the space, and you have to continue wandering." "Apologize? Never." The dog refused, with an innocent face, and his paws rested on her shoulders. "Woo. Woo. No. This is its home. Don't wander." Well, teaching the dog to admit mistakes and apologize is also one of the trainer's tasks, not wanting to destroy the harmonious relationship. Jiangning decisively passed the buck and threw the difficult task to Huishan. This is an exchange task. A qualified trainer should not only train the dog's physical strength, but also the spiritual level. After dark, it felt obviously colder. Jiangning went to the balcony to measure it. -21 degrees. With such terrible weather, how many people are destined to be sleepless tonight, or never open their eyes again? After drawing the curtains in the living room and turning on the solar lamp, Jiangning took out dinner from the space. Even though 3 heaters were turned on, my hands and feet were still frozen. The food cooled down very quickly and became icy cold after a while. Lamb warms the body. Jiangning took out a lamb casserole and shared it with Coke. Then he took out 2 portions of pork offal noodles and soaked 2 handfuls of dog food for the dog. "Eat. Eat quickly. The poop scooper gave me a loving dinner." Coke ate it deliciously, but it was a little hot. "Never mind. Just eat." After eating the pork offal noodles, my body was warm. Jiangning went to another room to see Dahui and Xiaobai. The 2 guys were very energetic, but the baby rabbit was not in good condition. They didn't have much hair when they were born, and their parents didn't love them. Another one died. Rabbits are extremely cold resistant, and some species can survive in the Arctic. But this is the South after all. But they seem to be adapting quickly. The newborn baby rabbit wanted to drink milk. So Jiangning stripped Xiaobai's mink fur and thermostatic clothes. She noticed that compared to the shivering yesterday, the 2 rabbits were much calmer today. I think animals adapt to natural disasters faster than humans. After Xiaobai finished feeding, Jiangning continued to observe and found that it did not show any signs of shivering. It seems that the rabbit's skin is really warm. Well, the clothes were made in vain. Take out the Timothy grass from the space and let the 2 have a full meal. Going into the space to take a hot bath. That is called comfort. There is no way. Taking a bath is engraved in Jiangning DNA. Even if it is cold, you must take a bath. Otherwise you will feel uncomfortable all over. If it is summer, it is hot and humid. And some people have to take a bath 3 times a day. There is no other way. This is a city where you sweat when you go to the toilet. But now it has become a frozen place where you can freeze to death. After coming out of the space, Xiaobai still has no discomfort and is feeding the rabbit cubs. Jiangning decisively stripped Dahu his clothes. He did not turn off the heater and waited for them to adapt for a while. It was cold and she went to bed. And Jiangning recorded the latest habitable time of the space. For nearly 4 months, she spent her time frugally and accumulated a total of 145 hours. In other words, she can live in the space for 6 days. It's not easy. And her eyes are almost wet. Danger is everywhere. So she has to keep saving, hoping to live in the space with Kiki in her lifetime. Ha ha ha. Chapter 71. I slept a lot during the day, so I was extra energetic at night and continued to check the space. I picked the peppers, eggplants and cucumbers in the garden. The grapevines on the old tree had big fruits, which began to turn from green to dark red. I guess they can be picked in more than a month. In the first year, there were only 10 bunches in total. When they are ripe, I can probably pick 40 to 50 kilograms. On a whim, I didn't want to waste time entering the space, so I tried to pick one with my consciousness. I didn't have any hope. After all, I had never successfully taken something planted in the soil. I didn't expect a red grape to appear in my hand. Surprised? Delighted? She immediately tried to pull the vegetables. Not to mention, she actually pulled a few handfuls. But it consumed a lot of consciousness. And she felt dizzy. She could use her consciousness to pick plants in the garden. Could she turn the soil and plant crops? After the dizziness, she used her consciousness to control the hoe to turn the soil. Her head felt heavy. But it really worked. But it only lasted a dozen times. Strange. She had tried it before. But there was no reaction. Is it because she can succeed now, because she keeps exercising to strengthen her body? Jiangning was extremely happy to discover the new world. His mental consciousness could also be exercised, which could save time and make full use of the black soil garden. Plant corn, peanuts, sweet potatoes, soybeans, mung beans, and plant everything that can be planted. So Jiangning practiced repeatedly and successfully turned over 5 square meters of land by late at night. He was so tired that he fell on the bed. Kaylay noticed something strange and leaned over to sniff left and right. Woo! Woo! Uneasy. What happened to the shit shoveler? Jiangning shared his joy with the dog. Cola. Our food rations can be increased again. Are you happy or not? Woof. Happy. Happy. Spinning in circles. The next day, he stayed in bed again, turning the soil with his consciousness, and got up to eat breakfast when he was extremely tired. He opened the curtains, and was shocked to find that it was snowing outside. It was snowing on the coast of the south. A strange sight that could only be seen in natural disasters. The snow was not very big, falling like debris, and it was difficult to distinguish without careful observation. Jiangning frowned. It was only extremely cold in the previous life. But now it was snowing. It's really different. The extreme cold is deadly enough. Is there going to be a snowstorm? The water has flooded to the 6th floor. If there is a snowstorm, we will have to build a few more floors. Will we really bury the city alive? It's terrifying to think about it. Just after breakfast, there was a knock on the door. 1803 convened a meeting to discuss the livelihood of the people with water. I didn't recover yesterday. I stayed in the house all day to keep warm. It's even colder today, but I can breathe a little. Zhang Chaoliu was wrapped up in a ball. His hands and feet were still shivering. The water tower is frozen. What should we do with water? Jiangning had water in her space, so she naturally had nothing to worry about. But she couldn't say anything, and had to pretend to be worried. Yeah. What should I do? Zhang Chao wanted to scratch his itch. I didn't take a shower yesterday, and I feel uncomfortable all over. There was no way. The habit problems formed since childhood could not be changed in a day or two. And I always felt unclean if I didn't take a shower for a day. Jiangning hurriedly followed. Me too. My scalp is itchy. Even she, a life encyclopedia, couldn't think of a solution. So everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on Huishan. Hui, who was Love, said, Dowda pulled his sleeve. Brother, I want to take a shower too. Hui, who pinned his hopes on the 18th floor, took a deep breath. It seemed to have snowed just now. Although the snow was not big, it could still be used if it accumulated over time. Jiang Ning continued to follow. You mean? Let's go to the rooftop to get some snow. Yes. Why didn't we think of that? So, everyone hurried to the rooftop. As soon as the door was opened, the cold air poured into the lungs, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Jiang Ning wrapped her face with a scarf and walked out. The weather was too cold. The falling snow flakes froze into ice, and her snow boots suddenly slipped. Seeing the poop shoveler about to fall, Kaylay rushed over at lightning speed, trying to use his body as a cushion to catch her, who knew someone was faster than him, and stretched out his long hands to hold her waist firmly. Kaylay's hair instantly exploded, and his fierce dog eyes glared at him. Damn! What does it have to do with him? It was just a slight slip, and Jiang Ning's reaction could have stabilized it. But, who knew the dog suddenly jumped over and hit Lu Yu. Lu Yu was caught off guard and slipped and fell hard. Although he was wrapped up like a bear, he felt wronged. Wife! Someone bullied me. What can Zheng Weili do? Kaylay is a skilled survival master. Huishan is a force master. Can she still settle accounts with them? What's wrong with a grown man falling down? Don't accept it. Not only Lu Yu is innocent, Zhang Chao is also innocent. He walked half a step in front of Huishan, but was suddenly pushed away and his body hit the door frame. Well, just thank him. As long as Aining is okay. Everyone felt different after Jiang Ning fall. Even Zheng Weili, who was always competitive, suddenly felt sour. Look at Aining, man. Then look at her own. Apart from that face that makes people obsessed, the rest is really hard to describe. Huishan held Jiang Ning's body steady with his gentleman hand and immediately took it back. Be careful. Jiang Ning didn't think much about it. Thank you. Woof. The dog was depressed and used his claws to scrape the snow, protesting anxiously. Cola, go back. Jiang Ning thought it was cold, so he was particularly concerned. But without the mask the dog was wearing, he couldn't filter the cold air. The shit shoveler was fierce to it, and the dog ran all over the rooftop to protest. Zhang Chao protested. Coke, don't run around. We need to collect these ice and snow to get water. We don't want to drink water that smells like your feet. The dog heard it and ran faster. Humph! You all drink my foot washing water. The horse dog is the most easily excited. When it goes crazy, it can't be tied up with an iron chain. Jiang Ning took a lot of effort to knock it off the rooftop. The rooftop is very large, and a thin layer of snow has frozen overnight. It can be broken up with a shovel and collected. It had been raining for several months, and Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were afraid that the rooftop floor would be full of bacteria and would be bad for health. So they moved a few sheets of colored steel sandwich panels to cover it. This was found in an unfinished building before, and they wanted to drag it back to block the water on the balcony. There were still several pieces left, but they didn't expect it to be useful. Each family got 2 pieces, and it should be enough to collect ice and snow every day. Besides, the ice on the wall of the water tower can also be knocked off. The water problem was solved smoothly, and several people were very happy. It turned out that it was good to work together and gather the wisdom of each family. After closing the door to the rooftop, I went downstairs with frozen hands and feet. There were banging and prying noises coming from downstairs. Zheng Weili thought someone was planning to move to the 18th floor again, and her temper was instantly out of control. Seeing Kaylay standing calmly at the entrance of the stairs, listening to the sound, she realized that it was a misunderstanding. What are these bastards doing? I almost got my ears frozen off when I went to the rooftop, and I felt a buzzing sound. After waiting for a long time, my hearing returned to normal. Everyone stood at the entrance of the stairs and listened. It seemed to be quite a big move, mixed with noise. Chapter 72. Lu Yu's gossipy ears. They seemed to be prying open the door, and there seemed to be quite a few people. Jiang Ning's expression was serious. Sudden hypothermia the night before. Many people must have died. They are probably prying open the door of the victims' homes. This is too outrageous. Jiang Ning shrugged. There is no way. The dead will always make way for the living. If I guess correctly, it was He Jian who checked the number of survivors and then organized manpower to clean up the survival supplies of the victims. Liu accepted incompetence. The flood has been going on for several months. Not to mention that every household has no food. Some people even boiled their leather shoes to fill their stomachs. And all the furniture that can be burned was chopped up. Even if the door is pried open, what can be found? We can still find some. I felt uncomfortable. But no one could say anything to blame me. I was lucky to get some supplies. If I were in the same situation as them, I might also try to break into the dead man's house. As Aining said, the dead always make way for the living. I felt depressed, and went home to get into bed after saying goodbye. I almost froze to death when I went out. I wanted to put my hands on the electric heater when I got back to the house. Xiaobai was nursing the cubs, and Dahui came out to find food. Circling around Jiangning, the two were in good spirits, so they added some grass and feed. Apart from the daily sparring and archery, Jiangning was unwilling to go out. He either stayed in bed reading or used his consciousness to open up new land. Tian felt sorry for him, and finally turned over about 100 square meters, then dug a small earth pit, put corn seeds in it, and filled it with soil. His mental power was rapidly depleted, and he felt like his body was hollowed out. Hungry guy. Hurry up and get a Snickers bar. 1803 was very active, and went to the rooftop to sweep the snow every day, and did not forget to bring down Jiangning and Huishan share. No one said anything, but everyone had their own thoughts. Their ability to survive was not as strong as the two of them, and they did more to find supplies. So they had an advantage in terms of material distribution. So, do more within your ability. Jiangning said it several times, but 1803 didn't listen. He thought about taking turns to collect snow on the rooftop, but he couldn't be as fast as them. Every time he opened the door, the bucket full of snow was already at the door. Maybe this would make 1803 feel at ease. So Jiangning didn't stop him. There was no shortage of water in the space. So he closed the door and poured the ice and snow into the black soil garden, which was considered watering. Jiangning felt bad for wasting a friend's kindness. But who would leave something better unused? It was really unfair. The temperature dropped every day. Sometimes noticeably, sometimes not. And it dropped to minus 26 degrees without noticing. There were banging noises downstairs every day, and it lasted for several days before it quieted down. From the noise, it seemed that even the 17th floor was pried open. It was estimated that there were really many casualties. After all, this is the South, and no matter the structure of the house or the cold-resistant clothing, they are not as durable as those in cold regions. That day, there was another knock on the door downstairs. It was Grandma Zhong. The weather was bad, so she obviously wasn't here for acupuncture. They were old acquaintances, so Grandma Zhong didn't hide anything and said straight to the point, "Xiao Jiang, we have something to discuss with you." Seeing that she was not in good spirits and looked worried, Jiangning frowned and said, "Go ahead." Grandma Zhong broke down instantly, holding her hand tightly and choking with sobs. "Xiao Jiang, you are really our family's lifesaver." If Jiangning hadn't said that she would sweat after applying the medicinal wine and covering herself with the quilt, she would have frozen to death at night when the temperature suddenly dropped, and there would be no chance of waking up. She woke up from the cold under the quilt, shivering as she knocked on the door of her son and daughter-in-law, and immediately covered her grandson with thick clothes. She woke up in time, so she escaped the king of hell. The Zhong family was not destined to die, but others were not so lucky. The floods and food shortages had already caused a lot of losses, and this time many more died. She had lived a lifetime, but she didn't expect that the temperature in the south, which was as warm as spring and winter, would drop to minus 26 degrees one day. The coastal area was already damp and cold, and the floods flooded the 6th floor, making the whole city seem to be covered in a cold storage. The community is relatively old, and except for the students from the university town who came out to rent houses, many of the residents are elderly and children. The entire apartment building, compared to before the typhoon, is estimated to be only about 30% or 40% of what it was before the typhoon. Typhoon, flood, extreme cold. What happened to this world? Jiangning did not take credit. I just gave suggestions based on the condition. It was you who followed the doctor's advice and prepared well. Grandma Zhong did not think so, and brought a can of pickled fish with black beans as a thank you gift. This is made by my daughter-in-law. It is a specialty of my hometown. You all should try it. A can is about 3 or 4 pounds, which is very generous. Jiangning collected a lot of canned fish with black beans in the space. But Grandma Zhong was determined to force it. And in the end, she almost got embarrassed. So she had to accept it helplessly. Seeing that she accepted it, Grandma Zhong continued to chat. Our family is lucky. Not only did they wake up without getting sick from the cold, but the people next door seemed to have frozen to death. And several people got frostbite and cold. That little girl surnamed Sue even had the audacity to knock on the door and ask for medicine. Where did my family get the medicine? It seems like they are deliberately not giving it to us. She has come several times. Another person died yesterday. They said he died of frostbite and fever. It's pitiful. But what's the point of forcing the Zhong family to give medicine? Don't say there is no medicine. If there is, they have to keep it to save their own lives. This weather is no joke. A cold can kill people. Jiangning frowned. Everyone else died. But Su Mengyao didn't die. She was really strong. Grandma Zhong wouldn't come up unless there was a special situation. She sighed deeply and said worriedly, Xiao Jiang, I feel something is wrong. Something big might happen in this building. What do you mean? He Jian summoned the survivors to pry open the homes of the victims and move away food, clothes, bedding, and wooden furniture. These are nothing. After all, everyone wants to survive. But He Xian was not a good person. He distributed the materials according to the people. Men got more, and women got half less. If the Zhong family had not survived, they would have been bullied. Although men were more powerful in prying the door, women were good at finding things. Many materials were hidden in unexpected places and were found by women. But the women were weak and dared not resist. He Jian took the materials that should have been divided equally, and most of them fell into his hands. And the other men who took the petty profits had no objection. This was not the most terrible thing. He not only frequently interacted with the building managers of other units, but also got involved with the evil gangs outside. Yesterday, he took a few young girls out, giving them 1 gene of food per hour and letting them play for 5 hours. They are really a bunch of inhuman beasts. The girl surnamed you from next door was almost dead when she was sent back, and her pants were covered in blood. She exchanged her body for 5 gene of rice. But He Jian took half of it. The remaining 2.5 genes were eaten by several people. How many bites do you think she ate? Jiangning was not surprised. After all, Yang Wei-tsung had also persuaded her to exchange her body in her previous life. But she hit her head with a rolling pin, and it was bleeding. Since then, he never dared to speak again. Unexpectedly, Yu Qingqing is hopelessly stupid. Didn't Su Mengyao go out? No. But it will be her turn sooner or later. Grandma Zhong didn't come here to gossip. But she heard bad news. People from outside came to collect protection grain from buildings 18 and 19. Every household must pay it. If they can't pay it out, go out and find it. Otherwise, He Jian is in close contact with these people. I'm afraid he has nothing good to say. Protection grain? Chapter 73. In the previous life, there was indeed a collection of protective grain. 3 pounds of grain per person per week. And the consequences of not being able to provide it were very serious. Young men and women were taken out for fun, while the middle-aged and elderly tried to find supplies. Of course, if you are not convinced, you can leave. And the end is either freezing to death or starving to death. This kind of evil behavior is everywhere. Not only in Jinrong community, but everywhere. The government sent police to clear them out. But they were well informed and played hide-and-seek games, either hiding in the homes of survivors or waiting for the police to leave before coming back. If you can't clean it up, it will come back again in the spring breeze. And the survivors are the worst off. 2 families on the 17th floor didn't make it. And we want to move up to 1701. Another family also wants to move up. And they want to squeeze into 1702. So I came up to ask. Jiangning heard that the Zhong family wanted to be closer to each other so that they could take care of each other. The house is not hers. And it has nothing to do with her whether she lives there or not. But she still has to say what she should say. Actually, you can live anywhere you want. But you have to think carefully before moving. Not only the people in this building, but also the people in other apartment buildings are targeting us. If they rush in, the people on the 17th floor will be the first to bear the brunt. It's not easy for anyone these days. I can only take care of myself. No one else can take care of me. The Zhong family really wanted to seek protection. They felt that living on the 18th floor would be relatively safe. After all, it was too chaotic outside. Jiangning spoke bluntly. Grandma Jean smiled awkwardly and said, "Life and death are determined by fate. How dare I let you young people protect me? I moved to the 17th floor just to feel at ease. I won't bother you." After saying hello, Grandma Jean got up and left. She opened the door to send her downstairs and found a letter on the steps. Jiang Ning. "Oh, it's finally here." Jiang Ning looked normal, picked up the letter and put it in his pocket. He didn't even read it, and went to 1803 to gather first, and told Grandma Zheng about her worries. Hearing He Jian's evil deeds, Zheng Weili was so angry that she broke down. "This kind of beast. I kill him. In society, my sister Zheng is ruthless and doesn't talk much. But this is the end of the world of cannibalism. If you kill one He Jian, there will be countless He Zions. And you can't kill them all. What's more, he didn't force the men and women who looked good on the surface. One was willing to fight, and the other was willing to be beaten. It can only be said that each took what he needed. The most important thing now is, what if the evil gang outside really rushes in? Unlike the mob downstairs, they have guns in their hands. If they kill one, there will be another." Lu Yu and Zhang Chao's faces changed. They didn't expect it to be so chaotic outside. "How about we move away?" Jiang Ning asked. "Where to move to?" Zhang Chao thought for a while. "Where to the villa on the hillside? Apart from the fact that the tallest villa on the hillside has been flooded to the 2nd floor. Are there explosion-proof glass and multiple stainless steel doors there? Even if there is, others won't rush in?" Zheng Weili was angry. "If you don't move, I will die with anyone who comes. Move out. Die faster." This is also Jiang Ning's choice. She will never move. Not in a hurry to express. Eyes fell on Huishan. Huishan had no expression. Living on the 17th floor is not necessarily safer. If they insist on living there, it's fine. Then install a few more doors on the stairs. It won't be so easy for people outside to rush up. Zhang Chao's expression was amazing. "Yes, this is a fortress war. If you want to go to the 18th floor, you have to rush to the 17th floor first. It is easier to counterattack with a few more layers of barriers. If you don't move, you die." Jiang Ning deeply agreed. "It's useless to be afraid. If they dare to come, we will beat them until they dare not come." Her words were full of murderous intent. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were shocked. Is this still the Jiang Ning they knew? She looked cold, like she had crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. One more look at her would make people shudder. Woof! Kale stood beside Jiang Ning, baring his teeth, and put on a posture of swallowing up the world. Whoever is afraid is a grandson. Just do it. The consciousness reached a consensus, so they made preparations. Jiang Ning closed the door and took out the envelope. "I know your secret. If you want to keep it secret, I will meet you at Xinyicheng at 3 p.m. You cannot bring anyone. Otherwise your secret will be exposed. The handwriting is sloppy, and it is obviously forged." Heh. He dared not even sign his name. But he dared to threaten her. Jiang Ning knew who it was even with his toes. Xinyicheng is less than 2 kilometers away from Jinrong community. It is a shopping mall with food, drink and entertainment. Now, most of it is buried in ice. It is now 12 noon, and it is completely in time for the appointment. It was too cold to go out, and enough energy was needed to resist the extreme cold. Jiang Ning ate 2 bowls of soft rice, a portion of steamed pork ribs, and stir-fried pork with farm-style meat. Kale didn't want to eat dog food. Staring at the pork ribs and drooling. His eyes were weak, helpless and pitiful, as if protesting against the shovel treatment discrimination. Jiang Shovel admitted his mistake and immediately gave it a whole portion, replacing the stir-fried pork with crispy fried fish. And the dog was so happy to eat it. The flood was frozen, and it was extremely cold outside, but more people came out to look for supplies. Not only food, but also firewood for heating. As the survivors came out to move around, all kinds of crimes became more rampant. Some people were robbed before they even left the community. Some even found supplies with great difficulty, but never had the chance to go home. Jiang Ning didn't want Kale to go out and take risks. But the dog bit her trouser leg and wouldn't let go. It seemed that if she didn't agree, she couldn't go out. Oh, is this a threat? Jiang Ning had no choice but to put a constant temperature coat on it, and then a slash and stab-proof suit. If there were more, it would make a fuss. The trainer was right. The Malinois could quickly adapt to any harsh environment. However, It was only a few days, and its adaptability was many times stronger than hers. She put on a constant temperature jacket with a bulletproof vest, and then put on a polar cold-proof suit on the outside. I don't know whether it's the constant temperature jacket or the polar cold-proof suit that works well. Except for the hands and feet. She really doesn't feel cold. Thinking of the threatening letter, Jiangning found a backpack and stuffed Coke into it. Coke loves freedom by nature and swears not to get into the backpack. Jiangning had to coax it. Let's go out and catch the bad guys. But the bad guys only let me go alone. Otherwise our rations will be exposed. So you can only sneak into the village. Get its rations? I'm so tired of living. The dog instantly got angry and hid in the back. Come on. Shovel the shit. Zip up your pants. If no one dies today, this matter can't be solved. The dog has grown stronger, and it's quite heavy to carry on my back. Going down the stairs, the whole building was dead silent, as if there was no life at all. At 12:02, she deliberately slowed down her pace and glanced meaningfully. Chapter 74. Don't be fooled by the fact that Xinjiang is only 2 kilometers long. The ice is very slippery, and the so-called snow-resistant boots are useless. If someone chases you, you will not only run slowly, but also easily get into an accident. Jiangning took out her ice skates from the space and put them on while taking out her backpack. The size of the ice skates is a bit big, and she can just fit them with a few pairs of socks. Jiangning has learned to skate, but she is really not good at it. She staggers and skates outside the community with her clumsy body. Before she left the community, 2 men suddenly rushed out of Building 7, holding sticks and rushing towards her. Blame her. Too eye-catching. Polar winter clothing is brightly colored for rescue purposes. Even in gray weather, the 2 of them put on all their clothes regardless of the season. With greedy eyes. Needless to say, they wanted to snatch Jiangning clothes. Unfortunately, her shoes slipped, and she fell heavily before she could rush to Jiangning. When she got up in a mess, there was no trace of her. After leaving the community, she gradually regained her sense of skating and rushed towards Xinjiang on her skates. On the way, I met several groups of survivors. Seeing their figures flashing in the ice and snow, I couldn't help but show my envious eyes. Awesome. This is the South. And there are still people with such complete equipment. Look at how well they live. And then look at how miserable I am. The smoother the road is, the sooner I reach Sydney City. Jiangning put on his snow boots, let the dog out of the backpack, and walked towards the top floor of the commercial city. In just a few months, the once bustling commercial city was dead silent, with messes everywhere, and even blood splattered on the walls. In a strange environment, Kayley was particularly alert. A dog led the way in front, and only let the shoveler follow when there was no danger. Only 2 floors of Xinjiang were left unflooded. Jiangning went to the top floor to find a place that was both private and had a bird's-eye view of the surroundings. The road and surrounding shops were all submerged in water, and the commercial building was vaguely standing in the distance. Scanning with a telescope, no potential threats were found. It was really cold outside, especially when sitting still. I felt that every breath of air made my heart a little numb. This damn weather. It must be minus 30 degrees. Right? Jiangning took out a warmer and put it on her feet, then held a hot water bottle to keep warm, and told the dog to keep watch. She wanted to practice in seclusion. It was still early before 3 o'clock, and the reason why she came out early in the cold wind was to find out whether the person who threatened her had brought accomplices to monitor or ambush in advance. Jiangning hid in a sheltered place, using her consciousness to dig the soil in space, intending to plant peanuts. Kayley was serious and looked around diligently, trying to find and kill the person who stole its food. When her consciousness was tired, Jiangning closed her eyes to rest, or used a telescope to observe. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, not to mention suspicious people, even ghosts did not appear. Jiangning had plenty of patience. When it was almost 4 o'clock, Kayley gave a low reminder. The telescope swept over and saw a shadow slowly moving on the ice and snow, wrapped from head to toe. The figure could not be seen, but the direction from which it came could be judged. Jiangning glanced at the mechanical watch, and then took Kayley to hide. Even in hiding, he was not idle, and asked Kayley to guard the periphery. The shadow slowly climbed to the top floor, looked around vigilantly, and was stunned to see that there was nothing around. Jiangning, hiding in the dark, smiled. as if no one would stand up. Let her wait, and see who is the anxious one. The ice and snow made her soul feel cold, and no matter how much she wrapped herself up, it was useless. The cold air was like an invisible needle piercing her body. Su Mengyao was so cold that she almost fainted. But she was unwilling to leave. It's impossible. If Jiangning wasn't afraid of the space being exposed, she wouldn't go out so early, thinking that she was living so freely, while she had to exchange her body for food to survive. Su Mengyao was so angry. If he could get the jade pendant, he wouldn't be in this situation today. Life is really unbearable. Yang Wei-tsung is a spineless man who relies on women. He has a girlfriend like her, but he still sleeps with Yu Qingqing for food. After sleeping with her, he pushed it to other men in exchange for food. Yesterday, he even forced Yu Qingqing and He Jian to go out to take jobs just for 5 kilograms of food. They were tortured to the point that there was no good meat on their bodies. Yang Wei-tsung ate the food that Yu Qingqing exchanged for her body, and he felt no guilt at all, and even began to brainwash her. Next time they go out, it will definitely be her turn. If she doesn't agree, he will use the method of knocking Yu Qingqing unconscious to deal with her. There is no escape. Su Mengyao hated it to death. But she also knew in her heart that if it weren't for Yang Wei-tsung and the others, her fate would be even worse. She couldn't live a single day like this. She didn't want to play anymore. Really didn't want to. She wanted to go home and sleep, eat delicious food, and want countless new dresses. She wished it was a dream. And when she woke up, it was still the same world. Unfortunately, it was a dream that she would never wake up from. Su Mengyao wanted to cry, but she was afraid that her tears would freeze her face. She had no choice but to stay there stubbornly, waiting for Jiangning to show up. Jiangning took out the thermos to drink hot water, and when he saw that she was freezing, he slowly walked out. Su Mengyao's eyes were shining. Jiangning. I knew she would be afraid of being exposed. Looking at her brand new clothes, her confident and calm steps, and then looking at the clothes she had pieced together, which were even found from the victims' homes, she felt sick just thinking about it. At night, she dreamed of those people who had frozen to death pestering her. At this moment, she was jealous. If she was the one who had the space, Jiangning life should belong to her. She deliberately left Yang Wei-tsung and others out, and she had to succeed this time no matter what. Listening to her familiar tone, it seemed like she was greeting a good friend, and her face was really thick. What's the matter? Since there were no outsiders, Su Mengyao didn't intend to pretend, and threatened directly. I know you have a space. Jiangning was curious. How do you know I have a space? Don't worry about it. I just know it anyway, since they have already made an appointment. Jiangning did not intend to pretend. I do have a space. But so what? If others knew that you have a space with mountains of supplies in it, enough for them to live a good life before the end of the world, what do you think they would do? So? Jiangning, I have no ill will towards you. I really want to make friends with you. If you let me live on the 18th floor, I will keep this secret for you. Only live on the 18th floor? Su Mengyao was full of confidence. You have so many space supplies. After all, we are friends. It's not too much to share with me. Right? How much do you want to share? Knowing that she was stubborn, Su Mengyao took a step back. I'm not greedy. I just want to be well fed and well drinking. She would first move into the 18th floor, when Huishan favor and protection, and when her own safety was no longer a problem. It would not be too late to grab the space. Huishan had a gun, was handsome and good at fighting, and she had the space in her hands, so she would definitely be able to thrive in the cannibalistic apocalypse. By then, anyone who had bullied her would be even more aggressive in getting back at her. Jiangning didn't know that she was thinking that well. What if I don't agree? Chapter 75. The beautiful dream came to an abrupt end, and Su Mengyao's illusion was broken. But since she dared to ask Jiangning out, she had already thought of a countermeasure. You have so many things. What's wrong with giving me some? It's better than being discovered by others and rushing to snatch them. Then you will die. Listening to her matter-of-fact words, Jiangning couldn't help laughing. No, you don't know me. I have a bad temper. I act impulsively without considering the consequences, and I would rather die than live in disgrace. You came here with nothing. What can threaten me? Su Mengyao shuddered, and immediately became alert, and warned with a bluff, Jiangning, since I dared to ask you out, I must have a backup plan. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, you will never leave here today. Jiang Ning was amused by her threat, just like a cat teasing a dying mouse. And he was in a very good mood. In order to exchange for a pack of instant noodles, you don't hesitate to sleep with 2 or 3 men. But don't say that in order to threaten me. You hired many gangs to ambush around. Their fees are very expensive. Even if you stay up all night for a month, it still won't cover their appearance fee. It's not discrimination against female compatriots, but the disparity in physical strength forces many vulnerable women to rely on men to survive and get resources to survive. If people have no way to survive, who will care about dignity? Jiang Ning has seen with his own eyes that a pack of biscuits can be exchanged for a school beauty. And you can choose any pose you want. Hate it? Hate it. Does it hurt? Hurt. But this is a voluntary choice. If the school beauty doesn't do it, the school hunk can take her place immediately. Being exposed by Jiang Ning, Su Mengyao was furious. Jiang Ning, what are you so proud of? Isn't it just because you have a space? If there is no space, you are worse off than me. It's just cheating. How great do you think you are? With your looks, I'm afraid you can't even get instant noodles. Sorry, I'm really not as good as you. Anyone can spread their legs. In her previous life, her space was cheated away. She would rather starve to death than make a deal with the devil. On the contrary, Su Mengyao took the space and still exchanged her body for supplies and used the space to steal from them. It's just that this life is even worse. What does this have to do with cheating? It's just my personality. Jiang Ning sneered. You have to figure out who has the right to choose now. Su Mengyao gritted her teeth. Yes, I didn't bring anyone here. But if I can't go back today, the fact that you have a space will be exposed. Really? Knowing her selfishness and greed, Jiang Ning was not afraid at all. Don't tell me that you told Yang Weitsong. Or those men. Su Mengyao, Not only do they share you and Yu Qingqing, they also let you go out to exchange. If you really trust them, you wouldn't come here alone today. Instead, they directly surrounded her and threatened her to hand over the space. Unfortunately, Su Mengyao didn't know that the space couldn't be taken away at all. As long as she didn't enter the space, other living things couldn't enter at all. Yang Weitsong was a gigolo and selfish. And Su Mengyao was even worse. She wanted to snatch the space, but she was even more afraid that it would be snatched away after she got it. So, it was absolutely impossible to tell Yang Weitsong and others. Su Mengyao was furious after being seen through. Jiang Ning, don't be so self-righteous. If you don't believe me, just give it a try. Okay. Jiang Ning smiled. Let's give it a try. Su Mengyao's face was fierce. Okay. Let's wait and see. At this time, you must not give in. Once you show your weakness, you will lose. Su Mengyao stood up straight and warned. Don't regret it. After saying that, she turned around and left. Jiang Ning didn't leave, but watched her leave. Su Mengyao gritted her teeth in anger. Since she didn't accept the toast, she would let everyone in Fengcheng know that she had a place. When they see her, there would be no place for her. She wanted to make Jiang Ning a lost dog. Having made up her mind, she quickened her pace and went downstairs. Just as she was about to reach the stairs, a dark shadow rushed towards her fiercely. Woof! Ah! Su Mengyao was already feeling guilty and was suddenly pounced upon by an unknown object. She screamed and subconsciously dodged. Puff! Su Mengyao felt a sharp pain suddenly, and she couldn't breathe. She looked down at her chest. The sharp knife pierced through her body from the back, with red blood. Who gave you the courage to threaten me? A cold voice sounded behind Su Mengyao. She opened her mouth wide, but couldn't say anything. Her eyes were full of shock. Jiang Ning actually killed her? I don't care if you travel through time, travel through a book, were reborn, travel quickly through a system. You become so messed up. And you still think you're the chosen one or have 9 lives? Jiang Ning gripped the hilt of the knife, twisted it hard, and then pulled it out. Blood kept dripping down the knife. Su Mengyao fell down with a thud. She was suffocating and tried her best to open her mouth. Her eyes seemed to pop out of her sockets. Her skinny hand stretched out to Jiang Ning. You. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you insist on going there. Jiang Ning's eyes were cold. Natural disasters and strange roads. Everyone lives by their own ability. But you are thinking about other people's pockets. I can only send you to hell. Oh! So what if I know she has a space? You have to have the ability to get it. As for what kind of god she is, Jiang Ning has no interest in it. It's nothing more than the situation she guessed. As long as the threat is eliminated. The weather was freezing, and coupled with heavy bleeding, Su Mengyao's body quickly stiffened. But her eyes, as big as copper bells, did not close until she died. It was not even 5 o'clock, but the sky was already dark. Jiang Ning did not stop and took Kailei downstairs. The dog was unwilling to give up, and looked back with a murderous look, and then quickly caught up. After changing into ice skates, Jiang Ning skated towards home. Kailei spread his legs and followed excitedly. Two-wheel drive could not beat four-wheel drive. And the dog ran away and soon left the shit behind. As expected of a dog trained by Huishan, it ran as fast as lightning, with a calm and handsome posture. The most beautiful kid on the whole street. Jiang Ning couldn't help but call out, "Cola!" The dog braked suddenly, turned around and looked over, then ran back without hesitation. Woof! It ran back, ran around the poop shovel for a few times, and then ran forward at lightning speed. It was about to get dark, and it was also the most dangerous time of the day. There were many groups of 3 or 5 people on the ice. Whether they were looking at the dog or Jiang Ning, they were greedy and had bad intentions. Anyone who was alone meant risk. The dog, who was still fat and strong in the extreme cold, suddenly aroused people's desire to commit crimes. Many people picked up the weapons hidden in their clothes and quickly surrounded Coke. Quick! Catch it! Chapter 76. The four-wheel drive was very stable, and Coke used the devil's pace, jumping and dodging, making them run around in circles. They not only attacked the dog, but also were so cruel that they didn't let Jiang Ning go. Jiang Ning didn't hide, but rushed towards them at high speed. The speed of skating was very fast, and the man holding the steel pipe was wearing cotton shoes. Although his feet slipped, he still didn't give up hunting. Jiang Ning rushed past, and before the man raised the steel pipe, he passed by like lightning. Bang! The man's body was thrown out, and even though he was wearing a thick hat, his head was still smashed by the golf club. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, blood gushing out of his mouth, and soon he stopped breathing. Jiang Ning did not hesitate. Whether it was for her or for the Coke, a golf club whizzed past him. They were all highway robbers, and they only knew how to yell at others. He knocked on the head several times in a row, and when the other people who came to round up and capture him found something wrong, the girl in the red extreme cold suit had already disappeared from sight. They thought they slipped and fell, but they died directly. When they checked, they found that their heads were broken. A young girl. How could she be so fierce? The shock and surprise were gone in a flash, and the living people immediately started to strip the dead's clothes and put on all the warm clothes, not minding that they still had the dead's body temperature. They were extremely hungry, staring at the dead with complicated eyes, swallowing their saliva constantly. But finally they held the last bottom line in their hearts, resisted the temptation and turned around to leave with difficulty. As for how long they can hold on, even they don't know. The dog ran more and more excitedly, and his long tongue stuck out, looking at the owner who was chasing him. It braked suddenly. Come on! Chase me! When Jiang Ning was about to catch up, it suddenly ran wildly again. The man and the dog chased each other, and soon returned to Jinrong community. After taking a walk, the dog was full of energy, with a strong body and smooth muscle lines. It felt like the whole dog was shining. Jiang Ning rewarded it with a piece of dried meat, packed up the things and went upstairs. When he reached the 12th floor, a staggering figure suddenly rushed out. He almost chopped him with a knife. But then he found out that it was Yu Qingqing. Her face was pale, as if covered with lime powder. Jiang Ning knew at a glance that she would not live long, and she did not even have a bit of vitality. I don't know if Yang Wei-sung was too good at coaxing, or if he thought that lying down was easy to earn 1 pound of food per hour, and her body was broken for 5 pounds of food. Not only was half of it taken away by Hejian, but the rest was also used to support Yang Wei-sung and others. Jiang Ning did not understand. Perhaps this was a symptom of severe love brain. Even if I live again, I am still very fortunate that I woke up in time in my previous life. Otherwise, I would be even worse than Yu Qingqing. Jiang Ning. Save me. Please save me. Yu Qingqing's voice was hoarse. Her body was shaky, and there was only a little light left in her gray eyes. Jiang Ning asked, How to save me? I am bleeding and have a fever. Can you give me some medicine? I don't want to die. Yu Qingqing couldn't stand steadily and staggered to the stairs. Why did you come to me? Jiang Ning had a blank expression on his face. I didn't eat a single grain of the food you earned. Whoever ate the food you earned, go to him to save you. Don't say I don't have medicine. Even if I have medicine, I won't give it to you. Why should I give it to you? Because you are pitiful. Because you are stubborn? I am not your parents. And I don't eat or drink your food. Go to whoever hurt you like this. It won't work with me to be pitiful. After saying that, he went upstairs. Wait. Yu Qingqing was fighting with her lips and teeth. And she gasped and called Jiang Ning. I am unwilling. I really regret it. If I had known this day would come, I would not have given up the food. Jiang Ning, please help me. I don't want to die like this, and then be thrown out of the window by them. It seems that she knows better than anyone that she is doomed. The thought of being squeezed dry is really unbearable. Jiang Ning stopped, reached into his backpack, and handed her a pack of medicine, which contained several powerful sleeping pills. You can do it yourself. Yu Qingqing tightly held the medicine, endured the pain in her body, and hunched back to 1202. How ironic. This is the house she rented, and now they are waiting for her to die. If she had the chance to do it again, she would never reply to the message in the group and invite a group of wolves in. I want to go home. Miss my parents. Miss my grandparents. Miss the food they cook. But unfortunately, I will never have the chance again. Really. There is no regret medicine in the world. Holding the medicine tightly in her hand, Yu Qingqing made a decision. Just as she arrived at the 18th floor, there was a bang-bang sound in the corridor. Zheng Weili was practicing boxing. Sweating profusely, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao took sticks to practice against each other. Clumsy and funny. But the spirit of hard work is worth encouraging. Seeing her come back, the two took the opportunity to be lazy. Aining, you went out? Yeah. I took Coke for a walk. How is it outside? Even though they were wearing mink coats, they still hadn't adapted. Since the extreme cold came, the farthest place they had been was to the rooftop to get ice and snow. It's quite lively, with robbers everywhere. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao froze. It was so scary. Would they die if they went out? Ning, are you kidding? Jiang Ning had no intention of hiding it, as he had to face it sooner or later, and showed the blood-stained golf club. What do you think? Lu Yu was so scared that he hugged Zheng Weili. Wife, I'm scared. Zhang Chao had no one to hug, and his face immediately became serious. The natural disasters at the end of the world forced ordinary people to become devils. Not to mention those who were mixed up in the underworld. Grandma Zhong's worries were not groundless. It was only a matter of time before the 18th floor was targeted. They had to get stronger quickly, and not hold the 18th floor back. Let's continue practicing. Chao, we can do it. I went back to the room to change clothes. Just as I took off my bulletproof vest, the voice of the intercom rang. Jiang Ning, do you want to practice today? Yes. I'd be there right away. I went out for a run today, and Coke's training was delayed. But this didn't bother Huishan. He put on thick clothes, shoes and socks for Daodu, and a windproof hat. Daodu, go to the stairs and watch Coke run in circles. Okay, brother. After staying in bed all day, Daodu was so happy to play with Coke. After 2 hours of extreme sparring, Jiang Ning was sweating all over and panting. This kind of tiredness was accompanied by a hearty pleasure. In addition, Jiang Ning also found that with the improvement of physical fitness, the time for controlling consciousness to turn the soil and sow seeds also increased. Although it is still like a snail crawling now, it is developing in a good direction, and the future is promising. Chapter 77. Huishan came out and took over Daodu's task as the trainer. He saw 1803 still sweating profusely while training. It's not easy to live, especially for the 18th floor, which has become a thorn in the eyes of others. In order to protect the supplies, even the dogs are improving their combat effectiveness. Not to mention the people. At this moment, he was a little moved. Do you want to learn crossbow shooting? All 1803 members were shocked. Was 1801 talking to them? Crossbow shooting? He wanted to teach them crossbow shooting? Right. Wow. So excited. What should I do? My heart is about to jump out. Zhang Chao reacted quickly. Yes. 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 In fact, They were envious when they saw Huaishan teaching Jiangning infiltration and investigation techniques, as well as their daily professional sparring. Huaishan was a special police officer, and he was professional in both attack and self-defense. It was better to get 2 moves from him than to practice blindly for a month. Just look at Jiangning. When he was young, he and Liu Yu teamed up to beat her. Although they lost miserably, they could still withstand a few moves. Now, she can knock them both out with 1 punch. And Coke. Stray dogs have rich combat experience. And now they are receiving high-standard police dog training, which can no longer be described as abnormal. Yes, they are a little weak, but they also have dignity. How can they not even be dogs now? Shame. Shame. I have been itching to beg Huaishan to accept me as a disciple, but I have never had the courage to speak. The reason is simple. Just because his aura is too strong. The kind that can kill in seconds. Although he is in a group to find supplies, he is cold and distant, and never wastes a word when talking. There is a sign on his forehead. Don't bother if you are not familiar with him. People are different. Huaishan's special treatment for Jiangning does not mean that he will be special to 1803. Therefore, no one dares to speak up. Not even to Jiangning. No matter how much they hope. Now, he actually spoke up. Zhang Chao wanted to cry. Is he being flattered? Liu Yu also wanted to cry. He was always beaten by his wife. He wanted to learn some powerful self-defense moves so that he could stand up to his wife. Not to mention, even Zheng Weili was tempted. In terms of Sonda, she was absolutely confident that she could knock out Huaishan. But what about other aspects? Now is the end of the world, and the world has forced the survivors to become devils. What does it matter if her fists are strong? Can they be better than others' crossbows? Can they be better than others' guns? Besides, she still has the ultimate dream, to challenge Huaishan one day. 1803 said in unison. Huaishan nodded. Tomorrow. That night, the 2 grown men were so excited that they couldn't sleep, and secretly hid in the quilt to drink beer. Chao, why do you think Huaishan suddenly changed his attitude? The 18th floor is now a piece of fat meat. No matter how powerful he is, he can't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Besides, he has a sister to protect. Only when everyone on the 18th floor becomes stronger, he will be the most relaxed. Chao, we have to work hard. Let's follow Ning's example. The 2 brothers chatted and drank, and accidentally went too far and fell asleep. Ah! A shrill scream came from downstairs. Zhang Chao, who was woken up, was so annoyed that he swore. Fuck. Another death. Liu Yu got up in a daze. People die every day. It's so annoying. Where are you going? To find my wife. Zhang Chao, who was touched, said, Yes. He doesn't deserve a wife. Jiangning next door was also woken up, and the sound came from the floors below. He turned over and continued to sleep. Kaylai listened to the sound at the door, and confirmed that there was no biped downstairs prying the door. He went back to the room and looked at the shit shoveler sleeping on the bed, then laid down happily in his own nest. Early in the morning, there was a bang on the 17th floor. The dog listened to the noise from time to time at the door, feeling a little irritated and always having the urge to fight. Jiangning opened the door and saw Zhang Chao and Liu Yu practicing crossbow shooting in the corridor. Huaishan's teaching is fine. It's their talent that's the problem. Zheng Weili is talented, but she has a bad temper. What's wrong with you too? I've taught you so many times, but you just can't hit the target. Coke is more accurate than you guys. Jiangning almost burst out laughing. There's nothing he can do. Every profession has its own specialty. Zheng Weili is big in size. She is better than ordinary people in limbs, movements, speed, and sensitivity. She can easily master it by analogy. But as for them, one is sick and weak, and the other is physically weak. Their athletic talent is worse than that of ordinary people. It's good enough that they can hold on until today. Huaishan is aloof and Zheng Weili is impatient. The situation of these two is indeed difficult. Let me try. In fact, she had wanted to teach 1803 a long time ago. But that was taught by Huaishan, and it was not advisable without his consent. It was true that they formed a team, but who would give their heart to the other party? Not to mention that Huaishan was no less defensive than her. She got closer to him because of the benefit of the 2 kids exchanging teaching. In the end of the natural disaster, there were few geniuses for survival after all. And there were more ordinary people like Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. It was already very good that they could persevere, forming a team on the 18th floor. And with the dog accompanying him, Jiang Ning's mentality was no longer anxious and panicked when he was just reborn. But Zheng Weili and the others were different. As their anxiety and fear deepened, they naturally became anxious and irritable. Jiang Ning stepped forward and patiently taught them over and over again, down to the specifics of each movement. A strict teacher does not necessarily produce a good student. But teacher Jiang has many years of training experience, and is quite good at dealing with students. Let go of impatience and rebuild confidence. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu calmed down. As the training progressed, their movements became more and more skillful, and their aiming became more and more accurate. Zheng Weili thanked Jiang Ning. I've been losing a lot of hair recently, and my temper has become more and more irritable. Every time I lose my temper, I feel very guilty, but I can't control myself. I asked Zhang Chao if he has any anti-anxiety drugs later. Jiang Ning suggested to her. I remember we seem to have collected some. Pay more attention to your emotions. Zheng Weili was surprised. Are you saying I have anxiety? Not just you. Many people have this disease. Jiang Ning nodded. I had it at the beginning, but Coke cured me later. No wonder. I feel like there's something wrong with me. Even my period is not normal. Zheng Weili sighed. Although she used to lose her temper quickly, she was very optimistic. Unlike now, when she is filled with negative energy every day. As they were chatting, there was a knock on the door downstairs. They were all acquaintances, except for Grandma Zhong's family. There was also the family of the child who came to treat stomachache last time, and the original residents of 1703. After listening to Jiang Ning's words, Grandma Zhong was still hesitating whether to move. But the bloody incident next door last night scared her. When they woke up in the morning, the family moved out decisively. What a pretty and polite little girl. But it's a pity that she didn't know people well and let the wolf into the house. And she even lost her life. The most terrifying thing is that a cowardly and honest person goes crazy. She exchanged her body for food, but didn't enjoy it with her life. She was crazy and put sleeping pills in the water and killed 2 people with a kitchen knife. In the end, they were hacked to death, and their bodies were thrown out of the window. The room was full of blood, and the man holding the kitchen knife looked crazy, and his eyes were gloomy and terrifying. I guess he was probably crazy. Grandma Zhong remembered him. The boy who lived on the 8th floor, who was sunny, handsome and smiling. But unfortunately, he had evil intentions, and relied on women for food. Now, one of them went out and never came back, and the other was hacked to death by him. Who will he eat in the future? Chapter 78. Grandma Zhong is old, and her heart can't stand the stimulation. Not to mention that she is not the only one who is crazy in the apartment building. So they decisively moved to the 17th floor. Although the 18th floor also killed people, it was a self-defense counterattack, and their thinking was much better than others. The 2 families not only moved their things up, but also dismantled the stainless steel door, wanting to learn from the 18th floor to build a safe fortress and arrange 3 doors on the stairs. But they didn't have any tools, so they knocked on the door to borrow from the 18th floor. Jiang Ning didn't rush to speak, but looked at Huishan, Zhang Chao and others. There are tools in the space, but they cannot be taken out. Huishan has a handheld impact drill, and 1803 has acetylene for spot welding. But people are evil, and their decision to move to the 17th floor is clearly an attempt to seek shelter. Throwing out a free olive branch at this time can easily make them dependent. The 18th floor is not a savior. It is difficult to protect itself, let alone protect others. However, installing 3 more doors on the stairs is also good for the 18th floor. If someone really rushes up, at least it will give them some buffer time. But when dealing with the 17th floor, one still has to find a limit. The 18th floor made eye contact and quickly reached an agreement. The impact drill is running out of power, and there is not much acetylene left. You can borrow it, but when will you return it? As soon as Jiang Ning said this, the other 2 families were choked and speechless. Grandma Zhong understood. Little girl, we have to take care of each other upstairs and downstairs. These 2 things are indeed a bit special. After borrowing them, we can't pay them back for a while. How about we use other items to pay for them? What do you think? Okay, you guys discuss it. Finally, Grandma Zhong took out a bracelet. The Su family with the child gave a jade Buddha ornament, and 1703 a gold necklace. Jiangning accepted it on behalf of the 18th floor, gave the impact drill and acetylene to the 17th floor, and sent Liu and Zhang Chao to provide technical guidance. The door must be installed firmly and securely. In addition, the 17th floor requested that they go to the rooftop to melt ice and snow for water. The rooftop is for public use, and the two floors have reached a cooperative relationship. It is unreasonable not to let others use it. But every time you go up, you have to open the door, and it will bring risks to the 18th floor. Jiangning thought about it. Every afternoon at 4 o'clock, only one person can come up. You discuss who to send. Only one person can go up? The 17th floor felt uncomfortable, but the situation on the 18th floor was stronger than theirs. So after discussion, they gave the task to Zhong Ping. After the staircase door was installed, Liu took 3 keys back. It will be difficult to go out and come back in the future. You have to pass 6 levels in a row. In addition, the 17th floor gave them a skateboard. Liu decided to give them the 3 gene iron nails on hand and weld them all to the door, so that they would have enough sense of security. At the same time, the Zhong family agreed to go chop firewood tomorrow. It was extremely cold, and we couldn't stay in the house without firewood. Although we had collected a lot before, it was consumed quickly from morning to night. Although we could still hold on for a while. There were few mountains and forests along the southern coast, and all the furniture firewood that could be burned in the city was swept away, so the survivors could only go up the mountain to chop firewood. There were mountains everywhere in the villa complex on the hillside, but it was too far away, and it was not enough to walk back and forth in a day. The nearest one was Fengshan, and the quicker the better. Liu and Zhang Chao felt dangerous, and felt that they had to stock up. Aining, are you going? Jiangning gave up. I don't want to move. Let's talk about it in a few days. Huishan also gave up, refusing to go out to chop wood. All members of 1803 went out, and Liu got a folding mechanical saw blade from somewhere, wanting to show off his skills. Kaylai wanted to go out and have fun, but the shit shoveler didn't allow it. I woke up in the morning and stood on the balcony watching 1803 go out fully armed. Probably because they were wearing too much and wrapped up so tightly that it was hard to tell who was who. Several shadows suddenly rushed out of Building 8, and they were ferocious and wanted to snatch Liu's military coat. There was a mink coat under the military coat, so Liu would never let them succeed. He raised a wooden stick with rusty nails and started fighting, roaring, "Come on! Come if you are not afraid of death! Damn it! Everyone is bullying him. He is the only one who is easy to bully." Right. Jiangning stood on the balcony and couldn't help laughing. Liu's physical fitness was the worst on the 18th floor, but after several months of hard work, he is no longer the same as before. Being at the bottom of the 18th floor doesn't mean you can't fight outside. Look! The sick rabbit is biting fiercely. As soon as he made a move, he was hit hard, and the people in Building 8 were stunned. It was really unlucky today to meet such a powerful person when he went out. After being thrown away by 2 punches from the woman, everyone was scared to death. Run! It's the devils on the 18th floor. Damn it. I didn't check the almanac before going out. How could I offend these plague gods? No matter how good your temper is or how optimistic your personality is, you will get sick in the bad end of the world. Liu was furious and knocked down a few people, and felt a lot better. Isn't it just fighting and killing? He can do it too. After watching 1803 leave, Jiangning returned to the living room to eat breakfast. Hot milk and bread. Coke's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, and he even wants bread slices after finishing the dog food. At first, he was afraid that he would gain weight and move clumsily, but he only grew muscles without gaining weight, and his hair became dense and smooth. Jiangning touched his belly and felt that he was one step closer to a vest line. It was extremely cold, and he couldn't sit still. Huishan stopped Daodu's class, and Jiangning had a lot of free time. He continued to read books and turn the soil, and practiced with 1801 on time. Liu came back a few days before dark. He sawed the felled trees into suitable lengths, tied them with hemp ropes, and dragged them back. The ice was too slippery, and I fell a few times on the road, making me look miserable. The trees were frozen to death, but they were not completely dry, so they were particularly heavy to drag. Seeing that they had returned safely, Jiangning opened the door and went downstairs to help. Kaylai hurriedly followed, and Daodu was also unwilling to be outdone. "Sister, wait for me. Kaylai, wait for me." She was wearing a red winter coat, with 2 tufts on her head and ears protected by soft fur, which made her look soft and cute. The window at the staircase was inconvenient to flip back and forth, and there were no survivors in 702. I don't know who smashed the living room window, which made it much more convenient to enter and exit. Jiang Ning was reluctant, but the firewood from 1803 was just dragged here, so she could only get out from 702. Although she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but glance at the distance. Wu Yaya was full of corpses. These were all collected by relatives, who wanted to give their deceased relatives the last dignity, while some people without public morality just threw them downstairs. For example, Yang Weitsong threw Yu Qingqing, and the accomplices that Yu Qingqing killed. I have to say, this bastard is really lucky. He didn't die like this. The firewood was heavy, and it took several trips to help move it. Kaylay bit the short branches, and Dowda chose the light ones. The two jumped and jumped to compete in speed. Two-wheel drive can't beat four-wheel drive. And Dowda also lost his earmuffs. On the last trip, it was completely dark, and the weather was getting colder and colder. Jiang Ning took out a stone from the space and threw it hard at Yang Weitsong's window. After several months of training, her arm strength was amazing, and with daily crossbow practice, aiming was not a problem. There was a loud bang, and the glass cracked. Yang Weitsong was probably not there, and there was no reaction in the dark. Other households heard the noise, but they were all indifferent. In today's world, killing is as common as daily meals, not to mention breaking glass. As long as they don't find their own family, whoever dies doesn't care. Chapter 79. Back upstairs, Zheng Weili wanted to give Jiang Ning some wood. Jiang Ning refused. I have a lot of clothes and quilts, so I use up the firewood slowly. You can take them back and store them. I will go and chop them myself if I need them. Knowing her character, Zheng Weili did not force her. Liu knocked on the door of 1801, and everyone gathered at 1803 again. Good news. Many people went to Foshan to chop wood today, and they heard a lot of exciting news. The government is going to distribute supplies. The floods previously paralyzed many government departments, not to mention the inconvenience of residents' travel. Now the floods have frozen over, and although it is freezing cold, people can at least go in and out freely. The government will distribute relief food the day after tomorrow, once a week, 1 gene each time, and residents can go to the original neighborhood committee with their ID cards to collect it. Distributing 1 gene of rice per week is indeed very little. The natural disaster came suddenly, and all supplies were submerged underwater. Coastal cities are at a low altitude. Even if the National Grain Reserve Warehouse is located at a relatively high altitude, the combination of typhoons and floods is too powerful. How much can be transferred in time? There are several million people in Fengcheng. Even if more than half of them died, there are still more than 1 million survivors. It is not easy to come up with so much food. In addition, the government announced that paper money is invalid. A new currency will be introduced later, and barter will be temporarily implemented. This news is irrelevant to the residents. After all, the money in their hands has been spent long ago. It is those who made money from the disaster who have lost money. They are probably crying in the toilet. In addition to distributing relief food, the government also announced recruitment, with as many as thousands of positions, from technical researchers to grassroots corpse collection teams. The reward is food. Scarce R&D technical personnel can get 20 to 30 kilograms of food per month, and the hard laborers at the bottom can get 5 kilograms of food per month. But lunch is included. Liu joked. Aining, do you think we should apply for the job? It's up to you. I won't go anyway. The hard laborers who collect corpses can't even feed themselves with 5 kilograms of food per month. But with the weekly relief food, they can barely survive. Liu was joking. The mission of the 18th floor is to defend the nest, not to earn a pitiful 5 kilograms of food. 1803 save on food and drink, and there will be absolutely no problem for 2 years. The government has turned from passive to active, and all departments are actively fighting the disaster. Maybe things will get better and better in the future. They don't need to risk their lives to earn this little food. Besides, you may not be able to spend it even if you earn it. So, all the staff on the 18th floor played badly and refused to compete with others for work. When Jiang Ning left, he saw that Zhang Chao had a wound on his hand, and couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong?" "No big problem. It's just that when we were cutting trees in Fengshan, we were targeted by several groups of people. They not only wanted to steal our firewood, but also wanted to steal our hacksaws. We beat them all back. It was too chaotic outside. Not to mention going out alone. It was dangerous for 3 people to go out together. If they were not careful, they would be plotted against. He and Luyi were cutting wood, and Zheng Weili was on guard. They were all targeted. Jiang Ning wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know what to say. After all, this was not only normal, but it would become more and more cruel in the future. On the day of receiving relief food, Zhang Chao came early and knocked on the door. Jiang Ning didn't want to queue up. You go first. I stay and watch the house. So, 1803 went to the neighborhood committee early to queue up. The tenacious vitality of human beings is far beyond imagination. Staying at home, it feels like the whole world has stopped, and everywhere is filled with the silence of human death. However, when the relief food comes out, there are crowds of people everywhere. I went out in the morning and came back at about 1 p.m. The 3 of them took out the rice bags from their thick clothes. The new rice was mixed with broken rice. So in order to prevent others from claiming it, they had to queue up with their ID cards. The scene was very chaotic. But there were policemen with live ammunition on duty. So no one dared to mess around at the food collection point. But it was dangerous to stay away. Pickpockets are back. Bag-cutting gangs are everywhere. And some people just rob and run in order to get more food. Human wisdom is endless. The people in front of Zheng Weili carried their 80-year-old mother out of the family and covered her tightly with thick quilts. But just before the food was collected, the mother died. The family members cried and made a scene, saying that the government policy was problematic and caused the long-lived elderly in the family to die. The scene was very noisy, attracting many onlookers, who murmured about the government's inhumanity and supported them in demanding compensation. The volunteer who distributed food came over, uncovered the quilt, and checked the old man, whose body had already become extremely stiff. I'm sorry. I used to work in a hospital. This old lady didn't just die. She has been dead for at least 24 hours. The evil spirit must not be allowed to grow. The troublemakers were directly disqualified from receiving food. The troublemaker opened his mouth to cry, but he was faced with a black muzzle. This is not a peaceful time. The police will really shoot. Luyi reminded. Aining. There are pickpockets and robbers everywhere now. You must hide the food you receive and never let others get close. There is one at the entrance of the community. But he and Zhang Chao both have weapons in their hands, so they don't dare to come over. Jiang Ning nodded, changed her clothes, and wanted to put the coke in 1803. But it bit her trouser leg and insisted on going out. No. There are only people who want to eat dog meat outside. Hearing that it can't go out, the bright dog eyes dimmed, and it lowered its head silently. Jiang Ning squatted down and touched the dog head to comfort him. Daodu opened the door and ran out excitedly. Sister, let's go. Jiang Ning frowned and looked at Huishan. You take Daodu out? Yes. Go out and see the outside world. Okay. There's nothing wrong with gaining more experience. People always have to grow up. Especially in the end times. They need to mature early. Otherwise they will end up miserably. Jiang Ning had nothing to say. But Kayleigh's eyes lit up. Even little Doubting can go. Why can't it? In the end, for fear that it would go out and mess around, they had to find a rope to tie it up. The dog is naturally unrestrained and loves freedom. It's humiliating to be tied up with a rope. But Kayleigh still endured it, because the person who tied it up was the shit shoveler. So, Jiang Ning took the dog, and Huishan took his sister, and walked down the stairs to the neighborhood committee. The neighborhood committee was not far away, about 1 kilometer, but it was hard to walk fast on the ice. Jiang Ning's worry was not unreasonable. He deliberately stripped the mink skin off Kayleigh before going out, but he still managed to attract everyone's attention. It's not that they haven't seen dogs before, but they have never seen such a strong and beautiful dog, with an upright and majestic posture. This is too much. Is there any justice? Damn it. Let people live. Facing the greedy and hungry eyes, the dog was not afraid at all, and stared back with murderous intent. The girl on the leash seems to be not easy to mess with. The man standing next to her looks like a cold-faced god. It seems that his eyes can kill people. It is probably a gang. Otherwise, how can they afford to keep a dog? Or even dare to take the dog out for a walk? Look at the aura of cheating. Just looking at the eyes is creepy. It is very easy to judge whether it is a gang. Just look at the dog they keep. This momentum is like a dog relying on the power of the man. Don't mess with it. Don't mess with it. Chapter 80. For a while, many people had the idea, but no one dared to do it. Daodu rarely came out, and he was so happy. He held his brother with his left hand and his sister with his right hand, ignoring the biting cold, and jumped up and down with joy. Most residents came to collect food in the morning, and when Jiangning and Huishan arrived, the line was not very long. It took less than 20 minutes to get his turn. He needed to fill in his ID card information and address, and the food would be distributed only after the person was verified to be correct. The person who collected the food needed to bring his own bag. The flour bag Jiangning took was not much. Seeing that the trainer and Daodu had it, Kaylai looked around and got completely anxious. Woo! Woo! It also queued up. Why didn't it? Jiangning was amused. You are a dog. You don't have relief food. Why don't you give food? Coke was furious and looked at the volunteers fiercely. I am a dog. But you don't do human things? The volunteers' hearts melted when they met the good-looking dogs. They didn't expect that such a good dog could be raised in such an environment. Not only the volunteers were greedy, but even the police who were maintaining order at the scene were greedy. And they couldn't help but glance over several times. They used to have a dog in their police force. But unfortunately, it's gone. Perhaps this is the charm of dogs. They are naturally approachable. After receiving the food, everyone took one back. Seeing Daodu holding the food in his hand, Kaylai, who was discriminated against, also wanted to hold the food bag. Seeing that it was unhappy, Jiangning had to give the food bag to the dog. With the food bag in his mouth, he felt better and walked with Daodu. Woof! As they were walking, two children who were chasing and playing on the ice suddenly rushed towards Daodu, snatched the grain bag from her hand and ran away. Daodu was pushed down and fell heavily on the ice. Kaylai reacted quickly and jumped towards the child carrying the grain bag. The child was knocked down and the grain bag fell to the ground. Daodu didn't cry. She got up and ran over to hold down the one who was grabbing the grain and grabbed her fist. Humph! Dared to steal her things. Once, twice, hit the face. The child screamed in pain. Kaylai bit the trouser leg of another child. This one too. Beat him to death. Thinking of his brother's words, Daodu was furious and showed no mercy. With Guzi's help, Daodu not only beat him up, but also snatched the grain bag back. His face turned red with anger. If you dare to snatch my things again, I beat you to death. Huishan looked at the scene in front of him and did not stop it. Jiangning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder he brought Daodu out. It turned out to be a trap. What are you doing? A woman in a cotton coat ran over and shouted arrogantly, they are just children. How can you bully them like this? Is there any justice in the world? Huishan was silent and looked at her with cold eyes. Unfortunately, the woman didn't notice and continued to curse. She even rushed to pull Daodu, but was frightened by the grinning Coke and retreated. Okay. Even dogs are bullying people. Let's judge. Jiangning stepped forward and kicked the woman over. The woman fell to the ground and was about to cry out, but she found a sharp knife on her neck. As if everyone is not a child. Since you are not a human being, and let them come out to rob things. Don't blame us for disciplining them for you. Adults are not very careful about their children. And many parents take advantage of this loophole to let their children do illegal work. Even if they are caught on the spot, they can still shirk responsibility by saying that the children are ignorant and adults should not care about it. If the child is injured, they can also take the opportunity to blackmail him. Don't ask her why she knows clearly. She has encountered it in her previous life. And more than once. What instigation? You are so vicious. The child didn't do it on purpose. The woman said fiercely. Your daughter and the dog beat my son like this. If you don't give an explanation today, don't blame me for calling the police. Before she finished speaking, Jiangning stabbed her with a knife. He didn't stab her heart, but stabbed her from the waist. And the blade was used to pick it up. The thick cotton padded clothes were pierced, and the cotton inside fell out. The woman was so scared that her face turned pale, and she fell to the ground. If you can't discipline the child, I will not just stab the clothes. The woman was arguing and couldn't say a word, and the two children were trembling with fear. Daodu picked up the grain bag on the ground and looked at Huishan with trepidation and expectation. Brother, I won. Huishan touched her head. Yeah. You reacted pretty quickly. This is not uncommon. Seeing that the mother and her 2 children were calmed down, Jiang Ning did not pester them anymore, and they walked towards the community. The 2 were in front, and Hui Yishan and Jiang Ning were behind. He asked, "Are we going to cut bamboo tomorrow?" Jiang Ning was puzzled. Because bamboo is not resistant to burning. We need to make 3 more crossbows. Bamboo arrows are consumables, so we need to prepare some in advance. To prevent accidents, Jiang Ning had no objection. No problem. Hui Yishan wanted to continue talking. But Kailei suddenly broke free from the rope and almost tripped out. Kailei remembered the instructions of his shit shoveler and quietly entered the village. And didn't shoot. Tucked his tail and shrugged. He walked in another direction in a low profile. After getting along for a long time, Jiang Ning saw at a glance that this was a sign of the dog attack. Jiang Ning was puzzled and looked in its direction. There were many people in the distance, and they were dressed so thickly that they could not be recognized at all. Took out the telescope and looked at them one by one, and unexpectedly found a familiar face. "You and Dao to go back first. Kailei and I have something to do." After saying that, he ignored Hui Yishan and quickly caught up with the dog pace. Guzi kept a low profile, and Jiang Ning covered her face with only her eyes exposed, following the 2 men in front of her at a close distance. Avoiding the crowd, she crossed the street and entered an abandoned office building. Guzi's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he climbed the stairs lightly, not forgetting to look back and wait for Jiang Ning. "Shit shoveler. Hurry up." Jiang Ning was not in a hurry, and she paid attention to her surroundings while walking up. When she reached the top floor, she didn't have to worry at all. Listening to Guzi, who had a keen sense of smell, leading the way in front. A foul sound came from the office. Jiang Ning stood quietly by the window, and saw one of them being pressed on the table. Cola's eyes widened, ready to rush in. Jiang covered his ears and eyes. "Don't look. It's too dirty." About 2 minutes later, he was excited and was about to have the final fierce battle. But his chest was suddenly pierced by a sharp knife. "Ah!" A painful sound. Yang Wei-tsung was unaware and held his hands tightly. He regretted it. Really regretted it. If he had known that this was the end of his life, he would never have confessed to Su Mingyao, so that Jiang Ning would not give up on him. He could live on the 18th floor and become one of them, eating delicious food every day without worrying about supplies. And he would not sell himself for a pound of food and become a tool for others' entertainment. However, in just a few months, everyone who came to his birthday party died. Su Mingyao died, Yu Qingqing died, and Ajian and the others. But he didn't want to die. How could he make Jiang Ning fall in love with him again?